Chapter 1. The year 1484 of the Oceanic calendar at the edge of the western sea valley of the gods. A shroud of black smoke enveloped the sky, while crimson blood splattered across the land, lifeless corpses strewn about, rendering the island a veritable hell on earth. Figures clad in prison garb and the island civilians fled in all directions with each gunshot that rang out. Another life was extinguished. Jin An stood frozen, leaning against a tree for support, struggling to remain upright amidst the chaos. Only moments ago, he had been amidst the bustling vibrancy of a modern metropolis, steeped in tranquility, but now he found himself thrust into a bloody battlefield. No, this was merely a one-sided massacre. In the 21st century on Blue Star, such horrors were unimaginable, at least in the world he inhabited. Such a place could not possibly exist. Yet, the events unfolding around him felt hauntingly real. His trembling hands involuntarily gripped the object. He held a Yinling knife, forged for him by a trusted craftsman, hoping it would provide some solace in this unfamiliar realm. Gazing at the hellish scene before him, his breath grew increasingly labored, each inhalation requiring immense effort. Meanwhile, all over the island, human tragedies continued to unfold. Run. Get out of this area. They're coming. I am the last of my family. Why must we endure such horrors? As long as I survive these 3 weeks. Why was this island chosen by them? I am filled with rage. I don't want to die. I must escape from here alive. The deafening cries echoed from every direction, sending chills down one's spine, as if this place were a slaughterhouse, with the hunted being the living souls. Before Jin An could fully comprehend his surroundings, a bony fist struck his cheek with brutal force. Bang. Darkness enveloped his vision, swiftly followed by a searing pain radiating from his face, accompanied by the metallic scent of blood. Drops of crimson trickled slowly from the corner of his mouth, stretching time to an unbearable length. The intense agony rendered him dizzy, and losing his balance, he collapsed heavily to the ground, a buzzing sound ringing in his ears. Are you trying to get yourself killed, standing in the middle of the road? A coarse voice thundered beside him, laced with fury and a gravelly tone. Jin An struggled to blink, and gradually, the scene before him came into focus. A furious man stood over him, his eyes ablaze with irritation and impatience. You're blocking my way. If you want to die, don't hinder me here. Get out of the way. Feeling the sting on his face, a jolt of anger surged within him, searing through his reason like wildfire. He cast a fierce glance at the man before him, the flames of rage threatening to erupt from his chest. He tightened his grip on the weapon, his fingers trembling slightly with fury. A fleeting glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes, overwhelmed by an unexpected assault that sent him crashing to the ground. The anger within Jin An was palpable. Moreover, there was no discernible path here. They were merely weaving through the dense forest, evading the bullets fired by the aristocrats. However, the fire of Jin An's rage did not burn for long. He swiftly reined in his emotions, taking a deep breath, the corners of his mouth curving upwards into a hint of a relieved smile. He understood that, regardless of the location, one would invariably encounter such scum individuals who, even in the face of death, clung desperately to the desire to survive a second longer than others. The man, seemingly unsatisfied after knocking Jin An down, exhibited increasingly pronounced bloodshot eyes, his pupils unnaturally constricting. He approached Jin An with a hint of hysteria, as if attempting to expel his inner fears and pressures through this means. Casting a glance at the weapon in Jin An's hand, he sneered derisively, pointing behind him. Kid, you look like you're still unconvinced. With that frail frame of yours, you wouldn't even know how to wield a weapon properly, would you? There are aristocrats on your tail. Why don't I hold on to it for you until we escape this place? With that, he grinned maliciously and lunged forward, swinging his not-so-strong arm toward Jin An. Once more Jin An regarded the man before him with a glimmer of mockery in his eyes, slightly shifting to the side to evade the blow, coldly retorting, Are you insane? We're both fleeing for our lives. How am I in your way? A flicker of confusion crossed the man's face. He clearly did not expect Jin An to dare to retort under such circumstances. However, Jin An did not afford him the opportunity to escalate further. At the moment the man swung his fist again, Jin An swiftly retracted his weapon, lowered his body, and rolled to the side twice, effortlessly evading the attack. The man was taken aback, his eyes reflecting surprise and bewilderment. Before he could react further, Jin An had already lunged forward with his blade, aiming directly between the man's legs. The man let out a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground as if his spine had been severed, his hands desperately clutching the injured area, his face as pale as parchment cold. Sweat beading on his forehead. Jin An cast a cold glance at him, Showing no intention of lingering, he turned and ran deeper into the forest at that moment. He had no time to waste on such individuals. The forest was fraught with danger, and he needed to remain highly vigilant, ready to confront the challenges that lay ahead. Tat-a-tat. After he departed, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted simultaneously. A group of elegantly dressed aristocrats appeared at the spot where Jin An had once stood, looking down upon the wailing man. The man, who had been prepared to continue cursing, did not even have time to comprehend the figures before him before a bullet pierced through his forehead, crimson and white. Mingling and spilling from the wound, his expression remained fierce, yet his body had succumbed to paralysis, collapsing helplessly to the ground in the distance. Jin An observed everything from behind the trees. Instinctively, he felt the urge to cover his mouth, attempting to suppress the rising nausea within him. This was the closest he had ever come to death in 2 lifetimes. The people here were indifferent to the demise of others. On the contrary, in their struggle for survival, they would resort to any means necessary. He understood that if he did not flee swiftly, he would become akin to those surrounding him, struck down in an instant by gunfire, lying in agony on the ground, awaiting death. "Ha, did you see that? These people are not just fleeing, they're turning on each other." A man clad in opulent attire jested to those beside him in the Valley of Gods. These ordinary nobles, though inferior in status to the celestial dragons, reveled in their power over the slaves before them. They were akin to a group of jesters, toying with the despairing slaves and indigenous people. Witnessing their deaths in desperation, such amusement was a rare find. Indeed, slaves are slaves ever so wretched and loathsome. It makes one feel ill. Another remark: livestock are meant to be hunted, and in the process, they provide us with a measure of delight. They validate their existence by dying as they should. How many points have you all accumulated? I am drawing ever closer to catching the attention of the celestial dragons. I care not for such trivial scores. The sheer act of slaughter brings me unparalleled pleasure. Do not dwell on those rewards. The Knights of the Divine have long surpassed us in points. Wasn't there a little white rabbit that just escaped? I hope he brings me a bit more amusement. Hee hee. The nobles cast aside the remnants of their already scant noble decorum, laughing as they raised their weapons in search of their next target. Jin An rubbed his forehead, his legs moving incessantly as the mocking voices of those men echoed in his ears. Retrieving his gaze, he comprehended the dire situation he faced under the looming threat of death. He momentarily forgot his physical exhaustion, his eyes scanning for a potential hiding place. He surmised he had crossed into another realm, and it seemed he had entered hell itself, likely becoming one of the hunted. It was uncertain how much longer he could endure, but maintaining composure in such circumstances was essential to increasing his chances of survival. One peculiar aspect struck Jin An. Despite the frenzy surrounding them, those fleeing appeared to harbor a sense of anticipation. The madness here exceeded his imagination. He could not fathom the reason behind this massacre. Was it merely for amusement? His mind was filled with questions. Yet in such a place, it was unlikely anyone could elucidate the situation for him. "Big brother, it's too dangerous for you to stay here." A tall boy in tattered prison garb approached Jin An, his toes wriggling within his tattered shoes, revealing that he was far from as calm as he appeared. "Have some companions in a relatively safe place. Would you care to join us?" Jin An gazed at the boy before him, feeling as though he had encountered him somewhere before. "What is your name?" he inquired. The boy appeared taken aback by the question, momentarily stunned. "My name is Bartholomew Kuma, but you may call me Kuma." Although he was uncertain of the intentions of this individual, he responded with politeness. Upon hearing the name, Jin An felt a sense of recognition. The figure from his memories gradually merged with the boy standing in front of him. "The Pirate King? No wonder things are so chaotic," Jin An muttered, then added, "I will follow you." He had faith in Kuma's character, as he was a man who would fulfill his promises even at the cost of his own life. The journey continued in silence. "Thank you. This knife of yours is remarkable." The iron chains were severed with such ease. "Ha ha!" Ivankov exclaimed, removing the shattered chains from his wrists, grinning widely. Jin An ran his fingers along the glimmering blade in his hand and nodded. "I have invested considerable effort into this knife, Kuma. You have truly been a tremendous help," Ivankov praised, lightly patting Kuma's shoulder with his newly freed hand. Had it not been for Kuma bringing Jin An along, he would have had to expend much more effort to free himself from those chains. The feeling of having both hands free is delightful. "Ha ha!" However, as he suppressed his jovial expression, Ivankov turned to Jin An with a serious demeanor and said, "Join us. Let us escape this prison together." "Indeed, by joining us, your chances of survival will increase significantly," urged Ginny, who was indulging herself nearby, addressing the talking snail. "Moreover, by joining us, you might even encounter unexpected rewards. After all, our primary goal now is to preserve our lives. There is strength in numbers. Jin An's gaze flickered as he reflected on the information he had gleaned from these individuals during their time together. He learned that the island was encircled by the navy dispatched by the world government, making escape nearly impossible. Furthermore, he trusted in the abilities of these people, knowing that most had survived for decades, and that aligning with them would provide a degree of safety. Seeing that his persuasion seemed effective, Ivankov leaped onto the nearest high rock, surveying the panicked crowd around him, and proclaimed, "Indeed, this is God Valley, a place. Under the watchful eye of the so-called gods, this place is rife with despair, powerlessness, and death for us. It simultaneously offers joy, laughter, and pleasure to those butchers. Are you content with your current situation?" Hearing these words, most of the crowd lowered their heads in despondence. They felt immense frustration, yet they were powerless. To resist rebellion would only hasten their demise. Their sole motivation for survival was the celestial dragon's promise of freedom after 3 weeks of existence. Jin An observed the expressions of those around him, pondering if they had committed any wrongdoing. The answer was a resounding no. It was the avarice and brutality of the celestial dragons that compelled them to endure such a wretched existence. Their plight stemmed from the island's abundant resources, a place branded with the name of God. Clenching his fists, he seethed at the distortions of this world, feeling impotent to effect change. Though he was a traveler from another realm, he possessed little more than a knife despite having learned some martial arts. His physical capabilities were woefully inadequate compared to the inhabitants of this world. Yet, he yearned to make a difference, to ensure that his presence in this world was not in vain. No one can approach this place, nor can anyone escape from this island. Everything that transpires here will be erased from history. This is a massacre competition designed to expel the indigenous people and plunder resources. Previously, the survival rate in this competition was 0. Wake up, everyone, it is impossible to last 3 weeks here. The event was scheduled to last 3 weeks, and the celestial dragons could not instantly slay over 100,000 people. They had ample time to flee. Jin An chose to ally with Ivankov, urging the crowd amidst their despair. Though his voice was not loud, his sincerity brought a modicum of calm to those around him. They had tried to rouse the slaves with vehement words, nearly losing their voices. Yet their efforts yielded little success. Just as hope flickered within the hearts of the people, a resonant buzz enveloped the island, followed by the enthusiastic voice of the announcer heralding good news. "Congratulations to Lord Gallen Saint for scoring 100,000 points first." Accompanying the announcement were the jubilations of the nobles and the lamentations of the prey. This island was home to approximately 100,000 prey, consisting of the slaves captured by the celestial dragons and the indigenous people residing there. The targets, painted on the backs of their garments, served as grim death tokens. With every gunshot, a life was extinguished. The image snail captured the valiant figures of Gallen Saint and the other knights of God, broadcasting their exploits directly to the land of the gods in Mariewa. The footage displayed Gallen Saint riding a bird-like mount, relentlessly charging through the crowd, slashing down foes. Originally penalized with a starting score of -10,000 for killing a king, Lord Gallen Saint now leads with a staggering advantage, the announcer proclaimed. His actual score should be 110,000 points. "Listen to me," Ginny interjected as she absorbed the information relayed through the image snail, addressing Jin An and the others beside her. "The prize of this tournament is the key to our escape. By consuming it, one can transform into the mythical beast Azure Dragon, the pinnacle of devil fruits, along with another." Ginny paused before continuing. "It grants the ability to launch oneself and others to distant locales in an instant. This meatball fruit is also located on this island. Thus, it appears that if any one of us can partake of that fruit, we, along with many others, may be able to escape from this island." Jin An concluded after a moment of contemplation. "Indeed, this is the simplest method for our escape from this isle," Ginny affirmed, her gaze sweeping across the faces of those present. Jin An sighed. "Such a significant item must be difficult to obtain," he remarked. "Indeed, these treasures are stored as prizes in the heart of the island," Ginny replied with a smile, her optimism in such dire circumstances earning Jin An's admiration. Seeing the disappointment of the people around her, Ginny continued, "I am an expert in theft, eavesdropping, and communication. I sent out the information from here 2 weeks ago, so there might already be someone on their way here." Jin An watched the harmless Ginny in front of him, the phone bug, having overheard this crucial information. Realizing that the likelihood of the operation being carried out solely by her was high, it seemed he had really found a strong ally. Jin An touched his nose and murmured to himself, "Although this is our operation, a bait is necessary to ensure success," Ginny added. The scene fell silent, with no one making a sound. Some even quietly moved back a couple of steps to avoid standing out. They knew the dangers of being bait. and no one wanted to take that risk. Just as everyone lowered their heads, the smiling Big Bear raised his hand. I'll do it. I think my body is strong, and I'll last longer than others. Big Bear noticed the stunned expressions of those around him and shyly scratched his head. Besides, I don't want to see anyone die. Ginny's smile faded, and for a moment, she was speechless, lowering her head and lost in thought. Jin An pulled down the hand that Da Xiong was holding up and said, You're still a child. Let someone my age handle these things. Is Jin An not afraid of death? No, he is more afraid than anyone else. But he always believes that effort equals reward. To survive in this world, a little danger is nothing. A clear electronic synthetic voice suddenly rang in his mind. No, I have to go. In the eyes of those celestial dragons, my value is still quite high, Da Xiong said seriously. He understood his identity. With this identity, he must be a hot commodity in the eyes of the celestial dragons. Killing him could yield higher points. Letting him be the bait would definitely yield unexpected gains. Looking at Da Xiong's determined gaze, Jin An knew that he could not change his mind no matter what. So he nodded in agreement with Da Xiong's proposal, then focused his consciousness back on the system he had just acquired. In front of Jin An, an interface appeared that only he could see. Congratulations, host. You have bound the auxiliary training system. This system aims to assist the host in completing tasks to gain stronger power. He glanced at the system list and found that there was also a character status bar. It clearly listed his current physical condition. Host, Jin An, healthy body, but still a novice. Physique, 5. Although there are signs of training, in this world, you still can't compare to a child. Please keep working hard. Average male in the pirate world, 20. Mental strength, 25. You have read extensively, resulting in slightly stronger mental strength than average. Average male in the pirate world, 20. Swordsmanship, 30. Your swordsmanship foundation is quite good. Please continue to work hard. Average male in the pirate world, 0. Armament hockey, 0. Not awakened observation hockey, 0. Not awakened conquerors hockey, 0. Not awakened final conclusion. The host is just an ordinary person with a combat power of only 5. Please continue to work hard and do not give up. Silence is the tranquility of tonight's Cambridge. Although Jin An was aware that his body, which had directly crossed over, had a certain gap compared to the natives of this world, the gap was too large. He sighed, no longer focusing on these troubling matters, and looked towards other aspects of the system. Task: replace Bartholomew Kuma as bait. Reward: permanent 5 to all attributes, including the 3 types of hockey, and unlock the shop. To ensure the host can survive the first task, a beginner's gift pack is now issued. 50 to physique, 40 to mental strength. Limited time, 24 hours. 50 to swordsmanship, limited time, 10 hours. Jin An's eyes slightly widened. Wow, I thought this mission would be full of difficulties, but I didn't expect there to be a newbie benefit. Then, with a thought, he directly used 2 experience cards, and the 2 cards instantly transformed into light and merged into his body. After receiving everything, his consciousness returned to reality. The time his consciousness spent in the system space was negligible in reality, and everyone in front of him noticed nothing unusual. As his consciousness returned, the first thing Jin An felt was that the world seemed to have changed somewhat. No, it was that his perception had become sharper. Things that he used to overlook were now clear to see. Even just lightly clenching his fist, he could feel that his current strength was far beyond what it used to be. Hey, yeah, you two are amazing. Ivankov was surprised that 2 people would actually take the initiative to step forward. However, I want to let you be killed. We must leave this valley of the gods together. Jin An and Da Xiong exchanged smiles and shouted, We will definitely survive. We will leave this place together. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from afar, and the ground trembled accordingly. Jin An turned towards the direction of the explosion and revealed a smile. It seems our opportunity has come. In the outer sea of the God Valley, familiar pirate ships were rapidly approaching one after another. These pirates have been making their way from the New World to this remote western sea for over 2 weeks. By now, the first batch of pirates had taken their positions. Accompanied by the sound of cannon fire, a loud voice suddenly rang out. Navy men, feel the fear. Rocks pirates, follow me. This voice undoubtedly belonged to the captain of the Rocks pirates, Rocks. With his command, numerous officers of the Rocks pirates appeared on the shore, brandishing their weapons and eyeing the flustered navy. The infamous pirates from the New World all had their own thoughts, but shared the same goal: to create chaos in this gathering place of celestial dragons, to let their names spread across the world, and to seize the island's astonishing wealth. Whitebeard Edward Newgate picked up the Naginata beside him. Rocks, don't speak to me in that commanding tone. Before he could finish his words, he realized that rocks had already vanished from sight ahead. Did that guy remember our main purpose for coming here? We should first confirm. Whitebeard followed rocks into the island. Behind them, several others were also talking among themselves. They joined the rocks pirates simply for profit. When there was profit to be made, they could slightly heed orders. But more often than not, they only cared about their own interests, looking at everything through the lens of money. You all seem like you're dreaming. I just want to quietly take what I want and leave directly. Charlotte Linlin was indifferent, showing no interest in anything and directly ignoring Rox's orders. It seemed Roger was also on the move, only that guy. Kaido turned serious and said, Linlin, that kind of thing is of little use to you. Remember to keep an eye out for me. Once on the island, it was every man for himself. Linlin did not respond directly, waved her hand, and disappeared into the forest. The celestial dragons, who had been engaged in their games, were disturbed and looked annoyed. What are those Navy men doing? Can't they handle such a small matter? What if something happens to us? A Navy soldier rushed up to this group of celestial dragons. Report. Pirates are invading from all directions on this island. The celestial dragons and the Navy were thrown into chaos. The pirates' intentions were unclear, and the activities taking place here were supposed to be top secret. The Roger pirates and the Rocks pirates had already invaded various locations on the island, and the God Knights were engaged in battle with them. Please move to a safe area. In the bushes approaching the center of the island, the sounds of shouting, cursing, and pleading filled the air, but Jin An remained highly focused, because what lay before him in the square was precisely their target for this trip. The entire square was covered with a dazzling array of gold and silver treasures, shimmering with enchanting light, compared to the other areas filled with blood and flesh. This place seemed like paradise. 6 treasure chests were placed in the center of the treasures, signifying their preciousness. Jin An and the others are just one step away from success. A thought can lead to heaven or hell. Big Bear, get ready. The moment that determines life and death is approaching. If they can't get that fruit, all that awaits them is death. Moreover, the pirates are also after these treasures, and if they don't act quickly, there will be no chance left. Jin An looked around and softly arranged. The situation here is different from what I expected. There are far fewer guards. They must have been reassigned to protect those pigs. I'll go out first to attract the guards' attention, and you all approach the treasure box at the center as quickly as possible. Then, before Xiong and the others could react, he took a step and dashed out. Dusk. A gentle breeze blew away the fallen leaves. The guards were tense, like startled birds, and any sound could make their bodies tense up instantly. They were the guards brought from Mariewa by the celestial dragons and could not disobey any orders given by them, even knowing that pirates would surely come here. They couldn't entertain the thought of escaping. It was death here, and escaping would also mean death. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded, and a figure burst out from the woods, charging straight towards the treasure. The guards' eyes narrowed, and they stomped their legs down hard on the ground. Then, their bodies suddenly appeared in front of Jin An, and one guard unleashed a powerful punch. On the other side, another guard leaped into the air, performing 2 flips before delivering a kick that created a vacuum. Swiftly approaching Jin An, boom. In an instant, the ground at the attack point cracked, and dust rose. One guard spat on the ground and wiped the dust off his hands. They thought they were so impressive, but it turned out to be just a little thief. In their eyes, someone who could be easily dealt with by just 2 people wasn't worth the effort of all the guards surrounding. Hey, haven't you eaten? Your speed is so slow above them. Jin An casually patted his pristine clothes. After adding 50 points to his physique, dealing with these guards was still easy for him. After a brief test, he realized there was no need to be so cautious. He could have just gone straight to grab the fruit. However, in his sight, Deshiong and Ivankov were already within reach of the treasure chest. The guards below heard the taunting words, and their faces turned a bit pale with anger. But what terrified them even more was that none of them could see the movements of the person on the roof. Fear suppressed their rationality, and they kept stepping back. Could we really deal with such a monster? Hearing this, Jin An's mouth twitched. Did they have some misunderstanding about monsters? A scream reached Jin An's ears. Turning his head, he saw a tall and beautiful woman forcefully slamming Ivankov's face into the ground with one hand while holding a devil fruit in the other. Ouch! That was close. I almost turned into Big Head Dragon King, Charlotte Linlin teased Ivankov. She didn't stop for a moment, rushing over here after disembarking, trying to snatch the fruit before it was eaten. Hand over the other fruit too. Charlotte Linlin disregarded the few people around her, releasing Ivankov and reaching for the fruit into Xiong's hand. Quick, eat it! Xiong, don't hesitate, Ivankov shouted hoarsely. Xiong swallowed the fruit in one bite, knowing that it was something his companions had fought hard to obtain. He couldn't let them down. Bah! Charlotte Linlin spat. It was already too late. You must be saved. Even if it's just you, it's still our victory. Charlotte Linlin looked at the bloodied Ivankov. Making no further move, she was already a devil fruit user, and the fruit was just a tool for her to gain benefits. There were so many treasure chests and gold and silver jewels here. She had already made a big profit. Hey ha, I'm waiting for someone to come over. What are you waiting for? Ivankov directly taunted Charlotte Linlin. Whoosh! Sensing something was wrong, Jin An stealthily attacked from behind her. Kid, who gave you the courage to face me? Charlotte Linlin slightly sidestepped to dodge Jin An's attack. Are you Big Mom? The woman in front of him was incredibly beautiful. With arched eyebrows and enchanting big eyes, her lips were delicate and full. The right places were prominent, and she looked like a ripe peach. His impression of the Pirate King was still stuck at the Cake Island arc, but he had also seen this woman in her younger days. After confirming his suspicions, Jin An couldn't help but feel a sinking feeling in his heart. He had no confidence in being able to stop this opponent. The ant had been strong since childhood, and her iron-like body showed no signs of damage, even from cannon fire. Ant. Charlotte Lingling's forehead was bulging with veins, clearly furious to the extreme. Very good. Kid, I remembered you. Do you know what the price is for saying those 2 words in front of a woman? Jin An regretted saying those 2 words. He knew how terrifying this woman could be when she went crazy. Even her own son and daughter could be killed at a whim. Moreover, the current Charlotte Lingling had not yet transformed into her later, more plump appearance. Besides, in this world, it was likely that no one would dare to address her like that to her face. Jin An sensed that something was wrong and immediately shouted to Ivankov and the bear, "Get out of here quickly!" Elbaf spear, Wagwa. Charlotte Linlin casually placed the fruit she held in her hand inside her clothing, then raised her sword above her head with one hand and swung it fiercely downward. A wave of purple sword energy, carrying the aura of death, surged toward Jin An. In a hurry, Jin An could only draw his sword and charge forward, striking down hard at Charlotte Linlin, but found it difficult to make any progress. An unimaginable force struck his arm, causing the veins in his neck and arms to bulge. He was pushed back by the sword energy, leaving 2 trails on the ground. Meanwhile, a terrifying power enveloped the entire area, and screams echoed through the air. Within 100 meters, people and animals alike had their eyes wide open, filled only with fear and the cries following the blade's flash. Some didn't even have time to scream before their entire bodies turned into a puddle of blood mist, drifting in the air, leaving only scorched marks on the ground. Before they died, their twisted postures were enough to prove how terrified they were inside. Fortunately, after hearing Jin An's warning, the bear immediately used his fruit ability to instantly propel himself and Ivankov out of the attack range. What a destructive force, Ivankov murmured, his face devoid of a smile. In the blink of an eye, the area within hundreds of meters had turned into a dead zone. Corpses lay scattered, and even the grass and trees had lost their vitality. What about Jin An? The bear looked around, trying to find Jin An's figure. Unfortunately, his view was obstructed by dust, making it impossible to search. In the dust-covered area, not bad, although I only used 50 of my strength. Being able to block this move means you're pretty good. Charlotte Linlin licked her lips, her interest slightly piqued. Jin An knelt on the ground with one hand holding a knife, his clothes around his arms completely shattered, and his arms were covered with scars left by the sword energy. He once again experienced the feeling of death approaching, but a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. The hand that was originally placed behind him slowly moved to his mouth, holding a fruit surrounded by what looked like dragon scales. A devil fruit. Devil fruit? Charlotte Linlin felt the item in Jin An's hand and began to search the place where she had previously stored the devil fruit, only to find that it had indeed vanished. Are you looking for death? She had always been the one to snatch things from others, and no one had ever been able to take away something she had already acquired. Not a single one. I didn't plan to give up my life here. Jin An looked at the fruit in his hand with some curiosity. He had heard that the devil fruit tasted worse than feces. But would it be better if he just swallowed it whole? Seeing Jin An's intention to eat the fruit, Charlotte Lingling softened her tone and said softly, "Put down that fruit, and I can trade you something else." Jin An glanced at her, as if to say, "Do you think I'm stupid?" Believing a pirate's words. Seeing that look, Charlotte Lingling was furious, and since soft tactics didn't work, she decided to go hard. Taking a deep breath and preparing mentally, Jin An closed his eyes, bit down first, and then before his tongue could react, he crunched and instantly swallowed the entire devil fruit. Prometheus, burn that guy to death. Seeing the situation was set, Charlotte Lingling was filled with hatred and directly dragged out her strongest homie from her hat, infusing it with her soul. The sun, which originally looked like a rough sketch, instantly transformed into a blazing fireball. Charlotte Lingling grabbed the sun, Prometheus, and swung it back and forth. The flames swirling into a vortex with extremely high temperatures heading towards Jin and Crack. At 10,000 meters in the sky, the sun was suddenly covered by dark clouds, fierce winds roared on the ground, and a thunderbolt struck down from the sky. Boom! The descending thunderbolt hit the flaming vortex, causing a violent collision between the two. In an instant, the shockwave from the explosion spread outward, with debris of rocks and trees mixed in, destroying everything in its path. This is the destructive power generated by a single attack from a strong person in this world. Kuma, Ivankov, and others nearby were blown away by the intense storm. It's too dangerous here, Kuma. Ivankov pulled his head out of the ground, still shaken, looking at the distant Jin and with an extremely serious expression. Jin An is still inside. Kuma wasn't in much better shape, completely covered in dust, as if he had just crawled out of the mud. He won't be in trouble. Ivankov said words he didn't even believe himself. But they had more important things to do. But Kuma didn't want to give up on his friend just like that, even though they had only known each other for a few hours. Ivankov looked at the strong and kind child in front of him, sighed. We still have a lot to do. Cheer up. He must be fine. This sentence was meant for Kuma, but also for himself. We will definitely be fine. Kuma looked at the paw pads that had grown on his hands since eating the fruit. He had just used this ability. With this ability, we can't succeed. After saying that, Kuma and the others ran towards the distance, using their paws to push away everyone they saw. Kid, you're quite tough. The battle between Charlotte Lingling and Jin An was still ongoing. The situation wasn't one-sided. Although Jin An was at a disadvantage, he could already block Charlotte Lingling's frenzied attacks. The Azure Dragon Fruit made you a bit tougher. Charlotte Lingling's eyes turned red. That was clearly her thing, but now it was being used against her. Jin An, who had been taking hits, was equally annoyed with the tall beauty in front of him. They could have retreated safely after grabbing the fruit. But a sudden ambush had disrupted all their plans and hurt badly. It's hard to get injured and bleed, but the pain does not diminish. Taking a glance at the system panel, his physical attribute had now reached 79 points, including the points from the temporary card. And it seemed that 80 points was a major threshold, as temporary attributes would be somewhat diluted. However, he was already invulnerable to knives and guns. But feeling it, he was just a bit tougher. He also didn't know how Kuma and the others were doing now. Daring to take your eyes off me while fighting. Charlotte Lingling tugged at Prometheus's face and then grabbed it in her hand. Eat this. Skyfire. She infused her power into Prometheus and then hurled it towards Jin An. Eat this. Prometheus charged at Jin An, its scorching temperature causing the air density to decrease, creating a distortion. At this moment, Jin An, who had been standing still, moved. He remained calm, facing the overwhelming heat wave without changing his expression, looking up at the dark clouds above, and pointed a finger to the sky. A ray of light shot from his finger into the cloud layer, and the sea of clouds began to churn. Then, the air was filled with a tremor caused by the electric current, and thick purple thunder rolled in the clouds like a giant snake, an invisible aura slowly spreading. The first to sense danger was Charlotte Lingling, standing frozen in place. It wasn't that she didn't want to dodge, but she felt an aura locking onto her, with nowhere to escape. Prometheus! Charlotte Lingling shouted loudly, wanting to come back for defense, but it was already too late. Prometheus's attack directly hit Jin An, but it couldn't feel happy. It also sensed the terrifying aura in the air. Crack! A loud explosion echoed in the sky, as the long-prepared thunder seemed to receive a signal, transforming into a thunder dragon, pouring down from the high sky, directly hitting Charlotte Lingling, who was defending with her sword. Boom! As the thunder dragon descended, the island shook violently due to the overwhelming impact. Everyone standing on the island was thrown to the ground by the sudden earthquake. This was one of the few pauses in the game. Was this earthquake a punishment from heaven for this murderous game? Punishing those people? Many injured by the earthquake felt the pain caused by the tremendous power of nature, but were overjoyed. The celestial dragons and nobles had already vanished. Were they being punished? They needed to establish a belief to support their broken bodies through this calamity. Mom. The panicked Prometheus couldn't care about Jin An, who seemed powerless with burnt skin, and rushed towards the place where the thunder fell, unaware if Charlotte Lingling was dead or alive. Sigh. The pain from the burns made Jin An involuntarily twitch his mouth, because this move took too long to prepare. He couldn't dodge Charlotte Lingling's attack, and could only use a tit-for-tat strategy. However, The pain in his body made him not want to use this strategy again. Strictly speaking, this move was not completed by Jin An's own power. He borrowed Sasuke's method of using Kirin, using a strand of aura to draw on the power of nature to achieve his goal. The ability of the Devil Fruit is determined by the user's development method. And in Jin An's subconscious, the Azure Dragon is one of the 4 spirits of Heaven and 7 Stars of the East. With infinite possibilities, there were many directions to choose from for development. After the earthquake, the killing on the island continued. The Navy versus pirates, pirates versus celestial dragons, pirates versus civilian slaves. Many corpses lay in the mud, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. But those pirates and Navy soldiers showed no fear at all, expressionless as they slaughtered through the crowd. The well-known pirates were even more excited, their clothes soaked in blood and bits of flesh, unsure if it was their own or someone else's. Their fierce momentum remained high, like madmen returned from hell. These individuals were real desperados who had survived the battlefield, each move clean and efficient, using minimal effort to dispatch the enemies before them. It had been a long time since they had killed so joyfully. The celestial dragons were nothing to be afraid of. They were just 2 arms and 2 legs. If there was any difference, it was that they were ugly and fat. Ha ha ha, if you can talk, then say more. The celestial dragons hiding behind the screen felt both ashamed and angry, but there was nothing they could do. They did not dare to leave the protection of the Navy. Are you still holding up, Bartholomew? Ivankov looked worriedly at the sweating, panting Bartholomew. They had saved countless people along the way, and the long journey, combined with the high-intensity use of their abilities, made even the slightest movement bring intense pain. Yet their speed did not decrease. Now, they relied entirely on their willpower to keep going, not allowing themselves to relax even a little. If they did, they would immediately collapse. The 2 supported each other as they moved forward into the distance. In the sky, the dark clouds dispersed, and a ray of dawn streaked across the horizon, illuminating the mottled earth. Jin An, who was unconscious, felt something licking his cheek. He pursed his cracked lips, and as he gradually woke up, a wave of intense pain accompanied by severe itching hit him. He knew that his burns were serious, and pain was inevitable. The intense itching made it even harder to bear, knowing it was a result of the wound's healing. He couldn't help but marvel at the incredible resilience and self-healing abilities brought by the Azure Dragon Fruit. Unfortunately, he had only just eaten the fruit, and he had not yet mastered the transformation into a dragon or hybrid form. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suffered such severe injuries. Jin An still remembers that after Prometheus left, he casually took a treasure chest and thought about quickly finding Big Bear and the others. However, after walking a short distance, he couldn't bear the intense dizziness. A cheerful baby sound came, and the sensations he felt while unconscious continued to come. Jin An turned his head and saw a red-haired child, blinking a pair of big eyes, looking at him cutely. Did you wake yourself up? The baby was still too young and didn't understand what Jin An was saying, just grinning foolishly, as if very happy that he had woken up. Enduring the discomfort in his body, Jin An slowly got up, and the movement pulled at his wounds, causing him to grimace in pain. The baby saw his expression and squinted his eyes, laughing out loud. Jin An smirked slightly, wondering if his expression was that funny. This little rascal, when he smiled, looked just like a rooster. He picked up the baby and gently scratched its nose, making a comment. Looking around, he noticed there wasn't a single person in sight, which puzzled him about how the baby ended up here. It was only when he saw the treasure chest quietly lying at his feet that he thought, the treasure chest has given birth. Shaking his head, he dismissed the sudden thought. It couldn't possibly be true. Looking at the baby in his arms, Jin An found himself in a dilemma. How should he arrange for this little guy? The only option was to take it one step at a time. The most important thing now was to find a way to leave this place. This world had such advanced technology, yet there were no mobile phones. It seemed like communication devices were ridiculously expensive. If he couldn't contact Bear and the others, he'd have to find a way to leave on his own. He estimated that the coast was likely swarming with pirate ships, so he just needed to pick one that no one claimed and sail away. Jin An mentally applauded his own cleverness. Thus, Jin An limped towards the coast with the baby in his arms. We've done our best. Many people on the island have survived because of you. Haven't they? Ivankov gently comforted Bear, stroking his head. But I can't find Jin An anywhere, Bear said, his vision blurred by tears, not far from where Jin An was battling Charlotte Linlin. The ravaged ground was scattered with pirates searching for treasure, and Linlin and Prometheus were nowhere to be seen. I should have been the bait. Bear had originally planned to ignore Jin An's suggestion and rush out to attract the guards, but he hadn't expected Jin and to be much faster than him. He couldn't catch up to that person. Don't be so pessimistic. With his speed, even if he can't win, he can still run away, Ivankov thought, feeling distressed for Bear as he watched him cry. I heard you ran into Saint Satan while rescuing people. You weren't hurt, right? Ginny came running over, panting. Ivankov shook his head and replied, It's fine. With Bear's abilities, we managed to escape. That's good, Ginny said, patting her chest. She hadn't followed Bear and the others, but had been eavesdropping on the Navy's movements. I overheard that the Navy Admiral is teaming up with Roger, aiming to defeat Rox in one fell swoop. We must leave this island. Once Rox is defeated, the Navy will launch a massive hunt for the pirates on this island. And by then, they won't have any chance to escape. What about that big brother? After this collaboration, the four of them had become a relatively close-knit group, so they should definitely leave together. Ivankov shook his head. We haven't found him yet. He went to hold off Charlotte Linlin alone to buy us time. Ginny took out a package from her bag. Inside was a rectangular mirror, a card with incomprehensible writing, a set of keys, and a piece of paper filled with squares. He gave this to me when he left the camp, saying if we couldn't find him, we should escape first. Ivankov scratched his head. I roughly know what the other things are, but what does this paper mean? If Jin were here, he would definitely complain about being a trilingual illiterate in this world, Chinese, Japanese, and English. He could understand but not read. It was still manageable. It's okay, Ginny said, taking out 4 blank sheets of paper. Bear suppressed his sadness. Is this a life card? Ginny nodded. I made this using your nails. The leftmost one is Jin and S, and we'll tear a bit from each other S. After the 3 of them sorted these things out, they headed in the direction indicated by Jin and S life card. This road is made by me. This tree is planted by me. Jin picked a boat that was neither too big nor too small, hoping to persuade the people inside with words to willingly hand over control of the pirate ship. He had been shouting for a while, but there was no response from the ship. Since you're not speaking, I'll take that as your agreement. Holding the child, Jin was as happy as a 160-pound child, finally finding a good ship. Once inside the pirate ship, Jin felt a bit troubled. How was the ship operated? He had only ridden a bicycle from childhood to adulthood. Jin patted his forehead, suddenly recalling the movies he had seen. Right, set sail? Without hesitation, he walked directly to the mast. Looking at the sail in front of him, well, he didn't know how to handle that either. Outside the pirate ship, 3 people stood in front of the ship. Is this the right place? Jin and I opened her palm, and the life paper was still inching forward. It seems this is the place. The 3 fell into deep thought. They exchanged glances. It seems he was captured by pirates. Ivankov, what should we do? Kuma couldn't wait another moment. Why don't we just rush in? As long as we're fast enough, the people inside won't react in time. Jin and I shook her head in denial and withdrew her gaze that looked at them as if they were fools. I think it's better to be cautious. Jin, who gave up on sailing and leaned against the railing contemplating whether to friendly invite a pirate friend, saw the 3 of them brainstorming. Oh, you 3. Long time no see. The sudden voice startled the 3 outside the ship, and they glared at the person. You weren't captured? Or have you joined the pirates? The 3 were initially surprised, followed by a hint of confusion rising in their hearts. Jin was a bit confused. When did he become a pirate? How come he didn't know about it? Remembering that he was still on the pirate ship, he suddenly realized and patted the railing. This thing is borrowed from me. Can this thing still be borrowed? Without this thing, the pirates would be left without a way to eat. How could they possibly lend it to someone else? Jin said with a sense of entitlement. I asked them borrowed 3 times, and they didn't answer, so I'll take it as their agreement. Anyway, it's just sitting here. I can't help but feel there's some logic in that. Deshon looked a bit confused. Jin and I and Ivankov exchanged glances, a drop of sweat appearing on their foreheads simultaneously, wondering how they hadn't noticed this guy's knack for telling cold jokes before. Haha, just kidding. Have you all finished your business? After holding back for so long, it feels satisfying to just chat with friends now that I've relaxed. We saved everyone we could, but unfortunately, Jin held the child and approached the boat. There's nothing to regret. We've already done our best. Even if the result isn't very satisfying. It's the best we can do now. He noticed the 3 people in front of him pointing and staring at him in astonishment, which puzzled him a bit. He touched his face, still covered in dust, but that's how he looked when he first encountered them. To survive in this unfamiliar place, the first step was certainly to cover his overly attractive cheeks. You already have a child. Clearly, from their expressions, all 3 of them had the same thought. Jin's fingers gently stroked the baby's cheek. The sensation was wonderful, and he couldn't stop. This little guy crawled out of the treasure chest. Then, he told them everything that happened after he met Charlotte Lingling. With so many people on the island, who knows if anyone was lucky enough to witness those events? especially since the island was under the surveillance of the telephone bugs. This little guy is so cute. Ginny reached out her finger to tease the little one, feeling so smitten that she wished she could snatch him up and hold him. Enough of that. Are you all ready to leave here? Jin An asked. Ivankov nodded. Since we found you, we can leave now. We've done everything we needed to do. Where do you want to go? Ivankov looked at Jin An. The three of them had already decided to act together, and now it mainly depended on Jin An's opinion. I'll go with you. There's no need to hesitate. Jin An thought. In this world, he was already alone. It doesn't matter where he goes. If that's the case, let us stand together and hold hands, Ginny suggested. The bear's fruit ability allows him to repel everything, and he can also use this ability for long-distance teleportation. By holding hands, they can teleport together. Get ready. Our journey is about to begin. The bear grabbed Ginny's hand with his left hand, then looked at the fleshy ball in his palm, slapped it on his body, and the four of them instantly disappeared from spot. Flying in the sky, Jin An suddenly heard a voice. Ding! Mission completed. Rewards have been distributed. Please continue to work hard, host. Shihai. The Solbei Kingdom. Solbei is actually the name of a type of ice cream. The roofs of the buildings in this kingdom are designed to look like ice cream. The people here really love ice cream, which was Jin An's first impression upon arriving. But after seeing it multiple times, it felt just average. The Solbei Kingdom is a member of the world government, which means it is rarely disturbed by pirates, and the people's lives are fairly decent. Now, they've been living on the island for nearly a week. Today's wind is still quite noisy. Looking at the newspaper in his hand, Jin An had an expression of as expected. Ivankov glanced over. It seems those people do not intend to reveal anything other than marine hero Garp, just normal operations. The world is exactly as those people expect it to be. Ginny had a look that said she already knew it would be like this. But still a pity. I really want to know what happened there after we left. The bear was still praying with a serious expression. What are you thinking about, bear? Ivankov asked, puzzled. The bear crossed his fingers. I was thinking, are there still many people expecting to be saved? Stop saying silly things. You saved quite a few people in that chaos. Ivankov laughed. That's true. Ginny chimed in, Bear, you're really amazing. Everyone was crying and thanking you, including myself. Your home was originally a church, and with your will to save others, you can definitely save even more people. Ivankov encouraged. Jin An patted the bear's shoulder and said, we all believe in you, because you're gentler than any of us. Then he changed his tone. I hope you can remember that gentleness is meant for friends. Treating everyone the same way can lead to bad outcomes. Being gentle with enemies is cruel to your own people. What you give to others can turn into a weapon that hurts your companions. Ivankov, looking excited, decisively took out a small notebook and wrote down these words. It was clear that the notebook was filled with dense writing, and it was about to run out of space. Jin An was speechless. This guy was back again. Wasn't all this talk perfectly normal? That big face was actually so excited. Today was the day you set sail, right? Jin An sighed. He didn't like scenes of parting, but there were many things that had to be experienced. Although he couldn't quite appreciate Ivankov's outfit, he was still very happy to have such a friend. That's right. Be happy for me, partner. Take care of yourselves. I won't forget you. Ivankov packed his bag and prepared to set off. Let's go see you off. Time flies. In a delicate little villa. Big brother, I completed all today's tasks, even though it only took 30 minutes. A red-haired boy approached Jin An, who was resting in a rocking chair with a light step. Shanks is here. Jin An stopped rocking and handed over a reward he had taken from beside him. Here, your favorite BC calcium milk. Since Ivankov left here 4 years ago, the system had issued several tasks. Compared to the first task, these tasks were a piece of cake, easily completed. However, the rewards were pitifully few, just a few formulas, and BC calcium milk was one of them. But thanks to these things, their lives as a group of 4 were quite comfortable, and they even accidentally became the richest people in the Solbei Kingdom. Improving their lives was secondary. The main goal was to accumulate funds. The Navy's power in this world was great, right? But they still had to obediently follow the orders of the world government. The root cause of the situation was, after all, a lack of money. The pirate world was mostly water. Engaging in agriculture was a dead end. In business, there were too many pirates, making it impossible to move an inch. What could people do when they had no money? They could only go out to sea to become pirates, or else they would starve. This led to a vicious cycle that resulted in the world becoming the distorted shape it is now. Therefore, Jin An decided to focus on making money first, of course, without touching any of the black markets. Naturally, he didn't neglect physical training either. Jin An glanced at the panel. Host, Jin An physique, 79 mental power, 59 swordsmanship, 79 great sword master level swordsman, 80 to 89 master, 100 grandmaster, tread, 79 can stomp the ground dozens of times within 0.2 seconds. Finger gun, 79. The power concentrated in the fingers can easily penetrate multiple layers of steel. Armament Haki, 59. Not awakened. Observation Haki, 59. Not awakened. Conqueror's Haki, 0. Not awakened. Remaining points. 1,000 points can be obtained by collecting emotions and completing tasks issued by the system. Points can be used to unlock training space and for purchases in the shop. In the training space, the flow of time is slowed down to 150. And training results apply to the main body. The stronger the data, the harder it is to grow. Jin An has an old score that he doesn't know how to explain. Everything is failing, and their S even is 0. Last time he used a time-limited card, he found that 80 was a hurdle, but after 4 years of training, he was blocked by the hurdle of 60. This broken system is completely useless. Jin An expressed that he has never seen such a pointless system. If the system could talk, it would definitely say, if it weren't for this panel, I wouldn't be able to clear my name even if I jumped into the Yellow River. Brother, the lessons taught by the teacher in elementary school today were just too simple. I was almost bored to death. Shanks, drinking BC calcium milk, still couldn't stop chatting. Jin An rolled his eyes, feeling somewhat helpless, but he couldn't say much. After all, this little guy had learned most of the knowledge by the age of 3, a definite genius child. Can I go to the university you built to study early? Shanks said with an expectant look, trying to achieve his goal by acting cute. Jin An shook his head. You should do things that are appropriate for your age. I wish I could go back to elementary school too. But elementary school is so boring. Shanks pouted in dissatisfaction. Why don't you tell me what you learned in school today? Jin An patted Shanks on the head, letting him lie beside him. Shanks counted on his fingers and said, moral education, a mix of texts like the 3-character classic, mainly teaching how to be a good person, natural science, and then there are the 5 arts, without the imperial examinations. But the courses in university are much more interesting. I'm really interested in medicine, law, and economics. It's a pity there aren't any courses on meteorology or astronomy. Jin An looked up at the sky and did not answer. He didn't want to admit that the astronomical and meteorological systems of this world had not yet rewarded the knowledge system. Let's talk about it later. I have something to do, so I'll step out for a bit. If you're bored, you can go find your brother Daxiong and sister Jini. Jin An walked over to the coat rack, put on the Navy-issued overcoat, and slowly walked outside. He joined the Navy 3.5 years ago. And under the system's guidance, he had killed countless pirates, barely making it to the rank of major, responsible for guarding the kingdom of Solbei. He thought that once he reached the highest position in a certain area, he could relax. Unexpectedly, there was even more to do. He needed to continue climbing up. He didn't believe that when he reached the top, there would still be someone assigning him tasks. The naval branch of the kingdom of Solbei. Jin An entered the building through the main entrance, familiar with the route, and walked into his office. The branch he was in originally had a staff of just under 1,000, but after his renovations and infrastructure improvements, it expanded to over 2,000. Moreover, these people were absolutely loyal to him. After all, who could refuse a boss that never delayed salaries and offered extra bonuses and year-end rewards? As soon as he sat down in his office chair, he casually flipped through the pile of documents on his desk, only to find trivial matters. Looking at these papers, Jin An stroked his chin, realizing that it was time to hire a secretary to handle these tasks, allowing him to take a break. After several years of sweeping the area, the number of pirates nearby had decreased significantly. Those that passed through could be easily dealt with by his subordinates, which meant he didn't need to intervene at all, leading to a harmonious relationship with the current king, Baikili. During a casual conversation, it was mentioned that if Jin An hadn't appeared suddenly, the king might have been forced to divide the country in half in a few years due to the pressure from the celestial gold. In an attempt to reduce the amount owed, one half would be under the protection of the nation, while the other half would become lawless territory. This also illustrated the outrageous extent of the celestial dragon's exploitation of the world. At that moment, a man in standard Navy uniform with curly hair knocked on the door and walked in. Upon seeing Jin An resting in his chair, a look of admiration appeared in his eyes. However, considering he still had tasks to address, he quickly adjusted his emotions. Sir, I have something to report. Jin An reined in some of his laziness, sat up a bit straighter, and looked at the 15-year-old boy in front of him, who was as tall as he was. It's you, Kazan. What's going on? The Navy member named Kazan would become the future Admiral Akiji. When Jin An had just been promoted to lieutenant, he had specifically requested to join his ranks. His strength, character, and potential were all quite impressive, making him one of Jin An's right-hand men. Major Jin An. Kazan's expression appeared somewhat serious, and after a slight hesitation, he said in a deep voice, We received urgent news at noon. A A group of pirates is approaching a small island in the northern part of the Sword Kingdom, and they are expected to arrive this afternoon. Kazan recalled the arrangements made earlier and spoke a bit anxiously. I've already sent someone to scout, but they haven't returned yet. I'm worried. However, I also dispatched a team to the island to protect the safety of the civilians. But I'm still a bit uneasy and want to go check it out myself. The people he sent were the best among the scouts and were very skilled at concealing their traces. If they encountered any mishap, the enemy would likely be quite troublesome. Ding. Go to St. Andrew to investigate and handle the incident. Reward. 2,000 points. 1 hour of training space usage. 2,000 points? Even a dog would shake its head at that. It would only convert to 2 hours of training time. And don't even get me started on the items in the shop. I can't even afford a single course. Moreover, they don't even give skill points with a dog system. In the future, just call me with the phone bug for these matters. There's no need to waste time waiting for me to get to the office. Jin An put on his clothes and took his sword, directly pushing the door open and stepping out. Time waits for no one. Let's go together, just guide me. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Damn it. Daring to cause trouble in his own area is simply like moving the earth on the head of the Tai Sui. He had just been thinking that it had been a long time since pirates had caused trouble, and suddenly, something big came his way. Major Jin An, slow down a bit. I can't keep up with you. Kazan had already exerted all his strength to keep up with Jin An, but the distance between them was growing larger, forcing him to shout for a stop. You brat, don't you usually exercise properly? Jin An recalled his thoughts and slowed down a bit. Hearing this, Kazan's face twisted as if he had eaten bitter melon and lemon. He spent every day exercising except for sleeping, not even wasting time in the bathroom. Not only was there no praise, but he was also misunderstood like this. Truly feeling wronged. Seeing Kazan's expression, Jin An realized he had misunderstood him. But since he held a higher rank, it was impossible for him to apologize. He would just have to give him some compensation later. Let's speed up. I want to quickly understand the situation over there. Saying this, without waiting for Kazan's agreement, he directly lifted him and flew into the sky, rushing towards the direction indicated earlier. Wow. To make a grown man emit such a sound. One could imagine what he was experiencing. Above the clouds, Jin An's calm voice came through. If you shout again, be careful I throw you down. He had now mastered all the abilities of the Qinglong fruit, fully transforming into a dragon, and could perfectly utilize the small dragon human form. The Qinglong fruit had enhanced his physical qualities, significantly raising both his upper and lower limits. However, there were drawbacks. Ordinary exercise could no longer improve his physique. And like Kaido, he was almost immune to life threats, having reached a bottleneck in ability development. The ability used for flying now was Flame Cloud, which he had explored and could use in any form, with varying strengths depending on the form. As his thoughts drifted, they had already reached the sky above St. Andrew Island. Jin An looked towards the interior of the island. The people on the island were evacuating in an orderly manner under the organization of the Navy, and there were no expressions of panic on their faces. They knew that there was a very reliable Navy responsible for guarding the waters around the kingdom of Solbei, and they trusted that this person would definitely protect all of them. Jin An watched the actions of the naval soldiers and nodded with satisfaction. This is what soldiers should do, distinguishing between who is the enemy and who is a friend, uniting with true friends to attack the real enemies. This way the enemies will decrease, and the pressure on them as naval forces will also lessen. His goal is to establish a team that genuinely strives for peace. And this team is now taking shape. The island can be safely entrusted to the Navy. Jin An cast his gaze towards another direction of the island, where 3 pirate ships were approaching, their crews preparing for action. On the Blood Butcher, a tall and imposing man stood at the bow, a manic smile spreading across his scarred face, adding a touch of ferocity to his appearance. Henry Evan, an inconspicuous captain of the Rocks Pirates, chose to go independent after Rock's defeat. Up until now, the West Sea was undergoing a massive purge by the Navy, forcing him to risk his life crossing the upside-down mountain to come to the South Sea and assert his dominance. What a beautiful island, just perfect to serve as the starting point for my conquest of the South Sea. Henry Evans' cold gaze was fixed on the small island before him, a smile that he couldn't suppress tugging at the corners of his mouth. Boss, are we really going to attack this island? I feel like the atmosphere in these waters is a bit off. A nervous crew member anxiously observed the surroundings of the pirate ship, feeling extremely insecure. Are you teaching me how to do my job? Henry Evan glanced at him indifferently. No, I didn't mean that, The crew member was intimidated by his aura and quickly shook his head. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, a blood-red flower blossomed on the crew member's chest. Drip, drip. Scarlet blood gushed from the wound, and the crew member's mouth fell open in disbelief, the light in his eyes gradually dimming. Ha ha! A nearby crew member laughed out loud, completely unconcerned about the death of this man. Newcomers are just newcomers, daring to speak like that to the captain. They must want to die, but there's no need to rush it. When I was surrounded by the Navy, I never showed a hint of fear, and there's nothing in the four seas that could threaten me. Henry Evan gently blew away the smoke from the gun, a smile returning to his face. Throw him to the sea to feed the fish. Without looking at the subordinate again, there was only one voice on his ship. He was the absolute authority. There was no room for cowards on this ship. Such trash would only drag him down. He only needed absolute obedience and extreme madness. He reveled in slaughter. Henry Evan's mind was filled with this thought as he surveyed his crew. Looking at this group of subordinates who supported his ideology, he nodded in satisfaction. Ha ha ha, my little ones. Go and kill to your heart's content. Those foolish civilians on the island are your reward. Do whatever you like. Henry Evan drew his long knife, playing with it casually. Such a prosperous island was rare, even in the four seas. This time, it would be a big haul. That's right. Under Captain Henry's leadership, we will gain even more treasure. With Captain Henry's strength, even if the Navy comes, it will just be a death wish. The pirates laughed and joked, their knives and guns moving instinctively. Henry Evan smiled confidently. He had already killed no less than 500 Navy men, and those he killed were from the Grand Line. What troubled him now was his lack of prestige. Once he finished plundering this island and expanded his notoriety, he could continue to grow his numbers and gradually dominate this sea. With this thought, Henry Evan laughed maniacally, raising his arm holding the long knife and waving it upwards. With his movement, the previously raucous pirates suddenly became serious. The pirate ship had reached the shore, with cannons aimed at the town, ready to fire at any moment. My little ones, revel to your heart's content, Henry Evan shouted. Over 100 pirates, armed to the teeth, exuded a fierce, bloodthirsty aura. Boom! With a deafening roar, the cannon on the pirate ship unleashed its ammunition. Henry Evan laughed out loud, but before his smile could fade, something unexpected happened. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, billowing flames and thick smoke slowly dissipating in the air. The sudden turn of events caused the charging pirates to halt. Damn it! How did the cannonball explode in midair? Henry Evan fumed. As the black smoke from the explosion cleared, everyone's gaze involuntarily shifted to the figure in the sky. The person had flowing long hair, with clear eyes adorned by two curved brows, and a coat billowing in the wind. The young man approached against the wind, like 1,000 trees in bloom, perfectly describing him. The Navy major looked down at the distant pirates, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. So it's you dogs causing trouble. His voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Who gave you the courage to run wild in my territory? Have you thought about how you will die? Jin An's deep voice echoed over the island. The Navy, pirates, and civilians all looked up at the not-so-tall but imposing figure of the naval major in the sky. The people who were orderly evacuating the island couldn't help but stop when they heard Jin An's calm voice. That voice means, Major Jin An has arrived. The Navy, who were originally still evacuating the crowd, suddenly burst into enthusiastic cheers, their eyes shining with admiration under the sunlight. Leave some people to continue evacuating the crowd. The rest come with me to provide support. After Jin An's arrival, the Navy seemed to be pumped up, eagerly rubbing their fists, wanting to charge into battle alongside the person they admired. You all don't need to go over, just stay here to protect the civilians. At the town entrance, a swaying figure covered his mouth and walked towards the Navy's gathering point. Lieutenant Kazan. The Navy stood at attention and saluted, showing a look of awe towards the person before them. Kazan waved his hand. Everyone disperse, go do your own things, and make sure to ensure the safety of the civilians. He felt somewhat helpless, his gaze fixed on the town entrance to prevent any pirates from sneaking in. Although such things were unlikely to happen. Ugh, he had flown a bit too hastily just now and hadn't recovered yet. Kazan rubbed his somewhat stiff face. Truly worthy of Major Jin An. In just 5 minutes, he had flown him 20 kilometers. At this moment, a loud and arrogant laugh came from the coast. It was Henry Evan. I thought it was a rear admiral from the naval headquarters coming. Such a big talk. Turns out it's just a little major. Ha ha. You cracked me up. While I was fighting in the sea, you were still playing in the mud. For a little punk like you. I've killed at least a few dozen, if not 100. Do you want to take a piss and look in the mirror first? Or should I help you with that? Jin An squinted his eyes, his extreme verbal abuse always leaving people exceptionally annoyed, and said lightly, Scared you so much you wet your pants just now, and now you're busy pushing it onto me? Like a child, he always liked to use harsh words to cover up his panic. Henry Evan spat contemptuously and laughed in anger. Then I really want to see your high skills. No one could stop my advance. Whoever blocks me will be killed. He swung his hand heavily in Jin An's direction. All of you go. Kill him. I want him dead without a complete corpse. Violence and madness filled his eyes, and the anger in his heart drove him insane. The atmosphere in the field suddenly became extremely oppressive. Under the pressure of the two, the pirates held their breath and silently loaded their guns, fearing that a slow movement would let someone else take the credit. Soon, the pirates discovered a problem. Their attacks seemed to have no effect at all. Yet the bullets clearly hit the Navy soldier across from them perfectly. However, the bullet struck that person, and there were actually no marks left. The unknown is what scares people the most, but they had no choice. Bullets flew out like they were free, desperately shooting in hopes of suppressing with overwhelming firepower to bring some sense of security. Those remaining on the pirate ship no longer hesitated, loading cannonballs into the cannons one by one. In an instant, the scorching ammunition, wrapped in heat waves, swept through the air, creating a rain of bullets. Ha! Tremble under my cannon fire. He did not believe a major could withstand their attack, which was enough to destroy a town. Inside the town, the Navy's expressions changed as the sound of cannon fire from the coast reached them. How could these damned pirates have so many cannons, and their bullets were so plentiful? Some newly enlisted Navy personnel felt anxious. They encountered such ferocious pirates on their first mission. Relax, those pirates still don't know who they're facing. Kazan, who had been by Jin An's side all along, was not worried at all and even found it somewhat amusing. This group of pirates relied on their sturdy ships and powerful cannons to suppress ordinary Navy personnel. Their major's body, let alone cannonballs. Even a famous sword that could cut through iron like mudwound tea leave a mark. Kazan patted the katana hanging at his waist with his left hand, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Just when the Navy was worried about Jin An's safety, they were surprised to find that the sound of cannon fire from the coast had eerily stopped. Did something happen outside at the coast? A strong wind blew, and the dust cleared. The pirates were astonished to find that the Navy soldier was still standing in midair. A strong body was revealed through the torn military uniform, and his tan skin appeared very glaring in their eyes. How is this possible? After being attacked continuously by cannons and guns for so long, it actually had no effect. What kind of monster is this? The weak-hearted pirates stared blankly at Jin An, their feet uncontrollably retreating, and they were scared. Against such an unfathomable enemy, they couldn't muster any thoughts of resistance. Sigh. A sigh reached the pirates' ears, clearly audible amid the sounds of gunfire. I need to apply for a new set of military uniforms again. Those guys will surely nag in my ear again. What a hassle. Silence. The world suddenly fell into silence, as if time had stopped. The pirates were left puzzled. We are attacking so hard, and you are thinking about your tattered military uniform? Forget it. I won't play with you anymore. Jin An crossed his arms and stretched lazily. Thank you for the massage. It's been a long time since I've felt this comfortable. As a token of gratitude, I guess I'll reluctantly send you all to hell. He spoke in a very plain tone, as if catching up with an old friend, yet his words were so bloody. Just as Jin An was speaking, Henry Evan had already flipped in midair, brandishing the twin daggers he had at his waist, lunging straight toward Jin An's face. The moves he used were not flashy, but they were extremely fast and vicious. However, it seemed that Jin An didn't even notice the twin daggers coming at him. Instead, he took a step forward. With a loud bang, Henry Evan's daggers missed entirely, striking solidly against the ground. But Jin An wouldn't wait for him to attack again. He swung his right fist heavily into Henry Evan's face. His face suddenly burst open, and he couldn't even scream as he flew backward. By the time he got up, he found Jin An already standing in front of him. The raging fire in Henry Evan's heart seemed to have extinguished. He trembled and threw his daggers to the ground. I surrender. I will never come to this sea area again. I swear. I swear to you. Please spare me. Seeing that Jin An remained unmoved, Henry Evan hurriedly continued, I have a lot of treasures. If you let me go, I will give them all to you. If you're still not satisfied, I have many beautiful women on my ship. I will give you everything. I can be your servant. I still have value. The other pirates also remained silent, as if resigned to their fate. Jin An silently watched the pirate's performance, curious about what was going on in this person's mind. What made him think these things could attract him? Seeing that Jin An did not refute him and seemed to be moved, Henry Evan felt a bit disdainful. Sure enough, these Navy and pirates were not much different, both equally forgetting loyalty for profit. He raised his hands above his head, cautiously leaning forward. as if he had completely given up resistance. For pirates, treasures could even be more important than life itself. With his head down, Henry Evan quickly pulled out a short knife from his bosom. Suddenly, with a sinister smile, he was only a step away from Jin An. At this distance, he was confident he could deliver a fatal blow. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for, and it was his last chance. This knife was stolen from the treasury when the Rock's pirates disbanded, sharp and unbreakable. Take this knife. If this navy couldn't be killed with bullets and cannons, then he would use a sharp blade. With that thought, Henry Evan licked his trembling lips out of excitement, suddenly lunging forward with a sharp whistle, approaching from Jin An's side and stabbing forcefully at his neck. But in the next second, he was astonished to find that the full force of his strike met resistance, as if he had hit a steel plate, stopping at the skin and unable to go any further. "Ah, I gave you a chance, but unfortunately, you're useless." Jin shook his head. He had deliberately exposed such a big flaw, wanting to see if this person could hurt him, but in the end, there was still no surprise. Buzzing. The short knife resting on Jin An's neck trembled continuously, unable to advance further. "Forget it. I'm not playing with you anymore." Jin An turned around, grasping the blade of the short knife tightly, and with a sharp pull, the knife danced in his hand, as light as if he were playing with a wooden sword. This is how a knife is used. In the horrified gaze of Henry Evan, the short knife gently sliced through the air. Centered around Jin An, all the pirates in his line of sight were instantly separated from their heads and bodies. Blood gushed out, and the expressions of the pirates remained frozen in their dying states, their heads rolling on the ground. In just a moment, the crimson blood transformed the earth's color. "Don't show that expression. I still prefer your earlier defiant demeanor." Henry Evan gritted his teeth continuously grinding, and suddenly shouted, "You clearly had the strength to kill us from the start. You gave us hope, only to crush it mercilessly." Jin An smiled faintly and stabbed a knife into Henry Evan's head. "In your next life, remember to be a good person." "No, that's not right. For scum like you who have done so much evil, it would be better to be livestock in your next life." With Henry Evan's death, the entire battlefield suddenly fell silent. "The wind today is quite noisy. Can you hear? It seems there hasn't been any sound from the coast for a long time. Did Major win? It should be, as there are completely no pirate shouts anymore." People gathered together to discuss, while the Navy remained silent, highly focused, paying attention to the slightest movement in the vicinity. Tulp, tulp, tulp. The sound of leather shoes stepping on the ground grew closer. "Oh, how is everyone doing?" With his upper body bare, revealing tanned skin, his muscular physique showed beautiful lines under the sunlight. Hiss! The sound of people swallowing saliva echoed in the square, and shy ladies hurriedly covered their eyes with their hands. But through the narrow gaps of their fingers, a glimpse of sight still showed. Major Jin An. Kazan stood at attention and saluted. "Take some men to clean up the battlefield, collect everything and transport it back to the base. Rewards will be given according to merit later." Jin An casually put on the coat that Kazan had handed over, feeling a bit cold despite it being broad daylight. When just a moment ago, everything felt fine. Much more comfortable now. Taking a sip of the tea that the Navy had handed him, he enjoyed it. "You all go ahead and be busy, don't mind me." He didn't like being watched all the time, feeling like he had turned into a monkey. So, he simply closed his eyes and pretended to nap. After a while, Kazan walked over with his sword, his shoes stained with a bit of red. "Major, it has been confirmed. All the pirates were eliminated in one strike, with no survivors." Jin An opened his eyes and nodded slightly, knowing well the things related to the people he had killed. This group of pirates had just a bunch of small thieves that were easily dealt with. "I will include this in the report." Kazan took out the manual and was perfecting the action log of this operation. The Navy avoids directly killing, choosing instead to capture them alive and escort them to impel down for strict custody, to prevent devil fruits from falling into other hands. This operation resulted in 0 casualties among our troops and civilians. Kazan paused for a moment and continued. "All the pirates were beheaded, totaling 502 pirates. All the bodies have been cremated. This is the Navy's standard procedure for handling bodies. If a large number of bodies were buried or discarded carelessly, it could easily spread diseases and contaminate water sources after rain. There were 22 women held in the cabin, all of whom have been rescued and arranged to stay on the warship. Once we return to the branch, we will contact their families." Jin An nodded. "You can arrange these matters as you see fit, and make sure to take good care of them." Kazan hesitated a bit. "What if some people no longer have family? How should we arrange that?" Jin An thought for a moment. "Let's ask the willingness of those people first when the time comes. If there is really no way, we can arrange some manageable work for those in need in the Solbei kingdom. Next, let's talk about the enjoyable things." This time, it was simply a bumper harvest. With 5 million berries on the pirate ship, 1,000 taels of gold, and 10 boxes of gems and jade. There were 650 guns, 50 cannons, and 50 various cold weapons. Jin An nodded in satisfaction, feeling that the harvest was indeed good, which somewhat comforted his heart that had been hurt by the system. Ding! Task completed, rewards being distributed. Points increased by 2,000, training time increased by 1 hour. Please continue to work hard, host, and marry a rich beauty soon. Stepping towards the peak of life. Peak my lollipop. Can you even take this little reward seriously? Why not just give me some devil fruits directly? What are these few, measly rewards for? Killing a small minion and asking for a devil fruit. Do you want to fly to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun in the future? Hey, I have a bad temper. Over the years, the system has become increasingly unserious. A friendly reminder, the items in the mall are all available, as long as you spend points. You could choose any devil fruit you want. Jin An looked at the system all. Animal fruit commoner form, 100,000 door fruit. 5,000,000 dark fruit. 10,000,000 Jin An rolled his eyes. It was faster to search the world for these fruits than to exchange them in the mall. The more he looked, the more helpless he felt, so he simply blocked the system page. Major Jin and Captain Kazan, the team is fully equipped. Should we return to base? Let's head back to the base. Jin An took the lead and directly walked towards the warship, followed closely by the soldiers lined up behind him as they made their way to the port. Behind them were thousands of citizens spontaneously seeing off the Navy, genuinely grateful to live in the waters under Jin An's responsibility. If they lived elsewhere, the grass on their graves would probably be taller. Inside the cabin of the returning ship, Jin An silently recited and opened the training space. The space transformed, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself in a strange place. Please choose the training content. Jin An pondered for a moment and decided to continue honing his physique, believing that quantitative changes would eventually lead to qualitative changes. He didn't believe he couldn't break through to 80 points. He couldn't cultivate hockey for the time being. Although he knew the cultivation process, he didn't have a teacher like Wang Lufei to guide him constantly. Unless he encountered someone proficient in hockey, he could generate a clone in the training space. That clone would possess all of his cultivation insights and could serve as a sparring partner. He learned his shave and finger gun techniques that way. Unfortunately, he was currently in the South Sea, where not only were there few people skilled in hockey, but even those with devil fruit abilities were rare. Without hesitation, after deciding to strengthen his physique, the training space automatically transformed into a small island. The island was equipped with a variety of exercise equipment and featured a designated area resembling a ring for practice against simulated opponents. Your physical talent is extraordinarily abnormal. The system will correspondingly increase the training intensity, raising all items to the limits you can currently adapt to. Without this system, Jin An felt that he would probably be at his peak from the start, referring to his physique, making it difficult to continue improving later on. Other skills could still be enhanced over time, but for him, who had eaten the Qinglong fruit, regular training was no longer effective. Jin An didn't hesitate and devoted himself fully to the training. In reality, 2 hours had passed. After the training time was up, Jin An walked onto the deck, with the naval base in sight. Major Jin An, a general from the warring states, wants to see you. Kazan rushed towards Jin An, holding a military phone bug. Could you answer it for me? Just say I'm not here. Jin An felt a headache upon seeing the phone bug wearing frog glasses. Every time this phone rang, it meant trouble. Perhaps it was because they both came from Nanhai that the old man from the warring states noticed him for some unknown reason. Although they had never met in person, they had interacted quite a few times. But this was the third time. Kazan said weakly. Jin An waved his hand. What's wrong with the third time? You just say I'm not here. I've already used that excuse the second time you called. Kazan rested his face on his hand. Jin An is a bit strange. Why would they still make a third call after saying it? That guy from the warring states period usually only makes 2 calls, and he always manages to get away with this excuse. Is there really something urgent? Earlier, he let it slip that you must answer the third call. Kazan knows he did something wrong, and his voice is getting quieter. It's fine. Just give me the phone bug. Jin An knew he couldn't avoid it anymore. He took the phone bug from Kazan's hand and walked towards the cabin. Finally found the time to deal with me. Huh? Major Jin An. The expected furious roar did not happen. The phone bug accurately portrayed the sarcastic expression of the warring states. I thought after you became a major, you would look down on me, a general from the headquarters. Should I just give you my position to sit in? Jin An rolled his eyes. This kind of talk was definitely from an old Yin Yang person. Do you think I matter to you? Do you even care about the Navy regulations? Sengoku was getting angrier and angrier, and the saliva from the den mushi was about to spray on Jin An's face. He quietly moved the den mushi a bit further away from him. Sengoku at the Navy headquarters saw Jin An's disdainful expression through the den mushi and clenched his fist tightly. What Jin An didn't notice was that Kazan and a few Navy officers were eavesdropping at the door, wearing expressions of glee. The major was caught slacking off again. This guy. Sengoku helplessly rubbed his forehead, waiting for you to come to Marineford for your appointment. Just wait and see how I. Jin An scratched his ear. He had heard this sentence no less than 3 times, and his ears were getting calloused. Why don't you keep your word and hurry up with the promotion? It's just empty promises every day. The same position in the main department and the branch department, with rights and status differing by half a level or more. In the room, the conversation between the two finally got to the point. The previous head of South China Affairs, Leonard, had reached the age of retirement. We decided to select someone to temporarily replace him. And you can recommend some candidates to me. Jin An originally sat upright, but sank into the soft sofa, taking a sip of water from the table. Upon hearing the first half of the sentence, Jin An thought he was about to be promoted. After all this time, he was still just a worker. This was a serious matter, so it definitely required some caution. Zhangguo's lips trembled as he tried to calm his emotions. This guy was someone who wouldn't act until he saw the rabbit. I suggested that I take over this mess. Jin An volunteered without a moment's hesitation. You brat, are you even listening to me? We need to investigate. Do you understand investigate? Finally, unable to hold back, Zhangguo erupted in anger, grabbing the phone bug and unleashing a tirade. The sheep eating paper nearby was startled and quickly swallowed the paper in its mouth. I'm notifying you that a list will be sent to you shortly. You need to investigate it properly. Baloo, the phone bug, which had just been spewing words, suddenly went silent, and Zhangguo, unable to handle Jin An any longer, hung up the phone. He vowed that in the future, when dealing with this kid, he would strive to resolve things in a single sentence. Otherwise, he might die young. Ha ha ha, Zhangguo, getting the short end of the stick from Jin An again. A hearty laugh came from outside the office. Without waiting for Zhangguo to respond, the newcomer walked in directly, picking up the Solbei on the table and munching away. Zhangguo immediately donned a painful mask. The younger one had caused trouble, and now the older one was here, stirring things up. Get out of here. I haven't even had a bite of Solbei. Sometimes, he really wanted to take a knife and chop someone. While the two were still bickering, the station Navy personnel didn't dare to say a word, fearing they would burst into laughter. Before leaving, Garp caught a glimpse of a file on the desk. Name, Jin An gender, male age, 22 fruit ability, suspected fish fruit, mythical Zoan type. Qinglong form experience. Suddenly appeared 4 years ago with Bartholomew Kuma in the Sorb Kingdom and joined the Navy 6 months later. Hanging up the phone like that is really amusing. Jin An wiped the saliva off his face with his hand. He had always been a good youth who cared for the elderly. Seeing that the phone bug was still tense with a straight face, he kindly tried to lighten the mood, but after just a few words, he left. Sigh, it's hard to be a good person. Outside the door, a few people stared at each other in disbelief. When did Major Jin An become a good person? How come I knew nothing about it? As expected of Major Jin An, even when we are unaware, he secretly does good deeds. That's right. Next time for the top 10 good people, I will definitely bring my wife and cast a vote for Major Jin An. Kazan quietly moved a little farther away from the group. While they were talking, he always felt a chill down his spine, although he wasn't quite sure what the good deed Major Jin An mentioned was. He'd spent enough time with Jin An to know that this good deed was not a good deed. Phew, I'm full. Jin An let out a long sigh, feeling his already swollen belly. In his other hand, he held a stack of documents, fanning himself with it. A day ago, Jin An received materials sent by the naval headquarters, which detailed several well-known commanders in the South China Sea Navy. He had originally thought that that old guy from the Warring States was treating him well by sending him to investigate competitors. However, upon receiving the materials, he realized that his name was not on the list at all. It was surprising that someone as handsome, charming, wealthy, and powerful as him was not included. Instead, 3 individuals were specifically highlighted. They were the main subjects of this investigation by the headquarters, and all 3 were colonels. This was truly unbearable. Thus, under Kazan's resentful gaze, he entrusted all matters of the base to him. Jin An then patted his butt and gave himself a vacation, asking Big Bear, who was with Ginny, to use his abilities to come to this island. This island is a base managed by one of the colonels, and it seems to be well managed, almost on par with the Solbei Kingdom. Jin An propped his chin and drifted off into thought, suddenly coming to attention after hearing the conversations around him. Have you heard? Someone has mysteriously gone missing again in the village to the east. After saying this, he looked around and noticed no one was paying attention. So he continued chatting with his friends. That incident, someone mentioned it just now. Shoo! The restaurant owner came out of the kitchen, holding a finger to his lips, signaling them to stop discussing the topic. Don't you know that talking about such things can bring trouble? The crowd was puzzled. Weren't you also enjoying the conversation about it earlier? Why the change now? The owner wore a mysterious expression. I heard something from my uncle's wife's uncle's son. People lost interest at this point. Whenever the owner spoke in this tone, it meant he was about to boast. Hey, what do you mean? This time, what I've heard is really important news, the owner insisted. Seeing him so serious, the crowd's curiosity was piqued. Then go ahead and tell us. The Navy headquarters is sending someone to inspect the South China Sea. The owner said, Colonel Charlie is spending money to establish connections, hoping to smoothly get through this inspection. TCH. The restaurant was filled with a chorus of shushing. Inspections like this happened once or twice a year, and it was common knowledge, yet the owner spoke of it so mysteriously. If you keep this up, we won't come here to eat anymore, joked a familiar customer. The owner rolled his eyes. He had initially just wanted to use what was happening with the Navy to stop the customer from discussing sensitive matters, but now he felt a bit defiant. With a glare, he said, Don't rush me. I haven't finished my story yet. According to the news I've received, the missing person is suspected to have been taken east. Jin An squinted his eyes, finding this matter interesting. A series of kidnappings? He then took out some money for food from his pocket, placed it under the bowl, and leisurely left the restaurant. From what he understood today, the entire Navy on the island was colluding with each other, and their main goal was to safely pass this inspection, presenting a report that would satisfy those above them. They did not want any unfavorable comments to emerge, and had been controlling public opinion over the past 2 days. The boss he just encountered was an example of this. Those people also knew that if any mistakes occurred, the consequences could be severe. At the very least, they would lose their official positions, and at worst, they could lose their heads, with most of them facing repercussions and ending up in prison. What the Navy on the island did not know was that he was secretly acting during this inspection. They also had no idea if there were any honest naval officers on the island. He was completely unfamiliar with this place, blind to his surroundings, and could only proceed by trial and error. What was there on the eastern side of the island? Jin An rubbed his forehead and decided to go take a look there first. On the eastern side of the island, Jin An circled around twice, but found no abnormalities. It seemed to be a slum area. The people wore patched clothes, looking listless, with somewhat vacant expressions. Was it well hidden, or was the information wrong? Moreover, this place felt incredibly strange. There appeared to be many pedestrians on the street, yet there was always a sense of incongruity. In the places he passed by, people's eyes revealed numbness, as if they had been through some kind of trauma. Who are you? I've been following you. A young Navy officer approached Jin An, brandishing a knife at him, his eyes filled with hostility. The standoff between the two was witnessed by passers-by. When they recognized the young man's uniform, they pretended not to see and quickly looked away, continuing with their business. They knew that those who wore that uniform only brought them misfortune. The young Navy officer also clearly felt those gazes. His body trembled slightly, and he lowered his head, feeling hesitant to look at those people. He adjusted his breathing, trying to calm himself down. Answer me quickly. Jin An ignored the words of the young sailor, took a step, and appeared behind him, gently patting the boy's shoulder. Are you the Navy responsible for this area? He liked the boy's character, resolute and pure, exuding a sense of foolishness, charging forward without knowing the strength of his opponent. Just like a student who has not yet encountered society, filled with curiosity about everything, his passion not yet extinguished. I was the one who asked you first. The young sailor couldn't quite see the other person's movements, and fear slowly rose in his heart. Yet he still chose not to back down. Turning his neck to the right, his eyes fixed firmly on the man behind him, looking at the boy's serious expression. I'm just a merchant passing through here, conducting market research. Jin An is indeed a merchant, and he is here to investigate the island that passes by. This statement is indeed true. The young Navy officer looked at the hand resting on his shoulder with a face that said, Are you kidding me? Ahem. Jin An coughed lightly. You know, in this world where pirates run rampant, if you want to survive, you must have a skill. The boy thought for a moment, and then showed a look of sudden realization. So that's how it is. Seeing how easily the boy was fooled, Jin An couldn't help but doubt. Does this kid have a screw loose? All right, let's put the knife away for now. The Navy boy silently sheathed his knife. Even holding a knife in front of someone with immense power is useless. Jin An wanted to see what the young man looked like, but unfortunately, he was blocked by a military cap. What is your name? Fire Mountain. the young man replied. Jin An seemed to be lost in thought, wondering about the future of that burning mountain. Surprisingly, it was also here in the South China Sea. It seems that the South China Sea is indeed a place full of talent. During the Warring States period, Kazan has now brought about another burning mountain. Burning Mountain looked at Jin An in confusion, wondering what he was thinking again. The adult world is really hard to understand. However, the question that Jin An asked next changed his expression drastically. Where have all the children from this place gone? Upon hearing Jin An's question, Burning Mountain's entire body instantly stiffened. It seemed he thought of something distressing as he tore off the hat on his head and clenched it tightly in his hand. After seeing the numb expressions on those people's faces, the shame on his face turned into raging anger. You're just a passerby. Don't get involved in this mess. He rasped, unwilling for anyone to get caught up in this murky situation. Jin An pointed to the east. I guess all the answers are over there. He kept observing the expressions of the people around him and noticed that many were subtly glancing towards the east. How do you know? Realizing he had misspoken, Huashishin quickly stopped his next words. However, this statement also confirmed that Jin An's guess was not wrong. Now, are you willing to talk about what happened on this island? Jin An asked. A flicker of hesitation passed through Huashishin's eyes. Too many people were affected by this island, and this person's involvement wouldn't change much. Instead, it would bring danger to this kind-hearted person. Are you a man or not? Stop hesitating. I'm not afraid. What are you imagining here? Jin An sighed. He felt that the old Fire Mountain was being overly cautious, yet he also recognized the child's kind heart. Fire Mountain truly considered him as a businessman, fearing that he might provoke someone he couldn't afford to offend. The problem was, he wasn't just a simple businessman. If it weren't for the need to secretly investigate and collect evidence, he would have already rushed eastward with a knife in hand. All right, I'll tell you everything I know. Since the person involved had said that, continuing to hesitate would only make it seem like he was afraid. He put his hat back on, using it to cover his face. Follow me, just within this area. The issue here was actually quite simple. Collusion between officials and businessmen, along with collusion between the Navy and pirates. This island had been completely eroded by powerful forces, leaving ordinary people to fate with no chance of resistance. The demands placed on ordinary people varied, depending on the powers involved. Some wanted power and achievements, some wanted money, and others wanted both. The Navy, under the guise of pirates, was burning, killing, and looting in the vicinity, profiting from it. Then they sent a team of Navy officers, flying the flag of exterminating pirates, killing innocents to gain merit for their future. The pirates, sheltered by the Navy, forcibly abducted children and sold them at high prices to make money. Businessmen occupied houses, dealt in arms, and raised prices at will, making huge profits. And to the east lay the pirates' den. Help! The heart-wrenching cries of a girl echoed from afar. The people around shifted their eyes, and then, as if remembering something, all covered their ears with faces full of hatred, not wanting to hear the cries anymore. Even though Fire Mountain had seen this scene many times, he still felt an unbearable pain inside. He couldn't blame these people pretending to be deaf and mute because they had all experienced such things, and their families had been taken away. You stay here. I'll be right back. Fire Mountain drew his knife and said to Jin An beside him, then took off running. The direction he was heading was the same direction from which the girl was calling for help. Jin An certainly wouldn't listen to the arrangement of the fire. With a leap, he disappeared from the spot. The wooden door of the house where the girl was located burst open. A group of pirates surrounded the low house, making disgusting lewd laughter. Big brother, hurry up and solve this. The brothers want to stand in the light too. Yeah, big brother. This girl we found this time is pretty hot. I can't help it. The leader scolded with a laugh. What are you rushing for? You can only rush for a day. Why isn't anyone eager to take care of the real business? You all go out first, wait for me to finish. Then you can come in. Saying this, he pushed the group out, closed the door, and disregarded the girl's screams inside, slapping her face. The girl was knocked down onto the bed, dazed and lying there, forgetting to cry, with tears continuously streaming from the corners of her eyes. You think you're something? The man spat, ignoring the girl's reaction, preparing to take off his clothes. Knock, knock, knock. A calm knocking sound echoed. What the hell? I haven't even taken off my pants yet. The man cursed, thinking that his subordinates were about to rush in, and continued to ignore the knocking as he tried to proceed with his business. Knock, knock, knock. We're here to check the water meter. A strange voice came into the man's ears. If you don't open the door, I'm coming in myself. Jin An pushed open the tightly closed wooden door, and the first thing that caught his eye was the nauseating red color. The room was dim despite the sun not yet having set, and on the bed lay a young girl, while a shirtless man looked at the doorway with a face full of surprise. Beside the bed lay a man covered in blood, his body twitching continuously. If he wasn't rescued soon, he would die. Did you hurt someone? The elegant smile that had originally graced his face instantly turned cold as ice. He had rushed over as fast as he could, but he still arrived a little too late. Huh, why are these pirates lying on the ground? As the fire from the mountain finally reached the small house, the first thing he saw was the pirates sprawled outside. Just as he was wondering, Jin An's voice came from inside the room. Go find a doctor as fast as you can. Remember to hurry. Jin An directly left the pirate leader aside and went to stop the bleeding for the girl's father. The wound wasn't deep, and the amount of blood loss wasn't too great, so he could be saved. When he rushed into the house, he saw the chaos everywhere and understood why he was asked to call the doctor. Got it, I'll go right away. He saw the shadow of his superior in Jin An. No, this aura was many times stronger than his superior's, making him choose to obey the command. After finishing the first aid, Jin An took off his coat and covered the girl with it, helping her tidy up her disheveled hair. Don't be afraid. I'm here. The adult said, I don't know what I did wrong to make you want to kill me, but I will change. The pirate leader was trembling all over, unable to stop. The brothers outside the house had died without making a sound, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. And he thought he must have offended this man at some point without realizing it. You don't need to apologize to me. Just die for me. Jin An looked at him with disgust. The pirate leader looked at Jin An in confusion, not understanding what he meant. Jin An took out the phone bug and asked, Did you come from the east? The man nodded. Yes, we are all subordinates of Lord Belial, responsible for coming here to collect some supplies. Indeed, it's true that all crows in the world are black. Pirates do not engage in production, are greedy for pleasure, spouting freedom and camaraderie, throwing banquets when happy and throwing banquets when sad. Most people only see the enjoyment and freedom of the pirates, drifting on the sea, living a life of indulgence. Yet they do not know how many people have been robbed by them, how many families have been ruined because of them. This is the sorrow of an era, and also the sorrow of the people living in this world. Recording everything with the phone bug as evidence, Jin An kicked the man's head to pieces. You executioner, murderer, you will be punished. Don't kill me. Who can save me? The chaotic and noisy voices echoed in Jin An's ears. Hua Xiaoshan, looking bewildered, followed closely beside Jin An. He had never experienced anything so thrilling in his life, following someone who was even armed, and the two of them had simply charged into the pirate's lair. It's so noisy. Jin An moved his lips slightly, his indifferent voice pronouncing the death of these pirates. With a creak, the tightly closed door was pushed open, and a man holding a spiked club walked out. You successfully made me angry. The captain of the crocodile pirates, Belial, fixed his gaze on Jin An. I am Captain Belial, with a bounty of 12 million berries. Belial's voice suddenly became deep. He slightly bent over, his head elongated, and his eyes glinted coldly, turning into golden vertical pupils. His body suddenly swelled to twice its size, his height of over 2 meters instantly stretching, scales covering his body as his arms transformed into clawed limbs wrapped in scales. He turned into a crocodile, opening a large mouth filled with sharp fangs. A fruit user? No wonder he has the ability to cooperate with the Navy. Ha 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 ha. A wild laugh erupted from Belial. You're out of luck for provoking me. I'm a crocodile human who has eaten the crocodile fruit. His claws scraped across the cement floor, producing a sharp sound as a neat gash was carved into the floor. Although he had lost his subordinates, he could find more. But you have truly angered me. He extended his claw, pointing at Jin An, roaring, I will tear you to pieces and turn you into minced meat to feed those damn scum. Step back a bit. Jin An grabbed Hua Xiaoshan by the collar and threw him back. Don't rush, you two can't escape. Whoosh! Belial swung his tail, and his entire body instantly charged forward, the floor cracking under the immense force. His large mouth appeared in front of Jin in an instant. Such speed. A normal person simply cannot react. If bitten, half of their body would probably be gone. Bang! Just as Belial's excitement was about to overflow, he felt a tremendous force slam into his scaled body. His body was like being hit by a ship, flying out without any pause. Jin An punched Morris into the air, then took a step forward and quickly chased after him. Bang! Bang! Jin An merely used his plain and unadorned fists, pounding one punch after another against the scale armor, which should have been impervious even to bullets. It had long since begun to peel off from the surface due to the unbearable pressure. Is this all you've got? Watching Belial's breath grow weaker, Jin An's eyes showed no sadness or joy, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a chilling smile. Just a moment ago, you were quite arrogant. Keep shouting. and I'll send you down to meet your grandmother right now." Each word represented a punch aimed at him, battering that once sturdy body into something as soft as mud. Belial twisted and struggled desperately, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't budge Jin An's figure. All his strength was like striking against cotton, completely ineffective. He was crumbling, his once invincible ability rendered useless in front of this person. Can you imagine? He was just minding his own business in the room, drinking from a large bowl and eating meat, when suddenly someone came to beat him up. Is there any justice in this world? Is there any law? The most critical point was that he still couldn't fight back. Why? Why did it turn out like this? He looked at Jin An, but saw no expression on his face. In that person's eyes, he was merely a speck of dust, unable to shake the mountain. In the eyes of the pirates, their captain was like a wooden man, completely still, allowing that executioner to strike him. Talp, talp, talp. Protect the captain. The pirates, ignored by Jin An, raised their guns again and began to shoot at him. It's useless. Bang, bang, bang. Fire Mountain drew his knife, performing a shave to block Jin An, preventing these pirates from interfering with him. Your opponent is me. As long as I stand here, you won't get past. Fire Mountain had long been fed up with these damned pirates, and this time, he relished the chance for revenge. He felt immensely satisfied. Even if he died here, it would be a worthy death. Just as Fire Mountain was feeling ambitious, a hand pushed him aside. Kid, step aside. Jin An was holding a pile of muddy barrier and walked in front of Fireburn Mountain. Is this it? Fireburn Mountain looked confused. That was a devil fruit user, a big shot that many people could only dream of. From start to finish, it didn't even take a minute. Moreover, his passionate speech hadn't even finished, and now it was cut short like this, which felt really uncomfortable. Fireburn Mountain was somewhat inside. But more than that, he admired Jin An. He hoped that one day he could reach such a level. All right, I'll say it one last time. This is the final ultimatum. All pirates, you are surrounded by me. Put down your weapons, give up resistance, and anyone who doesn't listen will end up like this person. Saying this, Jin An tossed the person in his hand in front of those people like throwing away trash. These fools were easy to control. As long as he destroyed the capital they were proud of and said a few dignified words, these people would definitely give up resistance for their own lives. Just as he thought, the originally chaotic pirates, after hearing Jin An's words, all threw their weapons on the ground, held their heads with both hands, and obediently squatted down. Seeing the pirates being so obedient, Jin An no longer paid attention. I spared his life. Devil fruit users are really troublesome. This trouble refers to not being able to go too hard, leading to the death of the user. The dead users and the living users are worlds apart when it comes to claiming the bounty. Jin An looked at his blood-stained hands with some disdain, thinking that he shouldn't have used his fists if he had known. On Fireburn Mountain, do you still recognize any Navy members like you on this island? Jin An doesn't quite trust the Navy here, but looking at the densely packed pirates before him, he chooses to compromise. This island can't be a good place. The Navy can't be that few in number, right? There are also many people being held captive here who need some manpower. Yes, Hiwashishin nodded. There's still some in the Navy who are dissatisfied with these pirates. Jin An nodded, telling someone he trusted to come over and clean up the mess. The Navy here outranked him, so he couldn't handle it. He would let the people from headquarters deal with it. He took the military phone bug from the lining of his clothes and dialed directly. Hello, what do you want this time, Jin An? A deep male voice came from the other end, sounding rather unhappy. Kapu, you're here to take my Solbei again. You have so many Solbei. What's wrong with giving me a little? This stuff has a short shelf life. I'm doing this for your own good. A vague and evasive voice came from the phone bug, accompanied by the sound of crunching. Get lost. Is that just a little? You've turned my whole stash upside down. Jin An also realized that the timing of his call was a bit off, glancing at the people beside him. The corner of Hiwashishin's mouth twitched. He recognized the identities of the people on the other end of the line, Admiral Sengoku of the Navy headquarters and the hero Garp. Did they know something they weren't supposed to? The pirates had similar expressions, their eyes darting around, their bodies instinctively shrinking back, afraid to make a sound and incur the displeasure of the big shots, risking being slapped to death. Ahem. Jin An cleared his throat with a cough, signaling that the call was still connected. What do you want? There was a moment of silence on the other end before the authoritative voice of Zhang Guo continued. The matter you assigned to me, I've almost completed it, Jin An said directly. What matter? Zhang Guo was somewhat puzzled. General Zhang Guo, are you joking with me? The task assigned yesterday, and you've forgotten it today? Jin An replied irritably. He began to doubt whether he had been played for a fool, especially since he had been working so diligently. You brat, are you trying to make me laugh? Do you think I don't know? From the Solb Kingdom to the closest person to you, it'd take a whole day, even by warship, Zhangwa shook his head, feeling somewhat nostalgic. The young people today were completely different from their generation. Back in the day, he took every step carefully and never took shortcuts. You tell him, I haven't sorted it out yet. Jin An was speechless. In this day and age, no one believes what you say. Where has the trust between people gone? Under Jin An's gaze, the pirates reluctantly spoke into the transponder snail, their tone somewhat helpless. We are pirates who got caught. The burning mountain covered his face. These people hadn't said a single word of importance. Are you just bringing a group of pirates to fool me? Zhangwa's tone was unfriendly. Get lost, get lost. Now, Jin An found these pirates increasingly displeasing. I arrived at the island belonging to the colonel that needed investigation and discovered that the Navy was colluding with the pirates to oppress civilians. As for how I got here, you should be very clear. Jin An has never concealed his relationship with the Big Bear. Those people at the naval headquarters would know as soon as they investigated. Sengoku slapped his forehead, too busy arguing with Garp to remember all those matters, which he had completely pushed to the back of his mind. In short, he was out of it. Ahem. Sengoku cleared his throat to cover his embarrassment. No, this kid is next to the pirate? Then the noise from his argument with Garp just now. His lifelong reputation has now been ruined at the hands of these two bastards. In any case, you should send someone here to handle these matters first. Jin An continued. Based on the evidence I currently have, the highest official of this island is definitely the mastermind. As for the other islands, you can send someone to investigate yourself. Jin An felt a bit tired. Wherever he went, death followed. Was it his problem or the world's? Sometimes he really wanted to transform into a Qinglong, solving troubles with a single breath. But he couldn't. He was a Navy officer and had to be responsible for the civilians. Even if there was only one civilian in a pirate den, he would choose to personally find that person. All right, I'll send someone to take a trip, Sengoku said, rubbing his brows, appearing somewhat confused about why the Navy was at odds with justice. Since the establishment of the Rocks Pirates, the world had become increasingly chaotic, leaving them, the senior Navy officials, feeling powerless. Were the orders they issued truly being carried out with sincerity by those below? From his perspective, Jin An, this little brat, seemed to be doing quite well in these matters. From the evaluation, he was also a person who took his work seriously. The only reason for not entrusting Jin An with heavy responsibilities was the high likelihood that he had escaped from God Valley. There was no direct evidence indicating Jin An's identity. He did not exist among the natives, and he was not on the slave list. Someone above did not want this unstable factor to enter the Navy, which could affect the balance of the world. Admiral Sengoku, I hope to take a vacation during this time, Jin An said. Sengoku's brows twitched. Here it came again, that familiar feeling. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the urge to speak harshly. If possible, he really wanted to transfer Jin into his side. Then, on good days, he could scold him, and on bad days, he could scold him to his face. Just thinking about that kind of life was exciting. Sengoku spoke in a low voice, his expression serious. The South Sea is in dire need of personnel right now. You cannot leave. Moreover, this matter has not yet reached a conclusion, and as the person directly responsible, you must take responsibility. Jin An raised his eyebrows. Didn't he send someone from the warring states to handle this? Why does he still have to take the lead? He chose to come to the pirates first because they're easier to deal with, and there is definitely direct evidence here to prove the crimes committed by the Navy. If he went directly to the Navy for an investigation, he would definitely encounter all sorts of accidents. Anyone who can climb to the position of the highest commander in a region must have some skills. Who would believe otherwise? I understand everything you said, Admiral Sengoku, but as a mere major, I really can't be of much help. Instead, I might hold back those big shots. So I think it's better to withdraw directly. Jin An's words are indeed true. If he were to be responsible for this matter, he wouldn't care about the identities of those who have done wrong, whether they are nobles, Navy personnel, or commoners, as long as they have committed a wrongdoing. He would punish them. Sengoku pondered for a moment, carefully considering Jin An's words. Given Jin An's personality, he really isn't suited for this kind of work. He still remembers that the first time he spoke with Jin An was because this young guy single-handedly took down a pirate group of 1,000 people. To show respect for the genius, he was assigned by Admiral Kong to make contact with Jin An. He recalls the young man's words at that time. Since I came into this world, I have never done anything that goes against my beliefs or made me regret it. And I won't do so in the future either. Just as Sengoku was lost in thought, a discordant voice came from the phone bug. Of course, if you give me a colonel's position, I might just agree to your request. Jin An wants to try again. He must climb to the highest point, so that no one can control him. The colonel is a hurdle. He has been stuck in the rank of major for a year. Beautiful memories have been ruthlessly shattered. Get out of here. All right. Jin An decisively cut off the connection with a phone bug, tucked it into his pocket, and the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. The promotion was secure. Naval headquarters. Sengoku hung up the phone, his anger quickly subsiding. Kapu, you need to go to the South Sea. Take the appointment letter with you. At the naval base headquarters, he sighed. Honestly, I told them to keep a low profile recently. Even now, they are still causing me trouble. Kuruno sat on a soft leather chair, holding a cigar, looking out the window, overlooking his territory. I'm very sorry, Colonel Kuruno. A naval soldier saluted at the desk. We are investigating those who are spreading rumors. Controlling public opinion was their common tactic. As long as everyone claimed that the island was peaceful and quiet, those who came to inspect wouldn't dig deeper. When those people left, they would slip some money as a gesture, benefiting both sides without offending anyone. In the end, a world where only civilians got hurt was achieved. But don't you think the attitude of the townspeople has changed a bit recently? He crossed his legs and smoked, casually glancing at the Navy officer at the desk. Yes, the naval officer's forehead broke out in fine sweat. Indeed, there had been more communication among the townspeople lately. They were trying to gather money. No. That's not the main reason. Kuruno shook his head lightly. It's that they don't respect me enough. Cold sweat continued to drip from the naval officer's forehead, standing there without daring to breathe, not even a move. You really know how to get me into trouble. Kuruno shook his head in dissatisfaction. By the way, has a rat come to my territory? The port has been under strict surveillance, yet someone still managed to sneak in. You must have killed that person, right? The naval officer looked surprised. That's not good, Colonel. That person shouldn't be sentenced to death. You can't do it? You must be new here. Kuruno stood up. Let me tell you, I'm the boss here. If that's the case, who gave you the courage to argue with me? If I say kill, then go kill. No need for so much nonsense. He pulled out the large knife from the desk and swung it down, knocking the naval officer to the ground. Someone drag him out, so he doesn't offend my eyes. Kuruno took out a tissue and wiped the blood from the knife, casually throwing the paper on the ground. Power is the most wonderful thing in this world, intoxicating to the point of addiction, allowing one to act as they please. Sorry to interrupt. Seeing the person in front of him so entranced, Jin An felt a bit reluctant to disturb him. After all, this might be the last time this person exercised his tyranny. Do you know what it means to disturb me? Kuruno raised the large knife. Jin An thought for a moment and replied, Does that mean I've disturbed you? Has anyone ever told you that you have a knack for making people angry? It seemed that due to excessive excitement, the muscles on his face twitched, and the inner flame of anger was ready to destroy everything. I advise you not to act rashly, Jin An said, showing no signs of panic, even feeling a bit amused. This person, when angry, resembled a gorilla, but remained quite calm. If it were someone else, they would have been jumping around, vowing to fight to the death. I am a Navy colonel, and I will never act impulsively, no matter the situation, Kuruno said with some pride. Let's talk about what happened between you and the pirates. Jin An was instantly interested in this prisoner who was so easy to communicate with. Me? Pirates? Kuruno did not react immediately. Yes, you and those pirates to the east of this island. Jin An confirmed with a nod. A mutually beneficial relationship, Kuruno stated frankly. He was completely unruffled, having recognized that the person before him was the mouse he had observed earlier. This was his territory, and no one could leave without his orders. I think it might be a bit too confident, Jin An said, spinning the key in his hand. I guess this is the key to your safe. I'm curious to see what you've kept inside. The Navy is tasked with upholding peace, and since you've become a colonel, it should contain the medals you've earned over the years. Jin An laughed and directly took the key, approaching the safe. Kuruno frowned. Although he was confident he could control the people in the room, he still didn't want anyone to see what was inside the safe. My friend, don't be in such a hurry. Let me show you something good first. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, the gun in his hand had already pulled the trigger. Looking at the fallen Jin An, he revealed a disdainful smile. With someone like you, trying to be a spy? Strange. Why hasn't anyone come to move the body after such a long time? These guys are getting more and more audacious. He opened the office door and walked out. Strangely, the hallway was still very quiet, as if he was the only one left in the whole building. Wow, so rich. Suddenly, there was a sound of rummaging through boxes in the office. Kuruno hurriedly returned and, upon seeing the person inside, was completely dumbfounded. How are you still alive? Jin An took out a deformed bullet. Oh, this thing is of poor quality. I didn't feel a thing when it hit me. He wiped it off and casually tossed it aside. You better be careful. I didn't control my strength. Whoosh. A strange sound was heard as the bullet whizzed past Kuruno's ear. Kuruno reached out and gently brushed his cheek, The blood on his finger was exceptionally eye-catching. It was obvious that he was no match for this young man. If his opponent wanted to kill him, a single finger would be enough. He started to panic and exclaimed, "Who exactly are you? Someone with your level of power, just to toy with me?" Jin An smiled. "You really think highly of yourself. It's rare to see someone as narcissistic as you. You should be able to bring a lot of laughter to your cellmates in prison." Kuruno's face turned pale with anger, and he took a deep breath, his teeth almost grinding together. When has he ever been toyed with like this? The person in front of him completely disregarded him. "All of my possessions were obtained legally. To prepare for inspections, I had long since legalized most of my assets. So if you want to nitpick in this regard, I'm not afraid. I was just complimenting you on your wealth. I never said your money was ill-gotten. Why are you so anxious? Besides, I already have evidence of your crimes." Kuruno asked in confusion. "Then why are you here? If you have something that can prove my crime, just report me directly and be done with it. Because I need to borrow your base and wait for someone. When that person arrives on this island, the first step is to come here. Waiting here is much more convenient. Since you have nothing to do anyway, why not wait with me? When the time comes, I'll send you on your way." There are people in the Navy who can uphold justice, and they deserve respect. But there are also many like Kuruno, whose desires can lead them to give up many things until they are blinded. Top, top. A dense and orderly sound of footsteps echoed. "Ha ha ha." A playful laughter reverberated through the streets. "Vice Admiral Garp, slow down. This mission is very simple. There's no need to rush." Complaints came from his subordinates who had long been left behind. They didn't understand why their vice admiral suddenly changed his temperament. He used to be lazy and laid back, but today he unexpectedly took the lead. "You don't understand. It's rare to encounter a kindred spirit." Garp was now unable to contain his excitement. Jin An was truly to his liking. He was already imagining partnering with that kid in the future to go find Sengoku for a meal, making Sengoku so angry he would blow his beard and glare. It would be incredibly amusing. It was still that same branch. Jin An has already taken the office for himself, and the colonel has been arranged in another room. It's a classic case of taking over someone else's territory. Lying on a genuine leather chair like a salted fish, his eyes are slightly closed. Major Jin An, all the pirates have been detained. Xiao Shan respectfully reports. Upon learning about Jin An's identity, he was incredibly excited. This gentleman is the idol of the entire South Sea Navy, without exception. Many people have heard of Jin An's deeds, which strengthened their resolve to join the Navy. Unfortunately, things did not go as hoped. There are still very few people in the Navy like Jin An. Most only care about their own interests, completely indifferent to the lives of others. However, the other criminals are not cooperating very well. Xiao Shan is somewhat angry. Clearly, those people have committed crimes, yet they still act so arrogantly, completely disregarding the Navy. You're talking about those nobles, right? Jin An can easily figure out who is not cooperating just by using his toes. The nobles of this world are truly lawless. There's no need to bother with them. Just lock them up and let them atone for their sins before releasing them. If anything goes wrong, I'll take the blame. The only way to deal with these people is to be even worse than them. Once they learn to be afraid, they'll behave. It seems the people sent from our department have arrived. Suddenly, Jin An sensed something, and a smile appeared on his cold face as he walked towards the office door. "Major Jin An?" Xiao Shan's expression changed slightly. "Let's step out to greet them. The ones we've been waiting for have arrived." Outside the door, Garp raised an eyebrow. This little guy has quite a good sense of perception. It seems that Sengoku was right. He truly is someone worth cultivating. I didn't expect that it would be Vice Admiral Garp himself coming in person. This is truly an honor. Jin An was also a bit surprised. He originally thought that the headquarters would send at most a major general, but he didn't expect such a great figure to come. Garp, since defeating Rox alongside Roger in God Valley 4 years ago, has gained immense fame, admired by countless Navy personnel, and has earned the title of Naval Hero. Jin An did not expect that his first meeting with this big shot would be under such circumstances. Garp reached out and shook hands with Jin An. "I've heard Sengoku mention you, saying that another promising newcomer has emerged in the South Sea. Now that I see you..." Sengoku was indeed right. Jin An remains unperturbed by praise or criticism. "The commanders have overestimated me. I still have a long way to go." He has climbed from the grassroots level to his current position, having witnessed too many such scenes, and now he applies what he has learned without any awkwardness. "I've heard that you have a few friends with considerable strength. When will you invite them to join the Navy?" Garp genuinely hopes to strengthen the Navy. Although he dislikes some people within the Navy, he still wants to bring in some fresh blood. His strength has long surpassed that of an admiral, but he has been reluctant to be promoted because he looks down on those in the world government and doesn't want to serve those scoundrels. Jin An's eyes flashed. Knowing that Garp was referring to Big Bear and the others, it depends on their thoughts, and they're not yet adults. It's not too late to consider these matters once they come of age. For him, Big Bear and the others are his friends. And everyone has the right to choose their own life. Others should not interfere. I see. Then let's talk about it in the future. Garp didn't mind and laughed heartily. Jin An nodded and then said, Vice Admiral Garp, you must have other matters to attend to this time, right? Ha, look at my memory. Garp's expression changed, suddenly becoming serious, and he said, entrusted by Admiral Sengoku of the Navy headquarters, Major Jin An is at your service. Jin An stood at attention and saluted, saying, reporting in. After discussion by the headquarters, Jin An, currently a major, was promoted to the rank of colonel and appointed to oversee South China Sea affairs. This appointment completely took Jin An by surprise. He initially thought that, given Sengoku's nature, he would at most be promoted to a minor position, but he never expected to receive something even better. Congratulations, kid, Garp encouraged, patting Jin An on the shoulder. You need to work hard from now on and do good things for the people of the South China Sea. No problem. I promise to make the South China Sea the best maritime area. Jin An replied confidently. He not only wanted to make the South China Sea livable, but also to ensure that pirates would never dare to set foot in this region. With this appointment, he could finally establish schools throughout the South China Sea, providing young children with activities to occupy their time instead of constantly thinking about going to sea. He wanted them to feel the fear of being dominated by learning. Jin An had experienced hardships, so he chose to tear down the roof. Suddenly, Garp quietly approached Jin An and whispered in his ear, Kid, when you get to Marineford, I'll take you to seek revenge on Sengoku. Jin An was amused and helpless, not expecting to be seen in such a light by Garp. Lieutenant General Garp, let's not bring this up again. It's not easy for Admiral Sengoku either. Garp looked a bit skeptical. Last time I saw it, Sengoku was on the phone with you. And suddenly he turned red in the face and was all worked up. Don't tell me this wasn't your doing. Jin An was stubbornly arguing. I was just reasoning and exchanging opinions with the generals of the warring states. A little excitement is quite normal. Is that so? Garp still had some doubts. I even said we should go eat senbei together next time. You're not being supportive. Garp murmured. Forget it. Let's not talk about that. Garp changed the subject. I'll take the Navy and the nobles away. The other pirates should just be executed on the spot. Jin An was a bit slow to catch up with Garp's thoughts, but he quickly reacted. He turned to Hiwashishin and said, you go divide those people into 3 parts, and then let Major General Garp take them away. Got it. Hiwashishin, who felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, was relieved after hearing the order and quickly left the place, wiping a cold sweat as he went. Major General Garp's fierce words were truly intimidating. All right, I'll go take a look around the island first, and then contact you through the snail. He had always been someone who couldn't stay idle. Being in the office would only suffocate him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for embarking on a special mission. Jin An was startled. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Engage in a spar with Garp and try to get him to use half of his strength. Reward: training space Garp model. Have you heard? Jin An, oh no. Colonel Jin An has challenged Major General Garp to a duel. There had always been people challenging Major General Garp, so what was so surprising about this? Wait, is this initiated by Colonel Jin An? Strange, it seemed he had never heard of Colonel Jin An actively issuing challenges to others. Have you considered that it's because there hasn't been an opponent in the South Sea capable of prompting Colonel Jin An to issue a challenge? Now that you mention it, that does seem to be the case. In that case, this match cannot be missed. Let's go check it out together. The entire naval base was filled with laughter. The heavy burden that had been pressing down on them had finally been lifted, and since it had been a long time since anything this interesting had happened, everyone wanted to join in the fun. Garp cracked his knuckles. His iron fist of love was going to make an appearance again today. He said to Jin An, who was doing warm-up exercises on the opposite side, my fists are quite painful. Are you mentally prepared? Garp laughed heartily. Through these iron fists, he had defeated countless opponents and earned the title of hero. He had his own pride. Every time he had struck thus far, it had been against strong enemies. Generally, he didn't need to take action against ordinary people. Thank you, Major General Garp, for giving me this opportunity to spar. Even without the system's mission, Jin An was very eager to test his skills against Garp. An opportunity to spar with one of the top powerhouses in the world was something many people could only dream of. Jin An directly drew out the Yinling knife. In front of Garp, he didn't dare to be arrogant. Upon seeing the knife in Jin An's hand, even Garp, who didn't use a knife, felt a spark of interest. This knife is not bad. After saying that, he took off his upper clothing completely, revealing a strong, muscular body. It was said that Vice Admiral Garp had never eaten a devil fruit. Not only the Navy was watching this sparring match, some informed people from the town had also come over. Indeed, everyone in the Navy knew about this matter. Vice Admiral Garp was very strong. The surrounding Navy responded enthusiastically. I want to be a Navy too when I grow up. Some younger children looked on with admiration. Although they didn't know who the two people in the arena were, they longed to protect those around them and to receive attention from others. The Navy nearby stood proudly, puffing out their chests. They were proud not of their identity as Navy, but because the Navy was recognized by others. To this day, pirates remain the goal for most children in this world. Now, because of that great person, the Navy is also seen as a goal by some children. And more will likely follow in the future. Compared to Garp from the East Sea, the people from the South Sea were more familiar with Jin An. That man had participated in and organized the Navy for over 3 years, eliminating more than 20 pirate groups of various sizes, always leading the charge against pirates at the front lines. His fierce combat style caught the attention of a Navy headquarters in just a few short years, indicating that his potential was on par with veterans like Sengoku and Zifa. Soru. Jin An shot out like an arrow, grabbing the long knife in his hand and rushing towards Garp. The battle had begun. Someone exclaimed in surprise. Garp spread his arms like an eagle, simultaneously raising his fist and rapidly lunging at Jin An. Under the sunlight, his fist seemed to be enveloped in a layer of light, directly colliding with the long knife without flinching or avoiding. Everyone felt a gust of wind sweep by, their bodies swaying uncontrollably. The spacious arena was enough for them to maneuver around. After landing a hit, Garp did not relent, but raised his fist to continue his fierce assault on Jin An. Facing Garp's fist wind, Jin An not only did not retreat, but instead stepped forward amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, quickly blocking the fist with his right hand holding the knife and forcefully slapping with his left hand, surprisingly neutralizing all of Garp's attacks. Good boy, well done, Garp praised. Just as Jin An had resolved this attack, Garp suddenly moved, retracting his body and then tightening his fists, suddenly aiming for Jin An's face. Garp's punches were skillfully executed, with heavy shadows of fists that made it hard for anyone to contend with him. At the same time, bolstered by the abilities of the Qinglong fruit, Jin An's body was exceptionally resilient, leaping forward without fear. However, the gap in strength between the two was too great. Jin An still couldn't withstand the force of Garp's punch. After taking a punch head-on, Jin An was sent flying backward, using his knife to stab into the ground to dissipate the immense force. Huff a breath escaped from his mouth. Jin An understood the power of Garp's iron fist, but this only ignited his competitive spirit. Indeed, battles between men were most exhilarating when fought hand-to-hand. Crackle Jin An's expression became serious. His fists clenched tightly as a surge of energy brewed within his body. Not bad. Garp quietly stood by, watching Jin An accumulate power, offering a compliment. They were merely sparring, waiting for the other to unleash their full strength, which was understandable. Boom! Suddenly, the ground beneath Jin An cracked open, expanding outward. A blue gas gently spiraled around his body. This was his strongest state in human form. This kid actually contains such energy within him. Garp was momentarily astonished by the power erupting from Jin An's body, and then a spark of battle intent ignited in his eyes. Breaking army slash. The blue gas wrapped around the long knife, and then with a swift motion, he slashed it out. Whoosh! All eyes were now focused on the knife that Jin An swung, and this time, they seemed to hear the sound of a dragon's roar accompanying it. Crack! The glass on the windows and doors of the base shattered completely, falling to the ground. Garp's fist appeared plain and unadorned, yet contained the power to shatter boulders. His gaze remained steady as his fist rushed toward Jin An's abdomen. The attacks from both were strikingly different, one magnificent, the other unassuming. Boom! The sword energy and the fist precisely struck each other's bodies at the same time, producing a tremendous roar. The sound was deafening. Jin An's sword stopped against Garp's skin, which was wrapped in domineering power, unable to cause any damage. Unlike Garp's calm demeanor, Jin An was like a shrimp out of water. Trembling as he fell to the ground, his body bent at a 90-degree angle to alleviate the pain in his abdomen. Ouch! Garp exclaimed, overly excited and having exerted too much force. Seeing Jin An's condition, he knelt down on one knee in self-reproach, checking Jin An's physical state. I'm fine, Jin An said with a trembling voice, a trickle of fresh blood silently flowing from the corner of his mouth. Inside, he felt an unbearable bitterness. It's over. I made a huge fool of myself this time. Wow. As the battle came to a close, the entire venue erupted with loud applause and cheers. as they finally understood how terrifying the strength of the Navy officers was. Ordinary people can only judge strength through the destruction caused by battles. Moreover, this was still when they hadn't used their full strength, just at the moment of receiving their rewards. Jin An felt that his perception ability seemed to have strengthened. He could easily sense every movement of the people in the square. "It seems you have awakened a new ability," Cap exclaimed. From the looks of it, this kid was simply a genius. At just over 20 years old, he had already reached this level, and the future was truly promising. After resting for a while, Jin An felt that the pain in his abdomen had eased a bit. So he tried to stand up. Seeing that he didn't have any major issues, Cap also stood up and extended a hand to Jin An. Without hesitation, he took Cap's hand, and with Cap's pull, he stood up. Jin An looked at Garp, a smile appearing on his face. "Next time I have the opportunity, I will seek your guidance again." Through this encounter, Jin An realized that he still had a long way to go to reach the level of the world's top powerhouses. Engaging with experts is one of the best ways to improve. Another way to elevate oneself more quickly is through life and death battles. The immense fear between life and death can lead to rapid growth if one can overcome it. Keep working hard, Jin An. You already possess the strength to navigate the seas. But remember, there are always stronger people out there. You had just grasped hockey, right? If you go to the Navy headquarters, you can seek out Zephyr. He has unique insights into hockey. Train this power diligently, as it will take you further. At that time, you will truly be able to step onto the stage constructed by this world. As for the elusive Conqueror's hockey, only Sengoku in the entire Navy has awakened such power. However, there was still a glimmer of hope in Garp's eyes. This little guy might just be able to do it. Jin An felt a bit happy receiving Garp's encouragement, but he thought he would feel even better if there were a girl's concern at that moment. Garp sneezed beside him. "Is Sengoku thinking about me again?" He scratched his head and then pushed those thoughts aside. "Colonel Jin An, you are really impressive." Looking at Jin An, who walked to the edge of the arena, Fire Mountain laughed heartily and gave him a thumbs up. The people in the Navy are well aware of Garp's strength, so naturally, they would give the greatest praise to Jin An, who could engage with Garp. "Thank you." Jin An rubbed his belly and rolled his eyes, sighing at the fiery mountains that seemed to be unable to open their eyes. He had crossed over too early, and during this time, many things were unclear to him, and most of his familiar faces had not yet been born. This was truly painful. "Kid, are you still thinking about placing your base in the Solb Kingdom?" Garp asked after thinking for a moment. Jin An nodded without hesitation. "Of course, that's definitely the place I'm most familiar with. Moreover, most of my businesses are located there." Garp reminded him, "But it seems that the naval base of the Solbei Kingdom isn't as large as this place." "It doesn't matter. I'll just expand it myself when the time comes, and I think the current size is sufficient," Jin An said nonchalantly, believing that there was no need to put too much thought into the workplace. Garp didn't say much more. "You should rest first. I'll arrange for someone to take the prisoners away." With that, he slowly walked away amidst the cheers of the crowd. Jin An looked at the devastated training ground and thought, it should cost quite a bit to fix this. "Report, Colonel. It will probably take hundreds of thousands of berries to repair," a Navy officer in the base responded. This damage was caused by him and Garp, and the repair costs shouldn't be their responsibility, right? He turned to where Garp had disappeared and wondered if Garp had run off that quickly because of this issue. The Navy base conference room was a place frequently visited by the Navy where all sorts of matters were ultimately decided. Therefore, it was considered an important location, inaccessible to ordinary people. In this hall, a group of Navy officers sat around a table. Naturally, the person in the lead was Jin An, who had just been promoted to colonel, with influential figures from the South Sea sitting beside him. The atmosphere in the conference room was not good. Some people in coats were glaring angrily at Jin An, who sat in the lead. Many who were not on the guest list glanced at the not-so-good atmosphere and chose to stand quietly beside them. When did the South Sea become like this, where even a rookie kid could ride on top of us? As soon as a Navy colonel spoke up, it drew angry glares from several people. Jin An waved his hand at his subordinates, deciding whether or not he would be ridden by those present. Hearing Jin An's words, the people became even angrier, pointing at Jin An with trembling hands, yet unable to refute him. "I can sit here because I have this ability and strength." Jin An's gaze swept over the officers below. Those who were dissatisfied could stand up and speak. The people below all knew about the sparring match between this young man and Garp, and naturally did not dare stand up. The person who spoke earlier, "Why don't you stand up?" Jin An said lightly. "Colonel Jin An, I was impulsive." The colonel who had just mocked Jin An took a deep breath and said softly, he indeed had acted without consideration, leading to him being dealt with by Jin An as a scapegoat. Although he still felt unconvinced in his heart, he could only lower his head. In the pirate world, strength is paramount, Since they could not win, they could only choose to endure, which is better than losing their lives. We were indeed a bit impulsive. One person stepped forward as a mediator. We made a mistake, but don't you have any? One hand cannot clap alone. Aren't you just a bit stronger than us? Of course, they only dared to think this in their hearts. So I'll ask again. Do you all agree with the things I proposed earlier? Jin An asked, looking at them. We have no objections to opening schools and commercial companies in the South China Sea region. Everyone spoke simultaneously after exchanging glances. However, we still need to consider the establishment of the inspection department. The establishment of such an agency would be very unfavorable for these local tyrants. If this department were suddenly created, their every move would be monitored. Many things could no longer be done, so how would they make money? We are, strictly speaking, institutions under the jurisdiction of the world government. If you want to suddenly establish a new agency, shouldn't you consult with the higher-ups? Now, they were in the right. Even if it went to the Holy Land, those people would likely side with them. You don't need to worry about that. I will be directly responsible for this agency, and I will cover the operational expenses. You just need to execute. Moreover, this is a notification, not a discussion with you. Jin An slammed the table abruptly, threw on his coat, and felt too lazy to continue seeing these people. Over the next month, Jin An became reclusive, rarely showing his face in the entire base except to a few individuals. During this month, he dedicated all his time to training. The time he had accumulated in the simulation space had long been used up, but fortunately, Garp was still on the island taking it easy. Otherwise, he would have encountered many detours in his hockey training. Additionally, he discovered that physique and hockey actually promote each other with his physical condition. Training in armament hockey was easier for him than for most people. The stronger the physique, the better the body adapts to hockey. Under Garp's guidance, his progress was rapid. In less than a month, Jin An's armament hockey had grown several times compared to the beginning, and the area his hockey could cover had also increased significantly. With his current strength, he could withstand a few more moves under Garp's training. Unfortunately, his observation hockey did not see much improvement, likely related to his mental strength. He still had no clue on how to train his mental strength, remaining stuck at 59 points. However, overall, the gains from this month were substantial. In the training area behind the base, Jin An lay flat on the ground, his eyes slightly squinted, his clothes soaked in sweat, clearly having just undergone intense exercise. Although his eyes were closed, he was not resting. Instead, he was mobilizing his mental strength to sense the surrounding environment. After a month of exploration, he realized that the distance his mental strength could extend determined how far his observation hockey could probe. The two were closely linked. From the furrowed brow on Jin An's face, it was evident that his current mental strength was still insufficient to meet his needs. Jin An opened his eyes and sighed lightly. This observation hockey can only cover an island, and it seems too difficult to improve. He remembered that Garp had told him some time ago that mastering hockey is a long process, and after reaching a certain level, it evolves into other special abilities. For example, the observation hockey, which is said to allow one to sense events that will happen in the future as one progresses. But he was completely clueless about these things. Garp, who was sitting in a rocking chair beside him, was already used to Jin An's training. God knows how surprised he was the first time he saw Jin An train. He almost blurted out that it was perverse. This kid trains like he doesn't see himself as human, seeking danger at every turn. It was the first time he saw someone be so ruthless to themselves. Finished training? Come over and rest. Garp patted the rocking chair next to him. He discovered that there were indeed many good things in the South Sea. The rocking chair beneath him was one of the things he liked the most. Gently swaying on it was incredibly comfortable. I've told you, training should be done in moderation. Overtraining can harm your body. Garp patiently advised Jin An while savoring the tea in his hand. He had high expectations for Jin An. The Navy isn't lacking in combat power right now. He felt Jin An didn't need to rush to improve his strength. After Rock's death, the pirate crews fell apart, and those with strength on the ship all left the group to seek their own paths. Currently, the Navy is the strongest force in the world, while the pirates fight amongst themselves, struggling for the elusive title of Pirate King. It reflects the saying, when gathered, it's a fire, when scattered, it's a sky full of stars. If Jin An knew Garp's thoughts, he would definitely complain that there are too many people in the Navy with such ideas, which is why the world is so chaotic. Of course, the world maintaining chaos is what the world government wants to see. They deliberately maintain the balance of the world. The people below fight each other, while the nobles up high can enjoy life without worry, and those commoners have to pay astronomical amounts of heavenly gold for their temporary peace and entertainment. Vice Admiral Garp, your strength is already beyond any threat in this world. You can certainly choose a comfortable lifestyle. As for me, I could face the threat of death at any moment. If I don't work hard, are you going to support me then? Jin An smiled helplessly at Garp. He had his own understanding of this world, believing that it would only become more chaotic in the future. To ensure that his life would not be threatened, like Garp, he could then enjoy his leisurely time. Forget it. You can handle it yourself. Garp seemed not to have heard the latter part of Jin An's words, digging in his ears. He still needed to rely on Sengoku's snacks to live, as that was enough to support a living person. However, Jin An's words did give Garp some inspiration. My son, who is about the same age as you, but why does he feel like a complete fool? Jin An heard Garp talking about his own child, and his eyes flickered a bit. Monkey D. Luffy, influenced by his father, has longed to become a just marine since he was a child. He is still a passionate young man, holding a deep hope for justice. That child, has been taciturn since he was little, and he can't find a few friends of his age. I really worry about him. After finishing, he pretended to sigh dramatically, like a parent who is struggling for their child. Jin An couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain. Ever since he was a child, the thing he hated the most was people showing off their kids. He already knew that your son was impressive. Couldn't they skip this topic? As far as he knew, Monkey D. Luffy was now around 20 years old, 2 years younger than him. Yet, he was already a colonel in the Navy, and that rank was no joke. He had earned it through his own strength in battle. So, I want my kid to learn something from you. After Garp finished speaking, Jin An's mouth dropped open in disbelief. What was going on? He, a newly appointed colonel, was going to be the superior of a big shot who was about to be promoted to rear admiral? Was Garp still half asleep? Or was he having hallucinations from overtraining? After waiting for a while without hearing Jin An's response, Garp found it strange. This kid wasn't thinking about refusing to take on his troublemaker of a son, was he? I don't think I have anything to teach him. Jin An replied, uncertainly. You don't need to worry about that. Whether he learns anything is up to my kid to figure out. You just need to teach him well, Garp said dismissively. Jin An wiped a bead of cold sweat from his forehead. No wonder he was such a ruthless person to entrust his grandson to bandits for upbringing. The words he spoke left Jin An completely unable to refute. If you don't speak, I'll take it as your agreement. Garp chuckled and immediately made the decision, not giving Jin An a chance to refuse. This kid was indeed hard to fool. Long had caused him quite a bit of trouble lately. Taking this opportunity to let Long stay in the South Sea for a while was a good choice. Garp noticed that things were a bit off. This recliner is so comfortable. I should bring one back for Sengoku when I return. After finishing his tea, Garp quickly got up from the recliner, hands behind his back, swaying his head as he left Jin An's side. What an old rogue. Looking at the cup that had not a drop of tea left, Jin An suddenly felt so pure and kind-hearted. Report. Colonel, Vice Admiral Garp has already set off. The Fire Mountain has now also become part of Jin An's direct combat forces, currently serving as a colonel's assistant, responsible for relaying and summarizing various messages. Understood. Jin An didn't lift his head, seriously dealing with the documents on the table. His official duties felt like being in prison. It was either handling documents or on the way to handle documents. What? Is there still something to discuss? Jin An asked directly, as if the fire on the mountain had more to say. There aren't any important matters, but when Admiral Garp left, he took a lot of things with him, said Hua Xiaoshan, sweating profusely. That's no problem. It's rare for Garp to come here, so I let him choose some things from the warehouse to take with him. Jin An didn't take it seriously. After all, Garp was a vice admiral and didn't lack good things. He probably wouldn't take much. He was quite generous to his own people. It was just a matter of some external possessions. However, almost all the stock in the Navy warehouse had been moved by Vice Admiral Garp. To reassure Jin An, he continued, many people on the island saw it. Vice Admiral Garp's dog-headed ship was almost full. In fact, there wasn't much in the base's warehouse originally. It had all been squandered by the previous colonel, and what remained was just scrap metal with no value. The things Garp took were all sent over by Jin An's phone bug, including all the products Jin An had developed over the years, which were originally meant to boost the island's economy. What? Jin An was stunned. The warehouse on the island stored items meant to replace the old things in the base, new office supplies, and goods for trading with the wealthy people on the island. Most importantly, it also stored a lot of food. The other items were not as concerning. There were just 10 pieces less of each. However, almost all the food had been taken away. Huashan was confused. He could understand the removal of the new tables and chairs since they were indeed useful. But why was food taken away too? They, as the Navy, needed to eat. If the warehouse was emptied, they would have to go to town to eat. Jin An covered his face. Wow, this old dang is really not polite. It seems that the meals Jin An has been making recently have made him drool over the food. These dishes are made from seeds Jin An exchanged from the system store, and he has tried cultivating them in this world. But the quantity is still very small and hasn't been widely promoted. Forget it. I'll ask someone to send another batch over later. It's just a warehouse. So for Jin An, it's just a drop in the bucket, but there will be some trouble on Xiong's side. Handling so many items can still be quite a hassle. Hearing that the food problem has been resolved, Xiao Shan was overjoyed. Not only does Kappa like that food, but the soldiers also love it. The entire base seems to have turned into foodies, thinking about what dishes will be in the cafeteria after work. Oh right, Xiao Shan, is the ship back to the Solb Kingdom ready for me? Under his governance during this time, the island has completely restored order and is livelier than ever, so he doesn't need to stay here any longer. Colonel, the ship for you to leave this island is already prepared and can set sail at any time. Do you want to leave with me then? Jin An values this talent. Although Xiao Shan is still weak in strength, Jin An appreciates his character. Someone who stands up when people are suffering is qualified to join his team. Upon hearing Jin An's words, Xiao Shan's face immediately lit up. I am willing. Jin An was silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. There's no need to be so agitated. Pack your things. I'll take you away when the time comes. Okay. I'll have my men prepare right away. Xiao Shan, filled with uncontainable excitement, finished speaking and ran off like the wind. The young people these days are so impulsive. Jin An chuckled. Clearly, he had already forgotten that he was only 22 years old. In the Solbei Kingdom, Big Bear, why hasn't my brother come back yet? Shanks said anxiously, fearing that Jin An might be in danger. He said he would be back soon, but it's been over a month. He sniffled a bit, feeling a little wronged. He had never been away from Jin An for this long. Although he had Big Bear and Ginny with him, he still felt very uncomfortable. Little Shanks, don't worry. Your brother is very strong, and haven't you always been able to communicate with him? Ginny sighed and comforted him softly. But he hasn't communicated with me for 2 hours. Shanks's tone weakened. Big Bear and Ginny exchanged glances, both wearing a wry smile. Feeling helpless against Shanks's brother complex, they found it hard to imagine that Shanks, who appeared to be a little adult in front of outsiders, completely changed when it came to matters involving his brother. Even they, who were close to Shanks, found their comfort attempts to be of little use. Your brother is quite busy today. He even asked me to help him deliver some things earlier. Big Bear patted Shanks on the head, but added he'll be back soon. Shanks was a bit skeptical because Big Bear had said the same thing half a month ago, and the result was Big Bear awkwardly rubbed his nose. Remembering those events under Shanks's gaze, he realized he really wasn't good at comforting people. Besides, he was still a kid himself. Ginny looked at Big Bear, whose face was turning red, and found him a bit adorable. Shanks, what Big Bear said is true. When Jin An called the insect, I heard it too. Just rest assured, he'll be back soon. On the other side, on the ship heading to Marineford, Vice Admiral Garp, ISNT, this a bit inappropriate? Garp's lieutenant looked at the ship piled high with food, feeling a bit uneasy about the remnants of Jin An's conscience. What, don't you like to eat these things? Garp, unfazed, picked up a fruit and started eating. The lieutenant hesitated for a moment, but ultimately succumbed to the delicious food. I believe that everything Vice Admiral Garp does has its reasons. Don't eat alone. Share some with us. Watching Garp eat with such gusto, the Navy soldiers couldn't help but feel tears welling up at the corners of their mouths. Garp laughed heartily. The food is just sitting there. Do you want me to feed you? Long live Vice Admiral Garp. Laughter floated over the sea, while the fish trembled in fear, not daring to show their heads. Shanks, it's been so long since we last met. Have you missed your brother? Jin An smiled and gently scratched Shanks' little nose, then placed Shanks on his neck. How could that be? How was he thinking about you at all? Shanks blushed, turned his head to the side, but the joy in his heart was already evident on his face. So that's how it is. My brother is so sad. Jin An observed Shanks' expression and feigned sadness. Hearing Jin An's tone drop, Shanks panicked a bit. Well, I still think about you a little. Ginny and Big Bear watched this pair of lively characters, feeling both amused and helpless. One was a tsundere older brother, and the other a mischievous younger brother. They truly didn't look like a family. Thank you for taking care of Shanks during this time. Jin An felt a bit embarrassed. She originally thought she would only be out for an afternoon, but she didn't expect to be gone until now. Jeannie's small face turned serious, and she said in a flat tone, "What you're saying is ridiculous. When the colonel gives an order, how can we dare not to follow it? Just please take good care of the child in the future, and don't let her worry about you anymore." Hearing that Jeannie's tone was somewhat off, Dexiong hurriedly explained, "She didn't mean it that way. Don't be angry with Jin and I." Jin An slapped Big Bear on the head and laughed heartily. "Big Bear, you will definitely be watched closely by Ginny in the future. You can rest assured about my strength, even if you can't beat me. You can't run away from me either. The three of them had lived together for so many years. They were not just family, but closer than family. Ginny's earlier words were a jab at herself, as she was busy working and didn't consider her family's feelings. The little girl clearly had a lot to say, but she was a bit shy. Shanks tilted his head with a curious expression. Big Brother Bear, are you confused by your own concern? He understood what Jin An and Ginny were talking about, and it seemed like there was something between Big Brother Bear and Sister Ginny. Ginny's face turned red. What are you talking about? If you keep this up, I won't talk to you anymore. Over the years, she and Big Bear had long regarded Jin An as their brother. Their bond was undeniable. With Jin An and Shank's playful banter, her anxiety gradually faded. She and Big Bear were equally worried about Jin An's safety, but felt embarrassed to voice it in front of the kids. Huh? Big Bear looked confused. He was familiar with the words in those sentences, but when they were put together, he couldn't quite understand. Let's go home together. Tonight, I'll cook a big meal for you, Jin An declared boldly. Colonel Jin An, where should I go? Following behind Jin An, Fire Mountain felt a bit reluctant to interrupt the warm moment of the Colonel's family, but without saying anything, he had nowhere else to go. Oh, Fire Mountain, I almost forgot about you. Jin An slapped his forehead, and Shanks on his shoulder shook along. Did you see the tallest building on the island? Fire Mountain nodded honestly. I saw it. He had been observing the island where he would work and live before getting off the ship. How could he have missed such an impressive building? Since you saw it, let's just report there directly. I've already notified Kazan. After saying that, he waved goodbye to Fire Mountain and walked with Big Bear and the others toward their residence. Am I being abandoned? Fire Mountain muttered to himself. The warship that brought them to the Solbei kingdom had already set sail back, leaving him alone, disheveled in the sea breeze. Excuse me, are you Fire Mountain? An excited voice sounded so pleasant in the sea breeze. Yes, that's me. Fire Mountain looked at the soldier approaching him. His excitement was indescribable. Someone actually recognized him here. He was no longer a lonely traveler. The person stepped forward excitedly and tightly grasped Fire Mountain's hand, as if he had met a long-lost brother. It's much better to meet in person. I'm Kazan. Welcome to the Solbei Kingdom Branch. Colonel Jin An should have already told you about my situation, right? Fire Mountain felt a bit overwhelmed by Kazan's enthusiasm and instinctively nodded. Kazan looked at Fire Mountain and thought, finally, a savior has arrived. He had been working overtime for a month straight and was on the verge of collapse. He trusted the colonel's recommendation, knowing that the person would be able to dive right into work and help share the pressure. Fire Mountain felt a bit overwhelmed and silently withdrew his hand, discreetly wiping it behind him. I hope I won't run into a weirdo. My sexual orientation is quite normal. However, this person was specifically chosen by the colonel, and he felt he couldn't refuse. The more Fire Mountain thought about it, the more hopeless he felt about his future. Was there really no other way but to go along with him? Fire Mountain was conflicted, but ultimately chose to put his hand back. Mom, I'm not clean anymore. Kazan noticed Fire Mountain's actions and thought he had found a kindred spirit who understood him, quickly grabbing his hand and running off. Finally, I have a helper. Ginny, let me tell you, Big Bear is a bit slow on the uptake, and he can be somewhat stubborn, so you need to be straightforward with him. Otherwise, that guy, even dogs would shake their heads. On the way back, Jin An spoke earnestly. He could see Ginny's thoughts, but also understood Big Bear's personality. What are you talking about, Jin An? Ginny's face flushed, but she still chose to play dumb. Sigh. That guy Big Bear was always afraid that his identity would affect others, not daring to express his true feelings and not getting too close to them, which resulted in his taciturn personality. Jin An expressed that she was quite worried, but they seemed to be afraid to reveal their true feelings. Just let things be. What? The playful Shanks seemed to be triggered by a key phrase and quickly ran to Jin An's side. The kids can play. Jin An directly gave Shanks a head pat, pushing him aside. Shanks immediately protested with a serious expression. I'm not a kid anymore. All right, I got it. When we get home, I'll get you some BC calcium milk. Now go play, Jin An replied perfunctorily. He really couldn't understand why this little brat liked to act like an adult. Suddenly, Shanks realized, gritting his teeth. Aren't you still treating me like a kid? One day, I'll show you how amazing I am. Humph, but BC calcium milk really is delicious. Ginny pouted beside them, saying, You're even trying to educate us. You can't even guess what Shanks is thinking. What Shanks was thinking was simply that once he became an adult, he could help Jin An. Ginny looked at Jin An's back. His not-so-strong physique provided them with a sense of security, allowing them to grow up carefree. Sometimes, it's okay to rely on us a bit more, you silly big brother. In the palace of the Solbei kingdom, a group of guards stood in formation at the palace gates, exuding an extraordinary aura. A man dressed in official attire hurriedly approached and immediately knelt before the palace door. "Your Majesty, I have something to report." Inside the palace, a somewhat aged and hoarse voice responded, "Cough, come in directly." Upon hearing the command, the man stood up and, amid the admiring gazes of the guards, walked into the palace. However, the closer he got to the king's position, the more he bent over. Once he reached the king, he knelt directly in front of the desk. The king of the Solbei kingdom, Baikili, appeared somewhat aged, leaning back in a chair and gently rocking back and forth. The official knelt with his head bowed to the ground. "Your Majesty, Jin An has returned to the Solbei kingdom. According to intelligence, he has been at sea fighting for a month, defeating several pirate groups, and has had close exchanges with the naval hero." Alas, Baikili sighed heavily, then revealed a hint of bitterness on his face. He is still so powerful. If he were to settle down, then he wouldn't be Jin An. It has been over 3 years since they first met. Do you know how I spent these 3 years? The people in the kingdom think I have a good relationship with him, and that the kingdom is safe thanks to him. What a joke without him. I would live even better. How can a navy be above a king's authority? The official knelt on the ground, his eyes trembling violently, but remained silent. Just as the man was sweating profusely, Baikili suddenly asked, "Robert, do you think I'm living a cowardly life?" Robert trembled slightly and adjusted his facial expression. "In the Solbei kingdom, you are undoubtedly the first person. Jin An isn't even worthy to hold your shoes. No, in the eyes of the people, he is more beloved than I am as king. He has an extraordinary charisma." After saying this, Baikili suddenly began to cough violently. Once the coughing stopped, he spoke with a hint of self-deprecation. "I have to admit, that kid has indeed done a lot for this country, even saving my life. I know he has no ulterior motives for this country." At this moment, Robert felt like he wanted to die. Why did he have to step into this mess? He tried to curl up and reduce his presence. But Baikili continued speaking to himself. "I haven't treated him poorly, yet his actions truly disappoint me. Reputation is so hard to gain, yet he acquires it so easily. He cares for the common people, do I not?" Baikili glanced at the curled-up Robert with indifference, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "Just because I raise you useless bunch, you can't even fend off some pathetic pirates." After saying this, Baikili's tone turned even colder, as if he had become a beast ready to devour. "Immediately summoned the Minister of Defense to see me." Robert trembled and raised his head. "Now? Yes, now. Quickly go get him." "Yes, Your Majesty, I will handle it right away." Robert stood up and turned to leave. Once outside, he tried to calm himself down, wiping the sweat from his forehead. His clothes felt as if they had just been pulled out of water, and he felt like he had just escaped with his life. He hurriedly left under the puzzled gazes of the palace guards. "Big brother, the atmosphere in the kingdom seems to have changed a bit during this month you were away." After dinner, the four of them lay neatly on the sofa, digesting their meals while a video phone bug played the current hot news. Ginny nodded in agreement, saying that the atmosphere had indeed changed a bit. There had been some small movements from the king's side. However, most people wouldn't notice it. Otherwise, the country would have already been in chaos. Daxiong, having eaten a bit too much, just wanted to lie down and be a quiet, handsome guy. He was usually uninterested in such matters. In his subconscious, as long as Ginny and Jean were around, he just needed to listen to them. Their decisions were always correct. Is that so? I'll go take a look tomorrow. Jin An is not taking it seriously. He is quite familiar with the king of this country. When the king raises his butt, he knows what he needs to do. It's probably just a lot of noise with little action, messing things up, and then waiting for the Navy to clean up the mess for him. Jin An not only protects the safety of this country, but also contributes significantly to the annual tax revenue. Yet that old guy is still not satisfied. Should we give him some unforgettable memories? These people have been living in comfort for too long and have forgotten what it feels like to have their lives threatened. This matter can be entrusted to Huashishin. It just happens to be a good opportunity for him to become familiar with this country. In the tallest building on this island, the lights are still on, and Huashishin, who is still working overtime, says, "Thank you so much. Daxiong, are you satisfied with your life as a priest?" Jin An looks at the lifeless Daxiong. Burp. As soon as he opens his mouth, Daxiong can't help but burp. Feeling a bit embarrassed. Being a priest has always been my dream, and I am very satisfied with my current situation. His father was originally a priest, and they had a happy life, but unfortunately, both of his loving parents have passed away. I'm glad you have that thought. Jin An changes the subject. But you must remember to protect yourself. Some people are not worth your dedication. After experiencing what happened in the Valley of the Gods, I have understood what you mean. Daxiong looks gently at the few people in the room. I will protect everything I cherish. Jin An felt a bit relieved. That big bear who was so gentle with everyone had changed a lot. He had grown into a reassuring man. Xiongzi, you did great. Jinny gave him a big thumbs up. Jin An became serious. In this world, if you want to protect others, you must have powerful strength. You three will train with me from now on, striving to live wonderfully in this world. Shanks cheered. Yay, I can finally train with my brother. By then, I will protect everyone. Jinny's eyes softened. Then we'll be waiting for you, little adult Shanks. Jinny's sister, I've told you before, don't always pat my head, or I won't grow tall. Although Shanks said he didn't want to be patted, he didn't leave Jinny's palm and even had a smile on his face, enjoying the rare warmth in the pirate world. Jin An couldn't help but sigh that meeting these few people in the Valley of the Gods was truly one of the few pieces of luck he had since coming to this world. In the morning, before dawn, Bear, Jinny, and Shanks appeared in the training ground of the island right on time. Jin An looked at the three of them with a bit of amusement, although they hadn't had breakfast yet and still looked a bit lethargic after just getting up. Their attitude towards training had improved, especially Shanks, who seemed unaccustomed to getting up early. He looked like a wilted eggplant, drooping and listless. Jin An got up earlier than the other three. After running a few laps around the island and preparing breakfast, he finally arrived at the training ground. He knew that none of the three had the habit of eating breakfast. However, after exercising, they would definitely be very hungry, so he still prepared a portion for each of them. When the three saw Jin An approaching, they felt a bit excited. They all had their reasons to become stronger. Originally, they wanted to learn secretly since Jin An wasn't teaching them, but now they had the opportunity to learn openly, and they were simply thrilled. Jin An's eyes showed a hint of smile. Without saying much, he directly walked in front of the three. You all have heard of the 6 styles in the Navy, right? The three nodded in unison. The 6 styles are techniques spread within the Navy that allow ordinary people to compete with typical ability users after training. However, learning these moves heavily depends on one's talent. Some can learn them after just one teaching, while others may require a long time of practice. Are you planning to teach us the 6 styles, brother? Shanks asked. Jin An nodded first, then shook his head. The 6 styles will be taught to you later. But your bodies are not yet ready to meet the conditions for practicing the 6 styles. Do you know the daily training tasks for the soldiers at the Navy headquarters? Jinny and the others exchanged glances and then slowly shook their heads. 2,000 push-ups, 100 rope climbs back and forth, 200 laps of long-distance running, and finally practical combat training. Jin An stated the most terrifying words in the most mundane tone. Hearing these training items, even the strongest among them, Big Bear, couldn't help but swallow hard. I know your bodies can't handle these exercises. So, every morning, do some training that suits your own physical condition. Breakfast is here for you. Eat it after your training. What about you, brother? Shanks asked curiously, since their training tasks were all arranged. What was Jin An planning to do? Jin An smiled and said, These exercises are useless for me. I can just watch you train. You don't have to worry about me. Just pretend I'm not here. Don't you have to go to work? Jinny asked the question that concerned all three of them. Jin An confidently said, I'm the biggest in the South China Sea. Who can arrange for me to work? Jin and I and the others were momentarily speechless, thinking to themselves, so what if you have a high rank? All right, you guys start training, and I'll cheer you on from the side. Shanks realized that the training content was quite different from what he had imagined. He thought Jin An would give each of them a wooden sword and teach them step by step. He had dreamed of becoming a swordsman since he was young and looked forward to wielding a sword and moving like the wind. However, reality slapped him in the face. The training was unexpectedly dull and required constant repetition. Maintain your breath. Don't lose your rhythm, Jin An reminded them from the side. He was quite strict during training, firmly believing that the sweat shed during practice would turn into blood spilled in battle. After mastering their breathing rhythms, the three felt the pressure lighten a bit, and their training gradually fell into a groove. Just as Jin An was getting into it, a soldier clad in heavy armor approached with a cold voice. Colonel Jin An, the king requests your presence. Please come with us. Jin An shook his head. You royal guard are getting worse and worse. He didn't even show his face, questioning. Is this how you invite someone? The armored man continued. Does Colonel Jin An mean he doesn't plan to come with me? Jin An replied. I didn't say that. Don't wrongfully accuse me. Since I have nothing better to do right now, I'll go with you. Jin An cheerfully patted the armor, and it did have quite a presence. He had been to the palace a few times, all at the invitation of the old king. Although with his status, getting into the palace was as easy as eating or drinking. However, he wasn't the type to visit for no reason. Without waiting for the armored person to act, Jin An took the lead and walked toward the palace. Haven't you eaten? Why are you walking so slowly? Jin An complained to the armored person behind him. He had deliberately slowed down his pace, yet it was still so slow. The armored person replied, Do you think I want to walk slowly? This armor is really heavy. He was struggling to breathe and really didn't want to pay attention to Jin An. After a while, Jin An stood at the entrance of the palace. Reporting to the king, Jin An has arrived. Keely, with his eyes half closed as if dozing off, slowly opened them upon hearing the announcement. Let him in. Under the escort of the guards, Jin An walked into the palace. It was expected for him to be summoned by the king. He thought the king would wait a few more days, but it seemed he was in a hurry. Was there something to discuss, or was there another scheme at play? Looking at King Keely, who was lying in a rocking chair, Jin An revealed a faint smile, as if meeting an old friend. Your Majesty, what do you need me for? Ah, it's been a while, hasn't it? You've been busy catching pirates, and for this old bone of mine. It's not easy to see you. Jin An shook his head. I really don't like hearing the king say that. I'm doing this to maintain peace and stability. You see, I came right away when you called me this time. I even set aside other matters just to see you. Keely glanced at Jin An, who was not too far from him. You still know how to talk. He suddenly reached out to a nearby attendant and said, help me get up and walk a bit. My old bones are really getting less reliable. He glanced at Jin An. You should come walk with me too. Jin An felt no hesitation as he lightly raised his footsteps, following behind the old king. Under Jin An's perception, the king was in very good health and didn't he really need anyone to support him. The reason for this was perhaps to lower his guard. Unfortunately, whether the king was genuinely ill or merely pretending to be, it made no difference to Jin An. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Keely frowned slightly, clearly dissatisfied with Jin An's reaction. He was the king, after all, and he contributed a massive amount of heavenly gold to the world's nobility every year. It was one thing for a naval officer to jump around in front of the king, but now there was even a lack of basic respect. However, considering Jin An's terrifying strength, he chose to endure it. There's nothing much, just wanted to catch up with you. Jin An scoffed, saying that even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe such words. I heard that you have been promoted to colonel. Let me congratulate you here first. Keely suppressed his discomfort and pretended to offer his congratulations. Jin An simply responded, thank you. I heard that the residence of the governors of the South China Sea has always been on Stewart Island. When are you planning to head there? The old fox finally couldn't hold back. I told Admiral Kapu that we won't be going there for the time being. After all, moving around is too troublesome. I still prefer this place. The people here are good-looking and have pleasant voices. Jin An made it clear that the old king, despite his unattractiveness, had unrealistic aspirations. The factories he established here cannot simply be relocated. The manpower and financial resources required would be enormous. Moreover, he is currently the leader of the South Sea Navy. And wherever he is, that is the headquarters. Are you going to disregard the rules set by the world government? Do you even regard the rules of this world? Do you take the world government seriously? Do you take me, this king, seriously? Keely stood by the window, becoming more and more agitated, increasingly feeling that he was on the moral high ground, with Jin An being the one who was obstructing his dreams. I have always kept these things in mind. Jin An patted his chest and said, except for that damn world government and you, this king. But I also have a question to ask you, king. Keely could hardly contain his excitement. Ask away. I am quite patient right now. Do you care about the citizens? Jin An stared directly into the king's eyes. Keely answered without hesitation. Of course I care about them. Without them, how could I gather heaven's gold and live the life I have now? Still the same meticulous egoist. Jin An shook his head. There's nothing wrong with being self-interested. However, doing nothing while still wanting to maintain a FAAD is somewhat unreasonable. I say, Your Majesty, if you can't do it, then don't pretend. Be careful not to deceive yourself in the end. Life is rarely clear-cut. Jin An, Keely sighed. We have been dealing with each other for so many years. In some matters, we should each take a step back for everyone's good. Keely slowly said, do you remember what you said to me the first time we met? You said as long as you were on this island, you would not allow pirates to have a chance to land. Jin An nodded. I have fulfilled all these promises. Pirates have not dared to pass through the Solbei Kingdom for such a long time, and you have successfully become the admiral of the South Sea. Can you go to other places to protect the people now? Keely directly stated his demands. When a rabbit dies, the hounds are cooked. You people really have no conscience at all. Back then, when your lives were threatened, you clung tightly to my thigh, afraid that I would run away. Now that there is no threat, you just kick me away. Jin An smiled, but it was not a genuine smile. You people who play power games have such dirty hearts, truly calculating well. Thank you for the compliment. How could I sit in this position if my heart weren't dirty? Keely took pride in what should be shameful. I want to say much more. Since you don't want to leave, I have plenty of ways to make you go. Keely turned his head, his eyes still sharp, staring intensely at Jin An. See him off. Please escort this colonel out of my palace. A crisp sound echoed through the palace. Bai Keeley covered his face in disbelief. You dare to hit me? Jin An looked left and right. What a pity, such a magnificent palace. I wanted to explore more. Since the king has given the order, I can only leave. Saying this, he shook his head and walked out, not paying any attention to the people here. Stop! Bai Keeley shouted loudly with a slurred voice. Catch this treacherous rebel. I want him to wish he were dead. Jin An did not resist, and cooperatively allowed the guards to bind him tightly. This kind of rope was easy for him to break free from. Did you see what I did? Jin An asked. The people present in the palace were somewhat unsure of what Jin An was thinking, but they honestly shook their heads. They hadn't seen anything. They had only heard the king's orders. Jin An asked again, You didn't see anything, so why did you tie me up? You bastard. Among everyone present here, only you have the motive for this. Do you still want to deny it? The wounds on my face can prove that all of this was done by you, you bastard. Bai Keeley couldn't contain his anger and shouted out loud. Jin An clicked his tongue. To add a crime, what excuse is there to lack? Slap. Another loud slap echoed. This time, Bai Keeley was sent flying, landing on the throne, unconscious. See? I told you it wasn't me. Jin An still looked tied up, casually speaking to the guards who bound him. The guards had expressions as if they had seen a ghost, standing there at a loss. The captain of the security team was shocked. Hurry up and call a doctor. Watching the king, who was struggling to breathe, their faces turned pale. If something happened to the king, they would all be buried with him. Bang! Jin An exerted a little force, and the ropes binding her completely shattered into pieces. Since there's no way to prove it, you all can busy yourselves. I'll take my leave now. Without waiting for a response from those people, Jin An directly patted her butt and walked away. I will have my revenge. Bai Keeley closed her resentful eyes and fainted. Jin An laughed. Enemies usually come up with such remarks, and they would say he is despicable and shameless, wishing him a bad end, but he didn't care. He enjoyed watching these people who wished they could eat him alive, but had no way to do so. In the world of pirates, weakness is original sin. When Jin An returned to the training ground, as expected, only Bear was still working out. Ginny and Shanks were already sitting on chairs resting, and only one portion of breakfast was left on the table. The process of training is essentially a repetitive process of suffering, and to become stronger, one must constantly push their limits, which means the hardships only increase. Brother, why did it take you so long to go to the palace? Shanks asked, pushing aside his hand. Jin An reluctantly withdrew his hand. The king is looking for trouble. So we ended up staying there longer than expected. You all need to pay attention to this old king's movements. I fear he might take action against you. Once he realizes he can't confront us head-on, he'll definitely resort to underhanded tactics, Jin An said. Shanks swung his fist. Then we should strike first and lock him away in a place where no one can find him. That idea won't work. Go home and copy the family rules. Jin An punched Shanks on the head. I actually think Shanks' method is a one-time solution. Ginny agreed with Shanks. Addressing the problem at its root is the simplest way. Jin An shook his head. That guy, no matter how bad it is still the king of a world government member state. Killing him casually won't do us any good. Moreover, killing him would lead to chaos in this country. And there are several forces secretly eyeing this piece of fat meat. Ginny scratched her pink hair in distress. So what should we do? There's only so long a thief can steal before being caught, and we can't always be on guard. That's why you all need to work hard to train. Being strong is more important than anything else. That's right, Shanks and the others have been too comfortable for too long, lacking any sense of urgency. At this rate, who knows how long it will take them to gain the power to protect themselves. It's better to create a danger for them, to keep them focused. The upcoming era of great pirates is much more dangerous than now, and I can't always be by their side to protect them. To forge iron, one must be strong themselves. After that day's conversation, Shanks and the others indeed became much more diligent. They completed the tasks set for each day without needing supervision, and Bartholomew even exceeded expectations. Colonel, you finally came? Fire Mountain exclaimed as he saw Jin An walk into the office, tears almost welling up in his eyes. These days have been unbearable. I've either been working overtime or on my way to work overtime, getting up early and staying up late. I have dark circles under my eyes. Is it Fire Mountain? Are you getting used to living here? That guy Kazan should have helped you familiarize yourself with the affairs here, right? Jin An saw the dark circles under Xiaoshan's eyes and felt a twinge of guilt. But soon, his conscience was devoured by a dog. Colonel, these are the documents that have piled up over the past few days and require your signature. Please take a look, Xiaoshan said as he stepped aside, revealing the scene behind him. In the office, the documents were piled up like a small mountain, and standing in front of them made one feel insignificant. Is all of this? Jin An's voice trembled as he rubbed his eyes, fearing he was hallucinating. Just then, Hua Xiaoshan's words pulled him back to reality and threw him into hell. Report to the colonel. This is just a portion of it. Hua Xiaoshan felt secretly pleased, thinking there's still a lot more in my office and Mr. Kazan's office. Jin An felt the darkness before his eyes and fainted. It seemed that Hua Xiaoshan had anticipated Jin An's move, instantly pulling out a chair from behind him. Jin An smoothly settled into the chair without a hint of deviation. Immediately after, Hua Xiaoshan pushed the chair, sending Jin An to the desk. Are you devils? Jin An extended his trembling finger, hovering over the pile of documents, wondering when he would ever finish processing so many files. Hua Xiaoshan remained unfazed. All the documents in this room must be approved within these 2 days. So please, Colonel, hurry up. After you finish, we still need to allocate personnel to deliver these documents to various places in the South China Sea. So please complete it as soon as possible. With that, Hua Xiaoshan hurriedly left the office, even kindly closing the door behind Jin An. What a sin. Through the door, Kazan still heard Jin An's heart-wrenching shout. Senior Kazan. Hua Xiaoshan saluted, the task completed. Go ahead and laugh if you want to. Kazan looked at the obvious smile that Hua Xiaoshan could no longer contain and shook his head with a smile. Report. I've been trained rigorously, no matter what happens. I will not laugh. Hua Xiaoshan struggled to control the muscles in his face, but instead of helping, it made his muscles twitch uncontrollably. Really? Let us see if he dares to slack off again. Kazan, the unfortunate worker, finally returned the grievances he had accumulated, with interest. Those documents conveyed a message to the islands of the South China Sea. The new governor of the South China Sea has taken office and wants the most serious issues reported for the governor to handle personally. Once this news was sent out, the naval forces on those troubled islands were overjoyed, eager to report every major and minor issue from their areas. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Hua Xiaoshan felt a bit uneasy, worrying that when the colonel reacted, he might not take it lightly. Kazan reassured him, don't worry. Our colonel isn't a petty person. He won't take it to heart. As for whether it will be noted down in a little book, I can't guarantee that. Let's go. We have a ton of things waiting to be done. For the sake of justice in his heart, Kazan did not care how much he suffered. The South China Sea remained as calm as ever, with no major incidents occurring. The warm sunlight filtered through the leaves onto the desk, and Jin An, biting his pen and furrowing his brows, stared at the documents in his hand and on the table, seemingly seeing the 3 words foolish big head. Jin An grabbed the pen in his mouth. Why are all these people coming to me for money? Am I running a bank? Where do they expect me to get so much money from? Isn't the distribution of funds managed by the headquarters? What went wrong in the process? Confounded. Jin An could only annotate the money request documents. No money, just a life. If they have the guts, come to the Solbei kingdom for a face-to-face discussion. He then directly rejected all such documents. Every day, they just find ways to give him more work. And now, there are pirates causing trouble on Molly Island again. Didn't they just sweep through there not long ago? Jin An's head was about to explode. Molly Island has a certain reputation in the South China Sea, known for its dairy production. Jin An had even made a special trip there to taste the local delicacies. He felt that pirates in this world were a lot like leeks. Once one batch is cut down, another grows back immediately. It seems he needs to arrange for some capable Navy personnel to guard that island. Relying solely on support, sooner or later, that island would be in ruins. Overall, the South China Sea has been relatively stable lately, and the pirate threat has been effectively curbed. Since the situation in the South China Sea is looking good, he can now take a good rest, improve his strength, and wait for the moment to confront the strong in this world. Knock, knock, knock. Colonel Jin An, a naval officer, pushed open the door, holding a stack of materials, and rushed into the office. I have something strange to report to you. Can we have a moment of peace? His rare good mood was about to vanish. Jin An said with some annoyance, what is going on? Speak up. The Navy officer, not noticing the tone of his superior, directly replied, I'm a member of the newly formed research team, and we recently discovered something strange in the central South China Sea. A small island we've been monitoring has mysteriously disappeared. That island had a massive amount of crystal deposits and was previously occupied by many pirates. Upon hearing that the island was only inhabited by pirates, Jin An visibly relaxed. Before the island disappeared, did you notice anything unusual? The Navy officer pondered for a moment, but had no clues. I'm very sorry, Colonel. We didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. The island just seemed to vanish into thin air. We saw it the afternoon before it disappeared, and after one night, it was gone when we passed by again. All right, I'll go check the site later. You can head back for now. This was the first time Jin An had received such a report, and he was somewhat concerned. The disappearance of small islands had occurred many times in Navy records. Some sank due to battles between powerful beings, some due to natural disasters, and others were destroyed by giant sea creatures. He wondered what the cause was this time. Supporting his chin with his hand, Jin An looked forward to the upcoming investigation. Colonel Jin An, are you planning to leave work now? Kazan glanced out the window. The sun was still high in the sky. Jin An felt a bit awkward. He actually got caught red-handed while sneaking out. Kazan sighed. His clothes were still drying at home, and he needed to go back to collect them. Otherwise, it would be a shame if the strong winds blew them away. This excuse was quite strong. Kazan didn't know how to complain about his boss anymore. However, I've already had Shanks take care of it for you. Kazan pushed up the frame of his glasses on his nose. Thankfully, he was prepared in advance. I have other things I need to attend to as well. Gina tried to make one last struggle. Kazan helplessly covered his forehead, feeling that having such a boss was truly bad luck for 8 lifetimes. Colonel, have you finished processing your documents? Almost. Jin An recalled the high pile of documents on his desk and felt his scalp tingle. A tick mark appeared on Kazan's forehead, and his tone became stern. Then you can't leave. You can only leave once you finish. He was frustrated. Jin An was clearly only in his 20s with a bright future ahead, yet he lived every day like he was about to retire, wasting time. Actually, someone just came to report to me, and I was planning to handle that matter. Jin An suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of an excuse. I already know about that matter. The person going there is already on the way. Kazan coldly stated the facts. Jin An weakly murmured, I am the commander. Kazan stated the facts. The people in the base hardly see you for a month. Jin An is completely under Kazan's control. As the highest-ranking official, how could he let it be like this? In fact, within the base, Kazan is completely the number 1 person under Jin An, handling matters fairly and justly, with abilities and strength that leave no room for criticism. However, Kazan himself does not want it to be this way. It's all forced out by Jin An. If your younger siblings knew, Kazan's first words would be a lethal blow. Jin An raised his hands in surrender. Got it. When he re-entered the office, he felt completely unmotivated. Kazan, that guy, made a note in his little book, waiting for the day to chuckle about it. Jin An sneered to himself. In another office, Kazan suddenly felt a chill run through his body and shivered. That guy, Jin An, was talking bad about him again. He had grown accustomed to this strange physical reaction. Ever since he came under Jin An's command, he had a shiver once every day. Bruh, 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 bruh. Just as Jin An was finishing up the paperwork and hadn't had the chance to feel happy, the call of his bug phone suddenly rang out. Jin An took the phone bug out of his pocket and connected the call. Hello, this is Jin An. As soon as the call was connected, a loud voice came from the phone bug. Guess who I am? Admiral Garp. Are you calling to settle the expenses for the food you took earlier? Jin An asked directly. Garp couldn't laugh anymore. Nonsense. Those things were clearly gifts from you. I just took them as you said help yourself. Help myself, and then empty my warehouse, right? Jin An said with a smile. All right, let's not talk about that anymore. Admiral Garp, is there something you need to discuss? What do you mean by that? Can't I call you just for no reason? Garp said a bit indignantly. Jin An rolled his eyes. Why aren't you? You always play by yourself, only thinking of others when you find something troublesome. Why aren't you speaking? You don't really see me as that kind of person, do you? Garp puffed out his cheeks and glared. Forget it. Let's not talk about that. Let's get down to business. If there's something, just say it. He figured there was indeed something that needed him. Ahem. Garp cleared his throat. That guy Long has already set off for the South Sea. I hope you can discipline him a bit when the time comes. Jin An found it a bit strange. There shouldn't be a need to make a special call to explain these matters. Sure enough, Garp continued. 2 more people are also coming over to find you. No problem. Just 2 more people, Jin An replied. Who are the additional 2? Jin An didn't mind. They were all here to work for him, so the more, the merrier. Zephyr's wife and son, Garp answered. Jin An was confused. No, I can understand you sending your son to me for custody, but what is Zephyr thinking? His wife shouldn't be coming here to join the army, right? Is she willing? Ahem. Feeling Zephyr's unfriendly gaze, Garp knew that his old friend wasn't in a good mood and couldn't help but cough twice. What's wrong? Admiral Garp, are you sick? Jin An pretended to be concerned. No wonder you don't have time to teach your child. Although he had gained free labor, Jin An still didn't want his South Sea to turn into a daycare. Otherwise, wouldn't his future nickname be Daycare General? Garp said irritably, don't talk nonsense, you brat. Zephyr's wife and child are going to the South Sea for vacation. Jin An doesn't quite understand what's so fun about the South Sea. Aside from pirates, it's just pirates. Staying next to the Admiral, you can't see any scenery, and safety is guaranteed. Why would anyone think of voluntarily coming to this desolate place in the South Sea? Wait, Zephyr already has children? Then next year, his wife and kids. You just need to take care of that kid Long, Zephyr will handle things on his end," Garp said in a deep voice. Jin An felt a bit overwhelmed. After all, it was the family of a general. He couldn't even imagine what the scene would be like if something happened on his territory. Jin An still wanted to struggle. Is it too late to refuse now? It's too late. Long and the others set off this morning. Garp shook his head and said, Jin An's mind was in chaos. He understood very well the contributions Zephyr made to the Navy and didn't want him to have such a miserable old age. However, he didn't know if Zephyr's family leaving his sight would lead to pirates taking action early. He also didn't know if he had the ability to prevent the death of Zephyr's family. Pirates who dare to kill the family of a Marine admiral. Jin An didn't believe they would be nameless figures. It was something Zephyr couldn't stop. Could he possibly handle it? Hey, Jin An, are you still listening? Is there a problem? Why has no one spoken for so long? Garp had been calling for a while without any response and thought there might be an issue with the transponder snail. Jin An can only take one step at a time for now. I will handle it well, Admiral Garp. Jin An withdrew from his thoughts and simply replied, Jin An, I have one more thing to remind you out of concern for a friend, Kapu said to Jin An with a serious expression. Jin An smiled and said, this is the first time I've heard you, Garp, say that I am your friend. There's almost a 20-year age difference between him and Garp, and the other party is a high-ranking vice admiral. Jin An has always positioned himself as a junior. You brat, I'm seriously talking to you. Garp was so angry. Jin An retracted his smile. You speak. Garp took a deep breath and said, 4 days ago, there were 4 individuals with special identities who were originally heading to the North Sea. But for some unknown reason, they suddenly changed direction and headed towards the South Sea. Given their special identities, and Garp emphasized the word human, these individuals are definitely not small fry. I will keep an eye on it. Jin An nodded. He was quite curious about the identities of these 4 people, but in his memory, it seemed like there hadn't been any major events this year. Jin An's brow furrowed as he seemed to suddenly think of something. Could it be that incident? According to the timeline, it really could be that incident. Matters involving the celestial dragons are quite difficult to handle. The people of the South Sea are hospitable and have simple morals, so there shouldn't be any serious incidents, right? Then I'll leave it at that. You should prepare yourself. In Garp's view, even if the celestial dragons came to Jin An's territory, they wouldn't do anything outrageous. The purpose of his warning was to ensure that Jin An didn't come into contact with those people. He knows how much the people of this world hate the celestial dragons and doesn't want Jin An to get caught up in it. 4 days ago, at Mary Geos. Are you crazy? Holy Saint Ho Ming, how can someone of your status? Would you rather give up being a god to become an ordinary person? A group of celestial dragons surrounded Holy Saint Ho Ming, their faces filled with confusion and anger. Ho Ming stood with his wife and children opposite these celestial dragons, smiling at them. We have always been humans. The celestial dragons were furious. Are you implying that we are the same as you? This is a blasphemy against the divine. What do you take the celestial dragons for? You damn traitor. You've been an outlier since the beginning. That's right. You traitor. No matter how the celestial dragons scolded him, Ho Ming remained calm. It doesn't matter how you all view me, but I believe humanity is great. Living as a human will definitely be a meaningful thing, allowing my life to be more fulfilling. This is my belief. Doflamingo, wearing sunglasses, had no expression on his face. He didn't understand why his father insisted on leaving this beautiful place. The celestial dragons couldn't comprehend Ho Ming's words at all, feeling nothing but raw betrayal. Do you know what you're saying? This is truly too arrogant. Since you want to leave so much, then hurry up and get out of Mary Geos. 3 days ago, at the edge of the North Sea, Major General Kuru, can you take us to the South Sea? Ho Ming looked at the newspaper in his hand, a smile appearing on his lips. This was the reason he yearned for humanity. The headline of the newspaper read, "The spiritual leader of the South Sea, Jin An, is now officially awarded the rank of colonel by the Navy headquarters, commanding the entire South Sea. It can be done." But Kuru hesitated. We're not prepared for that place. Your accommodations may need to be rearranged. Ho Ming smiled and said, that's fine. Any arrangement for accommodations will do. Then may I ask, Lord Ho Ming, which island would you like to go to? Kuru inquired. Ho Ming glanced at the place name in the newspaper. Just take us to the Solbei Kingdom. Kuru was taken aback. He had a familiar feeling about that place. It was the island that Vice Admiral Garp had once visited, and it seemed the person in charge there was quite interesting. That's right. That's why I want to go there. Ho Ming gazed southward with a hint of expectation in his eyes. He was eager to meet Colonel Jin An, who was respected by the people of the South Sea. Fire Mountain, you little brat, come here quickly. Jin An's loud shout echoed through the office. Fire Mountain jolted and immediately stood up from his seat. hurriedly making his way to Jin An's office. "Colonel, you called for me? Is there something wrong?" Fire Mountain felt uneasy, fearing that what he had been worried about might come true. "Why are you so tense?" Jin An wore a half-smile. "Did you do something bad and are afraid I'll find out?" Fire Mountain shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum, denying 3 times. "I didn't, I wasn't." "I don't know." "All right, don't be so nervous. Just treat this place like your home," Jin An said earnestly. Fire Mountain nodded repeatedly, but in his heart, he thought Jin An was joking. At home, he just ate and slept, and if it were really like that, Jin An would definitely beat him up. Recently, has the Navy responsible for scouting the South Sea reported any special ships entering the South Sea? Jin An asked. Fire Mountain was puzzled. The range Jin An provided was too broad, and he was unsure which kind of ship Jin An needed information about. For the Navy, special attention is given to pirate ships, ships of allied country kings, and ships of the world government. What kind of special are you referring to? The range is too wide, so he could only continue asking. World government ships? Jin An replied. Fire Mountain thought for a moment. Recently, many world government ships have entered the South Sea. Most are merchant ships procuring supplies for the celestial dragons. But those ships go directly to the supply procurement location. And there's nothing particularly noteworthy. Is that so? Jin An stroked his chin. Could it be that Garp's information was incorrect? Those people didn't actually have the South Sea as their destination, but were merely passing through. All right, there's nothing else. You could go back to what you were doing. Jin An waved his hand, indicating that there was no issue here. Fire Mountain was bewildered. You called me here in such a hurry. And it turned out to be this? Just as Fire Mountain was about to leave, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. Soon, Kazan appeared in front of the desk. Colonel Jin An, a world government ship that was not reported in advance, is about to dock at the coast of the Solbei Kingdom, Kazan said, without having time to greet Fire Mountain. Jin An glanced at the burning mountain, a dangerous aura flickering in his eyes. Burning Mountain, Colonel, listen to my explanation. On the coast of the Solbei Kingdom, a warship belonging to the world government docked at the shore. We can only take you this far. This is the Solbei Kingdom in the South China Sea, and it is also a member state of the world government. We have prepared accommodations and sufficient resources for you on the island. It should ensure that you can live without worries in the future. The Navy lined up to see off Hua Minggu Sheng and his party, with Kuru standing in the front of the line, giving final instructions to Hua Minggu Sheng. Thank you. This is more than enough. Hua Minggu Sheng expressed his gratitude to the Navy. Leaving Mary Geos had always been his dream. Stepping onto this island meant he had completely bid farewell to his past. From now on, he could experience the joys and sorrows of ordinary human life. Kuru continued. Now we will need to retrieve your celestial dragon identity chips. The chip represents the identity, status, and privileges of a celestial dragon. Only with the chip can one be called a celestial dragon. Conversely, even possessing the bloodline of a celestial dragon would not grant recognition without it. Hua Minggu Sheng showed no reluctance and directly handed over the chip. Kuru took the chip from their hands, saying, Then I wish you all peace and joy in your future lives. We will return to Mary Geos now. Take care. Under the watchful eyes of the Navy, the 4 of them walked towards the island. It was the first time they had encountered such amiable celestial dragons. Unfortunately, there were none like that left now. It was their first time serving the celestial dragons, and still feeling so happy. What a pity. The Navy all believed that Hua Minggu Sheng and his companions were easy to get along with and admired their ability to make such a choice. If any Navy personnel here were enjoying the benefits of being a celestial dragon, they believed they wouldn't make such a choice, which speaks volumes about Hua Minggu Sheng's strength. All right, enough discussion. Kuru retracted his gaze. Let us head back. Kazan, is what you said true? Burning Mountain asked with a grimace. He felt pain in his face, unable to comprehend why he kept encountering such situations, and each time it was a public execution. Kazan nodded. Of course it's true. Although the area where that ship was docked is vast and sparsely populated, it was still discovered by the scouts. Jin An put on his coat and said, Let's go see what's going on. He immediately took the lead and walked out. Behind him, Hiwashishin had a, Kazan, can you report things when I'm not around next time? Why? Kazan found Hiwashishin's request a bit strange. Because it hurts. Hiwashishin covered his face and quickly caught up with Jin An. Kazan looked confused, but still focused on the matters at the coast. Just as Jin An opened the door, the system brought a new task. Ding. Please actively engage with Hua Minggu Sheng and change your relationship from unfamiliar to any level of affection. Task rewards. 10 hours of training space, 5,000 mall points, and 10 million berries. Wishing the host a smooth task, throwing flowers. Through the task issued by the system, Jin An confirmed that the people who came to the island were indeed the Doflamingo family. This was also a hidden function of the system, allowing him to know in advance the characters and events he would face next, saving him the time to investigate. Kazan, where's that ship docked? Jin An asked the only informed person present. Kazan pointed to the north. Directly north of this island, there's a coastline surrounded by a forest. There are fewer people there, and almost no one goes to that place. It is said that it used to be a place where pirates frequently landed, and people would subconsciously avoid it to escape the chaos of war. Hearing Kazan's answer, Jin An also recalled that place, which was indeed rarely visited. It was a good landing spot for Hua Minggu Sheng and his family. Jin An actually had a decent impression of Hua Minggu Sheng. He had not oppressed ordinary people during the Celestial Dragon era, was friendly, and had a kind heart. However, he underestimated the hatred people had for celestial dragons in this world, leading his family into a pit of fire when his wife and children were in danger. He also protected them recklessly, but unfortunately, he lacked power and authority, making him unable to resist and at the mercy of others. Jin An does not understand the feelings of those oppressed by the celestial dragons. In his view, it is more beneficial for the celestial dragons to give up their identities and integrate into the group of ordinary people. Perhaps the success of Ho Ming Wusheng could lead to a split among the celestial dragons into two factions. On the contrary, after the ordinary people kill Ho Ming Wusheng, those celestial dragons would only applaud and then escalate their persecution of civilians. The celestial dragons who intended to get closer to the common people would also abandon their fantasies and indulge in pleasure. When did a castle appear in that place up ahead? Near the coast, Jin An suddenly saw a magnificent castle that seemed to have been built not long ago. Kazan was also curious. I remember there wasn't one during the recent island patrol. Look, there are people at the castle gate. Fire Mountain pointed to the castle ahead and said. Jin An and Kazan focused their eyes and indeed saw 4 people with luggage standing in front of the castle. Opening the door, Hua Xiaoshan had been curious about something for a long time, and he asked, "Can you enlighten me?" Jin An led the two towards the castle. Hua Xiaoshan, who was following closely behind Jin An, perked up. Colonel Jin An actually had something to ask him. You can ask. Are your eyes open? It was no wonder Jin An would ask this, as Hua Xiaoshan's eyes looked as if they were closed. However, many times he was able to observe things that Jin An and the others overlooked. Colonel, that's quite an impolite question. And you, Kazan, don't show such an interested expression. Hua Xiaoshan felt as if his heart had been stabbed twice. Of course my eyes are open. Hua Xiaoshan tried hard to widen his eyes to prove it, but still looked unchanged. Father, look, isn't someone approaching from the woods? Luo Xinandi looked into the distance through his hair. Hua Ming Wusheng pushed open the door and looked back. Indeed, someone was coming over. You all go in first. I'll see why those people are coming here. Watching his family enter the castle, Hua Ming Wusheng calmly stood at the door, waiting for the 3 people to approach. Hello, we have something to ask you. Is it convenient? Hua Xiaoshan still wore that comforting smile on his face. Hua Ming Wusheng politely nodded. You can ask, but I'm new here and might not know much about this island. He looked at the faces of the 3 and their uniforms, feeling that the leader looked somewhat familiar. You are. Hello, nice to meet you. Jin An extended his hand with a warm smile. My name is Jin An, the person in charge of this island. Hua Ming Wusheng extended both hands and firmly grasped Jin An's hand. Nice to meet you, Colonel Jin An. I am Don Quixote Hua Ming Wusheng. Compared to the gentle and calm father figure he showed to his family, Hua Ming Wusheng's tone now could be described as that of a little fanboy. I have long admired Colonel Jin An from afar, and finally meeting you today is truly a great honor. Jin An waved his hand with a light laugh and said, I'm flattered. I'm actually very curious why you chose this island as your home. Hua Ming Wusheng paused for a moment and replied with a smile. Naturally, the place where I will live for the latter half of my life needs to be carefully selected. From what I've learned through the newspapers, only Colonel Jin An is in charge of the South China Sea, which gives me a lot of peace of mind. I can guarantee that the South China Sea will be the safest maritime area. It is now and will always be. Jin An directly expressed his ambitions, stating that what he was doing was better than what the navies in other maritime areas were doing. I feel ashamed of my former identity as a celestial dragon. I cannot change the thoughts of other celestial dragons. I can only move here myself. Hua Ming Wusheng sighed lightly, saying that people's thoughts are indeed difficult to change. Celestial dragon? Hua Xiaoshan's mouth dropped open in disbelief. When did celestial dragons become so reasonable? Shouldn't they point guns at you upon meeting and make you obediently become their slaves? Hua Ming Wusheng chuckled and said, Yes, former celestial dragon. Now, I'm just an ordinary human. Want to come inside my house for a seat? Although it's my first time going in as well. Haha. I haven't seen the inside of such a large castle, so it's just right for me to go in and take a look. Colonel Jin and little brothers. Let's go in together. Inside the castle. Jin An looked at the interior layout of the castle and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is what a true wealthy family looks like. It's really luxurious here." Kazan and Huashishin both marveled. The two of them had always lived in dormitories, and they had never seen such a scene even in their dreams. "There's quite a big difference compared to where we used to live," Huaminga murmured. Jin and the other two rolled their eyes in unison. The celestial dragons never disappoint when it comes to enjoyment. Mariewa gathers the most wealth in the world, and for the celestial dragons, gold and silver treasures are as common as ordinary stones, appearing everywhere. Therefore, they cannot imagine the lives of ordinary people at all. Of course, ordinary people also cannot imagine the lives of those nobles. Homingusheng led the three into the living room and introduced them to his wife and children. "These three are my guests. You should meet them. This is my wife and two sons." Homingusheng introduced to Jin An and the others. "Doflamingo and Rosinante, this is Colonel Jin An, whom I have mentioned to you." Doflamingo, wearing sunglasses, looked at the three with an expressionless face, showing no reaction, while Rosinante nervously clutched his father's pant leg and hid behind him. "I'm sorry. This is their first time meeting strangers," Homingusheng said gently, casting an apologetic glance at Jin An and the others. Jin An waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. The child is just shy. It's normal." "Father, we're the slaves. Let's leave the cleaning up to them. We're exhausted after just bringing in the luggage." Rosinante whispered from behind his father. Kazan and Huashishin exchanged glances, their expressions changing. Everyone present had some level of strength, and even though Rosinante spoke quietly, his words clearly reached their ears. "Ah," Huamingasheng said softly. "Doflamingo, Rosinante, I must start teaching you from the beginning. These things will have to be done by ourselves in the future. I don't want to. These things are clearly done by slaves." Doflamingo exploded. Huamingasheng placed his palm on Doflamingo's head, carefully instructing, "Doflamingo, we must live as humans." Doflamingo raised his head. "Humans? That's right. Our lives will be richer than when we were in Mariewa." Huamingasheng nodded. "The richness I speak of is not material, but from within." Doflamingo clenched his teeth, clearly not in agreement with his father's thoughts. "I'm sorry to make you laugh," Huamingasheng sighed, knowing that changing his children's minds wouldn't happen overnight. Huashishin shook his head repeatedly. No. Jin An called out to Huamingusheng, "Come over here for a moment." Then, the two walked into the yard. "A child's thoughts can't be changed easily. You don't need to feel burdened," Jin An comforted. "I understand, but Duofei's thoughts are a bit obsessive, and I'm a little worried." Jin An stopped in front of a lush tree. "What you need to worry about now is the issue of identity." "Identity?" Huamingu didn't understand. "Since you came from Mary Geos, I want to ask you, how did you treat slaves in the past?" "I have no need for slaves. Generally, I just let them clean and organize things." Jin An was truly surprised at this moment, wondering if the celestial dragon in front of him was real. "So, do you know what other celestial dragons are like? I've heard that they make slaves compete against each other, leaving only the strongest in the end." To commoners, "You celestial dragons are executioners. Although I know you are somewhat different, everyone in this world who has been harmed by the celestial dragons wouldn't think that way. As long as they know you are a celestial dragon, they will stop at nothing to kill you." Huamingasheng involuntarily took 2 steps back, nearly falling to the ground. "So, are you saying that my wife and children will die because of my decisions? But the humanity I look forward to is clearly noble and great." Jin An shattered his illusion. Humans are actually impulsive, irrational, and can make decisions completely different from usual when driven by anger. Then Huamingasheng, could no longer hold on and fell to the ground. "Do you want to join us? This way you can protect your family." Jin An extended his hand to Huamingasheng. This was Jin An's goal, to pull a former celestial dragon into his team. He wanted to show him the most real side of this world and let him understand that the lives of ordinary people are not easy. If it could develop into former celestial dragons leading ordinary people to resist the celestial dragons, it would mean there's still hope for this world. Task completed. Progress. Task target affection. Heartily convinced. Rewards have been delivered. Please check host. Brew. Report. Monkey D. Dragon's warship has entered the port. They came so quickly. Jin An looked up at Doflamingo in the room. It seemed they could take them to do something interesting. When Monkey D. Dragon stepped out of the cabin, he happened to see the prosperous cityscape of the Solbei kingdom. He rubbed his slightly tired head from the long journey and then glanced back at the cabin. "Sorry, Dragon. We made you take us along." A gentle voice rang out from the cabin. Shortly after, a woman with brown hair, carrying a child, walked out of the cabin, smiling broadly. Dragon, with a serious expression, replied, "We're all headed to the same destination. It's no trouble." Dragon and the woman disembarked from the warship and then navigated through the bustling streets, directly to the naval base based on the information. There were many shops on both sides of the street, with many items they were seeing for the first time. However, they did not stop, as these items did not attract them much. After crossing several streets, a significantly more luxurious naval base appeared before them, and the number of sailors on the streets had noticeably increased, most of whom were hurriedly passing by. Occasionally, glances landed on Dragon, mostly from young girls, and, occasionally, giggles filled with youth and vitality could be heard. It was evident that even in the economically prosperous Solbei kingdom, a man as handsome as Dragon was quite rare. Dragon paid little attention to the gazes cast his way, maintaining a cold demeanor, his black eyes resembling a deep abyss. Although he was not very old, he gave off a mature demeanor. "Dragon, a lot of young girls are looking at you with interesting expressions," said Zephyr's wife, covering her mouth with one hand as she chuckled. Hearing this, Dragon's expression faltered slightly, and the corner of his mouth twitched. "I'm still young. Hee hee. I'm just joking. Look at your reaction." The woman laughed outright, disregarding her image. Sometimes Dragon really wanted to cry. His elders were all so ridiculous, completely not behaving like someone their age should. Suddenly, there was a commotion up ahead in the street, and people scattered in all directions as a group of armored soldiers marched in formation towards the port. The armed forces of this country are quite good, but why are people so afraid of them? Dragon felt there must be something off here. "You guys are from outside, right?" A sweet-looking girl noticed Dragon's confusion and lowered her voice. "This is actually the current king's traditional performance. You don't have to take it to heart. Can you tell us what's going on?" Zephyr's wife asked, her curiosity piqued. The girl looked around, noticing no one was paying attention to them, and explained to Dragon and the others. "In the past 2 years, under Colonel Jin An's governance, the seas have calmed down a lot, and people have increasingly admired and respected Colonel Jin An. I've heard that Jin An is well loved, but I didn't expect him to do so well. This should be good news for your country." Dragon nodded, feeling very supportive of Jin An's approach. "Well, you could say that wrong. Perhaps the king feels his authority is threatened and has increased many unnecessary drills." The girl sighed. "This is what happens when gods fight and mortals suffer. The king wants to show his people that his army can protect the country too, but people resent the king's actions. This has seriously affected their lives. Yet they dare not voice their anger. This king is too much." Dragon said angrily, "Isn't there anyone to take care of him?" The girl looked at Dragon with "Are you stupid?" expression. "What's wrong? Am I wrong?" Dragon asked, puzzled. Zephyr's wife looked at the young man who had always focused on catching pirates. "Dragon, who holds the most power in the country?" "Of course it's the king," Dragon blurted out. The girl spread her hands. "See, you know it too. Me, you, him." Dragon felt foolish. How can this king be so outrageous? It's simply inhumane. Colonel Jin and even personally went to communicate with the king, but in the end, nothing changed. Speaking of Jin An, the girl's mood lifted a bit. The king manages all the matters of the country. No one can oppose him. The Navy is only responsible for maintaining security and has no power to hold the king accountable. The king can even command his own navy to serve him. But it's not too bad. Such things happen only a few times a year. What has this old emperor been stimulated by? It hasn't been long since the last time. The girl's attitude was good, only slightly dissatisfied with her current life. Dragon's lips tightened slightly. If someone familiar was nearby, they would know he was angry. "I have something to do. I'll head out first. You all be careful to avoid the king's soldiers." The girl saw that those soldiers had already disappeared and then bid farewell to Dragon and the others before leaving. Zephyr's wife calmly looked at Dragon. "Doesn't it feel absurd? Just because of the king's decision, people have to silently endure those avoidable things. Such things are rampant in this world. While focusing on catching pirates, you can also see what this world is like." All along, Garp had protected his son so well that Dragon's experience was still too limited. Perhaps Garp realized this, which is why Dragon appeared here now. "Let's go. Let's first see what the Colonel Jin and that Garp always praises looks like." The woman walked forward with the child. Dragon felt the helplessness of being a Navy officer for the first time. He began to doubt the justice he had always believed in. Navy. Dragon's mind wandered, his feet lightly moving to keep up with the woman's pace. In the lobby of the naval base's first floor, the staff responsible for receiving guests wore a helpless expression. Every time someone came to find Colonel Jin An, he was always absent. "We have already informed Colonel Jin An." The receptionist estimated the time and said, "You'll have to wait a bit. He's dealing with some matters and will need some time to return." You all go ahead. We'll wait here. Zephyr's wife did not mind. She knew that the closer one got to the grassroots, the busier they were, and it was normal to have many things to do. She didn't need to wait here with Dragon. But after what just happened, she was still very curious about what kind of person Jin An really was. Kid, you'd better behave yourself. Do you think you are still that high and mighty world noble? Under my command, the dragon coils around me while the tiger lies at my feet. And if you give me a hard time, be careful that I don't spank you. In front of everyone's gaze. Doflamingo was grabbed by Jin An by the collar and taken to the naval base. Let me go. No one has ever dared to treat me like this. The little boy wildly waved his arms in an attempt to escape the grip of the large hand, his face twisted and grimacing in anger. Jin An let go of the collar he was holding. You brat, if you talk to me like that, be careful, I really might beat you up. My butt. The little boy covered his rear, which was bruised and sore, rolling back and forth on the ground. Seeing Doflamingo rolling on the ground, as if he were suffering a fate worse than death, Jin An slowly squatted down and took out the snail phone, thinking that this kid was overreacting. Suddenly, a glint of mischief flashed in Jin An's eyes. Since he didn't mind being embarrassed, he might as well record this scene properly. Who knows, it might bring a bit of fun in the future. This kid had now become his disciple, and to be honest, Jin An was still somewhat reluctant. Doflamingo was a ruthless person who didn't value human life at the age of 8 and dared to kill his own father at 10. Having such a disciple made Jin An fear being backstabbed. What are you doing? Seeing the snail phone in Jin An's hand, Doflamingo, unable to move, struggled to get up while covering his rear. Jin An tucked the phone bug into his pocket, capturing beautiful moments. Doflamingo shot an angry glare at Jin An. Although this person seemed harmless and easy to get along with, spending time together made him feel that he was not a good person. He had only cursed a few times, yet he ended up being dealt with in various ways. Just moments ago, he had been dragged by his collar in front of many people. Just thinking about it made his face feel as if it were on fire. He also cared about his pride, after all. Moreover, this person seemed to have some dissatisfaction with his glasses as he kept staring at them. Doflamingo thought he looked cool wearing glasses. With that thought, the wariness in Doflamingo's eyes seemed to deepen a little more. It was as if the person before him had a deep-seated grudge against him. You brought me here. What exactly is your purpose? And why didn't you bring my brother? Hearing Doflamingo's repeated questioning, Jin An, who was doing nothing, came back to his senses and looked at the angry boy. Having been influenced by the celestial dragons for a long time, even these children were filled with an arrogant mindset, looking down on others. If this habit were stripped away in a short time, it would lead to an even greater change in an already unhealthy worldview. It might develop in a positive direction, but more likely, it would worsen. It could magnify the malice within them to the point of consuming their hearts and affecting innocent people. From Jin An's understanding, Doflamingo was clearly the latter type of person. The reason he wore glasses was also due to the hidden desires and violence within him. Currently, Doflamingo had not experienced the suffering that came after revealing his identity as a celestial dragon. His attitude towards commoners was merely one of disdain, not yet having developed into a mindset of wanting to destroy everything. With this thought in mind, when Jin An looked at Doflamingo again, he put on a warm smile and said, "From now on, you will follow me. When I tell you to go east, you cannot go west. Your next task is to learn to obey orders." Looking at the beaming Jin An, Doflamingo suddenly felt a chill run through his body for some reason. However, he was still somewhat unconvinced, his eyes behind the sunglasses fixed on Jin An. "You, a colonel, are not worthy to talk to me about obedience. The lowest rank that used to follow me was a major general. My identity and status are not something you can command at will. Although my father took us away from Mariehua, we are still noble celestial dragons." He possessed an extraordinary confidence, which had accompanied him for 8 years and remained with him to this day. Are celestial dragons really that impressive? Jin An sneered disdainfully, leaning close to Doflamingo's ear and whispering in a devilish tone. Aren't they just a bunch of pigs raised in Marigios? Eating and sleeping, sleeping and eating. Useless creatures that gain nothing but weight, enjoying the benefits brought by their predecessors while doing things worse than animals. Do they really think their status is so noble? There are plenty of people in this world who can silently erase someone's existence. So why can't that person be a celestial dragon? For so long, the celestial dragons have considered themselves descendants of the Creator, and many of them, due to their inflated self-worth, disdain to breathe the same air as ordinary people, ruling this world for 800 years. But has it always been right, just because it has always been this way? Jin An thinks it's complete nonsense. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth, and strength is the stepping stone to verify this process. So kid, don't think too highly of yourself. Take a good look at who you really are. Doflamingo was already stunned by Jin An's words. He couldn't believe that someone viewed the celestial dragons this way. He couldn't believe that the identity he had always been proud of was insignificant in the eyes of the other. He couldn't believe that there was no hint of emotion in this person's eyes. He was serious. All right, I won't scare you anymore. Jin An reined in his expression. But there's one thing I need to tell you. The celestial dragons have already disavowed your identity as celestial dragons since you left Mary Geos. In the terrified gaze of Doflamingo, Jin An continued, even if you kill the father responsible for this situation, you'll gain nothing. Oh, except for the ridicule of those lofty celestial dragons. Jin An stared blankly at his Doflamingo and then said, get up from now on, follow me. I will give you what the celestial dragons cannot provide. Power, freedom, strength, everything you desire can be realized. And I advise you, your family is the most precious thing you have. If you lose them, you will definitely regret it. At this point, a hint of loneliness appeared in Jin An's eyes. He had already lost his family forever the moment he arrived in this world. As soon as Jin An's words fell, a hurried voice came from behind. Boss, you finally came back. The guests have been waiting for you inside for a while. The receptionist shouted loudly upon seeing Jin An outside the door. Jin An suddenly realized that he had been so focused on educating the child that he had completely forgotten about Long and the others, which indeed seemed a bit rude. There's nothing like meeting in person. In the naval base, Long slowly revealed his figure. Nice to meet you for the first time. I am Monkey D. Dragon. Long's physique was robust, standing about 200 centimeters tall, making Jin An look like a child who hadn't grown up yet in front of him. However, in terms of momentum, Jin An was still able to firmly overshadow Long. As Jin An's voice echoed, a woman dressed in a pink dress walked out of the house, holding a child. The woman wore a radiant smile on her face, giving off a refreshing feeling, almost like a breath of spring. Just at first glance, she brought a lot of goodwill. The child in her arms was neither crying nor making a fuss, instead smiling at the world as if very interested in everything. The woman gently nodded to Jin An, her etiquette impeccable. Hello, I am Zephyr's wife. I have always heard Zephyr talk about you, and today I am finally fortunate to meet you. Not at all. I have always admired Admiral Zephyr and you. When I go to Marineford, I will definitely bring gifts to visit you. Zephyr and his wife had made significant contributions to the Navy, and many people within the Navy held them in high regard, Jin An included. However, Jin An was not planning to go to Marineford just yet. He might encounter some trouble if he did. Well then, it's settled. Zephyr and I are looking forward to your visit to Marineford. She could tell that Long had something to say to Jin An, and if she stayed any longer, Long might feel awkward. Then I will take my leave. You two have good chat. She didn't linger any longer and chose to leave after exchanging greetings with them. She looked back gently at the child in her arms. You must also grow up to be a man like them. So, what do you want to say to me next? Jin An took a sip of the tea in his cup and asked the cold-faced Long leisurely. My old man sent me here to learn a thing or two under you, but I feel like there's nothing I can learn from you. Long looked down on the person in front of him. Everyone here respects each other so much, but in Long's eyes, Jin An was clearly a parasite who did nothing, never stepped out of his door, and only knew how to enjoy life. In your eyes, what kind of person is qualified to teach you? Jin An wasn't angry, continuing to rock his chair. Long grumbled, at least not someone like you. Originally, he thought that someone who could be praised highly by the likes of Zhonghua, Zfa, and his own father would be a remarkable man, or, at the very least, someone striving to make a name for himself. But after actually meeting him, he realized that this guy was just an ordinary colonel stationed in the South China Sea, slacking off. In fact, before this guy didn't even hold a rank higher than his own. Jin An looked at Long and said, Kid, the way you're acting is typical of someone who hasn't been through a tough time. How can you just say we're not suitable for each other right off the bat? At least you should be a bit more tactful about it. Honestly, I'm not too keen on agreeing to this either. If you don't want me to teach, I'm more than happy to enjoy my free time. Jin An yawned, thinking that having one less tool at his disposal made no difference. Long couldn't stand seeing Jin An so lazy and said, Can you do something beneficial for the common people? Jin An turned his head, a half smile on his face, and said, Well, I'd like to hear your opinion then. It seems you've only been here for a short time. What makes you think you understand me well enough? Long stretched his neck. Everything he had seen and heard on this journey showed that the people here were not living well, and his own childhood environment was much better than this. Everything I see can prove it. Well, I hope your eyes won't deceive you. You can leave now. Jin An waved his hand, dismissing him. He had nothing to say to this self-righteous little brat. Since he was so confident in his own judgment, then self-education would be just fine. Long slammed the door and stormed out, puzzled as to why the Navy headquarters would allow someone like this to govern a sea area. As if they were afraid the people here were doing too well. As the door closed, Long stood dazed at the entrance, realizing that his actions were somewhat extreme. But thinking of Jin An's inaction, he couldn't remain calm. Every decision made by those in power could lead to drastic changes in the lives of the lower class. What a bastard. He gritted his teeth and punched the wall, wanting to leave right then and there to tell his father about what he had seen and heard. But he hesitated slightly. "You're Colonel Monkey D. Long, right?" Kazan adjusted his glasses and asked Long, who looked upset, although Long was in a bad mood. He still nodded patiently. "Yes, that's me." "I'm Kazan," Kazan said. "You seem a bit down. Would you like to take a walk with me to clear your head?" Long, feeling restless, saw the Navy personnel at this base and felt indescribably uncomfortable, having no desire to walk with a stranger. Kazan did not give up, tousling his curly hair, his gaze flickering towards the young man who was only a few years younger than him. "Don't refuse just yet. I'm doing this to help restore our colonel's reputation." Long let out a cold laugh. "Reputation? Does this guy even have a reputation?" "Believe it or not, but going out to relax is also a good choice," Kazan shrugged. Stepping out of the Navy base, the street in front of them was still bustling with traffic. Street vendors began shouting again, and pedestrians flowed continuously, laughter and cheerful voices filling the air. Just as Long was lamenting the ruthlessness of the world, he felt a pat on his right shoulder. "This place wasn't this lively before. I've been following Colonel Jin and then watched this street transform into what it is today," Kazan said, filled with reminiscence. Long found it hard to believe that such a prosperous street was built only in recent years. Anyone would find it hard to accept, seeing the disbelief in Long's eyes. Kazan didn't explain further. "Let us walk a bit further." "Big brother." A girl with a beaming smile ran towards Long. "Do you know each other?" Kazan asked curiously. "We met briefly." The little girl answered many questions for me, Long said with some emotion, realizing through her words the situation on the island. "In my eyes, Jin An is a hypocrite," Long stated firmly. He looked at the Navy base, which towered over all the buildings. This was his first impression of Jin An. Just as Long was about to list Jin An's crimes, an angry voice rang in his ears, leaving him somewhat bewildered. "You're a bad person. How can you speak ill of brother Jin An?" The girl said, tears streaming down her face. "Half of the people on this island were saved by brother Jin An. If you want to insult him, I won't allow it." Long was flustered by the sudden outburst of sobs. He didn't understand what he had done wrong. What did the girl truly think of Jin An? What had happened on this island before? We were the abandoned people, the ones thrown away by the king. The king was prepared to let us fend for ourselves, wanting to give up on ordinary people and only protect the wealthy. It was brother Jin An who negotiated with the king that led to our current life. The girl recounted everything she knew, to pay for the heavenly gold. The king of this world raised funds through various means. The king of the Solbei kingdom, by Keeley, wanted to split the country in half to reduce the tribute of heavenly gold. One half would be protected by the country, while the other half would be left as lawless land. At that time, Jin An's strength and status were insufficient. He could only use various methods to reach a tacit understanding with the king, forming the current situation. Otherwise, we would either starve to death or be killed by pirates. Long was left speechless, so he had not expected it to be this way. His pride had led him to mistakenly believe that Jin An was someone who allowed the king to bully the common people. The girl's words made him realize how foolish his preconceived notions were. He felt hesitant to look at the expressions of those around him, fearing mockery and harsh criticism. Seeing Long's changing expressions, Kazan felt a bit of joy inside. He didn't want his idol to be misunderstood, nor did he want others from the headquarters to misinterpret him. "No, I need to go back once more." After struggling, Long chose to follow his heart. If he had done something wrong, he needed to admit it. This was a rule he had always adhered to. Watching Long push the door open again, Jin An was somewhat surprised. Jin An felt from the first moment he saw Long that this guy was the type who was excessively proud, and under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to change his character. Having pride is a good thing, but it also has its disadvantages. Such people trust themselves too much, have absolute confidence in what they do, and can easily disregard the advice of those around them. Just like in the future when establishing his own army. He could have quietly developed by relying on the Navy, but because he couldn't stand what the Navy was doing, he left in a huff. "I came to apologize to you." Long lowered his proud head. "Oh." Jin An looked at Long with great interest. It was rare to see him in such a submissive posture. "I didn't expect that you had done so much for this island, and I only saw a few things and formed a negative opinion about you. I reflect on this, I admit my mistake, and I won't make such hasty judgments in the future. Realizing one's mistakes and correcting them is already better than what many people do in this regard." Long indeed has no complaints. I actually think you were right earlier. I did ignore some of the king's actions, Jin An said. Long looked at Jin An with some confusion. You know, the world government doesn't allow us Navy personnel to interfere in the internal affairs of other countries. After all, the military expenses are all funded by them, so we should respect the rules a bit. Moreover, what the king did was just to vent his emotions, and his actions had little impact on the people, so I didn't pay much attention to it. He's not a god. He can't manage everything. Even if he manages everything in an orderly manner, what will happen to the people here after he leaves? Giving someone a fish is not as good as teaching them to fish. Seeing that, Long still couldn't understand. Jin An continued, the king can determine the rise and fall of a country. As far as I'm concerned, although this king is narrow-minded, he still considers the people. His existence benefits everyone. As long as he doesn't cross the red line, he can do as he pleases. In a stable environment, people will only be content with the status quo, and only when a little pressure is applied will outstanding talents continue to emerge. Long seemed to understand a bit. Everything revolves around balance, to the extent that all parties tacitly accept this state. No, I think balance is just the easiest choice. Long suddenly raised his head. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. He clenched his fists tightly. The justice I believe in is not like this. It sounds nice to call it balance, but to put plainly, it's compromise. The Navy entrusted the entire South Sea to you for protection. Your strength should be quite good, right? A competitive look appeared on Long's face. I want to experience Colonel Jin An's skills and see if you truly deserve your reputation. Ha. I just had a spar with Garp and haven't had enough fun yet. I accept your invitation. Hearing Long's request, Jin An laughed heartily, thinking that if he couldn't beat Garp, he certainly couldn't beat you. Jin An was very confident in his own strength. Solbei Kingdom Branch. Training ground. Come on, Long. You go first. Let me see what you who have been trained by Garp are made of. Jin An spoke softly, giving Long an opportunity to take the initiative. Long was truly a genius, and a hard-working one at that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have achieved the rank of colonel at such a young age. Another typical characteristic of a genius is their tendency to be rebellious. Dealing with someone who enjoys causing trouble requires first subduing them to prevent them from creating issues. At this moment, Long was still too young, lacking the maturity and wisdom he would later possess after leaving the Navy. He was simply charging forward with passion. In his eyes, Jin An was being arrogant, completely disregarding him. Having grown up fearless, he couldn't swallow this insult. He wanted Jin An to regret underestimating him. Long took a deep breath, then slightly closed his eyes. Moments later, he opened them again, restoring his previous calmness. He looked at Jin An and said, I won't hold back. This time, I'll truly spar with you. Feel free to make your move. A smile appeared on Jin An's face as he nodded slightly. As Jin An's words fell, Long's expression became increasingly serious. The wind swirled around him, enveloping him and gradually expanding outward. Indeed, it was a power related to the wind. Seeing Long's ability piqued Jin An's interest. He hadn't expected Long had already consumed a devil fruit. Now it was getting interesting. As he spoke, Long suddenly took a rapid step forward. His hands curved into a strange arc, and with his fingers together, they resembled the claws of a giant dragon. Coupled with the amplification of wind, a sound like the tearing of air could be heard. The dragon claw fist, a signature technique that Sabo would later become famous for, could even easily crush the hard armor of Blackbeard's subordinates, so it wasn't surprising that Long used it now. Long had clearly practiced this move for a long time, making his movements difficult to predict as he swung his arms. Since going to sea to hunt pirates, Long had understood one principle: never underestimate anyone in a fight. Therefore, as soon as he made his move, he used his most proficient technique. The power and momentum of the dragon claw fist could indeed be considered perfect in the eyes of bystanders. Facing Long's fierce assault, Jin An's expression remained unchanged. Still so nonchalant, he had no intention of taking a powerful hit head-on. In the world of martial arts, speed is paramount. As long as he couldn't be hit, no matter how grand the technique, it would be nothing but showy moves. As his thoughts shifted, Jin An stepped forward, leaving an afterimage in place, and his figure had already moved over 10 meters away. Boom! Dust flew up in the training ground as Long's claw sank into the ground, his expression slightly stunned. Long kid, I'm right behind you. Jin An's voice sounded beside Long's ear. Turning his head, he saw Jin An with his palms together, instantly adopting a stance. With a swift movement, he waved his palms, and a fierce gust of wind swept through, shaking off all the nearby dust. In a hurry, Long immediately countered with his dragon claw fist. Bang! The sharp attack collided directly, and intense waves spread out. The The two fighters' attacks intertwined at an astonishing speed, creating a dull sound that echoed continuously in the training ground. The noise of the clash inevitably attracted some onlookers. Under the gaze of many curious eyes, figures intertwined on the training ground, exchanging blows with considerable intensity. Wow, they're fighting so fiercely. Watching the two figures engaged in combat, many couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Is this guy really that strong? As he swung his dragon claw fist, Long's expression changed several times. He didn't expect that, even in a state of extreme seriousness, he couldn't inflict any injuries on Jin An. Moreover, during their exchanges, he always felt that the other was deliberately observing his moves, as if trying to understand his techniques. He couldn't continue to be at a standstill. Long's eyes narrowed, and he immediately covered his palms with imposing energy, his feet quickly stepping on the ground, transforming into the wind. And his entire body shot out like a sharp sword, instantly closing in on Jin An. Then, the corners of his mouth lifted, and, in the next moment, he switched to a different offensive approach, using both hands and feet to unleash a powerful force, attacking like a torrential storm upon Jin An. The sudden and fierce onslaught from Long had no effect on Jin An, as if those attacks didn't exist at all, allowing the blows to land on his body. Then, he clenched his fist and delivered a simple punch that directly hit Long's chest, sending him flying. Long touched his painfully throbbing chest, his face pale, gasping for breath. Indeed, in front of a master, elemental transformation is of no use. Following that, he transformed into a gust of green wind blowing towards Jin and quite resilient, huh? Jin shook his hand. He felt that every time his fist struck the dragon's body, it inexplicably slid to the side, as if hitting flowing air, leaving an exceptionally poor sensation, lacking the thrill of hitting flesh. Clap, clap, clap. The fierce confrontation continued, with both sides exchanging blows, and their clothes had long turned to tatters in the battle, fluttering away in the wind. Another clash. The dragon staggered back a few steps in midair, relying on the gentle breeze to stop his backward motion. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze flickering as he looked at Jin An, who stood still without any movement. All right, I've roughly gauged your strength, Jin An said loudly. You can take a break now. After saying this, without waiting for the dragon to react, Jin An leaped into the air with a moon step and then suddenly descended. Let me show you the palm technique that falls from the sky. The dragon sensed a strong threat approaching and decided to exert all his strength to counter it. Instantly, a fierce wind arose, swirling up sand, gravel, and broken branches, soaring into the sky. It's useless. Under Jin An's palm, the gale suddenly collapsed, and the branches and dust shattered, scattering everywhere. A palm struck the dragon's head. You lost. Under the winter sunlight, the training ground and its surroundings fell into silence, with numerous gazes filled with joy fixed on the two in the center of the training ground. This outcome was anticipated by the onlookers. Their Colonel Jin An had never tasted defeat against his peers. He actually lost. The dragon lay on the training ground, his palm over his eyes to shield himself from the annoying sunlight. This was his first failure since birth, and a complete defeat at that. This first in his life was truly hard to be happy about. Ding! Congratulations, host, side quest completed. Defeat the wind manipulator. Ding! You have gained recognition from Monkey D. Luffy. Ding! Monkey D. Luffy's favorability towards you has increased. Please keep up the good work. Quest rewards: 36 additional hours of training space usage, 20 million berries, and an invitation to the auction house on the disappearing island. Jin An. People stand on the field, joy comes from the sky. The training time continues to increase, giving him enough time to cultivate for a while. And these coins are just a drop in the bucket for him. To him, this money is just a string of numbers. What truly piques his curiosity are the last two rewards. The disappeared island must be the one that someone reported earlier, specifically used for rewards, which means that island should have some unknown secrets. As for the invitation letter, he needs to find a secluded place to study it carefully. Jin An glanced at Long and didn't expect that someone with such thick eyebrows and big eyes would be so good at this. Talking to him for half a day had no effect. After giving him a beating, he actually became obedient. Jin An looked down from above at the dragon lying on the ground, still wearing that enigmatic smile. It's really troublesome. No wonder he was raised by those old folks in the headquarters. The devil fruit is not something just anyone can obtain. And this fruit of the dragon is incredibly rare. I'm really envious. And I should also thank you for the reward you brought me. The dragon chuckled self-deprecatingly, taking Jin An's mention of a reward as the joy of victory. How the headquarters is, how the world is, they still fell at your hands. May I ask you, Why are you so strong? The dragon moved his hand away from his eyes, feeling a strong curiosity towards the one who had defeated him. Defeat is defeat. All he needs to do is improve himself and catch up to his pace to find satisfaction. Upon hearing the dragon's words, Jin An had asked himself the same question. Is it luck, is it effort, or is it the life and death struggles in the training space? He smiled and did not answer directly. Strong? I don't think so. There are simply too many powerful people in this world. Edward Newgate, Gold, Roger, Don Quixote Doflamingo, the five elders, any one of them could easily defeat him, and his goals have always been those people. Now you should rest well. Perhaps I will have more interesting things for you later. Jin An turned around and walked toward the office. He still had a pile of training to complete. It's normal not to understand Jin, and since you just arrived here. Kazan sighed a bit, noting that despite spending so much time next to him, he hadn't really seen him train, yet every time they met, he could feel that Jin An had become much stronger. Perhaps that's what genius is, or rather, a monster. Back when I first met him, we could still share a fair fight, but now it's all tears. Hearing Kazan say this, Long felt not only no better, but even more pained. Damn it. An invitation from the population auction house. Holding the reward issued by the system, Jin An cursed loudly, wondering what use this thing was to him. The auction house was located thousands of miles away on the Solbei archipelago. This invitation felt like scrap paper, and he couldn't possibly buy a living person back. But thinking about it, the Solbei archipelago was a vacation destination. It might not be a bad idea to go for a visit. However, Kazan seemed a bit down about it. That guy probably wouldn't let him have his way. While dealing with the mess at the training ground, Kazan sneezed. This is tough for me. No way, without conditions, I have to create conditions. Looking at the invitation, a mischievous smile appeared on Jin An's face. He wanted to bring a few people along. The excitement that happens only once a month would surely bring many interesting events. The next morning, newsbirds flew over every inhabited island, carrying newspapers. The celestial dragon Don Quixote, homing, renounced his identity to become an ordinary citizen. The world government hereby announces that this person's life or death is no longer related to the government. Charlotte Linlin and Kaido teamed up in the New World, attacking several islands, leading to devastation, and people fled in droves. The newspaper would continue to follow up. Edward Newgate held a banquet for his fourth son, which lasted the entire night until dawn when guests gradually dispersed. The South Blue Admiral Jin An left the Solbei kingdom alone, continuing to eliminate pirates. The hero Garp returned to his hometown in the East Blue, causing pirates to tremble in fear. In the magnificent hall, there was a crowd, and the sound of noisy chatter filled the air. In the dim light of the auction house, people wore extravagant clothing and various jewels, showcasing their wealth. Thank you all for waiting. A man in a black suit passionately began the opening remarks, and the monthly routine of the first GR human auction was about to start. Of course, our exciting host is the walking auction house, Mr. Disco. Under the dazzling lights of the auction house, the man in extravagant clothing walked exaggeratedly to the center of the auction stage. His expression was as dramatic as a theatrical work, with every line on his face vividly expressing extreme emotions. This time, he also prepared many quality slaves for everyone. Modis waved the hammer in his hand. Everyone is indeed lucky, as there are super popular items this time, and I sincerely wish you all can buy satisfactory slaves. Behind the auction stage, slaves were held in groups in different cells, their faces marked by despair. Their eyes were hollow and powerless. The chains and shackles on them seemed to be their eternal bondage, and they couldn't hide the fear and helplessness in their hearts. Why did he bring us to this place? Disguised Don Quixote Doflamingo felt uncomfortable all over, twisting his body to try to remove the filthy clothes on him. Don't struggle. You can't escape this place. Long glanced at the child beside him, looking at the iron chains wrapped around him. For him, this was a new experience. Usually respected, he would put the chains on others, and now it was his turn. He changed to a more comfortable position against the wall. We'll know where he is soon. Let us just wait for now. This is something we could never encounter before. This is the darkness of this world. Everyone present contributed to this tragedy of humanity. That's right. Long and Doflamingo were sold by Jin An, sold to the Solbei archipelago. After Long finished speaking, he closed his eyes, quietly listening to the cries coming from the adjacent cell. In the center of the auction house, nobles sat in comfortable seats, elegantly raising their wine glasses, savoring fine wine while chatting and anticipating the auction items. What do you want to buy this time? The last human slave I bought didn't last even 10 days. So today, if possible, I'd like to buy a young and strong merman man. I want to buy 2 or 3 young and beautiful women to please the eyes. I wonder what kind of women will appear. I'm really looking forward to it. Haha. For them, this was not just an auction, but a refined social event. They enjoyed the thrill and joy brought by the bidding. Watching the increasingly heated atmosphere around him, Modi's laughed heartily as the chief auctioneer. Years of hosting had made him understand how much wealth his talents could bring. Shifting his gaze from the faces of the crowd, he laughed out loud, clapped his hands, and cheerfully said, "Everyone, I know the purpose of your visit, so this auction will directly present the most valuable items." Saying this, Modi's waved his hand, and the lights on the stage dimmed. Soon, under the spotlight, 2 guards led a man wearing a collar onto the stage. Modi's began to introduce the item using a microphone. Item number 1 comes from the North Sea, capable of cooking and household chores, exceptionally handsome, loved by everyone, and can meet all your needs. A strong 22-year-old man. Let us start the bidding at 300,000 berries. So please raise your paddles to bid. Modi's, smiling brightly, set the price for this person at a relatively high position. What a beast! Jin An sat in the VIP section, watching this farce with a cold smile on his face. It is said that without trade, there would be no killings, but in Jin An's eyes, having a slave killed directly was already a good outcome. He feared that being bought would be worse than death. Looking at the male slave on stage, the crowd's gaze clearly showed little change, evidently uninterested in the man. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the man shifted uncomfortably, filled with despair. Once the transaction succeeded, his life and death would be entirely in someone else's hands. Since no one wants him, then he belongs to me. The person holding paddle number 87 raised it above his head, 300,000 berries. After shouting the price, this noble looked around, preparing to see what kind of competition he would face. Modi's eyes flashed, and he secretly looked down on this bidder, maintaining a perfect smile on his face. He shouted loudly, "Paddle number 87 bids 300,000 berries. Does anyone want to continue?" After a brief silence offstage, a few people continued to raise their bids. Listening to the continuously increasing prices, the person who made the initial offer felt a mix of astonishment and a hint of anger. Finally, when the price reached 520,000 berries, he lost all desire to compete. For the first item, most people chose to remain cautious and observe, understanding that as the auction progressed, the quality of the items would improve. Those with fewer berries seized the opportunity to raise the prices on earlier items, hoping to spend the least amount of money to acquire relatively good slaves. After all, participating in such a large auction might allow them to meet some higher status individuals. After 30 minutes of the auction, 14 slaves had already been sold, and the upcoming items were all heavyweight contenders. Preparing to bring out item number 16. They would immediately put it on stage after item 15 was successfully sold. Get up quickly and perform well next. Strive to be sold for a good price. The guard grabbed Doflamingo's clothes and tossed him out of the cell. And you, with your own legs, get out quickly. If you don't move, I'll make you regret it. Long suppressed his murderous intent and voluntarily got up to walk towards the auction stage. As the sound of chains scraping against the floor echoed, Long and Doflamingo were pushed onto the auction stage. A group of greedy and cold buyers was assessing every aspect of their bodies while they stood on stage, as if they were mere commodities to be manipulated. Doflamingo's anxiety, which had started while in prison, peaked as he stood on the stage. Upon seeing the gazes of those around him, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and anger engulfing his heart. His heart raced as if it would leap out of his chest, and an indescribable fear choked his throat, making it difficult to breathe. He struggled to remain calm, but the fear surged within him like a tide, uncontrollable. Long, however, maintained his usual expressionless demeanor, as if he were not a commodity on the stage, but a king surveying his territory. The collar around his neck was easy to remove in his eyes. Thus, he had a vastly different mindset from Doflamingo. He wanted to leave, and no one here could stop him. A fervent atmosphere filled the auction house, a scent woven from money, power, and greed. Doflamingo's gaze swept across the buyers' faces, observing their indifferent expressions, eyes glimmering with desire for the young slaves. Some wore smiles, as if viewing a precious piece of art, while others had sharp gazes, staring at them like hungry wolves. He felt afraid. The looks from these people made him physically uncomfortable. He wondered if he had once looked at ordinary people with the same gaze. Next up was item number 16, a strong young man from the South Sea, capable of easily moving an entire warehouse of goods without showing fatigue. Not only could he work like a beast of burden, but he could also serve as a punching bag, and he came with a handsome boy. Ha ha ha! The people at the auction laughed heartily. So, what would be the starting bid? Modi's observed the expressions of those present. He struck the gavel down on the table with force. Starting bid 30 million berries. Bidding starts now. As they were announced for sale by the auctioneer, a commotion immediately erupted among the crowd. Some were discussing among themselves how to bid, while others remained silent. Yet the greed reflected in their eyes was undeniable. Doflamingo felt increasingly like a piece of merchandise, displayed in a showcase for everyone to observe and bid on. Damn it, I'm only worth 30 million berries. How can it look down on me like this? Long felt insulted by their starting bid. No, Long looked at the trembling little boy beside him, realizing he wasn't even worth 30 million berries. A gentle breeze stirred in the hall, but after Long calmed his emotions, it quickly returned to stillness. Jin An, sitting in the auction seats, watched the two on stage with great interest, while the sounds of bidding echoed nearby. Long was quite favored by the noble women. It couldn't be helped. Almost all the bidders around were women, and it seemed his disguise was quite popular among them. 45 million. 45.01 million. The auction process felt like a terrifying nightmare, and Doflamingo fell into an inescapable despair. He had never longed for freedom so desperately, to break free from his shackles. But in this cold, merciless auction house, he could only watch as he was gradually stripped away, sold bit by bit, until ultimately falling into the hands of a stranger, with his fate once again controlled by others. 50 million. The bidding voices rose and fell in the hall. Jin An twitched the corner of his mouth. 50 million was not a small sum. After all, he was the one who had them brought up for auction, and the best solution would be for him to spend the money to buy them back. Modi's called out loudly. 51 million. 51 million. Is there a higher bid? Jin An looked around and slowly raised the sign in his hand. 51.01 million. The corner of his eye twitched as Modi's, wearing sunglasses, glanced at Jin An and surveyed the surroundings, realizing that everyone bidding had a difficult expression, knowing that this price was the highest. He repeated the price 3 times, and finally, the dust settled. Congratulations to VIP number 888 for successfully bidding on a desired item. When Doflamingo saw that the person who won the bid was Jin An, he let out a long breath. The tension he had been feeling finally eased. He never wanted to endure this kind of torment again. Long shot a glance at Jin An, feeling somewhat frustrated. In the end, a Navy headquarters colonel and a little brat only fetched a price of 50.01 million. Long and Doflamingo were taken down to wait for the auction to end before delivery for the buyer to pick it up in person. Meanwhile, the auction was still ongoing. The prices shouted by these people became increasingly outrageous, and Jin An grew more excited. In fact, Jin An didn't want to spend money to buy. It would be much cheaper to just snatch it. However, if he were to snatch, he would have to wait until after the auction ended. Fewer people would make it easier to act. Anyway, he couldn't stand how these auction houses treated living beings as commodities. Human traffickers deserve to die, and those who operated auction houses deserve to die as well. If he had the capital to confront the world government, he would have torn this place down by now. Alas, it seems this time he would return empty-handed again. Is the mermaid I look forward to still not here? I've been waiting for a long time. Not to mention mermaids. Even fishmen are rare. It takes luck just to see one. The true VIPs of the auction, although filled with desire for slave products, were dissatisfied with the current items. They crave higher quality slaves, preferably from special races. The previous items were relatively monotonous, consisting only of strong-bodied slaves for hard labor or some with special skills, such as culinary expertise or musical talent. However, the items that could truly catch their attention had yet to appear. Nevertheless, despite the guests' dissatisfaction with the current slave products, they were still full of anticipation for the upcoming slaves. They hoped that, in the next auction, there would be more ideal slaves that could meet their needs and desires. Therefore, they chose to remain in the auction hall, waiting for the next item to appear, hoping to find a slave that suited their tastes. For them, slaves were not only labor, but also a symbol of identity and status, bringing endless comfort and enjoyment. How ugly. Jin An sat in the auction hall, feeling that he was completely out of place here. Jin An's gaze drifted over everyone in the auction house. Here were kings, nobles, wealthy individuals, and even a celestial dragon seen in a separate area. A celestial dragon is not just extraordinarily rich. Capturing one would likely equal the combined wealth of everyone here. The shackles on the necks of the dragon and Don Quixote Doflamingo had been removed, and they were quietly staying by Jin An's side. He had arranged for them to be brought to the auction house in advance. Otherwise, they would have to continue suffering in their cells. How do you both feel? Jin An leisurely took a sip of his cola. Doflamingo dare not look at Jin An. But the rising hatred within him filled his heart. His resentment towards this world and dissatisfaction with Jin An wanted to turn into a raging fire, destroying everything. After all, he was the noble Don Quixote, and he had never endured such humiliation. However, he did not dare to express his discontent towards Jin An, knowing full well that the other party would not care about his status. To kill him, a former celestial dragon, would only require a flick of a finger. Jin An naturally sensed the hatred from Doflamingo. However, he didn't care. Would an elephant concern itself with an ant? To him, Doflamingo was no stronger than an ant. These human traffickers deserve to die, Long said in a deep voice. He had completely lost patience with these scum, witnessing such things happening right in front of him. You only see the traffickers, but you don't think about who's behind them, supporting them. Those people are no better than the traffickers, Jin An said. Long's pupils slightly constricted. What do you mean? There's a naval base on this island. Do you really think they know nothing? Jin An shook the highball glass of cola, looking through it at the sky obscured by the auction house. Long's life had been smooth sailing until now. Before coming here, he had no understanding of slave auctions, let alone the sordid dealings between the Navy and the auction house. Hearing about these matters suddenly had a severe impact on his heart. It felt as if time had stopped for Long, standing there at a loss for words. He was completely dazed. Today's experiences were entirely different from the justice that Garp had always taught him. What's so surprising about this? Doflamingo broke the strange atmosphere. These things are all happening with the secret support of the world government. The Navy can only pretend not to see. I just saw an unexpected person. Look, that person is sitting openly in the area reserved for the celestial dragons. You didn't miss that, did you? Long swallowed hard, realizing that the celestial dragons were involved too. Let's go. The auction will take a while to end. I'll take you for a big score. Jin An finished the cola in his glass. He had been wanting to do this for a long time, and now was the perfect opportunity. Not far from them, some nobles had already begun to smile as they collected their spoils. These spoils not only gave them slaves to dispose of at will, but also represented their financial power at the auction. Long and Doflamingo both looked at where Jin An's gaze fell. The things he was referring to were these slaves. What is the point of some slaves? Doflamingo scoffed. Not just slaves. Everything here will belong to me. Jin An made a gesture of embracing. In his observation hockey perception, the underground warehouse of the auction house was filled with gold, silver, jewels, and paintings. With his strength, he could be said to be unstoppable in the Solbei archipelago. Nothing could threaten him, so why not just go for it? Moreover, his observation hockey was enough to cover the entire Solbei archipelago, allowing him to escape instantly in case of any emergencies. The auctioneer on stage continued to introduce the upcoming items in an exaggerated manner. His eyes devoid of emotion beneath his sunglasses, filled only with a thirst for money. This desire drove him to perform ridiculous acts, completely disregarding the despair of the slaves. Long felt the flames of his anger reignite, his hands clenched into fists, knuckles protruding, veins bulging. His anger towards the auctioneer and dissatisfaction with the auction reached its peak. Suddenly, Jin An shouted loudly, his voice echoing throughout the hall. You can end your exaggerated performance now. Jin An said, if you have nothing to do, you can leave here. I'm in a good mood today, and I'll only target the auction house. If I accidentally hurt you, then I can only say sorry. His words made everyone in the hall stop talking, casting surprised and angry glances at him. They were furious that their excitement had been abruptly interrupted. This guest, please take a seat. We can still consider your previous offensive actions as a joke. If you don't know your place, don't blame us for being ruthless. An auction house employee said with a fake smile. Jin An directly slapped away the person in front of him and looked at the people in the auction hall. Good. I found that you really fit my taste right now. Doflamingo's mouth was almost grinning from ear to ear. Revenge doesn't wait overnight. And he was looking forward to the development of the situation. There was a commotion in the auction hall, with some surprised and others disdainful. But everyone expressed dissatisfaction with his actions. However, Jin An remained unmoved, quietly watching the clownish behavior of these people in front of him. I only count to 3, and the consequences of not leaving are on you. 3. Ha ha. You really think you're something special. I'm the king of the Laysol Kingdom. How dare you threaten me? 2. Stop counting down. We can't leave here. Don't you people feel ashamed of your actions? Is there only fame and fortune in your hearts, with not even the most basic humanity and conscience left? Seeing that no one was leaving, Long couldn't help but speak out loudly. His voice was filled with indignation. Tried to awaken the conscience of these people. But he was disappointed. Most people in the auction hall didn't care about Long's words. How much is humanity worth? Since they were sitting here, it meant that those things had long been abandoned. Power and status were their symbols. Ha ha, isn't that the little brat who was just bought? It seems your master hasn't taken good care of you. How about I discipline you for your master? A slave acting tough. I could kill you with a spit. How dare you bark in front of me? You're really tired of living. The auction hall was filled with insults, and these people were very dissatisfied with Long's actions. How pathetic. Long gently closed his eyes, not knowing whether he was referring to the people in front of him, this damned world, or the high and mighty world government. Soon, they wouldn't be able to insult him anymore. Jin An and the others suddenly appeared in front of the human trafficker. The trafficker sensed Jin An's intentions and quickly raised his hand to block, calling out to others. Brothers, since he doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. Let's beat him to death. Get ready to fight. The security personnel immediately surrounded them. These were seasoned veterans from the auction house, rushing over with clubs in hand. For them, dealing with troublemakers was nothing new. There were at least 50 who had been killed in such encounters. Every move they made revealed their pursuit of money, showing no regard for human life. In their eyes, troublemakers were merely walking cash, and capturing them meant they could be directly auctioned off, with the proceeds going straight into their pockets. Long felt the greed in their eyes, and a hint of disgust flashed in his own. Let's go together. He strode confidently into the crowd, harboring no pity for these people, unleashing the anger he had accumulated over time. The cold laughter and disdain of the nobles only tightened his fists as fury burned in Long's chest. He knew the filth of this place, the tragic fates of the innocent, and that the slaves here were not willing participants in their own pricing. Yet, they were still stripped of all dignity, even their lives. They were not born to be enslaved. Long's voice was filled with rage and determination, his words piercing like a sword into the hearts of the backstage slaves. Speaking up for the slaves was something they could only dare to dream of, and many found themselves in tears upon hearing Long's words. What are you crying for? You don't really think they can take you out of here, do you? Stop dreaming. The guards mocked. The slaves held no hope, merely venting their suppressed emotions. Although they had little expectation, their eyes still revealed their anger at their plight, as well as their faith and admiration for Jin An and the others. As the nobles began to laugh and provoke, Doflamingo's expression darkened further, his fists clenched, his body tense, ready to confront any possible challenge, while his eyes sparkled with a fierce light, as if he wished to crush those nobles into dust. I'm just kindly reminding you, since you all don't want to leave, then I won't bother with you anymore. Jin An's hair and clothes moved on their own without wind, and the sound they emitted, though not loud, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Some nobles changed their expressions. It seemed they could not afford to provoke someone capable of such feats, and they immediately felt a desire to retreat. However, suddenly, a roar erupted as Modi's led his subordinates forward, breaking the tranquility of the auction house. He could no longer tolerate these 3 troublemakers who were disrupting his profit-making plans. Now that his men were assembled, he had no reason to endure any longer. They were fully armed, equipped with the most lethal weapons, moving swiftly and powerfully, charging forward with knives and guns while shouting loudly. Bang! The sound of continuous gunfire erupted as several of Modi's subordinates recklessly opened fire at Jin An and his companions. Long's anger, burning within him, was ignited by the gunfire. He was determined to make everyone here aware that the evil act of participating in the slave trade would be punished. The people in the auction house could suppress ordinary slaves, but they were no match for Jin An and his companions. In an instant, the once aggressive group of people lay silent on the ground. Modi's was forced to retreat repeatedly, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, his anxiety growing. This group of useless navy, I give them so much money every year, and now they can't even protect my safety. Boss, I've told them, but they said it would take some time to come here. His subordinate was sweating profusely, worried that he hadn't spent all the money he earned and couldn't die here. Useless, all useless. They always drop the ball at crucial moments. He clenched his teeth tightly, watching his interests rapidly diminish under Jin An and their destruction. Although more subordinates continued to join the ranks of suppression, they still completely failed to quell the rebellious momentum. The scene was filled with the screams and curses of nobles. They panicked, shoving each other as they rushed toward the exit. Those 3 were simply too terrifying, having killed so many people in an instant. Even the pleading human traffickers were not spared, showing no mercy in their slaughter. Bang! A gunshot rang out from the panicked crowd. Get out of the way, you lowly scum, clear the path. The noble celestial dragons are leaving. The guards protecting the celestial dragons shouted loudly, their hearts racing with fear. They initially thought it would be a simple escort mission. Unexpectedly, they encountered such a situation. They could not let anything happen to the celestial dragons. Otherwise, They and their families would suffer a terrible fate. Why should we leave here? Isn't it more interesting to watch them slaughter each other? The celestial dragons were very interested in the mutual slaughter among humans and did not want to leave. Lascard Saint, let's go back to Mariejois to watch these things. The performance here is boring. The head guard let out a breath, suppressing the urge to directly grab the celestial dragon and run. They had been by the celestial dragon's side for so long, fully aware of their thoughts. They feared nothing and were not worried about encountering danger, because when they were threatened, the Navy's top combat power would come rushing here. This was one of the sources of confidence for these celestial dragons. The celestial dragons were fearless, but the guards were afraid. No one knew what those people would do when they became bloodthirsty. Are you teaching me how to do my job? The celestial dragon directly pulled out a gun and looked at the guard. Hidden in the shadows, CP2 appeared before the guards. With us here, no one can approach. You all form a protective circle around Lascard Saint. Make sure no one gets close and ensure they don't affect this area. Although they were confident in their strength, they chose to take extra precautions to ensure nothing went wrong. After all, the scene was too chaotic, and if any unexpected events occurred, no one could guarantee their safety. Not far away, Jin An was also closely watching the movements of the celestial dragons. Sure enough, they were like pigs rushing toward danger. Leave these small fries to you. Jin An swatted away someone approaching him and walked alone toward the backstage. Really, making us do this hard work again. After Don Quixote Doflamingo's shot and hit an enemy, he complained, yet he enjoyed the feeling of being unstoppable. In the midst of the chaos and fierce fighting, Long's heart was filled with anger. After hearing Jin An's words, he simply nodded silently. He held a belief in justice and a desire to protect the weak. His actions were not only to rescue those who were enslaved, but also to defend his inner beliefs and expectations for the world. Jin An made his way alone to the backstage area, amidst the chaos of the auction house. He confidently passed through the crowd, and although the guards did their best to stop him, it had no effect on Jin An. In no time, he arrived at the backstage area. With a bang, Jin An pushed open the tightly closed cell door. The room was dark and damp, and the air was filled with an unpleasant odor, causing him to frown slightly in discomfort. Wow, this environment is terrible. He shook his head and continued forward. Here, he discovered a group of imprisoned slaves. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Despite their efforts to calm their racing hearts, their faces couldn't hide their excitement as they recognized the voice of the person before them. You are free now. Jin An kicked open the tightly shut cell door. Remember to line up. I will remove the collars from your necks. The people in the cell looked on in disbelief at what was happening. It wasn't until Jin An reached the next cell that someone began to cry out in joy, as if awakening from a dream. Everything felt so real that they could hardly believe it. We are free. After the slaves cheered, they rushed out of the cell and lined up. Although they had exited the cell, the collars around their necks were the true threat to their lives. Reaching the last room, he found more slaves still imprisoned inside, but one person caught Jin An's attention. Among a group of slaves dressed in extravagant clothing, one beautiful woman stood out distinctly. She was confined in a glass sphere filled with water, her fair skin shimmering softly, with a layer of delicate blue silk draped over her head. Her enchanting eyes sparkled like autumn waters, and a long tail gently swayed behind her. She was unmistakably a mermaid. Jin An's heart jolted, but he quickly calmed down. He didn't expect that there would really be merfolk at this auction. He pondered over the scene before him. So, the celestial dragon outside came here after receiving news about the mermaid. The mermaid had been bound there, her eyes revealing a longing for freedom and helplessness. However, Jin An didn't dwell too long on the beautiful mermaid. After shattering the glass cover with his spear, he opened the cell without discrimination. Then he left this place. He still needed to free these people. Without the constraint of the glass cover, the mermaid took a deep breath. Although the air was foul, she savored it. Swimming freely in the water, she then gracefully glided across the surface with the support of her hands, leaving the water she could not escape from, breaking free, and heading towards freedom. The mermaid looked at Jin An with gratitude, silently expressing her appreciation. Jin An did a good deed, and a sense of satisfaction surged within him. He always acted according to his own thoughts, believing he could do anything as long as it allowed his ideas to come to fruition. He freed these slaves simply so they could live freely and choose their own lives. As for their safety after being released, Jin An couldn't care less. You weakling, get behind me. But, no buts, just obediently make way for me. Otherwise, I'll break your legs. The order of the queue was the order in which the collars would be removed, in order to quickly escape the threat to their lives. Many people began to entertain crooked ideas. Hearing the discordant voices from the crowd, Jin An's brows furrowed instantly. He could understand the thoughts of such people. But understanding did not mean agreeing. He remembered the troublemaker and those who shared the same ideas. The people behind pulled the girl who had been cut in line and signaled her to endure. Don't provoke him. We can't compete with him. We're all people who were captured here. Why is he still bullying us? The girl was somewhat confused. We're all people who have been imprisoned together. I didn't expect that even before we left this hellhole, we would start bullying others. This world doesn't care about fellow travelers in distress. To survive, the people here would do anything. Little girl, I'll remember you. Wait for me after we get out. Under Jin An's gaze, the man spat out a harsh remark before scurrying back. What you're doing is very dangerous. Remember, run as soon as you get out. That person will definitely hold a grudge against you. The person behind the girl reminded her. The girl stood there in a daze. She didn't know what she had done wrong. Her father had taught her to be polite and obey the law since she was little. She had always done so, but why was she captured here? Why was that person so fierce? Why was Jin An starting to remove the restraints from these people? The design of these collars was not complicated. By studying the ones on the dragons' necks, Jin An had already grasped the essentials. Although there seemed to be many people here, once he became familiar with the situation, it didn't take much time to handle all. The people who were having their collars removed remained in place. It wasn't that they didn't want to leave, but they were unclear about the situation outside and didn't dare to move. You can leave now. Jin An continued to finish the work at hand. There were only a few people left, and he would be done soon. But the guards outside. The guards' presence had already disappeared. Through his observation hockey, Jin An sensed that there were only a few people left with any breath in the auction house. One bolder person cautiously walked out of the slave-holding area and, upon discovering there was no danger, quickly ran outside. 2 minutes later, that person ran back, unable to hide the excitement on their face. Everyone, we can go. The guards outside are gone. Those who were still hesitating, upon hearing the man's words, stopped talking and directly ran toward the exit, fearing that if they were slow, they might encounter unexpected events. When most people had run out, Jin An looked at the last person in front of him. You're the last one. Be careful when you go out, and don't get caught by human traffickers again. May I ask, can you tell me your name? The last person, a mermaid, looked at the person who had saved her, her eyes shining with anticipation. She was afraid he might have some concerns, so she added, my name is Selena, and I run a CAF on Fishman Island. Do you know what it means for me to have destroyed this auction house? Jin An asked in response. Selena thought for a moment and answered, you will become a thorn in the side of the auction house and their backers. Jin An rolled his eyes and teased. You still ask for my name? Are you trying to use my name to exchange for money? Selena was so anxious that tears were about to fall. And she said, somewhat aggrieved, I didn't mean that. I just really want to know your name. This man saved her life and left a deep mark in her heart. Although they might never meet again, knowing his name would at least let her know who had saved her. Jin An looked at the beautiful mermaid in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. He never expected that after saving so many people, the only one left willing to ask his name was her. Jin An, he said, revealing his name. Although the mermaid hated humans, she valued her word and didn't think much of saying her true name. Moreover, he had a good impression of the mermaids who owned the CF. After more than 20 years, the people from Mermaid Island gave him a good feeling, loyal, righteous, and helpful. The shop owner was also a great white shark mermaid, just like the woman in front of him, so they might be related. Perhaps in the future, when passing by Mermaid Island, he could have Sherry give him a free fortune-telling, but unfortunately, it seemed Sherry hadn't been born yet. Otherwise, it would have been nice to visit Mermaid Island right now. I will remember your life-saving grace for a lifetime. If you come to Mermaid Island, please be sure to visit my CAF. I will do my best to be a good host. After Selena bowed to Jin An, she leaned forward, resting her head on his lap, waiting for him to release her from her shackles. Jin An clearly saw the position of the collar and skillfully took off the collar from Selena's neck, then cleared his throat. So soon? Selena slightly flushed and gently turned her head away. Jin An touched his nose and said, the air here is not good. Let's go out first. You go out first. Selena looked at her tail and replied, I'll go out later. Jin An also found that it was very inconvenient for the mermaid to move on land. But leaving her alone here was not safe. I'll take you out. Helping someone all the way, Jin An gritted his teeth and directly squatted down to ask Selena. Selena opened her arms and wrapped them around Jin An's neck, curling up in his embrace. She let out a whisper as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Please. Did I see that right? Don Quixote da Flamingo rubbed his eyes, wondering how that guy went out and came back holding a woman. Long's mouth also dropped open. Could that be a mermaid? He had never seen a mermaid in his life. and the first time he encountered one was in Jin An's arms. Mermaids are born beautiful and are often targeted by human traffickers, while fishmen, due to their strong bodies, are favored by slave owners, leading to a long-standing difficult relationship between mermaids, fishmen, and humans. This makes it hard to see them in populated areas. A hero saving a beauty? The two said in unison. Long looked at Doflamingo and suddenly asked, I've heard that the celestial dragons gather the wealth of the whole world. But how come you seem like you've never seen a mermaid before? Doflamingo, the celestial dragon who stayed behind to watch the fun, was about to leave. After all, the entertainment here was over, and there was no point in staying. A mermaid is a mermaid. But just as he was walking toward the exit, he happened to see the mermaid Jin An was holding, and he immediately shouted loudly. Others might not know, but he certainly knew what the most attractive slave at this auction was. To make money, someone had revealed that there was news of a mermaid being sold at this auction. He had just forgotten about it while watching the fun. Since he saw the target of his trip, he naturally chose to snatch her away. You all go bring that mermaid to me. Lasgard pointed with his chubby finger at the mermaid in Jin An's arms and commanded, and kill that man. I don't like garbage touching my possessions. Lasgard looked at the man holding the mermaid, feeling very uncomfortable, and combined with the annoying things he encountered at the auction, he was now very angry. To him, the mermaid was his toy, and how dare a lowly person touch a god's private property? Damn it, the golden-haired Lasgard angrily cursed. CP2 had no choice. They were originally tasked with absolutely obeying the celestial dragon's commands, and upon hearing the order, they rushed out. What the hell? You all get over there too. Lasgard angrily cursed at the guards beside him. The guards hesitated. Their job was to protect the safety of the celestial dragons at all costs. But Lord Lasgard, if we all leave, what about your safety? Lasgard confidently smiled. Here it's just us and those three lowly ones. They should be the ones worried. I am a world, noble, celestial dragon. In a bad mood, he kicked the guard in front of him to the ground, signaling the others to quickly do as he ordered. As subordinates of the celestial dragons, they were a cruel and cold-hearted group, and in their eyes, there was only power and loyalty. For an unknown person like Jin An, they looked down upon him entirely. Since it's your command, we will definitely obey. These guards ultimately chose to follow the celestial dragon's orders and immediately said about their actions. It seemed that the people near the celestial dragon were about to make a move on Jin An. Long became anxious. The celestial dragons had control over the navy, and he was worried that Jin An would be treated poorly. Doflamingo wore a look of amusement, gloating. Looks like he's in trouble. Being targeted by those stupid pigs is no good thing. In his eyes, the identity of the celestial dragons had lost its appeal. What he wanted was to surpass those who only knew how to indulge in food and entertainment, to trample them underfoot and humiliate them at will. Although Long did not know Doflamingo's identity, he was still curious about his attitude toward Jin An and the celestial dragons. Through their time together, he felt that this kid seemed to have gone astray, showing a fearless demeanor. Let's go help Jin An. Seeing Jin An surrounded by those people, he wanted to join the fun. Doflamingo blocked Long's way. We are currently in the identity of slaves. Slaves cannot afford to provoke the celestial dragons. Moreover, don't you want to see Jin An's attitude toward the celestial dragons? Doflamingo's words echoed in Long's ears like a devil's whisper. Did he want to know Jin An's attitude toward the celestial dragons? After thinking for a moment, Long concluded that he did. After this period of understanding, he realized even more what a strange existence the celestial dragons were. If given a choice, he would definitely stand on the opposite side of the celestial dragons. As Jin An and the others were surrounded by the celestial dragon subordinates, Selena realized that her presence might bring more danger to the protagonist. She knew that her beauty and race had always attracted the attention of the celestial dragons. Therefore, she decided to sacrifice herself to allow the protagonist to escape. Put me down and go quickly, Selena whispered in Jin An's ear. They are only interested in me. Let go of me, and you can definitely escape. Jin An glanced at the mermaid in his arms. Do you think I'm someone who fears for my life? Of course not, Serena retorted. If you were that kind of person, I would still be in prison waiting to be sold. She looked at the celestial dragons in the distance. Then I would eventually fall into their hands. I just don't want you to get hurt. You are the best human I've ever met in my life. No, not just among humans. You're the best person in the world. I dare to come here. Of course, I prepared for the worst. Jin An smiled slightly. With these people, my safety is not at risk, so you can rest assured. I have always kept my word. Just wait for me to take you to the seaside. Jin An's words were filled with determination and firmness. He was resolute in his intentions, and nothing, not even the arrival of Jesus, could change his mind. Selena felt the protagonist's steadfastness and warmth. A wave of warmth surged in her heart. In this treacherous world, she had finally found someone truly willing to give everything for her. She silently closed her eyes, deeply nestled in the protagonist's embrace, feeling the sense of security and protection he provided. "I will listen to you." Just then, Jin An suddenly shouted loudly, his voice echoing throughout the auction house. "Do you know who I am? I am the infamous Pirate Jack, with a bounty of 250 million berries. Now, I am the captain of the 6th ship of the Flying Pirates under Golden Lion. Have you thought about the price of taking action against me?" The movements of everyone in the auction house came to a halt, all of them staring in shock at the man holding the mermaid in the center of the room. Long and Doflamingo were nearly dropping their jaws to the floor, having never seen someone as brazen as Jin An. It was as if the Golden Lion had invited trouble upon himself. Selena lifted her head adorably, blinking her watery eyes, just in time to catch the mischievous smile at the corner of Jin An's mouth. It was bad, but it felt quite nice. Golden Lion. The subordinates of the Celestial Dragons and CP2 were very aware of the weight of this name. If possible, they absolutely did not want to be associated with that person. Golden Lion Shiki, a user of the Float Fruit, had the ability to make himself or objects float in the air, earning him the nickname Flying Pirate. The captain of the Flying Pirates, he was a notorious pirate who was once on par with Joel D. Roger and Whitebeard Edward Newgate, wielding 2 famous swords, Sakura 10 and Deadwood. Because of his flying abilities, he could launch various types of attacks. So many forces would avoid provoking him. They whispered to each other, unsure whether to make an enemy of the man before them. "Everyone, attack. A mere Golden Lion cannot threaten me." Lascard Saint, seeing his subordinates stop their assault, was so furious that his nose almost twisted. He didn't know who the Golden Lion was. He only knew that his parents had told him since childhood that no one could threaten the Celestial Dragons, and if someone did, that person should disappear. Useless trash. He had never expected these good-for-nothing guards who could only stand watch at the door to achieve anything. Anyway, CP2 could still take action. These guys were just for show. Lascard Saint's gaze remained fixed on Selena, his eyes filled with greed and possessiveness, making Selena feel uncomfortable all over, and she instinctively licked her lips. "Everything that is mine." Selena's pupils contracted, feeling a bit frightened as she burrowed into Jin An's arms, her body trembling uncontrollably. Jin An had a truly unsurprised expression. The world nobles, the Celestial Dragons, possessed unmatched power in this world. If they were to give up at the mere mention of a title, they wouldn't be who they are. If you're not afraid of death, then come at me. I won't care what your identities are. CP2 and the guards slowly closed in on Jin An, their eyes flashing with fierce light. Bang! As they got closer, in the next moment, several members of CP2 simultaneously launched their attacks, gathering immense power in their hands, capable of splitting boulders, and struck down towards Jin An's head. The moment CP0 made their move, they displayed remarkable teamwork, directly sealing off all of Jin An's escape routes, making it difficult for him to choose. Jin An remained unfazed in the face of these attacks, directly holding Selena in his arms, ready to withstand the blows with his body. "Don't worry about me," Selena cried out, her eyes turning red from the control as she shouted hoarsely. Jin An glanced at her and thought to himself, "I can take these attacks without any problem, but you might not be so lucky." Bang! A palm struck Jin An, and a dull thud echoed in the auction house. At the moment the attack landed, the previously relaxed expressions of the CP2 members changed slightly. The feedback from the opponent's body made their palms tingle with pain. What shocked them the most was that the opponent stood up straight as if nothing had happened. This person is not easy to deal with. We shouldn't hold back. From the brief contact, the CP2 members realized that Jin An's strength was significantly higher than theirs. But it seemed that he was holding back for the sake of the person. In a life-and-death struggle, he couldn't actively retaliate against them. Take this. A burly man wearing a mask, exuding killing intent, swung a thick wooden stick and roared as he charged at Jin An, his eyes filled with fanaticism and ferocity, as if he wanted to crush Jin into pieces. Another person wielding a long sword, with a cold and ruthless gaze, unhesitatingly joined the stick-wielding man in launching a fierce attack on Jin An. The two attacks almost instantly closed in on Jin An, carrying immense power and aiming directly for vital points, showing no intention of holding back at all. Meanwhile, a sly and agile masked man, with a cunning and sinister look in his eyes, held a sharp dagger and moved swiftly, like a cunning fox, silently circling around to Jin An's back, seemingly aiming for a deadly strike. Facing the fierce and vicious attacks from the three, Jin An suddenly stomped on the ground, propelling his body into the air, looking down at the three from above. The three's attacks missed, and they looked up in shock at the two figures in the air, completely unable to see their movements clearly. However, their astonishment did not last long, quickly transforming into painful screams. What have you done?" The CP2 member's hand, still gripping a weapon, fell to the ground, and blood gushed from the broken arm, staining the surroundings a deep crimson. Jin An retrieved the leg that had been kicked away. Noticing that you all looked too exhausted holding your weapons, sweat beading on your foreheads, so he decided to help lighten your burden. "How dare you? We are CP2. To avoid excessive blood loss, they covered their bleeding severed arms and kept retreating. Seeing the three wanting to withdraw, Jin An's eyes flickered, and he suddenly took 2 steps forward, legs leaving the ground, kicking towards the chests of the three with lightning speed. Bang! 3 human-shaped holes appeared in the walls of the auction house, and the voices of the CP2 members grew fainter until they disappeared. The other celestial dragon guards who were watching from the side turned their heads upon hearing the commotion, and then their mouths twitched as they saw the 3 large holes in the wall and the severed hands scattered on the ground. "All right, it's your turn." Having dealt with the 3 trash, Jin An was in a good mood, his gaze sweeping over the guards around him. A single person taking on 3 powerful CP0 members, rendering them completely unable to fight back, meant that this person was not someone these ordinary guards could handle. Realizing this, the guards regretted deeply, their insides twisting with regret, unable to resist kneeling and begging for mercy. The man's strength instilled in them no thoughts of resistance. You ignorant dog." In the desperate eyes of the guards kneeling on the ground, Lascard Saint grinned savagely and pulled the trigger. Bang! Flames erupted from the gun's muzzle, and the bullet sliced through the air, leaving a beautiful trajectory, plunging the auction house into dead silence. Everyone's eyes widened, staring at the bullets. At that moment, it felt as if time had frozen, and everyone in the auction house held their breath, watching to see if it would hit Jin An's body. Shooting from a distance? Under everyone's gaze, Jin An extended his hand, as if time had frozen at that moment, the guard's eyes wide open, almost able to hear their held breaths. He gently flicked his fingers, as if plucking a string, accurately catching the bullet aimed at him, and then casually tossed it to the ground. Catching a bullet with bare hands, the guards' faces were filled with shock and despair, their last hope completely shattered. They had once thought this bullet would be a lethal weapon, but now it had become a lethal threat to themselves. The bullet had once been their last glimmer of hope, hoping that this strike could defeat the man holding the mermaid, but reality was so cruel. They realized that this man not only possessed incredible strength and calmness, but also seemed to have a mysterious power beyond that of ordinary people, which completely undermined their plan. Jin An's gaze remained calm as water. "Is that all? Bring it on. I'm not done yet." "Damn it. Who exactly are you?" Lascard's forehead bulged with veins. His face turned grim and twisted, anger and fear coexisting within him, and unease quietly rising in his heart. The armed forces that were supposed to protect him had long been kicked somewhere unknown. Now, the only thing that could give him a sense of security was his identity as a celestial dragon. Jin An put down Selena and reached out to scratch his ear. "Didn't I say I'm a subordinate of the Golden Lion, Jack? Have the celestial dragons been up high for too long, causing their ears to degenerate?" Jin An's appearance was completely modeled after the future Calamity, queen of the beast pirates, with a bald head, sunglasses, and a golden braid hanging from his head. He walked slowly in front of the celestial dragon, raised his hand to take off his glasses, and despite his not-so-tall stature, he gave Saint Lascard an overwhelming sense of awe, bringing him immense pressure. He flicked his golden braid and looked down at the celestial dragon from higher position. "I'm asking you a question, celestial dragon." Saint Lascard couldn't withstand the pressure from the man in front of him and unconsciously stepped back a few paces. Upon hearing this, he was momentarily stunned, then straightened his body arrogantly, thinking to himself that he was a noble celestial dragon, and no one dared to lay a hand on him. "Lowly commoner, what makes you dare to stand before me?" He paused, put on a proud expression, and continued, "You better hurry up and disappear from my sight. Noble celestial dragon, do you want to take a look at the environment here?" Jin An raised an eyebrow. "There aren't too many people left. Killing you would be easier than killing a fish. Are you sure you want to talk to me in that tone?" Jin An walked up to him, suddenly waved his hand, and smashed the glass cover, making intimate contact with the celestial dragon's greasy face. The celestial dragon covered his face and flew back, shouting, "You dare to hit me? You lowly commoner dare to hit me? I will make your life worse than death." The guards looked at Jin An with disbelief, their eyes filled with shock and fear, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside, staring blankly at everything that had just happened. their eyes flickering with anxiety and terror. The tension that had been hanging in their hearts finally dissipated. Dragon and Doflamingo also gaped, both knowing what would happen after hitting a celestial dragon. One was a marine, and the other a former celestial dragon. If I had known, I wouldn't have stopped you. Maybe things wouldn't have developed this way. Although he said that, the excitement on his face clearly indicated that he also wanted to throw a few punches to try it out. Dragon stood there in a daze, only able to say, as expected of Jin An, "Do you know what you've done?" A guard asked with a trembling voice. Jin An took out a tissue to wipe his hands. Was it just because he hit a pig? No. You don't understand the terror of the celestial dragons. Do you want the people on this island to die with you? The admiral from the Navy headquarters is coming. We are all sinners. We will all die. This statement sent a chill down the spine of everyone present, as if they were in the depths of winter, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They all understood what the consequences of angering the celestial dragons would be, but they couldn't fight against the man in front of them, so they could only grit their teeth in silence. I want to see which of you has the ability to call the Navy admiral. Jin An's imposing presence enveloped the entire island. Every move you made was under my watch. Want to contact the Navy? I want to see if you can do it. As long as the phone can't reach the outside, who will know what happens here? Can the admiral predict the future? Jin An kicked the guard beside him and said, "Hurry up and serve our great celestial dragon." The guard buried his head between his legs. "I can't. Please let me go. I won't do anything bad again." The people here had seen Jin An's wrath. They weren't old immortals who valued their lives, so they could only obediently play the ostrich and pretend to be deaf and mute. "Hey, I'll say it once more." Jin An slapped the unconscious Lasgard Saint awake. "I'll take the mermaid over there. If you want revenge, I'll be waiting for you in the Flying Sky Pirate crew. I can give you everything that Golden Lion gave you." Lasgard Saint, covering his swollen mouth, mumbled, "As long as you spare me, I can give you anything." He could only believe Jin An's words. With this person's lawless character, he might change his mind in the next moment and kill him directly. Although he wasn't very smart, he wasn't stupid either. Right now, he just wanted to spend money to buy his life. As long as he could survive and return to Mariewa, he could continue to flaunt his power. As a world noble celestial dragon, the money he had could easily buy a country, which made him cherish his life even more. Otherwise, if he died, not only would he not get to spend his money, but it would also be divided among other celestial dragons. "I don't want your money," Jin An said disdainfully. "It's all dirty money that exploits ordinary people, and I don't care about the little money you have." A flicker of anger passed through Lasgard Saint's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. "As long as you promise not to kill me, I can fulfill any wish you have." Jin An didn't look at him again. This stupid pig really couldn't understand what he was saying, or was just too eager to survive. Even though he had been released, he still wouldn't stop chattering. "I'll take you out first." Jin An picked up Selena. Selena looked at Jin An anxiously and leaned close to his ear to ask, "Is it really okay?" "I'm afraid they will retaliate against you." "It's fine. Before I leave this island, he won't dare to take any action," Jin An replied. "Lord Celestial Dragon, we have a bond that could cost our lives. In the future, when you come to the Flying Sky Pirate Group, I will definitely hold a grand welcome ceremony for you. Important things should be said 3 times. Jin An grinned as he openly carried Selena out of the auction house. "That damn lowlife." Lasgard cursed quietly. "Lord Celestial Dragon, it seems you have something to discuss with me?" Jin An poked his head out from the exit and calmly looked at Lasgard. "No, nothing of the sort. I was just seeing you off." He chuckled dryly and lowered his head. "Then I'm really leaving this time. Goodbye." "Lord Celestial Dragon, what do we do now?" the guard asked cautiously. Lasgard shot a glare at that annoying face and said, "Damn beast, take me back to Mariewa." "Understood." The person who was hit dared not show any discontent and replied with a beaming smile. On the coast, the waves gently lapped against the beach. The sunlight shimmered on the sea's surface, illuminating the two of them as they stood together, facing the impending farewell. "I'll take you here. It's safe. So you can go back to Fishman Island with peace of mind." Jin An set Selena down in a remote area of the sea. "You have to remember, it's best not to come land anymore, to avoid being captured by human traffickers again." Selena felt both joy and sadness, tears shimmering in her eyes as she tightly held Jin An's hand, as if wanting to freeze this moment forever. Her lips trembled slightly, but she couldn't make a sound. Only a silent sorrow surged in her heart. After 1,000 words, only one remained. "I know. You must be careful too. The outside world is really different from what I imagined." She was determined. Besides divination, she would learn skills to protect herself and others. "Then goodbye." Selena turned and plunged into the water, and moments later, her figure disappeared into the deep sea. "Oh, our colonel can't bear to part with the beauty?" Doflamingo's voice came from the bushes behind. Jin An touched his short hair and said, "Kids shouldn't talk nonsense." He stood still because, under the observation of the observation hockey, that celestial dragon finally began to move. She also understood that Serna only felt grateful towards him, and he was just casually helping a girl with limited mobility. It was no big deal. "I see you trying to change the subject," Doflamingo teased. He was in a very good mood now and had found a renewed sense of purpose to keep fighting. Adults' matters are not for kids to get involved in. Jin An looked back and said, "Long, you and Doflamingo go take a stroll around the island. There are still many interesting things to see here." He grabbed Doflamingo's hand and handed him over to Long, saying, "This guy has a knack for causing trouble, so you better keep a close eye on him." Doflamingo struggled in dissatisfaction, thinking that treating him like a child was one thing, but looking down on him was another. After all, he had done quite a few significant things in the auction house. "Let me tell you, treating me like a kid will lead to big trouble." Jin An certainly knows that at the age of 10, one can kill their own father to exchange for the identity of a celestial dragon. "Who would dare to underestimate you? Then I will assign you some tasks to do later." Long asked in confusion, "Aren't you coming with us? I have an old friend on this island. Since I've come here, I must meet him. It won't take long. I'll be back quickly. Also, I have some matters to entrust to you," Jin An continued. "Among the slaves released at the auction earlier, there are some pirates whom you all have seen when you were locked up. Those people are worth money. Capture them and send them to the naval base here to exchange for some cash, so they won't escape and harm others again. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. It's about making money. No shame in that." Moreover, Jin An doesn't believe that these pirates would change their ways just because they were sold by human traffickers once. They might even become more extreme after this incident. Many people's mentality is that if they have been rained on, they will tear down someone else's house. Remember to use your bounty hunter identities. If you use your naval identities directly, it would be hard to explain their purpose for being here, and you might not even get a bounty, which would be a huge loss. Jin An waved his hand and turned to walk towards the island, leaving only a silhouette for the two. He couldn't possibly have an accomplice on this island, could he? He ran so fast. Long merely tugged at the corner of his mouth, clearly uninterested in Doflamingo's joke. "Hurry up, we must return immediately." Lascard Saint felt that as long as he stayed here, he would have no sense of security. He didn't want to stay here for even a moment longer. This place had given him unforgettable experiences and had worn down his pride as a celestial dragon, leaving only a heart full of anger. As his words fell, a guard knelt on the ground, waiting for the celestial dragon to mount him. There was no choice. The previous slave had been killed, and this kind of work could only fall to them, the guards. "Please, my lord, take a seat on my back." He hoped to reduce the hostility of the celestial dragon towards him in this way, so that he wouldn't be punished too severely later. "Do we need to notify the Navy headquarters? Do you think I'm not embarrassed enough? What use is it to tell those useless Navy now? That person has already run off, who knows where." As for venting his anger on the people of this island, he did have that thought, but he would wait until he returned to Mariejois to plan further. After all, this island could still bring some amusement to the celestial dragons. Outright destruction wouldn't be in their interest. Lascard Saint directly sat on that person's back, covering his face with his sleeve and under the protection of numerous guards. He moved towards the port. Behind the sleeve-covered eyes lay an unfathomable darkness. He would not let that man named Jack and that mermaid escape. He would make her understand what fear was. "Flying pirate crew, Golden Lion Jack." Lascard Saint murmured, "You all remember this. I will take my revenge." He looked coldly at the guards beside him. Anyone who saw his miserable state wouldn't survive, so they should enjoy their last moments. Finally, at the end of the road, he turned back to glance at the auction house that had brought him humiliation. "Get CP2 back for me, alive or dead, concealed behind the houses." Jin An took in all of Lascard Saint's expressions. He could only say that some natures are hard to change. Even after being taught a lesson to this extent, he still wouldn't change his ways. Fortunately, he hadn't gone mad enough to vent his anger on the people of this island. Otherwise, Jin An would have to think of ways to avoid some risks. As for now, Jin An just needed to wait for him to leave this island. The Navy serves the world government, and he is now a ruthless pirate. Now he was preparing to visit an acquaintance, not knowing if there would be any surprises. 20 minutes later, Jin An arrived at his destination, leisurely strolling among the red mangroves. In the distance, a giant and eye-catching number 13 was marked on the red trees. Watching the bubbles floating around, Jin An clicked his tongue in wonder. This kind of scenery could only be seen in the Solbei archipelago. Numbers 1 to 29 belong to the lawless zone. This is a paradise for criminals, where all kinds of illegal transactions can take place. From a distance, a house with a round moss-covered roof came into view, and above the door, A wooden sign carved with the name Shaki's Bar hung. Knock, knock, knock. Jin An gently knocked on the door frame. The wind chime at the entrance swayed lightly, producing a pleasant sound. Inside the bar sat a woman exhaling smoke. It was tea open yet. Did you come to the wrong place? Or can you bring me some other business? The woman spoke in a somewhat lazy voice. And if judged by her voice alone, one might think she was a gentle and kind older sister. But few who run a business here are simple. Are you here alone? Jin An casually found a seat. Xiaqi's pupils constricted, and she took a puff of smoke, indifferent. I have always operated this place alone. If you came just for fun, I'm afraid I have to regretfully tell you that you're in the wrong place. Jin An waved his hand, indicating there was no need to be so tense. That person is not here, so forget it. Anyway, I came to find you this time. Xiaqi became vigilant. What do you want with me? It can't be just a drink, right? I have some intel to sell you. Jin An took a sip of tea. In half an hour, a ship carrying a full load of gold, silver, and jewels will leave from the western waters of the Shambadi Islands. Xiaqi flicked the ash off her fingers. What does that have to do with me? Pirates are all short on cash, and I'm no exception, but with just me. I can't handle the guards on that ship. So, you want to use me to relieve some pressure in robbing that treasure? Xiaqi scoffed. Why should I help you? Because we can all make money together. Jin An placed his hand on Xiaqi's shoulder. Xiaqi's eyes narrowed sharply. She had been on a rock ship and couldn't even see the other person's movements clearly, which was enough to prove that the person in front of her was not someone she could provoke. This person was not negotiating with her, but was making a blatant threat. A master like you should find it easy to rob a ship, right? Xiaqi looked at the hand on her shoulder. Are the people on that ship very strong? Or is their identity complicated? You don't need to worry about that. You just need to send this message out to those greedy pirates. A gentle breeze blew, ringing the wind chimes. The person's words still echoed in her ears, but the person had already disappeared. Xiaqi let out a sigh, her ample chest rising and falling. If you want to create a big incident, then I'll help you fuel the fire. The Golden Lion seems to be nearby. Given that guy's penchant for meddling, he will surely get involved. I hope you can make things bigger and draw the fire to yourself. Move as quickly as possible. I want to return at the fastest speed. The newly dressed, lascared saint walked up to the guards, commanding them imperiously. We're already moving at the fastest speed, Lord Lascared, the guard answered nervously. What is the situation with those three from CP2 now? Lascared saint frowned. The guard seemed to have thought of something and shivered, struggling to speak. All of their bones are broken. They might not make it back. Useless. All of you are useless. 3 people couldn't handle one person and ended up like this. Can I still trust my safety to these useless fools? Lascared saint cursed, his mind solely focused on his own safety, completely unconcerned for those about to die. We have already contacted the Holy Land. The CP gentleman will come to assist us. The guard, not daring to provoke his wrath, could only share some good news. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Lascared saint's face brightened. Good, good, good. Did you inform the Holy Land about that Jack incident? The guard, struggling to gauge the unpredictable mood of the celestial dragon, replied joyfully, Yes, I told them. I heard that the elders will personally look into this matter. Who told you to blabber everywhere? I could handle these matters myself. Lascared saint glared angrily, kicking the person to the ground. Seemingly unsatisfied, he continued to kick the person. I won't do it again. Please spare me. The person pleaded repeatedly, but it was useless. Instead, his cries piqued Lascared saint's interest, and he took out a whip and began to strike fiercely. Before long, the person fell silent, lying motionless on the deck. Interesting. Lascared saint suddenly laughed, enjoying the feeling of having control over another's life, allowing him to momentarily forget the events that had transpired earlier. Do you all dare to make decisions for me in the future? The guard were first taken aback, then quickly knelt on the deck. You know we always listen to you, Lord. We will forever obey your commands and dare not show any disrespect. That person was being too clever. We actually don't know him well. Lascared saint's eyes were filled with arrogance. This was the power granted to him by authority, and the lives of these people were in his hands. I like your expressions. After saying this, he walked into his luxurious cabin. Unlike the cabins of the guards and CP agents, his quarters were decorated with various precious treasures, and the carpet was sewn from the skins and furs of rare beasts. On the carpet lay more than 10 boxes of various sizes, and from the gaps in the boxes, one could see they were filled with colorful jewels, just slightly exposed enough to embellish the cabin with an air of opulence. Lascared saint stripped off his clothes and leaped onto the soft bed like a pig diving into water. On the deck outside, the guards let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, this guy nearly got us all killed. Though they were the guards of the celestial dragon, their status was not much higher than that of slaves. Watching the closed door of the celestial dragon, they took out cigarettes from their bags, lit them, and relieved their stress. All of them were eating off the same plate as the celestial dragons, and everyone wanted to climb higher. But the consequences of failure were laid out before them. Staying close to the celestial dragon was dangerous, but the benefits were also obvious. In the eyes of the celestial dragons, they were nothing, but in the eyes of the common people, they transformed into someone no one dared to offend. Moreover, as long as they understood the celestial dragon's intentions, they could avoid danger. This was a privilege only enjoyed by those who stayed close to the celestial dragons. Remember to keep an eye on the surroundings. Right now, we're the only ones responsible for escorting them, and we don't know when the CP big shots will arrive. As long as we reach Mary Geos smoothly, the rewards will definitely be substantial. Then you're thinking too much. There is no one in this world who dares to cause trouble for the celestial dragons. The man thought for a moment and added, except for that madman before. When they mentioned that madman, they were puzzled. How did that person dare to do that? He even dared to strike the celestial dragons. And strangely enough, the celestial dragons endured it. Could it be that the celestial dragons are also afraid? As soon as this thought appeared in their minds, it was immediately dismissed. Such a thing was impossible. Even someone like Rox, who fantasized about dominating the world, had never laid a hand on the celestial dragons. After 800 years of rule, the world government had established the authority of the celestial dragons in the hearts of everyone in this world, and no one could resist it. Anyone who dared to confront the authority of the celestial dragons was either someone on the brink of madness or simply not from this world. Captain, I've decrypted a piece of encrypted information. Oh, let's hear it. A man with golden hair sat on a seat wrapped in animal skins, polishing 2 knives in his arms. The information says that a ship carrying gold and silver jewels will pass nearby. It seems that a certain kingdom is sending money to Mary Geos as a bribe for the celestial dragons, the crew member reported. In that case, the guards shouldn't be strong, right? The golden lion became interested. That's good. If it's not far from us, let us go straight for it. But I'm afraid this information is a trap. The crew member was clearly much more rational. What are you afraid of? The golden lion sheathed his knife. I'm a golden lion, so what if it's a trap? We'll just charge in. Wow, no wonder you're the golden lion, Captain. So mighty, so imposing. The crew cheered excitedly, having formed a pirate crew that had yet to taste defeat. The riches they transported to the celestial dragons were not the heavily guarded treasures from the heavens, but enough for them to squander for a while. They could even take this opportunity to spread the reputation of their pirate crew further. Pirates with the same mindset were all heading towards the same destination, sharing the same goal. Boom! The waves on the sea grew turbulent, and in an instant, the weather changed dramatically, with dark clouds suddenly covering the previously clear sky. It seemed like a massive creature was rolling and swimming within the ominous clouds. On the surface of the sea, the guards stopped their work and looked curiously into the distance, their expressions filled with annoyance. The sudden storm had slowed their pace significantly. How could the weather change so abruptly? The guards smiled wryly, hastening their movements, telling each other not to complain, keeping their direction in check, and continuing their work. In a corner they did not notice, a man with golden braids quietly observed their actions. Amidst the thunderous sounds, Jin An slowly approached the cabin. Lascard Saint woke from his dreams, sitting up suddenly and clutching his chest, gasping for breath. After resting for a while, his once distracted pupils refocused, and his pale complexion gradually regained some color. Lascard Saint furrowed his brows, having also heard the thunderous sound in the sky. Just then, the tightly closed cabin door slowly began to open. He turned his head, looking irritated towards the direction of the door, only to find it opening at a painfully slow pace. Can't even keep the door closed? Are you trying to get yourselves killed? Hurry up and close the door. Before it was fully opened, he started cursing. The strong wind rushed in through the crack of the door, making Lascard Saint, who had removed his outer clothing, feel uncomfortable as he wrapped his arms around himself and shrank back. In his irritable gaze, a foot clad in leather shoes stepped into the cabin. You damn thing. Who let you in here? I told you to close the door. Can't you understand? He shivered from the cold, wishing he could rush over and shut the door himself. Inside the cabin was dimly lit, with only a faint light filtering through the cracks, casting a mottled shadow at the entrance. Jin An entered the cabin like a dark shadow, silently observing the stunned celestial dragon with keen interest. As Lascard Saint recognized the figure before him, his pupils dilated unnaturally, and he couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "How can it be you?" When the door opened, his angry expression instantly froze. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the figure in front of him, panic almost spilling over. His body trembled slightly, and his fingers shook involuntarily. There was a hint of fear and unease in his gaze. He knew he had no chance against this person. Moreover, he couldn't fathom how this individual had silently crept up beside him. In that moment, he felt his psychological defenses collapse in an instant, leaving a void of helplessness. What happened to my guards? What have you done to them? Jin An raised a finger and placed it in front of his mouth, signaling him to be quieter. You clearly said to let me go. Lost Guard Saint seemed to ignore Jin An's gesture and shouted, You can't go back on your word. Looking at the shouting celestial dragon in front of him, Jin An felt quite helpless. Sometimes he really wished for the ability of the silence fruit. Otherwise, every time he encountered someone who yelled like this, it would be very bothersome, as it was truly hard on the ears. If I remember correctly, I only said for you to leave the Sabidi archipelago quickly. I never said I would let you go, Jin An replied with a shrug. As for your guards, they're all outside. Hearing Jin An's words, Lost Guard Saint looked through the open hatch and saw the situation outside. Those people were all lying on the ground. Although there were no visible wounds on them, they had no fighting power left. He was truly alone now. Lost Guard Saint looked at the man in front of him in disbelief. Why won't you let me go? Why was this guy fixated on him? Why wouldn't I let you go? I never expected you to ask such a question. Jin An grinned. Because I'm happy, because I'm stronger than you, and because I can't suppress the urge to kill you. You actually have such thoughts? He opened his mouth wide, looking incredulous. He couldn't understand. Was this person in front of him crazy? He actually wanted to kill a celestial dragon, to kill someone from the highest echelon of this world. It should be known that their lives were more precious than anyone else's in this world. No one could judge them. They were gods of this world. They were a taboo of the sea. Ordinary people wouldn't even dare to look them in the eye. What kind of freak was this person? Are you satisfied with this answer? Jin An asked. If you're satisfied, then I will send you on your way. Jin An stood in the shadows of the room, his gaze cold and sharp. Through the dim light, a hint of a cruel smile flickered on his face. He casually split the door panel into long sticks and then forcefully inserted them into the limbs of Lost Guard Saint. Lost Guard Saint was fixed to the bed, struggling with his body. But each movement caused him to grimace in pain. Unable to escape, his eyes filled with fear and despair, realizing he could no longer flee. Do you think you can escape? Jin An's voice was icy and mocking. You are nothing but a bug trapped in my hands. Now, I will make you experience the despair of torturing innocent people like you did. He slowly approached Lost Guard Saint, casually picking up a sharp knife, its blade glinting with a sinister light under the illumination. Jin An's smile became even colder as he ruthlessly sliced the knife across the opponent's skin. The screams echoed in the room, and he ignored every plea, his heart as hard as stone. Do you think that by killing me, you can still live well? Lost Guard Saint's voice was filled with mockery. You are wrong. The world government will avenge me, and you and your pirate crew won't be able to escape. Even if I die, I won't let you go. I'm looking forward to their revenge on you. Jin An grinned. If they want revenge, they should go find the Golden Lion. What does it have to do with me, the governor of the South Sea? Who knows? I might even celebrate when the dogs on both sides bite each other. Ah, you beast. I want you to suffer worse than death. The vicious curse poured out from the celestial dragon's mouth, and Jin An couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. It turned out they could also feel fear. They could also fear death. They will avenge me. Every move you make is under their watch. They're already on their way here. I'll be waiting for you in hell, ha ha. Jin An cleanly sliced through the neck of Lost Guard Saint with a single stroke, his head and body instantly separated. Blood surged up, propelling the head away, which fell heavily to the ground. The face still bore the expression from before death, a mix of confusion, anger, and doubt, creating an extraordinarily comical expression. Ultimately, that annoying wail ceased, leaving only a terrifying silence in the room. Jin An looked at the unconscious body of the celestial dragon and sneered. He certainly knew that there were surveillance din mushy set up by the world government on this ship, which is why he had been maintaining his disguise. When the time comes, he would let Kazan and the others wipe out a pirate crew and then report it to the Navy under his name, so that no one would associate today's events with him. Celestial dragons? Killing you is not much effort compared to slaughtering lambs. Guys, the target ship is right ahead. Charge in, the treasure is ours. After we loot, let's hold a feast and celebrate. In the distance, pirate ships were rapidly approaching the vessel the celestial dragon was on. The laughter of the pirates echoed together, bringing life back to this sea area. Feast, charge! The show was about to begin. The pirate ships slowly approached the vessel filled with gold and jewels. There was silence on the ship, only the sound of the sea breeze brushing against the sails. The pirates cautiously looked around, faintly sensing an ominous aura. when they boarded the ship. The sight before them shocked them. The deck was littered with the bodies of guards. However, there were no signs of struggle, making it very eerie, as if these people had collapsed without even putting up a fight. The faces of the pirates grew serious. They knew that what had happened here was not simple. They remained vigilant and continued deeper into the ship. In the depths of the cabin, they discovered a dismembered corpse. The cabin where the body lay was luxuriously decorated. Anything taken from here could ensure a life free from worry. But they couldn't feel joy. The sight of the corpse sent chills down their spines. "We've been set up." Kuchi's voice was cold and furious. "This is not our target. Someone has laid a trap for us." The pirates exchanged glances, a mix of anger and helplessness filling their hearts. They realized they had become pawns on someone else's chessboard, and a moment of greed had led them into this deadly trap. Yet, amidst the anger, a strong sense of revenge welled up. No one in this world hated the celestial dragons more, but they all dared not act. Now, with the celestial dragon dead before them, how could they not be excited? While feeling exhilarated, they vowed not to let those sinister enemies who framed them go unpunished. They had to ensure that the one who made them scapegoats would die without a burial place. Afterward, the pirates recorded the situation on the ship to report back to their captain. "Admiral, there are indeed many treasures on board." The pirate's face bore no excitement, only deep unease, especially with the celestial dragon's corpse present. Golden Lion squinted his tiger-like eyes. Celestial dragon? Just like his nickname Golden Lion. Shiki had long golden hair that resembled a lion's mane. Furthermore, his sideburns and beard were also golden and long, making him look like a lion. "Yes, Admiral. It seems we have been schemed against," the man said angrily. "Ha ha ha. I never expected someone would dare to scheme against me. It seems the fear I bring to this world is still not enough." Golden Lion laughed loudly, but his gaze was chilling. "Take me to see that celestial dragon." He leaped from the bow and lightly landed on the celestial dragon's ship. Whatever deep grudge existed, this celestial dragon died a terrible death. The sight of the celestial dragon's demise made the pirates shake their heads. Among these pirates, some revealed smug smiles upon learning the news. They realized they could use this incident to spread their name. It was easy to imagine that this action would cause a huge uproar worldwide, and they could easily rise to fame because of it. However, this part of the crew did not consider that this attack was not just about acquiring vast amounts of gold and jewels, but also a challenge to the authority of the world government. Once targeted by the world government, their future would not be easy. Meanwhile, on the Red Line, in the holy land of Mariewa was the holy land of the world government, home to the most esteemed celestial dragons in the world. The walls here soared into the clouds, the palaces were magnificent, and the towering spires pierced the sky. Anyone who came to this land would be awed by the city's grandeur. However, today the atmosphere in the Holy Land was somewhat strange. The celestial dragons received shocking news in the streets of Mariewa. A ship laden with gold and jewels had been attacked, and a celestial dragon had been brutally killed, with all the guards on board perishing as well. This news spread rapidly through Mariewa, stirring up a great uproar. It was evident that when life was threatened, their inner panic and fear would be infinitely magnified. The celestial dragons were a privileged class of the world government. They considered themselves above all and feared no one. Yet, at this moment, they felt rare fear and helplessness. In the palace of Mariewa, some celestial dragons wore serious expressions, frequently exchanging glances. They realized that this attack was not just an ordinary pirate act, but a serious challenge to their privileged status. "We must respond to this incident. Otherwise, there will be more attacks against celestial dragons in the future." What do the Gorosei think about this? The Golden Lion pirates are not easy to deal with. They fly in the sky, making it hard for us to track their exact location. Those with ulterior motives want to completely shatter their arrogance. And they have succeeded, with various real-world issues intertwining, putting them in a passive position. However, they could not act according to the wishes of their adversaries. Let's wait for the arrangements from the Gorosei. The celestial dragons of Mariewa felt an unprecedented fear. Meanwhile, the pirates involved in this incident laughed in the dark, knowing that this action would create a sensation worldwide, and they would become famous because of it. At Marineford, in a quiet and peaceful atmosphere, Sengoku finally had a moment of rest. He had just torn open a packet of Solbei on his desk. Brub brub. With 2 fingers pinching the Solbei, Sengoku frowned, looking at the snack. After the battle with the celestial dragons, he ultimately chose to put it back. This is Sengoku. "Marshal Kong, is there something?" "Style bon kong sige devili." The world government had sent him the news of the celestial dragon's murder and ordered immediate action. He knew this command was imperative, even though he personally did not care about the life or death of the celestial dragons. But as an agency under the world government, he had to obey orders. Sengoku noticed Kong's sigh and wore a look of confusion and unease. Sengoku, I received orders from above. A celestial dragon has died near Solbei archipelago, and they want us to investigate this incident. Steelbone Kong's voice was serious and heavy, revealing the pressure he felt inside. What? A celestial dragon was actually killed? Sengoku's brow furrowed slightly. He understood what this meant and empathized with Marshal Kong's situation. But in the face of pressure from the world government, he knew that evasion was useless. Yes, Admiral, I understand. I will set off immediately to investigate. Sengoku's tone was firm. The impact of this incident was unfavorable for them, and they could only do their best. Admiral Akainu nodded, disconnected the call, and silently prayed that everything would be resolved smoothly. He knew that this investigation would be a journey full of challenges and dangers. But he also believed that with Sengoku's strength and capability, he would definitely provide a satisfactory explanation to the higher-ups. On the other side, Sengoku's expression kept changing. He couldn't understand why the Golden Lion would choose to attack the celestial dragons, especially so close to Mariewa and Marihoa in the Solbei archipelago. Oh no, that celestial dragon is dead. Doflamingo leaned in and whispered to Dragon. Doflamingo had no awareness of being a former celestial dragon. He directly joined the onlookers and was quite interested. I heard. Dragon helplessly brushed off Doflamingo's hand resting on his shoulder, and those nearby were abuzz. As for whispering in his ear, the people on the island wore expressions of glee, their eyes flashing with a hint of satisfaction and delight. They felt a sense of relief and were satisfied with the celestial dragon's misfortune due to some personal grievances from the past. Good riddance. I've had enough of those tyrannical celestial dragons. The more that die, the better. It will make our lives easier. Their words were filled with sarcasm and excitement, openly expressing their satisfaction with the death of the celestial dragons. However, another group of people looked worried, their brows furrowed, filled with fear and unease. Keep it down. Someone glanced around. They were happy, but they didn't know what retaliation might come. I heard that even if a celestial dragon is just injured, they can summon a marine admiral. Now that one is dead, I really don't know what actions they will take. They worry that this incident would trigger greater turmoil, possibly leading to more violence and hatred, carefully choosing their words for fear of attracting unnecessary trouble or offending certain powers. The atmosphere on the island grew tense and uneasy. Discussions rose and fell, with people whispering and spreading various rumors and speculations about the incident. Some gathered to condemn the violent act, saying that the celestial dragons were not something they could speculate on, urging everyone to stop discussing the matter. The celestial dragons brought this upon themselves. Finally, someone couldn't stand it anymore, and they should pay for the sins they committed. In such an atmosphere, people's language was filled with emotion and complexity. Some were angry, some were fearful, while others displayed calmness and rationality. But regardless of their emotions, everyone was trying to cope with the impact of this incident while protecting themselves and what they valued. Suddenly, Dragon unconsciously turned to look behind him. He saw dark clouds gathering in the sky, with lightning flashing intermittently through the clouds, and a fierce wind howling, bringing an indescribable sense of oppression and ominous premonition. An inexplicable unease surged in his heart, as if the sky were brewing an irresistible storm. The world is becoming more and more chaotic. I don't know what it will become in the future. Dragon sighed. In such a large environment, individual power was always limited. He hoped that being close to Jin An could slightly change this world. In Jin An, he saw a temperament that was different from everyone else in this world, just like the place he once lived, which was full of peace. He also wanted to turn the place he governed into that kind of image. That guy Jin An is taking so long to find an old flame. Doflamingo shook his head, feeling that the world was declining. Dragon's mouth twitched. How did this little guy go off the rails since coming out of the auction house? Enough. Be careful that Jin An comes back and hears you slandering him. I'm not afraid of him. I'll be stronger than him in the future. If he dares to hit me now, I'll definitely hit back later, Doflamingo said confidently. Dragon didn't say more. He didn't even have the confidence to surpass Jin An, and he really didn't know where this little brat got his confidence. On Red Earth, in Panga City between flowers, the 5 highest-ranking members of the world government, the 5 elders, sat solemnly together, their expressions grave, their eyes revealing a hint of unquestionable authority. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting their shadows on the wall, giving a solemn and mysterious feel. They looked down at the man across from them, occasionally tapping their fingers lightly on the table in front of them. This seemed to be their way of asserting their authority, indicating that they were leading the rhythm of the conversation. Admiral Akainu stood opposite them, his posture straight, his gaze firm and resolute. The 5 elders fixed their eyes on the Marine Admiral, and one of them spoke first, his voice solemn and oppressive. Akainu, we summoned you here to hold you accountable for the murder of the celestial dragons. Can you provide us with a satisfactory answer? His tone carried a hint of reproach and questioning, his attitude arrogant and unquestionable. I mourn the death of the celestial dragons, Akainu said solemnly. When I was contacted by the Holy Land, I had already arranged for Sengoku to investigate. With his ability, I believe he can handle it well. His expression revealed an unwavering determination. This was his trust in Sengoku, and also a demonstration of the Marine's capability, Sengoku's capability. Akainu, you still know how to talk. One of the elders said mockingly, clapping his hands. So you think the lives of the world nobles can only allow you to send out one Marine Admiral? As soon as he said this, Akainu's expression changed instantly. Facing the skeptical gazes of the 5 elders, he stood there calmly and composed, his gaze fixed firmly on the 5 of them. The incident with the celestial dragons happened in waters very close to Mariewa, which is generally patrolled by CP. I believe the responsibility does not lie with our Marines. The Marines are completely cleaning up after CP this time. As the Marine Admiral, he needed to handle problems from the standpoint of the Marines, rather than blindly obey the orders of the celestial dragons. Every Marine's top combat power must be used in the most critical places. Moreover, the celestial dragons were not killed by his Marines. Why should he expend great effort to clean up after them? Don't forget, the military expenses of your Marines are paid by us. One of the elders, Jakarsha Sada, said with a grim face, you must obey our orders. Akainu was almost laughing out of anger. Of course I know where the military expenses come from. But many strong potential pirates are emerging. Zephyr and the others have already been dispatched. If you give me manpower and military funds now, I will immediately send a group of people to pursue that damn golden lion. Akainu smiled self-deprecatingly. Nominally, he was the Marine Headquarters Admiral, capable of commanding all Marines in the world. But he understood that he was actually like a puppet, having to consult the 5 elders for even slightly larger matters. The 5 elders could bypass him as the Marine Admiral and directly issue orders to various Marine branches. Don't think that just because they wiped out the Rocks pirates a few years ago. But only he knows that their navy is currently in a state of disarray, completely unable to compare with the pirates. Shepherd Peter came out to mediate, saying, calm, I know you're under a lot of pressure, but you need to consider us as well. The death of the celestial dragon has become widely known, and we must display our might to deter those who are eager to move. As for the manpower issue on your side, we will send CP to assist you. However, to demonstrate the authority of the celestial dragons, you must handle this matter beautifully. Zamborin V. Nasu Longsheng held a long knife, the sharp light reflecting in his glasses. In addition, we must keep the news under wraps. At least it cannot be published in the newspapers. This might be a bit difficult. Still bon confronted. The information he received was that the Solbei archipelago had already spread this matter everywhere. Seemingly someone was deliberately controlling public opinion. The navy of the Solbei archipelago had previously wanted to keep this matter under control, but it was of no use. The 5 elders couldn't sit still. How is this possible? The Solbei archipelago is a chaotic place, with many forces on the island not under Navy supervision. Steelbone Kong felt somewhat helpless. There was really no way out. The 5 elders regretted their inaction. The Solbei archipelago is the most important transit point for pirates, without exception. And all sorts of pirate crews have their eyes there. The situation on that island was created by their deliberate indulgence, but they didn't expect it to backfire now. Just do your best. The 5 elders knew that making things difficult for Steelbone Kong was meaningless now. The situation has become a foregone conclusion, and they can only use iron-fisted means to prevent those damn pirates from having any improper thoughts. I will mobilize all CP, Jagarsha sat and said. They will also secretly assist you in completing this mission. We must annihilate the entire Golden Lion pirates. This is not an overreaction. There hasn't been any report of a celestial dragon being killed for 800 years, which has allowed them to maintain their rule for so long. And now this number has changed from 0 to 1. If they do not curb those people's thoughts, they dare not imagine whether this world will still be under their control in the future. Their identities mean they must think for the entire group of celestial dragons. And their master and behind them also does not wish for chaos in this world. If this matter is not handled well, they too will be punished. The celestial dragons are supreme and must not be offended. They are the gods of this world. In a certain unknown sea area, the surface of the sea was tumultuous, and the majestic Navy warships were arranged in a neat array like a barrier across the sea, their flags fluttering in the wind, showcasing their majesty and power. Sengoku stood on a high platform, holding a telescope, gazing at the battle situation in the distant sea. Meanwhile, the Navy warships unleashed an astonishing amount of firepower. Cannonballs howling out, cutting through the sky, and bombarding fiercely towards the pirates. The massive cannon sounds resounding through the clouds, accompanied by thick smoke, giving an overwhelming sense of oppression. The Golden Lion pirates were being pursued and intercepted by the Navy led by Sengoku. Cannonballs exploded around the pirate ship, leaving trails of smoke, which then dissipated in the howling sea breeze. The pirates stood on the deck, their brows furrowed, nervously and anxiously watching the approaching Navy fleet, beads of sweat dripping from their foreheads. "Admiral, we are about to be surrounded by the Navy." Although they floated in the air, the weather and the continuous bombardment of the Navy's cannonballs forced them into a corner. The pirates on the ship exchanged anxious glances, filled with fear and unease. They knew that the current situation was extremely dangerous for them. Once surrounded by the Navy, it would be very difficult to escape. Did we just take some treasure? Why did the Navy send so many people to hunt us down? A clueless pirate asked in frustration. There's nothing we can do. We're taking the blame for someone else. That damn thing. If he killed someone, he should turn himself in. What is the point of throwing the blame on us? The Golden Lion stood at the bow of the ship, his golden hair blowing in the sea breeze, its fate and destiny. He had never encountered such a massive siege, even when he was with the Rocks pirates. Yet now, as captain, he could experience such treatment. The sea breeze howled past. The ship swayed unsteadily, and the cannonballs were held back by the crew outside the ship. But they knew that as long as they exhausted their strength, they would be finished. Yet resisting still offered a glimmer of hope. Giving up would mean total failure, so they chose to fight to the end. Suddenly, the Golden Lion burst out laughing. Sengoku, you want my life, but you can't do it. I am a Golden Lion Shiki, destined to stand at the peak of this world. Not far ahead, huge islands floated towards them. I am waiting for reinforcements. What are you waiting for, Sengoku? The Golden Lion laughed maniacally, controlling those islands to float above the warships. His ability allows anything he has touched, no matter how far away, to float up and be controlled at will. What is that? The Navy personnel saw something floating in the distance, and it seemed to be getting larger in their eyes. As the small islands floated in the air, they blocked out the sun like dark clouds, emanating a strong oppressive aura just by floating in the air. The trees, rocks, and vegetation on the islands swayed with the wind, as if they were a furious beast, ready to launch a fierce attack on the enemies on the sea. The crew of the Navy fleet witnessed this scene, and a wave of despair surged in their hearts. They had never imagined facing a threat from an island. Faced with such powerful forces, they felt as small as ants, unable to resist. Everyone disperse. Sengoku shouted desperately. If these islands all crashed down, they would surely be annihilated. He never expected the Golden Lion to possess such powerful abilities. Sengoku, the Golden Lion's voice came from the sky. How about we both take a step back? You let me go, and I 1T let these islands fall. What do you think? His strength had not yet reached its peak, and he did not want to fight the Navy to the death. Given the current situation, a mutual retreat was the best choice. At the moment the floating islands hung above the Navy's heads, the Navy fell into a desperate struggle, standing on the deck, watching as the islands slowly moved above them. What kind of mad power is this? A vice admiral murmured, gripping the ship's railing tightly. What should we do? The officers all gathered at the bow, their faces filled with anxiety and helplessness. The Golden Lion's threat left them at a loss. Meanwhile, the Golden Lion stood at the edge of the pirate ship, his eyes shining with a mad light, as if he were the ruler of the whole world. Are you still hesitating? His voice echoed across the sea. Hesitation will cost you. Sengoku knew he had to make a decision quickly, but this choice was truly difficult to make. If they let them leave, the Navy's reputation would plummet. If he does not agree to the Golden Lion's request, those islands may fall, bringing even more devastating consequences. General of the Warring States, you should not hesitate. We believe in your strength to defeat the Golden Lion. Our Navy has been mentally prepared to sacrifice at any time since we joined the military. You can go with confidence. We will take care of our own safety. When Shanks woke up, he immediately felt the sunlight streaming through the curtains onto his bed. He had gotten used to exercising early in the morning, and after washing up, he quickly went out. In the morning light, he saw someone diligently running, beads of sweat forming on their forehead. Sister Ginny is still so hard-working, he murmured in admiration. Just as Shanks was reflecting, he noticed the ground beneath him trembling. Big Bear was quickly running past, holding a massive rock that appeared trivial on his shoulder, as if it was an easy feat for him. A cold sweat dripped down Shanks's forehead. Big Bear put too much pressure on him. Even though they all started training at the same time, he always felt his strength was getting further away from his two older siblings. "Good morning, Sister Ginny," Shanks said as he walked over to Ginny, flashing a big smile. "It's not early anymore." Ginny stopped and wiped the sweat from her face. "You only got up because you've always facing the sun. When I grow taller, I must maintain enough sleep." Shanks pouted, pulling on Ginny's sleeve. Ginny gently tapped Shanks on the nose. "You always use this excuse, even if I wake up late." "I get today's tasks done today," Shanks said proudly, puffing out his chest. All right, I know our little Shanks is the best," Ginny praised. Just as Shanks was enjoying Ginny's compliment, Jin An came out of the kitchen with a spatula, smiling at the warm scene in front of him. "Ginny, Shanks, go call Big Bear. Breakfast is ready." "Okay, big brother," Shanks said, bouncing out. "Sister Ginny, you go in first. I'll be responsible for calling Brother Big Bear." Ginny watched Shanks run off and shook her head with a smile. "Jin An, what delicious food did you prepare for us this morning?" She walked into the kitchen and actively set the table. "I made some oil-splashed noodles for breakfast," Jin An replied, busy with his tasks. Ginny quietly sat at the table, her eyes shining as she watched Jin An cook. Indeed, Jin An, who works hard, is the coolest. Before long, Shanks and Big Bear returned, and the four of them sat around the table, enjoying a delicious breakfast. "Big Bear, I'm really envious of your ability. You can go wherever you want," Jin An said, popping a clove of garlic into his mouth. Going back and forth to the Shambodi Islands relies entirely on Big Bear's ability. Jin An only had one thought in his mind. This ability is really too abnormal. Decisive smiled honestly and said, "My ability is your ability. Just come find me wherever you want to go. Xiongzai is the best. We will travel around the world in the future." Jin and I contentedly swallowed the noodles in her mouth, rubbing her belly as she lay back in her chair. "Gidge, is the Shambodi archipelago fun?" Shanks asked curiously. He also wanted to follow his brother around for fun, but unfortunately, he was ruthlessly rejected every time due to his age. "It's okay. The scenery is different from here. But in other aspects, it's not as good as here," Jin An replied after thinking for a moment. "And it's really chaotic there. It's best for kids not to go." Doflamingo chimed in. "So what does that make me?" Shanks glanced at his brother and suddenly burst out laughing. "Gidge, I've noticed that wherever you go, a major event happens." Seeing Shanks laughing so hard, Jin An also smiled, realizing that it seemed to be true, and many of those events were indeed triggered by him. Shaking his head, he replied, "It's just bad luck. Wherever I go, misfortune follows." "So, have you seen what the celestial dragons look like? I heard you can see them there." Shanks asked innocently. Upon hearing this question, the kitchen suddenly fell silent. Jin and I and Decisive both lowered their heads, recalling painful memories. Jin An also noticed the concerns of Jin and I and the others, and sighed softly. The influence of the celestial dragons on them was too great. Even after such a long time, they still had such a significant impact. "I heard they look like pigs, fat, and unable to walk on their own," Jin An said. "Jin An, you haven't shared your experiences after going out this time," Decisive asked curiously. "When I picked you up, it seemed I heard that the Navy was chasing the flying pirate crew of the Golden Lion. What happened there?" Upon hearing Decisive's question, Jin and I instantly perked up, her ears standing up. "Nothing major, just heard that a celestial dragon was killed, and the Navy is after the murderer," Jin An replied while stroking his chin. He was also curious about the current situation of Sengoku and the Golden Lion. With their strength, it should have been a fierce battle, but unfortunately, he was eager to return and didn't get to see the outcome. "What? A celestial dragon is dead?" Unlike Jin An's calmness, Decisive and Jin and I jumped up from their seats upon hearing the news. Shanks was startled by their reaction and also jumped up, looking at the two with a confused expression, thinking to himself, is it really such a big deal that a celestial dragon died? Jin An took a sip of tea and was very satisfied with the reactions of the two people. This was the effect he wanted. He aimed to break their ingrained belief that the celestial dragons were untouchable and to let them know that celestial dragons are also human and can be killed. Then he wanted them to gradually overcome the psychological shadow that the celestial dragons had cast over them. Celestial dragons, the bear in tears repeatedly uttered these three words. Shanks, seeing the suddenly crying bear, immediately leaned over to comfort him, but not knowing how to offer solace, could only hold onto the bear's clothes with his small hands. Watching the confused Shanks, Ginny felt her inner pain lessen significantly. Her internal suffering was not any less than the bear's. However, she was used to masking her inner hurt with a smile. Flapping. The sound of wings flapping was heard outside the door. "The newspaper has arrived. I'll go get it." Jin An looked at the few people whose moods were suppressed, left his seat, and walked towards the door. The newsbird was specially used for delivering newspapers. All major events in this world needed to be understood through this newspaper. And the price was quite reasonable. "Give me a newspaper." Jin An handed over 100 berries. The newsbird pointed to the small backpack on its chest with its wings and cawed twice. "Hey, such poor service today. Be careful, or I'll file a complaint against you." Jin An took a newspaper from the small bag and returned directly after holding it. "How is it? Feeling a bit better?" Jin An unfolded the newspaper in his hand, and the headline immediately caught the eyes of the four people. "Urgent report. The Navy Headquarters Admiral has engaged in a fierce battle with the flying pirate cruise captain, Shiki the Golden Lion, in the Galwan Sea. Several islands have appeared in the battlefield. Shiki the Golden Lion was defeated and fled. His whereabouts are unknown. The Navy suffered heavy losses, and Sengoku was seriously injured and escorted back to Marineford for treatment." Long and Kuzan stood at either end of the training ground, exuding an astonishing aura, as if two mountains were confronting each other, creating an indescribable sense of oppression. Sunlight filtered through the layers of tree shade, casting beautiful silhouettes of the two. A gentle breeze blew by, and the wind and sand howled past them. The two men stared at each other with grave expressions, not daring to be careless. Nearby, Jinny and the others were sitting with sunflower seeds, fully aware of Kuzan's strength. However, this was only the second time they had seen the other person, and they would only know his true strength after they exchanged blows. They were all looking forward to the duel between the two on the field. This match was quite interesting. It wouldn't be surprising who emerged victorious. Bartholomew Kuma sat upright, stating that both of their strengths were formidable. One had learned a lot from being close to Admiral Garp since childhood, while the other had always charged in a battle alongside Jin An, possessing extremely rich practical experience. Both had their own strengths and weaknesses in terms of identity and power. Hearing this, Jinny and the others remained silent, focused on their sunflower seeds, as this kind of sparring was the best accompaniment for a meal, allowing them to eat much more than usual. The entire venue was shrouded in a tense and heavy atmosphere, as if the air itself had solidified. They stood in the center of the battlefield, their gazes crossing each other like sparks igniting the air. The current tranquility was the last calm before the storm of battle. In this stillness, everyone could feel a subtle balance. However, this upcoming fight would completely shatter this atmosphere. Unable to contain his fighting spirit any longer, Long finally raised his arm lightly, launching a finger gun from between his fingers. In contrast to Long's aggressive opening move, Kazan remained calm, observing every action of his opponent, and simply sidestepped to avoid this probing attack. His keen observation skills were evident. Long stood in place. An exceptionally fierce aura erupted from him, like a howling gale, pressing towards Kazan. The intense aura impacted Kazan, causing his body to tremble before he raised his head, unleashing an aura that matched his opponent's. Then, the two charged into the sky, transforming into two white streaks of light that collided continuously in midair. Neither of them used their devil fruit abilities, instead competing with their physical prowess and combat skills. If they had used their abilities, the vast attack range of their Logia powers would have devastated the area entirely. Not to mention, both of them were relatively young, yet had already surpassed their peers by a significant margin. Against opponents of the same age, they could easily defeat them with a single move. There were not even a handful of contemporaries who could make them take the fight seriously. In an instant, the two clashed together, and the sky was filled with the sounds of fists and feet colliding. Various techniques emerged one after another, with the frequency of attacks resembling a torrential storm. Shanks, who had been happily enjoying his sunflower seeds, watched the spectacular sparring between the two and began to evaluate his own strength, just competing in physical prowess. The power emanating from their fight made him break into a cold sweat. These two monsters, how can a rookie like me survive? With such examples before me, he felt immense pressure. Shanks shouted in his heart. As the battle intensified, the surrounding environment began to change. Initially, the field was calm, with a gentle breeze rustling the leaves. However, as Long and Kazan's duel grew fiercer, dust filled the sky, and the air was saturated with a burning smell. The ground where they fought began to crack. Rocks were sent flying from the shockwaves of their battle, and the soil rolled as if it had been bombarded. A storm began to rise, trees swayed, and everything in the training ground was utterly transformed by their clash. Long moved as fast as lightning, engaging Kazan in close combat with deadly attacks, showing his utmost respect for his opponent. Kazan, with a calm expression, met him with the speed of thunder, lightly shaking his arm to force Long back. Dragon Claw Fist. A deep roar echoed from the sky as a green claw mark suddenly exploded from Long's hand. And under the force of this attack, the air seemed to wail. Hey, that move is a bit unfair, Kazan remarked. Yet his own technique was no less impressive than Long's attack, as an ice-blue palm print struck out, colliding directly with it. In an instant, the field transformed into their arena, where they unleashed their inner passion and power, enjoying this exchange. Their clothes were already tattered, hair disheveled, but their eyes remained filled with fighting spirit and enthusiasm. When their fists and claws met, a powerful energy erupted, enveloping the entire area. A strong shockwave swept through, pulling everything around them into the chaos. Eventually, the two stopped their actions, panting heavily as they exchanged glances. Then, they burst into laughter simultaneously. Both of them were covered in dust and bruises, but in their hearts, they were filled with respect for each other and the joy of meeting a worthy opponent. It had been a long time since they had experienced such exhilaration. They agreed to continue next time. Long tore off his already tattered clothes, his face filled with a smile. While the two were happy, the spectators were left in shock. Kuma and Ginny exchanged glances, wondering how Jin An would react when he returned to find his home in such disarray. Wait, what happened to my house? Who did this? Come out. A furious shout suddenly rang out from the front of the house. As Jin An's voice echoed, the laughter from the backyard instantly ceased. A strong gust of wind blew out from the front door, stirring up the atmosphere, and the dust covering the house was swept away. You two, can't you fight somewhere else? Why do you have to do it at my place? Are you going to pay for the damages? Jin An's presence was felt before he even arrived. Suddenly, a powerful and invisible force descended, pressing the two down hard onto the ground, rendering them immobile. Then, Jin An slowly walked up to them, his gaze deep and profound, like a dark lake, exuding endless pressure. Long and Kuzan exchanged glances, revealing a trace of bitter smiles. They had come seeking Jin An, but after chatting for a while, they found common ground and couldn't help but spar, resulting in a loss of control over their strength. Jin An walked to the backyard and looked at the scene before him, his heart bleeding. The flowers, plants, and trees he had painstakingly cultivated were all gone now. His expression was cold, as if devoid of emotion, and he remained silent. Only the strength in his hands that subdued the two people expressed his current mood. He raised his hand and delivered a heavy blow to the heads of the two, causing them to see darkness before their consciousness fell into chaos. Well, you come to my house to cause destruction. Is the vast space of the base not enough for you to mess around in? Listening to Jin An's furious scolding, the two lowered their heads, not daring to refute, obediently standing there as Jin An spat out a face full of saliva at them. The three spectators, Deshiong and his companions, were shocked by this scene. The two who had just been displaying their might were easily subdued by Jin An, which sparked endless thoughts about Jin An's strength in their minds. They understood deeply that Jin An's power far exceeded their imagination. He would also be their eternal idol. In the Solbei Kingdom, at Jin An's residence. As the leader of the entire South Sea Navy, Jin An naturally had to shoulder the responsibilities that came with that position. Maintaining the security and stability of the South Sea, protecting all the people of the South Sea from pirate attacks, handling various disputes among the islands, and assessing the conduct of the Navy. However, Jin An had already handed all these matters over to Kazan to deal with, including the personnel issues. Kazan, I didn't delegate all my powers to you? Jin An rubbed his forehead helplessly. Shouldn't you be handling these matters with ease? Why do you come to me again? Kazan let out a bitter laugh. Is it really okay to say such things openly? Admiral, the headquarters asked me to inform you in person that the Golden Lion might come to our South Sea. This matter was indeed something the headquarters wanted him to convey to Jin An, but they hadn't specified that he needed to tell him in person. He had come to Jin An's residence at this time just to mooch a meal. As for the Golden Lion, he confirmed with the person who relayed the information from the headquarters that he might come to the South Sea. But there was also a high possibility he could go to the East Sea. After all, the East Sea is widely known as the weakest sea. Both pirates and Navy are weak, and for the injured Golden Lion looking to recuperate, the East Sea would be his first choice. Golden Lion? He is seriously injured. Even if he comes to the South Sea, he won't have the ability to do anything in the short term. Just arrange a team of Navy to patrol the South Sea regularly. The injured Golden Lion will definitely be on high alert, and it's unrealistic to expect to find his location in a short time. However, ensure that each island remains vigilant. If any small islands or similar entities mysteriously disappear, report it as soon as possible, Jin An warned. Understood. I will carry out your instructions. Kazan saluted. Oh, by the way, Dragon is here too. Jin An slapped his forehead. From now on, you two will consult each other. The affairs of the South Sea will be entrusted to you. Dragon and Kuzan exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Dragon, a bit shy, spoke up. Admiral, so far, I have only done things related to capturing pirates. I may not handle administrative matters well. Maybe I should just focus on catching pirates. Dragon had never dealt with management-related tasks while at the headquarters, and he was well aware that he excelled in leading battles but lacked the insight for administrative tasks. Dragon, do you still remember the reasonable purpose that Garp sent you to me for? Jin An asked. Without hesitation, Dragon replied, Vice Admiral Garp sent me to learn from you. As he spoke, he realized it himself. Right, learning, managing islands, paying attention to people's livelihoods. These are things you must learn, Jin An emphasized. But Dragon still hesitated. Jin shouted, there's no but. Everyone learns from nothing to something gradually. Don't think you can become an expert overnight. If you don't understand something, you can ask Kazan and the others for advice. Remember, those who have achieved mastery are your teachers. Everyone has something worth learning from. Jin An patted his shoulder and encouraged him, saying, I believe you can grow into a capable naval commander. Feeling Jin An's strong expectations, Long's eyes instantly became a bit moist. What a great expectation this was, and what trust it showed in him. If he were to refuse like this, wouldn't it be a betrayal of Jin An's earnest efforts? At that moment, he seemed to find the guiding light for his life. Long replied loudly, I will learn from them well. Jin An nodded with relief, feeling joyful inside. He had managed to lure another worker to do the job, which eased his pressure a bit more. Awesome. Jin An stole a glance at the spirited Long. Dealing with pirates is something the Navy in the South Sea can handle. It's better to leave professional matters to experts like Long and Kazan. They are all qualified for it. Future admirals and the leader of the Revolutionary Army all have their strengths. Work is important, but cultivation cannot be neglected either. Jin An reminded, you two. Did you hear that, Kazan? Got it. Received. The two answered simultaneously. Long has been educated on an elite path since childhood, and once he makes a determination, he will work hard to achieve it. Kazan, on the other hand, wants to always be by Jin An's side. Improving his strength is a necessary journey. Admiral, when can we eat? I haven't tasted your cooking in a long time. Kazan said a bit shyly. Jin An shook his head and smiled. I knew you had ulterior motives, exposing yourself so quickly. ISNT it just for a meal? You make it sound like I did something wrong. Kazan laughed heartily. The six of them gathered around a spacious dining table, laughter and cheerful chatter filling the air. The table was laden with a variety of delicious dishes. The aroma, tantalizing and mouth-watering, and the soft lighting in the room created a warm atmosphere that made everyone feel comfortable and joyful. Looking at the meticulously prepared feast, Kazan smiled broadly and said, It's been a long time since I've seen you make such a big spread. This time we're in for a treat. Long looked at the array of dishes on the table, puzzled. Why haven't I seen any of these dishes before? Just eat your food and stop talking so much. Kazan replied, placing a chopstick full of food into Long's bowl. These things can't be found outside of the Solb Kingdom. Long took a bite and immediately felt the flavors burst in his mouth. So delicious. This world also has many unique delicacies, such as water meat, seafood rice, and naturally grilled lizard meat. But none of them suited Jin An's taste, so he had to cultivate some vegetables and seasonings himself. It can only be said that the product from the system are always top-notch. The things he cultivated have already become specialties of the Solb Kingdom, and a part of his military funding comes from selling these items. Marine Headquarters Medical Room, Marineford. Warring States, you almost messed up this time, Garp said, gleefully chewing on Solbei. Warring States was annoyed by the sound of Garp munching. Shut up and don't bother me. I finally took some time to see you, and you don't even appreciate it? Garp complained, we have a bond from serving together. Don't break my heart. Warring States' forehead twitched in irritation. You know we joined the service together. When I sent you to help me subdue the Golden Lion, I didn't see a shadow of you. Garp, knowing he was in the wrong, muttered in a low voice, I just didn't make it in time in the EC. Still coming here to annoy me when you didn't make it. Warring States was truly infuriated, sighing, forget it, if it weren't for CP stepping in this time, I might not have come back. Garp frowned, with your strength, you shouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state against the Golden Lion. There was nothing I could do. I couldn't unleash my full power at sea. There were too many islands controlled by the Golden Lion, and I couldn't cover them all. Besides, the Golden Lion didn't act alone. I received news that quite a few people came from our side. Garp hesitated. Warring States turned to look out the window, but we lacked people who can withstand the pressure. When the islands fell, all the people I brought were too busy saving themselves to support me. I faced the entire Golden Lion flying pirate crew alone. I think we need to inject some fresh blood into the Navy. From what we've seen, the new rising stars among pirates are far beyond what we have here. Warring States said with a somewhat despondent expression. Most of today's kids take pride in becoming pirates, and the number and quality of the pirates are continuously improving. In contrast, the growth of fresh blood on our side is slow, and elite talents mainly rely on naval families for replenishment. It's become increasingly difficult. Huh? Is it that tough? Garp looked confused. I always thought our combat power was pretty good. Seems like I was mistaken. Had he known the Navy was facing such difficulties, he would have directly brought Jin An over. I can recommend some people, Garp murmured while stroking his beard. Warring States pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. You mean Jin An, right? That guy has impressive strength and skills. Yes, a good candidate. Warring States paused. As if recalling something, according to news from the South Sea, it seems he has been slacking off lately, leaving all the affairs of the South Sea to his deputy Kazan. That's not a good habit. Garp remembered his interactions with Jin An and felt that this tendency had been apparent even then. So I think it's best to let him come to the headquarters for a while. However, he has only been in charge of the South Sea for a short time. Let us wait a bit longer to see. Warring States thought it was essential for Jin An to establish a foothold in the entire South Sea before leaving. Otherwise, if he couldn't build credibility, he might lose the favorable situation in the South Sea to pirates taking advantage of the chaos. Just as the two were making their decisions, a deep and dignified voice resounded outside the ward. I've heard a bit about that young man. I agree with your opinions. However, recruiting is indeed urgent. Upon hearing this voice, both Warring States and Garp's expressions changed. Garp stood up straight from his seat, his demeanor instantly serious, and the smile he always wore vanished, replaced by respect. Warring States, lying in bed, nursing his injuries, struggled to rise. The only person who could prompt both of them to act this way in the Navy was one, the current Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong. That robust figure pushed the door open and walked in, showing signs of deep fatigue on his face. Yet, he still managed to smile for his two subordinates. Warring States, with your condition, you should just lie there and not cause me trouble. Steelbone Kong scolded with a smile. Admiral Kong. Warring States and Garp both called out respectfully at the same time. Are you feeling better, Warring States? Steelbone Kong nodded at them. This time, the Navy has suffered heavy casualties. Warring States said hoarsely, it's all my fault. I take responsibility. No, Warring States, I'm not blaming you. Considering what you managed to achieve at sea, that is already quite impressive. Steelbone Kong shook his head, providing gentle comfort. Warring States fell silent, his heart aching when he thought of the Marines who lost their lives in battle. Many families lost their pillars of support because of this incident. Those families must be cursing him, the one primarily responsible. Steelbone Kong sensed Warring States' expression and felt a pang of sorrow himself. However, time moves forward, and they must prepare for the challenges ahead. I've discussed the matter of recruiting with the five elders, Steelbone Kong said with difficulty. Hearing this, Warring States and Garp both looked expectantly and asked, so, do the five elders agree? Steelbone Kong first nodded, then slowly shook his head. What do they mean? Admiral Kong, don't keep us in suspense. Impatient Garp asked directly. Sighing, Steelbone Kong spoke with difficulty. They agreed to let us recruit for the Navy, but they want to fund the additional Marines. ISNT that the same as not letting us expand the military. Garp exclaimed angrily, unable to comprehend the five elders' intentions. A bitter smile appeared on Warring States' lips. As expected, I shouldn't have had too high expectations for the decisions of the world government. Although the five elders gave me such a poor response, I still decided to issue a recruitment announcement to the whole world. Steelbone Kong's gaze was resolute. As the Marshal of the Navy headquarters, he should have the corresponding determination and live up to the word justice behind this uniform. However, we are completely out of money. Most people in this world dream of becoming the pirate king. If we can't afford to pay the salaries of new recruits, then recruiting is out of the question. It's hard to cook without rice, and that's the situation the Navy is in right now. I will find a way to solve the money problem. Steelbone Kong took out a cigar and lit it, mainly thinking of ways to attract capable people to join the Navy. What the Navy needs are leaders who can stand on their own in this world rampant with pirates. Although it's hard to admit, it's a fact that ordinary Navy personnel find it difficult to make a difference. Talents are hard to come by. I think we can brainstorm together. Sengoku glanced at the position of Garp. Garp suddenly slapped his thigh, right? Although that kid Jin An can't come to the headquarters yet, he has a lot of clever ideas. We can have him help us with some suggestions. Does Jin An have that capability? Steelbone Kong exhaled a puff of smoke, somewhat skeptical. Sengoku was also a bit uncertain. He should have it, right? That kid has many ideas. Do you remember the things I brought back earlier? Garp said excitedly. Remembering the delicious food Garp had brought back, Sengoku and Garp both swallowed hard. Of course, they remembered. Those foods were things they had never seen before. Garp, with a black line on his face, said, I was talking about chairs and other things that improve quality of life. What chairs? Sengoku and Steelbone Kong looked confused. They had never seen the things Garp mentioned. Seeing their reactions, Garp realized he had let something slip. He had given some of the food to Sengoku and the others because they couldn't finish it. As for the other things, he kept them all for himself. Those things aren't important. I use these examples just to let you know that kids' imagination is strong and can provide us with some help. The old guys at headquarters finally got the point. Just after finishing the discussion with Sengoku and the others, Jin An smiled knowingly. The Navy must establish a strong and highly obedient force. Otherwise, in the age of exploration, it will only be buried alongside the world government. This is obviously something Jin An does not want to see. It's nice to lean against a big tree for shade, but what if the tree falls? It seems that Sengoku and the others have also seen through the true nature of the world government, saving me the trouble of wasting my breath. Jin An swayed in his recliner, enjoying the tranquility of life. Colonel Jin An, the warship for departure, is fully prepared. Kazan knocked on the doorframe. Waiting at the entrance, Jin An picked up the tea leaves and took a light sip, his swaying body gradually coming to a halt. He sighed subtly and said, I know, Sai, I really don't want to move. This was his first voyage since becoming the governor of the South Sea, with destinations including, but not limited to, the world government member states in the South Sea. This also meant that he would have to spend a long time at sea. In the medical room, after hearing Jin An's suggestions, everyone fell into silence, stunned by his thoughts. They had never considered that conscription could be approached in this way, which made them feel that at their age, they were not as insightful as the younger generation. What do you all think about the measures Jin An just mentioned? Steelbone Kong withdrew from his thoughts and looked at the others nearby. Crane was still savoring the ideas Jin An had just shared with them. Indeed, she had also been called to the medical room by Steelbone Kong to participate in this discussion about conscription. I believe the methods Jin An proposed have certain reference value. Warring States fully affirmed Jin An's proposal. He emphasized the importance of ideology first, showcasing that participating in conscription is crucial for maintaining the nation and protecting homes, making people realize that their involvement is vital for the stability and security of society as a whole. Secondly, he suggested maintaining transparency of information and enhancing communication, providing detailed information to explain the purpose, background, and significance of conscription, and through interaction with the public, increasing their understanding and support for the conscription policy, thereby enhancing the legitimacy and acceptability of the conscription actions. Lastly, he suggested telling them about the social recognition and honor of joining the military, giving them the respect and honor they deserve, and, through social recognition and a sense of honor, stimulating their pride and sense of mission, thereby enhancing their willingness to participate in conscription. These measures could effectively mobilize people's emotions, making them feel that joining the Navy could bring many benefits and giving them the motivation to try. Warring States summarized Jin An's proposed measures, increasingly feeling that they could be implemented according to these methods. I fully agree with what he said. Let's implement it as he suggested. I felt so excited when I heard that kid talk, I almost wanted to enlist again. Garp waved his hand vigorously, expressing his inner excitement. I agree. But Jin An also mentioned one point. Commit to providing reasonable treatment and benefits, including salary, medical security, family support, etc., to attract people to respond positively to the conscription call. Can Marshal Kong do this? Crane crossed her arms in front of her chest, aware of the funds available to the Navy, and thus held a wait-and-see attitude on this point. Upon hearing Crane's question, everyone's gaze in the medical room turned to Steelbone Kong. Shall he? I don't like what you just said. Steelbone Kong extinguished his cigar. Money can solve problems that are not problems. He had not become a fleet admiral for nothing. He still had some ways to make money. Of course, just in case. You can also join the money-making army. Steelbone Kong coughed lightly. There's strength in numbers. You can help me share some of the burden. In fact, recruiting for the Navy wouldn't cost much. The bulk of the expenses lay in the Navy's equipment and training. Equipment refers not only to weapons and uniforms, but also to warships. Since the world is mostly ocean, the Navy would struggle without ships. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Garp was the first to bolt as soon as he heard about money. I'm your superior. You better think carefully about the consequences of disobeying orders. Steelbone Kong stated the ironclad fact in a flat tone. He has always been someone who means what he says, And if Garp really dared to run away, the next moment would see that guy promoted to admiral. But old Kong, I really don't have money, Garp said with a bitter face, pulling out all the contents of his pockets with both hands. Kong was exasperated. Do I need to teach you how to make money? Just pretend to be a bounty hunter. There's so many pirates out at sea. Can't you catch some to exchange for money? Anyway, the money comes from the world government. The room fell silent. Steelbone Kong noticed that the three people in the room were all looking at him with bewildered expressions. Cough, I was just mentioning a way to make money quickly. I have never done such a thing. Steelbone Kong considered himself diligent and honest. If it weren't for the pressures of life, he would never have taken such actions. The three of them silently looked at him, believing he must have done this before to speak so casually about it. However, it was indeed a quick way to make money. Then we'll leave first and see if there are any other ways to recruit more Navy personnel. Although Crane was not very supportive of the method proposed by Steelbone Kong, given the current situation, there were no better options available. After all, the Navy desperately needed money right now. I don't want to go out. Good things never involve me. And when it comes to this, I have to be called. Don Quixote Doflamingo said with a reluctant expression. He had finally found something interesting in the kingdom of Solbei, and he was there with his brother Rosinante. Now, because of Jin An's orders, his plans were going to be ruined. Brother, I still have class. You can go out with Colonel Jin without worry, Rosinante said excitedly. After Doflamingo left, no one dragged him into those bizarre activities. He realized the benefits of attending class. The classmates looked good, spoke nicely, and the teachers were responsible and made the lessons interesting. Now if you told him not to go to class, he wouldn't be willing. He loved school. Learning made him happy. Doflamingo pointed at his brother, feeling betrayed. They had clearly decided this before, but now a traitor had appeared among them. Rosinante, looking at his brother's predatory gaze, instinctively shrank behind Jin and patted Rosinante's head. This little guy was much more likable than Doflamingo, and his relationship with Shanks was also pretty good. Now the two of them had become good brothers, and they might even be thinking about becoming sworn brothers. I'm doing this for your own good, Jin An said earnestly. It's better for you to go out and see the world more often. Then why don't those guys come with you? Doflamingo pointed unreasonably at the big bear and the others who came to see them off. Jin An scratched his head. They still had things to do. Doflamingo wanted to struggle. He knew that going out with Jin An would mean nothing good. The last time he ended up as a slave, who knew what strange things awaited him next time. But why are there so many questions? Jin An grabbed his clothes and dragged him directly onto the warship. When will these days come to an end? Jin An sat on the boat, surrounded by the vast ocean. He quietly sat by the edge of the boat, feeling the cool sea breeze brush against his face. Closing his eyes, he listened to the sound of the waves crashing against the hull. In front of him was an endless sea, with surging waves that seemed to have no end. The surface of the water rippled, sometimes gently brushing against the side of the boat, and at other times surging forward violently. I said I didn't want to come out. Doflamingo complained with a look of despair. The vastness of the ocean inspired awe, as if standing on the edge of endless time, gazing into the unknown distance. Yet, in this boundless sea, one could also feel an overwhelming loneliness, as if being the only existence in the ocean, isolated from the entire world. I really can't understand it. I could be resting at home, sipping tea and enjoying life, and it's all because of you. My plans are completely ruined. Doflamingo glared at Jin An by the edge of the boat. The strong never complain about their environment, Jin An said lightly as he took off his sunglasses. Jin An didn't say much, but as soon as he did, Doflamingo exploded. When did you think of me as a strong person? And I'm clearly still a kid. His current situation was exactly as the saying goes, mixing with Jin An means going hungry for 3 days and 5 meals. Although he wasn't starving, he felt it was more painful than going hungry for 5 meals. They had now patrolled over 10 countries, and Doflamingo was truly fed up with life at sea, seeing nothing but the ocean every day. Don't you like the ocean? Doflamingo knew who had approached him and turned his head to see a tall man standing behind him. Upon seeing him, Doflamingo's expression noticeably improved. On this warship, Kazan gave him the best feeling, coming to chat with him every day to keep him from being too bored. The warship was filled with Navy personnel, each with their own tasks to complete. He was left all alone, idly by himself, except for that person who lay in a deck chair all day without moving. Looking at the person in the chair, Doflamingo recalled a term his mother used to tell him, something like mountain wild waste person. No matter how beautiful something is, you will grow tired of it if you see it every day. Doflamingo countered, you seem to be less resistant to long periods at sea? Kazan nodded in affirmation of Doflamingo's words. Of course, because I know that every time I go to sea, I can do many meaningful things. Meaningful things? A vague smile appeared on Doflamingo's lips, but after observing for a while, he felt that many kingdoms seemed to prefer doing superficial things. To cope with the Navy's inspections, each kingdom showcased their best side, using surface prosperity to gloss over peace. Kazan's expression grew heavy as he didn't refute this. He had certainly noticed what Doflamingo mentioned, but there was nothing he could change about it. No one could change it. Don't you guys get tired talking about these things all day? Jin An lazily asked. Peace that comes from superficial gloss is still peace. At least those countries still make an effort to cover it up. If they can't even be bothered to cover it up, either that country is on the brink of destruction, or those people no longer regard the law. Jin An sees everything with an open mind in life. One should shine as brightly as one's energy allows. Colonel Jin An has a deep understanding of this. Doflamingo pretends to compliment him with a few words. Jin An glanced over there, thinking that this kid's personality probably couldn't be changed. It really was a case of not hitting for a day would lead to the roof being lifted. Kazan looked at Jin An, who was lying on a deck chair like a corpse, and said helplessly, "If you keep lying down like this, it will leave a bad impression on the Navy." In his eyes, Jin An was great in every way, but he was just too lazy, which seriously damaged the image of the towering figure he had in his mind. The childhood filter was almost worn out now. Don't talk nonsense. Jin An's posture remained unchanged. He was quite aware of how he appeared in the eyes of the Navy. The winds of the South China Sea were always so boisterous, carrying with them a force that could corrode one's heart as they brushed against the body. This was why he was so laid back. Jin An firmly believed in this. Thus, he chose to continue lying flat. For someone who had no desires or demands, Kazan was also at a loss. Although it is said that a forcibly twisted melon is not sweet, it can quench thirst. However, that melon was empty, and there was nothing Kazan could do. Kazan shook his head helplessly and turned to Doflamingo, saying, "You can't become like this in the future." Doflamingo put away his amused expression and nodded seriously. "Since you seem bored, let us train together from now on. Your talent is good, and it should be properly utilized." Kazan thought of a brilliant idea and directly told Doflamingo. "Huh?" Doflamingo, stunned, stood there, as if the joke had turned on him. "Let's start tomorrow. Today, you just prepare." Kazan said seriously. "Training in the Navy is quite tough, and I will supervise you well. A good seedling will grow under his guidance, and he would shine in the future." Just thinking about the envious and jealous expressions of those in the Navy looking at him made Kazan's spirits soar. "It's a deal." Kazan walked away, ready to prepare for a rigorous workout tomorrow. "Ha ha ha ha." Doflamingo glared at the source of the laughter. "What's so funny?" "Nothing, just thought of something amusing," Jin An said, wiping away the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes, speaking intermittently. "You just wait for me." Doflamingo gritted his teeth and ran into the cabin. "Isn't it just Navy training? What can it be difficult about? I don't believe it. A mere workout can do anything to me." Jin An closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep, but his mind was filled with another matter. The system's reward note instructed him to come to this sea area in half a month, saying that there would be information about a missing island. He even had the navigator take a long detour to this windless zone. Not only did they find nothing, but the place was also desolate. They were the only lone boat in this vast sea. The disappearing island, Jin An murmured. He believed that anything the system deemed worthy of reward must have some special significance. Killing the celestial dragon was a spur-of-the-moment decision, but it was also the choice that aligned most with his desires. Moreover, at the moment of the celestial dragon's death, the system unexpectedly rewarded him with a large number of good things after a long period of no rewards. That was why he stayed here, prepared to wait even longer to find that island. A massive warship sped across the sea at an exaggerated speed, propelled by the sea breeze. 2,000. "I've completed 2,000 push-ups," a young voice weakly reported, filled with deep fatigue. Kazan nodded, recognizing the boy he had chosen, who finished slightly earlier than expected. "Well done. Let's move on to the next training exercise together." Don Quixote Doflamingo turned over with trembling hands, lying on his back, and bitterly said, "Can I refuse?" He felt that his hands were no longer obeying him, and continuing to train would be deadly. "Doflamingo, you need to believe in yourself. It's just 2,000 push-ups. That is barely anything. I believe you can complete the next training task," Kazan encouraged. He was also training alongside Doflamingo and had increased the training volume several times over Doflamingo's, which was still just a warm-up for him. "Come on, Doflamingo. I have high hopes for you." Jin An added fuel to the fire. The more the little brat suffered, the happier he was. He was a professional at watching others struggle. Doflamingo, who barely had the strength to raise his hands, chose to ignore Jin An's words and took deep breaths. Next is climbing the mast. I look forward to your performance, Jin An said, pointing at the 40-meter-high mast, mercilessly indicating Doflamingo's next training challenge. Huh? Doflamingo exclaimed as he looked at the mast that seemed to connect with the sky. It looks like I'm going to die here today. However, at that moment, an unexpected event occurred. Roar. A colossal roar erupted, like a shout from the depths of hell, shaking everyone on the warship. The Navy personnel exchanged glances, fear etched on their faces. At that moment, the sea seemed to transform into a giant beast, harboring an unimaginable threat. The sense of oppression from that roar felt like an invisible mountain, pressing down on everyone's hearts, making them feel breathless. What's going on? Is there a Sea King passing by? The warship was sailing too close to the windless zone, and they knew there was a certain probability of encountering a Sea King dwelling nearby. Check the direction of that sound, the navigator commanded. The scout immediately grabbed the binoculars, trying to see where the sound came from, but all he could see was a surging sea and a vast water surface, with no signs of anything unusual. However, the existence of the monster needed no words, already filling everyone's hearts with fear. After all, the unknown was the most terrifying. A young Navy soldier trembled as he pointed into the distance, stuttering, there's something under the ship." His voice quivered, and his mental defenses seemed ready to collapse at any moment. The navigator's expression turned serious as he took a deep breath, attempting to maintain a calm tone. "Prepare to avoid this area. Everyone, get into battle stations." The Navy personnel quickly followed orders. Although their movements were hurried, they exhibited a sense of order. The ship's weapons were swiftly checked, defensive measures were urgently deployed, and everyone was doing their utmost to prepare for the potential danger that might come. At that moment, a tense and solemn atmosphere enveloped the warship. Each person's heart was tightly strung like a taut bowstring, ready to face any unknown threat that might emerge from the depths of the ocean. "Don't panic. Turn the ship's bow and advance in another direction." Jin An's calm voice reassured everyone on the warship. His composure provided a sense of relief to all the Navy personnel, allowing them to methodically handle their responsibilities. The ship urgently changed direction, trying to quickly leave this dangerous area. However, the sea seemed to have been provoked into a violent state by the monster's presence. The waves began to roll, surging violently and obstructing the ship's navigation. What's a Sea King? Just a stinky fish stirring up trouble beneath the surface of the sea. If it comes up, Colonel Jin An can easily subdue it, the Navy shouted, using words to disperse their inner panic. The ship swayed violently with the rising waves, and the crew struggled to maintain their balance, doing their best to keep the ship steady. Bang! The waves crashed against the ship like a massive wall, repeatedly splashing seawater that struck the sides of the ship like blades, creating a piercing sound of impact. The ship struggled to navigate through the tumultuous waves. Its speed slowed and made difficult by the waves' obstruction. The bow was often submerged by towering waves, splashing water everywhere, making navigation even harder, while the stern was violently jolted by the waves, as if trying to throw everyone on board into the sea. As the warship shook violently, a shadow whose outline was indistinct broke through the surface of the water and soared into the sky. Splash! The Sea King crashed down onto the sea, creating huge waves hundreds of meters high, with water pouring down like a torrential rain from the heights. "Steady! Hold on!" The shouts of the Navy echoed, as they looked at the massive waves and deeply felt the insignificance of humanity. "This is even bigger than an ordinary island." Doflamingo exclaimed, "I told you. Every time I come out with this bastard Jin An, nothing good ever happens." "Wow, what a huge guy," he added, just when everyone was about to give up. A calm voice that brought reassurance suddenly rang out. Hearing this voice, the Navy personnel's chaotic hearts steadied, and they involuntarily looked towards the owner of the voice. Jin An stood at the bow of the ship, holding the Yinling knife, curiously observing the enormous Sea King before him. The Navy silently admired the protagonist, a sense of pride swelling in their hearts. They firmly believed that as long as Jin An was there, they could overcome any hardship. Even defeating this gigantic creature would be a piece of cake. "I know you possess intelligence that rivals humans," Jin An said slowly. "If you leave now, I can let bygones be bygones." The Sea King looked disdainfully at the tiny human before it, feeling contemptuous. It had roamed the windless zone for so many years, bringing despair to countless people, and it was the first time it encountered such fearless beings. "It seems you don't appreciate my kindness." Jin An shook his head regretfully. "With such a big head, I didn't expect your IQ to be so low. Killing this big guy shouldn't have any negative consequences, right?" Jin An looked back at the crowd behind him and asked, Everyone was stunned by Jin An's words. To them, the seemingly invincible monster sounded like a lamb to the slaughter when described by the colonel. Colonel Jin An, please take action. Our strength cannot shake this Sea King in front of us. Kazan was one of the only 2 people present who was not afraid of the Sea King. However, with his current strength, he was still completely unable to resolve the crisis before him. Just as he finished speaking, Kazan felt a blur in front of him. By the time he reacted, Jin An's figure had already disappeared. Colonel Jin An's action startled Kazan. He knew that Jin An was a devil fruit user, and this was the sea. If he accidentally fell into the water, wouldn't that be the end? The sea breeze howled, stirring up turbulent waves, as if cheering for the impending battle. Jin An tightly gripped the handle of the knife, feeling the presence of the colossal creature before him. His body and mind seemed to merge with the knife in his hand, and with each surge of energy, the sharpness of the blade seemed to quiver as well. Jin An drew the sword from its sheath. Clang! In this vast sea, the crisp sound of the sword echoed clearly and loudly like a long melody, conveying the determination for slaughter to the distant horizon. Jin An waved his hand, and the blade cut through the air like lightning, emitting a sharp blade cry that seemed to tear apart the fragile membrane of time and space. His movements were fierce and sharp. Each swing seemed to split the entire sea in half. The astonishing sound of the blade was like the rumble of the heavens and the earth collapsing, shaking the entire surface of the sea, making the waves seem to hold their breath. The sound of the blade had never been so clear. After all, this was an endless ocean, and Kazan and the rest of the Navy could hardly believe their ears. The Sea King also seemed to sense the protagonist's might. It paused for a moment, a flicker of astonishment in its eyes. But this momentary halt was brief. Soon, a stronger intent of destruction surged in its gaze, and it raised its massive body as if to crush the entire sky down. Jin An showed no fear, his eyes shining with a fiery light, even licking his lips. The Sea King in front of him had already become his prey. So far, he had yet to taste what the Sea King was like. Roar! The Sea King before him was massive and powerful, its body resembling a moving mountain, covered in thick scales that glinted with a metallic sheen. Its eyes shone brightly, filled with a fierce aura, as if it intended to swallow the protagonist whole. Jin An soared into the air, wielding a sharp blade. The glint of the knife flashing like a lightning bolt tearing through the night sky, illuminating the rolling sea. The dazzling white light brightened the entire world, momentarily overshadowing even the sun's rays. As he looked at the sword mark that pierced through heaven and earth, Doflamingo felt his jaw nearly drop to the ground. Wow! On the warship, the Navy personnel surrounding the deck gasped in astonishment. Before their eyes, a massive sword mark appeared as if it were a divine miracle. In the place where the sword mark had struck, the giant Sea King that had filled them with despair was unexpectedly split in two. Before the giant Sea King could even feel pain, its body swayed and ultimately crashed heavily onto the sea, stirring up a huge wave. Blood instantly stained the surface of the sea. The Navy personnel gazed at Jin An's figure on the water. That figure stood majestically like a deity, with the coat billowing in the wind. They witnessed this fleeting battle, bearing witness to Jin An's nonchalant act of killing the giant Sea King. Their hearts filled with an awe for Jin An that surged like an unstoppable river. At the moment the giant Sea King fell, the Navy personnel seemed to release the immense pressure that had been building up in their hearts, staring at Jin An in shock and reverence. This was simply unbelievable. No wonder he is Colonel Jin An. His swordsmanship, his presence, exceeded my imagination. I have never seen anyone face such a colossal creature with such composure. He is truly my idol. Jin An is floating on the sea, but at this moment, he is troubled. He feels like he has a treasure mountain, but can't make use of it. This guy is just too big. The warship can't accommodate it at all. What should he do? Is Colonel Jin An checking his spoils? Who would have thought he would look so handsome even at this moment? A female naval officer on the warship said respectfully. Kuzan smiled self-deprecatingly as he looked at the Navy beside him. He had been worried about Jin An's image in the minds of the Navy, but unexpected things happened. Behind him, the massive Sea King's corpse seemed small like sand. Jin An could only take away a portion of the most delicious meat from it. As for the remaining part, with tears in his eyes, Jin An had no choice but to abandon it. He moved from the bow to the stern of the ship, and only when the Sea King's figure disappeared did he reluctantly withdraw his gaze. Doflamingo couldn't quite understand Jin An's mindset. He had accomplished such an impressive feat, yet he was so reluctant to part with the Sea King's meat. I want to be like you. Doflamingo's eyes sparkled with admiration for the strong and a thirst for power. What? Gina was a bit perplexed by Doflamingo's words. I mean, I want to become a strong person like you. For the first time, I truly felt what a real strong person is like. I want to have the power to overturn everything. Doflamingo fantasized about the future. He wanted to drag those self-proclaimed descendants of gods, the celestial dragons, down from their thrones and trample them underfoot. And now, the road to becoming stronger is laid out beneath his feet. As long as he follows behind Jin An, he believes the future in his heart will definitely come true. Jin An looked at the guy in front of him, who started giggling after speaking, feeling a bit confused, and quietly distanced himself. How many things are you still hiding from me? Kazan's voice echoed faintly in Jin An's ear. He thought he knew Jin An well enough. After all, he was a little fan. And while he knew Jin An could defeat Sea Kings, he didn't expect him to be taken down in one move. What the hell? Jin An was startled, thinking, can you not speak like that? It scares me. That tone sounded so much like a girl abandoned by a scumbag. How could a grown man sound so mournful? Jin An crossed his arms, feeling goosebumps all over his body. After pondering for a moment, he replied, as for my strength, it's okay. I should be able to take on 10 of you. There were quite a few Navy officers around, and they were equally curious about Jin An's strength. However, they didn't expect to hear such a shocking description. When did Kuzan become a unit of measurement? They had never dared to think about such things before. I really can't understand you more and more. I wonder what your strength will be like the next time I see you in action. Unknowingly, darkness enveloped the sea. The vast ocean was shrouded in darkness, seemingly harboring endless mysteries and dangers. Moonlight pierced through the gaps in the clouds, casting a faint silver glow, like a bright moon in the sky spilling over the surging sea. However, this weak light barely illuminated a small area of the ocean. Elsewhere, darkness still prevailed. On this dark sea, the waves surged, emitting low, howling sounds, as if a group of bound beasts was calling for some unknown power. Or perhaps unknown creatures lurking in the deep sea, appearing faintly in the darkness, giving a mysterious and unsettling feeling. Gone was the bright sunlight and clear blue sky of the day, replaced by a deep and sinister atmosphere. People sailing in this sea at night felt as if they were in a world full of unknowns and dangers, where every shadow could hide a deadly threat. Kids, there's a warship ahead. It's your time to shine. Under the night sky, the ocean resembled a black silk ribbon, separating heaven and earth, with a mysterious aura pervading the sea surface, seemingly hiding countless unknown dangers. The night sea felt like an endless abyss, where even nearby objects were swallowed by darkness. Behind the warship, a shadow approached quietly. A massive pirate ship glided across the water like a ghost, its sails hidden in the darkness, leaving only a deep silhouette. Captain Litter, the cannonballs are loaded. A pirate hurried to the bow and reported to a man holding a telescope, with a bounty of 25 million berries. Litter was a notorious pirate in the South Sea, leading his crew to attack many innocent merchant ships and navy fleets, instilling fear in all. On the bridge of the pirate ship, Litter stood at the bow, his eyes burning with ambition and desire. He squinted slightly, gripping the ship's railing tightly, waiting for the right moment. Behind him, a group of fierce and arrogant pirates armed with weapons also awaited his command. Got it. Litter extended his finger to feel the change in the wind direction, then raised an eyebrow. It's time to strike. Suddenly, Litter issued the order to attack. Received. The pirates, like beasts, stared intently at the warship ahead, silently rowing their oars as they pounced towards the Navy fleet. Litter chuckled, thinking that after they seized this warship, they could enjoy themselves for a long time. Oh, I didn't expect there to be some reckless pirates here. Jin An's expression was somewhat strange. Could there really be pirates in this desolate place? Kazan also found it puzzling. There seemed to be no islands nearby, right? Could it be that they were too weak and only dare to hide here? But soon Kazan dismissed this thought. It was clearly impossible for someone weak to dare attack the Navy. Jin An had eaten a bit too much for dinner and now didn't really want to move. You go handle it. Kazan, upon hearing this, immediately put on his coat and strode towards the deck in his leather shoes, his steps steady and powerful. To be honest, as long as Jin An didn't take action, Kazan had never been afraid of anyone in the South China Sea. Everyone was on high alert. The pirates were approaching us. Without hesitation, he immediately ordered his subordinates to prepare. The Navy soldiers, not daring to be careless, quickly responded, busying themselves to adjust the fleet's defensive layout, ready to face the impending attack. The pirates on the pirate ship noticed the movements on the warship, and a cruel glint flashed across their faces. Lit stood at the bow of the ship, his eyes filled with ferocity. He knew it was time to strike. Are you ready? Lit's voice was cold and firm, his hands gripping the railing tightly as he surveyed the situation on the sea. "Ready," the pirates shouted in unison, their eyes burning with the fire of battle, fearlessly facing the impending slaughter. Lit decisively commanded, "Fire." Boom! With Lit's command, the cannons on the pirate ship roared in unison, illuminating the dark night sky, the flames reflecting off the surging waves. Kazan's gaze was fixed on the cannonballs fired from the pirate ship, and without hesitation, he dashed to the front of the warship. He focused on controlling his abilities. His hands began to gather power, emitting a faint blue glow, the cold air causing the Navy on the warship to shiver. Suddenly, beams of ice blue light shot out fiercely from beneath his feet, slicing through the air like blades. Ice blocked two-pronged spear. The ice spear spun rapidly, an intense chill spreading out, and the cannonballs fired by the pirate ship were struck by the ice spikes before they could reach the Navy fleet. Dazzling flashes of light erupted. The cannonballs were encased in ice, frozen into crystal-clear blocks, then plummeted into the sea, splashing waves. Lieutenant Kuzan blocked the enemy's cannonballs. The Navy soldiers, witnessing Kuzan's performance, couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Next is our counterattack time. The Navy was indeed skilled in using cannons, and unlike the pirates, they had ample ammunition. The situation instantly reversed. Dozens of cannons aimed at the pirate ship, and with a thunderous roar, the cannonballs struck the pirate ship hard, stirring up tremendous waves. The hull of the pirate ship trembled on the surface of the sea, seemingly in imminent danger of sinking. "Captain, the Navy's cannon fire is too fierce, completely suppressing us," the pirates lamented, and their S&A ability user on the other side, neutralizing our attacks. Lit frowned, knowing that their long-range tactics had failed. Fortunately, thanks to the crew's relentless rowing, their ship was now very close to the warship. Launch the flash bombs. Prepare for close combat. In naval battles, close combat is a very dangerous fighting style that requires the crew to possess exceptional combat skills. Their pirate crew was particularly adept at this combat method. The pirates immediately sprang into action. The crossbowmen on the ship raised the flash bombs, skillfully igniting the fuses and throwing the flash bombs towards the Navy fleet. Suddenly, dazzling lights erupted in the night sky, illuminating the entire surface of the sea, leaving the Navy dazzled. "Charge!" Lit waved his weapon and led the pirates, courageously charging towards the Navy fleet. "Kill!" Taking advantage of the flash bomb's effect, the pirates pounced like beasts, treading on the bridge made of iron chains, rushing towards the hull of the Navy fleet. A cunning light flickered in Lit's eyes as he coldly wielded his sword, leading the charge onto the deck of the warship. "Ha! Navy, meet your doom. I'm here to send you on your way." He knew this was a decisive battle. Only by completely defeating the Navy fleet could he achieve victory and seize greater spoils. "Do you think you can look down on me?" Kazan's eyes glinted coldly. "There was no need to look back. Your subordinates won't be coming over." Clang! The iron chain connecting the two ships made a crisp sound, and the pirates standing on it fell into the sea along with it. "You." Lit looked at the ice knife in the opponent's hand, swallowing hard. "I think we can sit down and talk." Meanwhile, a massive figure was swimming in the depths of the sea, drawn closer by the light of the flash bombs, gradually approaching the surface. As the deep-sea beast drew near, the pirates noticed the world becoming brighter, as if it were dawn. As for the Navy, most of them still had their eyes tightly shut. The flash bomb's effects had not yet worn off. "Is it dawn?" the pirates asked in confusion. They instinctively felt something was off. It was still the middle of the night, and the sun was still asleep. What was causing the sky to look this way? Just as everyone was puzzled, the seawater began to surge continuously, the surface of the sea roiling, forming a massive whirlpool. In the next moment, the sea suddenly erupted with a gigantic water column, as if the hand of a sea god had flipped the pirate ship over in an instant, splashing water and causing screams and chaos. The pirates were violently thrown about by the powerful currents. Some were swallowed by the sea, while others were struck by the water column, suffering heavy casualties. The warship fared no better. Its hull tilted dangerously, about to be capsized by the waves, and the Navy personnel frantically clung to the railings. The battle on both sides was interrupted by this sudden deep-sea threat, and they all looked up, staring at the chaotic scene on the surface of the sea, their faces filled with terror. The deep-sea beast swam leisurely, a hint of indifference glimmering in its eyes, as if gazing at the frozen surface of the sea, its presence making the entire sea area more perilous and mysterious. "Ice Age." Kazan pressed his palms close to the sea surface. The surface of the sea froze rapidly, and the warship was precariously frozen at a very dangerous angle. The pirates were not so fortunate. Their terrified expressions left them unable to plead for mercy. Instantly frozen into ice sculptures. We're saved. The Navy released their hands, landing steadily on the ice surface. Don't let your guard down, Kazan reminded. The one who attacked us is definitely still beneath the surface. Why do I feel that the threat posed by this creature in the sea is even greater than the Sea King we encountered yesterday? The Navy felt a lingering fear as they looked at the towering ice column beside them. They were too close to the doldrums. Encountering two dangers in such a short time was unusual. I think we should leave this sea area. Let us wait for Colonel Jin An's notification. The experiences of the past 2 days had left them shaken, but they were accustomed to such risks as part of their job. Boom! A violent tremor shook the ice surface, startling the chatting Navy personnel who thought the monster from the sea had returned. Everyone back on the ship. A familiar voice came, and the Navy exchanged glances, looking towards the place where the warship was anchored. The thick ice layer beneath the warship became fragmented, and the warship stabilized from its precarious state. Even in the direction they were heading, the ice layer revealed a straight path. Oh yeah, long live Colonel Jin An. The Navy cheered as they lined up in an orderly fashion and climbed up the ladder lowered from the warship. Beneath the frozen surface of the sea, the giant beast hidden in the dark depths finally found the culprit that had deceived it into coming. Roar! A roar erupted as it violently broke through the ice layer on the surface. Ice shards scattered, and water splashed everywhere. Boom! With a deafening sound, the giant beast leaped out of the water, a figure over 100 meters tall, soaring into the air. Dazzling lights dispelling the darkness on the sea surface in front of its fish head. It was a gigantic lanternfish, unimaginably massive. This lanternfish beast had a majestic posture, its scales shimmering with a deep reddish-brown glow, as if it were a mysterious creature from ancient times. But what species of lanternfish was it? The warship was not even as big as one of its teeth. The Navy soldiers on the surface were astonished as they witnessed this scene, unable to believe the appearance of this colossal creature. Moreover, the fierce presence of this giant lanternfish made it seem like the true ruler of the ocean. Kazan, freeze the waves, Jin An said in a deep voice. When a lanternfish fell from the sky, it stirred up a wave that was several times more terrifying than a tsunami. Unfortunately, before Kazan could deal with a massive wave approaching the warship, the lanternfish let out another furious roar. It's too late, Kazan said anxiously. In this vast ocean, if the warship were damaged, even if they survived the lanternfish's attack, they would still face death. Under the majesty of a lanternfish giant, the ocean seemed to fall silent. Only the beast's roar echoed in the night sky. It was undoubtedly the sea's overlord, governing the lives of all creatures in this sea area. Ding! Side quest released. Engage in battle with the great lanternfish and ensure the safety of the Navy. Mission rewards: a certain amount of training space time, a random devil fruit, 500 000 berries, and 10,000 shot points. Please be cautious, host. This opponent's strength is beyond your imagination. Jin An finally understood the meaning of the information provided by the system. The culprit that swallowed the small island was this lanternfish in the sea. Closing the system panel, Jin An smiled wryly. The monster before him was one of the largest creatures that had appeared in the pirate world so far. This kind of monster might have skin that was several dozen meters thick, and Jin An did not know if his current strength could shake this behemoth. Kazan, the safety of the Navy from now on is in your hands. Jin An tore off the coat he was wearing. Doflamingo, you need to focus on training while I'm away. I will come to check on you later. What do you mean by that? Kazan hesitated. Don't be stubborn. Doflamingo was also anxious. I'm still waiting for you to teach me some powerful moves. You have my life card. Jin An smiled confidently. I will not fail. Kazan understood what he meant. The life card could indicate whether Jin An was safe. He was preparing to confront that massive lanternfish to exchange for a glimmer of hope for them. Roar! With the roar of the lanternfish behemoth, the ocean seemed to be stirred up into huge waves, the wind howled, and the sea surged. At that moment, Jin An's body slowly rose into the air under the astonished gazes of everyone. Floating in the air, Jin An felt a strange power surging within him, lifting him higher. Before everyone's eyes, Jin An's body continued to grow larger, gradually merging with the clouds, and he felt a powerful energy surging inside him. His eyes shone with a strange light, as if he was undergoing a long-awaited transformation. Meanwhile, the lanternfish behemoth burst forth from the sea, towering like a gigantic mountain, its eyes flashing with fierce light, emitting a deafening roar as if venting its inner dissatisfaction. Then, with a sweep of its tail, a massive whirlpool suddenly formed on the sea surface, devouring everything in the ocean, including warships. The warships spun helplessly in the whirlpool, being mercilessly swallowed, as the naval soldiers struggled to control the ships to escape. But they appeared powerless and small in the face of such immense force. Don't panic. Hold on to everything around you. With the swirling clouds, Jin An's voice echoed from above. Suddenly, the clouds were torn apart by a gigantic claw, and a colossal beast soared out from the clouds. Its form was immense, with bright blue skin, as if it came from an ancient myth. This beast exuded an incredibly powerful aura, as if it were the embodiment of heaven and earth, its eyes shining like shooting stars, radiating an unparalleled majesty and strength. Its gigantic body stood in the air, blocking the moonlight and casting a silent shadow, as if it were a deity of the sea. Jin An transformed into looking down at everything, his body standing straight in the sky, with green light flickering in his dragon eyes. The dragon body emitted a powerful aura, his dragon tail swaying, stirring up fierce winds and giant waves, his dragon claws tightly gripping the void, as if controlling everything. The fruit? Kazan murmured as he looked up at the sky, seeing Colonel Jin An use his fruit ability for the first time, not expecting it to be like this. The expressions of the Navy soldiers shifted from shock to delight as they witnessed their warship breaking free from the vortex's grasp. We're flying. The warship was enveloped in flame clouds. Under the protection of the flame clouds, they soared into the sky. Roar! Just as Jin An controlled the flame clouds to place the warship in a safe sea area, a sharp roar echoed across the ocean, and a massive figure began to move in the sea. The gigantic lanternfish had finally been completely enraged. Splash! The lanternfish's enormous body plunged into the sea, swiftly moving toward the direction of the warship. A breath of fire erupted from Jin An's mouth, directly hitting the lanternfish beneath the sea surface. The lanternfish refused to back down, its tail sweeping through the water, sending waves crashing toward Jin An's breath. Boom! In the standoff, the collision of the two energies sent shockwaves throughout the entire sea area, causing the water mist to continuously rise into the sky. Oof! Seeing the lanternfish's counterattack, Jin An let out a cold snort, the breath in his mouth becoming thicker, and that scorching power rapidly surged, the heat causing the seawater to evaporate quickly. Roar! Faced with this increasingly intense breath, the lanternfish's gaze grew more ferocious, its hatred for the creature before it surpassed that of the humans who had deceived it before. It no longer chose to confront Jin An's breath head-on, but instead opted to dive into the depths of the sea. Jin An was on guard against the movements on the sea surface, and he saw the hatred in the lanternfish's eyes. Knowing that the opponent would not give up easily, the lanternfish at the bottom of the sea looked at Jin An, who was high up in the air, and a cruel and cunning glint flashed in its crimson eyes. In the darkness of the seabed, the giant lanternfish began its preparation movements, its body faintly visible in the dark, and it suddenly whipped its tail, stirring up the sand and stones on the seabed. Then it accelerated suddenly like a shadow, rushing towards the surface of the sea. At its current speed, the momentum it generated could reach hundreds of meters high, and once it reached the intended spot without error, the opponent would definitely be knocked into the sea by it. Suddenly, a tremendous force erupted from the seabed, and a massive lanternfish charged toward Jin An in the air like a shooting star. The figure of the lanternfish was like a demon in the darkness. Its target clear, Jin An transformed into a azure dragon. It opened its massive mouth, revealing sharp teeth, filled with endless malice, heading straight for Jin An. Come on! In Jin An's eyes, a vigilant light flickered as he sensed the threat from the lanternfish beast. He was not afraid, roaring as he welcomed this sudden challenge. In the air, Jin An transformed into the figure of a blue dragon, exuding unparalleled majesty and power. With a fierce whip of his tail, he struck down hard on the path of the charging lanternfish, unleashing the full force within him, his tail crashing down in a furious blow. Boom! Two powerful forces collided in the air, creating a sound that echoed through the heavens and earth. The fierce impact of the lanternfish beast and the resistance of the protagonist transformed into a blue dragon formed a breathtaking showdown. At that moment, everything in the ocean came to a halt, leaving only the clash and entanglement of these two powerful forces. Wow, the Colonel is so strong, able to match that kind of monster. Look, the lanternfish has been knocked into the water. The Navy personnel were extraordinarily excited, as if they were witnessing a battle of prehistoric giants. In the distance, Kazan stood on the deck of the warship, his eyes fixed on the astonishing clash in the sky, a sense of endless worry rising in his heart. His brows furrowed, his expression grave, and his body seemed to be enveloped by a heavy pressure. What is happening? Doflamingo stood beside Kazan, mouth agape, his expression astonished, completely shocked, and unable to speak due to the sight before him. The other Navy members in the cabin exhibited the same reaction, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor, eyes wide open as if they couldn't believe everything they were hearing. "Attention! A storm is coming!" Kazan shouted loudly. At the same time, he reached out a hand to grab the nearby, dazed Doflamingo. The collision in the air generated a strong airflow, causing the warship to sway unsteadily on the sea, the wind howling and waves churning, as if signaling an even more intense battle was about to unfold. Kazan's heart was filled with anxiety and worry. He knew that the confrontation before him was not just an ordinary battle, but a life-and-death struggle that concerned the fate of the entire sea area. A navy like Jin An was a rare gem in this world. If Jin An were to fail, it would be a loss for the entire South Sea. Moreover, Jin An had entrusted the lives of everyone on this ship to him. As a naval leader, he was deeply aware of the significant responsibility he bore. He had to do everything in his power to protect the safety of the warship and the soldiers, ensuring they returned home safely. Doflamingo, with wide eyes, watched the confrontation in the air, filled with shock and unease. Will Jin be okay? He realized that everything happening before him far exceeded his imagination, and he could not fathom the consequences of such a powerful collision. In this chaotic sea area, both Kazan and Doflamingo deeply felt the urgency of life and death. They knew that only if Jin An could block the monster's attack could they survive. They were mistaken. The lanternfish above had long since lost interest in the warship. It only wanted to eliminate the creature that angered it. With the fierce impact of the lanternfish beast, Jin An transformed into a blue dragon. Felt a sharp pain surge through him. His body was already in excruciating pain, blood gushing from his wounds, causing him to involuntarily drop a little in height. However, this pain ignited his fighting spirit and will to battle. Jin An gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with a mad light. "Come on, beast. Let me see what you can do to me." He did not back down. Instead, he stood even more boldly, extending his dragon claws forward, shimmering with a cold light. "Roar!" In response to Jin An's furious roar, the lanternfish beast emitted a piercing roar once more, its tail fins swishing and generating another series of thunderous sounds as it charged at Jin An rapidly. However, just as Jin An's claws were about to hit, the lanternfish in the sea suddenly made a sharp turn, circling to Jin An's side. Then, hiding in the water, the fish fin maintained its destructive power and attacked Jin An's back. This unexpected turn of events caught Jin An off guard, and his expression turned grim. With a quick thought, he unleashed wind blades, flames, and lightning like a torrential downpour, attacking the lanternfish beast. The wind blades howled, flames blazed, and lightning flickered, creating a spectacular battlefield scene. However, the lanternfish beast, with its tough skin and thick flesh, seemed unafraid of these attacks, welcoming it all without concern for Jin An's assault. Boom! The lanternfish's attack directly struck Jin An's back, sending his entire body flying backward, and his figure gradually shrank during the flight. A glimmer of joy flashed in the lanternfish's eyes as it opened its massive jaws, swallowing Jin An whole. Then, it swished its tail and sank contentedly into the sea. Since being swallowed by the giant lanternfish, Jin An had been in a state of unconsciousness, as if trapped in an endless abyss of darkness. In this darkness, time seemed to blur and stretch. "Wake up!" Suddenly, a gentle call broke the silence of the darkness, and Jin An felt a warm power ripple deep within his heart, gradually bringing his consciousness back to awareness. "Wow, you really woke up." The girl circled around Jin An. "What is your body made of? Falling into the lantern's stomach for so long and not getting digested. You're completely naked. How shameless. You should thank me. If I hadn't fished you out of the water, you might have drowned by now." The blonde girl put her hands on her hips, looking proud. Jin An shook his chaotic head, which was still in a daze from the fainting, and used the leaves covering his body to hide his key parts. "Thank you." Such a straightforward expression of gratitude. The girl drooped her eyes, and her expression turned disappointed, making me feel like a scheming woman who seeks to repay favors. What is your name?" Jin An asked the blonde girl in front of him, although he had recognized her identity the moment he saw her. The girl put away her disappointed expression and extended her hand. "My name is Olga. Nice to meet you." Jin An reached out his hand and shook hers. then immediately observed his surroundings and found that they were on a small island with a tropical vibe. What caught his eye was the lush tropical vegetation, with palm trees swaying gracefully. However, there was a slight drawback. The air was filled with an unpleasant smell. "Olga, this must be the stomach," Jin An said. Olga nodded in agreement. "That's right." Jin An stood up and walked to the edge of the small island, looking into the distance. A forest of white bones floated on the surface of the water, and not far away was another small island, completely different from the one they were currently on. "There's another island in the distance. This lanternfish really isn't picky," Jin An remarked. "You don't know until you come in, and once you're in, it's quite a shock. This big guy really eats everything. Having consumed so much, I wonder if it's afraid of indigestion. All these islands have been swallowed by the Great Lantern. The Great Lantern has 3 such enormous stomachs." Olga, observing Jin An's seemingly indifferent demeanor, continued to explain, "We are currently in the first stomach, where the concentration of gastric juice is also the lowest. If you drift any further, you might not even leave behind any bones." Jin An nodded, as he had some understanding of this place. But it wasn't too much. Having a tour guide familiar with the area was still very convenient for him. "Why were you swallowed by Lord Lantern?" Olga asked curiously. "When I found you, there was nothing else around." Jin An awkwardly said, "I had a fight with it, but I didn't win." Olga supported her chin, which was about to fall to the ground. You're so amazing." Then she looked at the other person with wide eyes and chuckled. "But to actually meet Lord Lantern, I don't know if it's bad luck or good luck. If I'm not mistaken, this person must be a real unlucky guy." Jin An had a black line on her forehead. "I've been listening all along. If you want to talk bad about others, please find a place where there's no one around and speak quietly." Olga was a bit surprised. Did I say it out loud? It clearly felt like I was saying it in my mind. Jin An looked up, where light was shining through the belly of the lanternfish. Although this was inside the stomach, it was not lacking in light at all. It had been a long time since she had talked to anyone, and Olga seemed very chatty. Thanks to the Lantern Lord's lantern, of course. The life in the Lantern Lord's lantern is very strong. It can penetrate the body and illuminate the stomach, so it's always bright here. Jin An praised with enthusiasm. "You really know a lot." Olga proudly puffed out her chest, but quickly shrank back. "After all, I've lived here for 200 years, so I'm quite familiar with everything." 200 years? Jin An pretended to be surprised. Olga hurriedly covered her mouth. Her age was her biggest secret, and revealing it could be dangerous. Unable to hold back his laughter, Jin An joked, "You've already said it. What's the use of covering your mouth now? There's a saying in my hometown. It's never too late to mend the fold after the sheep are lost. You've grasped some of the essence of that saying." Olga retorted, "I'm completely different from a sheep. You're really rude, especially after I saved you." Jin An secretly laughed. "This term refers to a person." "All right, Grandma, I understand." Olga snorted, "Since you know I'm 200 years old, then I want to ask you, do you know about pure gold?" Jin An nodded. "I heard that you can buy the world with pure gold." Of course, he had heard of it. Olga leaned closer to Jin An and whispered, "Let me tell you, the pure gold is in the 3rd stomach of Lantern Lord." After saying that, she looked at Jin An with anticipation, wanting to see his expression after hearing such explosive news. Just relying on her and Elizabeth, even if they reached the 3rd stomach, they wouldn't be able to do anything about the pure gold on the island. So, she placed her hopes on the person in front of her. Unfortunately, she was disappointed. After hearing the news, Jin An simply responded with a flat expression. "Oh." Olga couldn't understand the thoughts of the man in front of her at all. That was pure gold that could buy the entire world, and it could even slow down the aging process. There shouldn't be anyone in this world who wouldn't be moved by it. "Don't you want this treasure?" Olga asked stubbornly. Jin An does not deny his desire for pure gold. "Of course I want it." "Then why do you seem not excited at all?" Olga asked. "Because having something that can buy the world in your hands is unsafe," Jin An said frankly. "The world is so chaotic. Keeping this thing is a disaster. I advise you not to talk about this after you go out. Human nature can't withstand the test." And Jin An glanced at his clothes. "It's best to change your clothes." Olga listened to Jin An's words in a daze. "I've lived here for 200 years and still haven't found a way out. How can you still fantasize about going out?" Jin An smiled confidently and retorted, "How do you know I can't go out?" Jin and Olga were immersed in their conversation, exchanging various speculations and imaginations about the lanternfish's stomach. Not far away, among the dense vegetation, the silhouette of a dinosaur was hidden, its massive body almost undetectable under the cover of the trees, as if waiting for the right moment to launch an attack. Suddenly, Olga caught a glimpse of something unusual from the corner of her eye. She alertly stopped speaking and turned to look deeper into the jungle. Her heart began to race, a sense of foreboding washing over her. "Jin An, be careful," Olga whispered, her voice filled with tension and panic. Just as her words fell, a gigantic dinosaur suddenly stepped out from the jungle, moving towards them. Oh no! At this rate, we're going to be eaten. Under the flickering light of the campfire, Jin An and Olga sat together, surrounded by piles of leftover dinosaur bones, emitting a faint fishy smell. The warmth of the campfire filled the space around them comfortably. I'm so full, Olga said, stroking her belly that had swelled from the food, a look of satisfaction on her face. The deliciousness of the dinosaur meat left her content, and the fullness in her belly conveyed a feeling of happiness. The dream of 200 years had finally come true. Jin An had a blade of grass in his mouth, with his hands resting behind his head. That's really something to celebrate. For 200 years, they had relied on the fish that flowed in and the fruits from the island to survive, dreaming of the day they could finally enjoy a hearty meal of meat. As he spoke, he took a piece of meat and bit into it. Olga looked at Jin An, her eyes filled with tenderness and joy. She knew how important and reassuring it was to have Jin An's company in this unfamiliar environment. Poor child. Jin An looked at the pile of bones, and the child was really craving meat. Almost an entire dinosaur had gone into Olga's stomach. Olga missed the days 200 years ago. 200 years ago. Our family lived on the island of steel, alchemy. But that bastard scientist bastard father created pure gold. Jin An quietly listened to the girl recount her past. Since then, everything changed. Upon hearing the news of pure gold, pirates stormed the island and even killed her mother. Lord Lantern was also drawn to the pure gold, and then swallowed the island where I had always lived in one bite. I kept wondering if that bastard of father hadn't created the pure gold. Would our family's life have been different? Jin An spat out the grass in his mouth and looked at the somewhat sad Olga. You just said that after your father made pure gold, he immediately made a ring for you. Olga extended her finger to take off the ring and held it in front of Jin An. That's right, it's this one. The inside of the ring is embedded with a piece of pure gold. The pure gold on the inside of the ring emitted a dazzling light, visibly shining even in this well-lit place. Jin An pinched the ring with 2 fingers and placed it back on Olga's finger. This thing carries your parents' love for you, so take good care of it. Olga stroked the ring on her finger and said in confusion, what you said is really strange. Of course, I will take good care of the ring, but it feels like you have something more to say. Jin An looked at the somewhat confused Olga and reached out to rub her head. Someone will explain it to you later. Do you want to come with me to find the person who can give you answers? To meet the person who can give me answers? Olga pointed at herself and then looked at Jin An, asking now. Yes, right now. Jin An replied affirmatively. Olga lowered her head and quietly asked, are there still living people here? She had been living here for 200 years and had never noticed any signs of other people living here. She stole a glance at Jin An, whose warm smile made her doubt her thoughts, but in the end, she chose to trust him. Then let's go together. A unique and mysterious scene unfolded before them, with strange vegetation and bizarre rocks intertwined. Jin An and Olga made their way through, sometimes passing through dense thickets and sometimes crossing steep rocks, gradually moving deeper into the island. Jin An walked ahead, carving out a small path. As he ventured deeper into the island, his brow furrowed. The environment here was too harsh. It was hard to imagine how a defenseless little girl could live in such a place for 200 years. Olga followed closely behind Jin An, her eyes revealing a hint of curiosity and anticipation. She believed Jin An would lead them to the person who could provide answers. Looking at the ring on her finger, she knew it was this thing that had allowed her to live for so long. So, were there others who would also receive pure gold? Olga frowned, her legs already trembling. How much longer until they arrive? Jin An said without looking back, we're almost there, it's just ahead. Olga looked at the identical scenery around her and quietly complained, but you've already said that 5 times. This time we really are almost there. Jin An felt a bit helpless. How could anyone withstand the little girl's questions every 5 minutes? I'll believe you one last time. Olga pouted. Jin An did not explain much. After pushing aside the bushes blocking his way, a vast open space came into view as the light shone through. They arrived at a broad clearing, the ground covered with oddly shaped unknown stones, on which various peculiar plants were growing. At the end of the clearing, a wide canyon was faintly visible. Jin An and Olga stopped in their tracks, gazing at the vast canyon. We've arrived. A surge of anticipation and curiosity welled up in Olga's heart. She knew that the person who could provide her with answers was within that canyon. She stood on her tiptoes, trying to see further. Wow, so many dinosaurs. Olga thought of the barbecue Jin An made, and a glimmer of drool trickled from the corner of her mouth. Inside the canyon, dinosaur nests were scattered throughout, each containing hungry little dinosaurs waiting to be fed. Roar! A dinosaur placed a large chunk of meat on the ground, roaring at the little ones. The baby dinosaurs immediately rushed towards the meat, eagerly gnawing on it, enjoying a feast. Surprisingly, among the dinosaur nests, there was a man dressed in a dinosaur costume mingling with the young ones. His appearance was completely different from the surrounding baby dinosaurs. Yet, the nearby dinosaurs seemed unaware of his identity and instead happily shared the meat in the nest. It's too late. How could he only bring food at this time? That's outrageous. The man pulled back the fabric covering his head, revealing his plump face. I'm so hungry. The man complained incessantly, but at the same time, he felt fortunate. He knew that this was his way of surviving among the dinosaurs, waiting for them to bring food. In this dangerous island, he had to adapt to the environment and learn to utilize it to preserve his life. Every day was just meat, meat, and more meat. The man swallowed the raw meat in his mouth and sighed, wondering when this life would come to an end. I really want to eat vegetables and fruits. There's so many little dinosaurs here, Olga exclaimed. She had lived on this island for so long, and this was her first time entering such a central area. Could anyone really survive in a place like this? They had chased away countless dinosaurs along the way. This place was truly a paradise for dinosaurs. Don't overestimate the intelligence of these dinosaurs, Jin An said nonchalantly. It's quite simple to trick these silly creatures if you just use your brain. Huh? After eating fruits for 200 years, Olga thought. So the reason she hadn't eaten meat for 200 years was because she didn't use her brain? I didn't say you. Don't take it personally, Jin An quickly added, fearing Olga would overthink. Olga responded with an annoyed glare. Did he think she was a 3-year-old? It was already so obvious what he meant. How could she not understand? Great, it seems there was a misunderstanding. He clearly didn't mean it that way. Sigh. 2 sighs sounded simultaneously. What are you sighing about? Olga looked at Jin An beside her, thinking he had no reason to sigh. It's not me, Jin An spread his hands, indicating that he wouldn't take the blame for this. Who could it be? Olga exclaimed in surprise. Could it be? The person we were looking for was right ahead. Jin An pointed forward with a nod. Who was on the other side? A trembling male voice came from around the corner, and one could sense the excitement in his tone. Did Lantern Man have someone else in his stomach again? A man dressed in a dinosaur costume pushed through the bushes and stumbled over. Wow, the dinosaur is speaking. Olga hid behind Jin An. How rude. The man lifted the pink veil, and it was obvious he was human. Jin An, shouldn't you take a good look? The man's face was covered with fine beads of sweat, his double chin wobbling, revealing his tension and fatigue in this dangerous environment. This man, who usually lived optimistically, now appeared somewhat dejected and weak, as if he had lost the courage and confidence to struggle for survival. You can't be unable to speak, right? The man shook his head, a hint of regret in his eyes. Uncle, you can't just say things like that. Jin An directly rebutted. Then why didn't you speak before? The man showed a relieved smile. It's been a long time since I talked to someone like this. Were you also swallowed in by Lantern Master? The man adjusted his clothes, trying to present his best side to others. Your voice. Olga's trembling voice came from behind Jin and Olga. Is it you? The man looked excitedly at the back of Jin An. This was a voice he would never forget, even in death. Are you still alive? Tears poured out of the man's eyes like pearls from a broken string, stumbling as he ran towards Jin An. But just as he was about to see the figure behind Jin An clearly, his steps stopped. He hesitated. His daughter had lived alone for over 200 years, and she hated him because of the pure gold. He didn't know how to face his child whom he hadn't seen in 200 years. Olga, don't hide. The person I brought you to see is right in front of you, isn't it? Jin An reached out and poked Olga's arm with his finger. However, the girl felt no joy or warmth. Instead, a deep resentment surged within her. He's my father? Her voice was filled with anger and pain. He created pure gold, attracted pirates, and thus caused my mother's death. The man's face turned pale in an instant, unable to deny the truth of his daughter's words. He stammered, trying to explain, but the words were stuck in his throat. Tears streamed down the girl's face as she finally released years of anger and sadness. Why did you do this? Her voice trembled. For what? Don't you know that your actions destroyed our family and ruined my childhood? The father was at a loss for words. His heart felt like it was being cut, pain piercing deep. He knew that what he had done was an irreparable mistake, a wound that could never be healed. I'm sorry for you, and I'm sorry for your mother. His voice was filled with regret and remorse. I am willing to bear all the consequences for this. The girl silently shook her head, although she longed to reconcile with her father. There was always a thorn stuck in her heart. She chose to continue bearing the heavy resentment and pain, hiding behind Jin and silently licking her inner wounds. Some things are better left unsaid. Jin An looked deeply at the man, sensing the conflict and pain within him. Not telling her the truth would mean that the misunderstanding between them would never be resolved. He said that only the truth could set everything back on track. Well, you know, the man couldn't discern the depths of the other party. Before Jin An, it seemed he had no secrets to speak of. Jin An remained silent. The man knew that Jin An didn't want to speak, so he didn't press her further, but he still felt a bit hesitant. However, that truth was too cruel for her. Jin An pulled Olga closer and said, "You have both lived for over 200 years. What is there that you cannot say?" The man fell silent for a moment, then finally nodded. "All right, I will tell her everything." His voice was deep and weary. "No matter the outcome, I am willing to bear it." "What are you talking about? Why can't I understand?" Olga was confused. "I hope you can clear up the misunderstandings in your hearts and rebuild your relationship. After all, it's better for a father and daughter to speak openly." Jin An silently stepped aside, leaving the space to the two of them. "So it's because I have a terminal illness that you and Mom chose to create pure gold?" The girl stood there, stunned, her emotions swirling like a storm. "Is it because of me?" Her voice trembled, eyes filled with disbelief. "They did this for me." The girl's father was silent for a moment, then gently nodded, his gaze filled with sadness and regret. "Yes, it was for you." His voice was deep and weary. "We couldn't bear to lose you, so—" The girl's heart felt like it was being cut with a knife, and she felt her entire world collapsing. I don't know what to say." Her voice trembled. "What should I do?" The man stepped forward and gently took the girl's hand. "I will always be by your side, no matter what happens," he said. "You are not alone." The girl felt her father's warmth and comfort, and her emotions gradually calmed down. Perhaps facing the truth, although painful, at least she would no longer be alone in the future. "Ha ha, Navy brat, I've heard some incredible news, and it's all thanks to you." A chilling, murderous aura suddenly surged from the shadows. From the darkness, a figure swiftly emerged, wielding a sharp blade, launching a fierce attack on Jin An. Jin An's keen senses allowed him to react quickly in a critical moment. He punched the sword that was slashing towards him, but still got knocked back. "You a pirate? Actually didn't die in the sea? Ha ha, I'm not that easy to kill. I still want to hang your head on my pirate flag." Lihuald, his massive figure shimmering with ferocity under the light. "If you encounter me, it's your bad luck. I've been galloping across the sea for 20 years. I've seen all kinds of storms and waves. What can a mere sea king do to me?" Jin An looked at the ragged pirate and thought, "Why do I feel like he got lucky and floated here after being frozen?" "Oomph." Light snorted coldly. The truth was exactly as the other had said, but he wouldn't admit it. "Say whatever you want, but you won't leave here alive today." Meanwhile, the pirate's subordinates quietly approached the father and daughter, moving lightly with cold eyes, ready to capture them silently. "Olga, get behind me." The girl's father immediately sensed the danger, shielding his daughter and preparing to fight to protect her from the pirates. "Olga, right? If you don't want to die, obediently take us to find pure gold." The pirates, armed with sharp blades like demons, surrounded the father and daughter with wicked smiles, their eyes glinting with greed. "We want to take you to find pure gold." His voice was cold and firm. They had no chance of succeeding. The man kept his gaze fixed on the pirates in front of him, knowing he had to protect his daughter at all costs. The road to find pure gold was fraught with danger, and he couldn't let his daughter take the risk. Moreover, once these pirates found pure gold, they would definitely eliminate them all. It was better to resist here to the end. There might still be a glimmer of hope. "If you don't cooperate, we want to be polite." The little captain's voice was filled with malice and threats. "We know you know the whereabouts of pure gold. Don't try to hide it. The fact that we made it here alive means pure gold is calling us. Don't be ungrateful." The pirates roared angrily, their blades threateningly pointed at the father and daughter. Olga tightly grasped her father's hand, her eyes shining with determination. "We won't yield to your threats." She looked around at the pirates without fear. "If you have the ability, kill us. That way, you'll never find out the whereabouts of pure gold." The pirates' gazes turned even colder, realizing that this was not an easy target to deal with. "You either cooperate, or you'll be forced to cooperate under the threat of our blades. There are no other choices." Keet. Light roared, his massive figure glinting ominously in the sunlight. Holding a giant blade, he shouted angrily, striking towards Jin An like a thunderclap. Jin An was unafraid, the armed color domineeringly covering his hands as he charged forward to meet the pirate captain's attack. The two attacks collided in the air, the flashes of blades intertwining like raging flames. Lit's attack was powerful and heavy, the giant blade whistling through the air with incredible force. However, Jin An's movements were even more fierce. His figure was as agile as a leopard, every action precise, and each attack targeting the enemy's weak points. Boom! The sound of the collision between the giant blade and his fist was incessant, and the surrounding gastric fluid churned under the shockwave of the attacks. The next moment, Lit coldly stared at Jin and tasted the flavor of this monster's gastric fluid. He gripped the giant blade with both hands and swung it violently, causing it to collide with the gastric fluid. In an instant, the entire area was enveloped in gastric fluid, trapping Jin and within. Watching the gastric fluid surge towards him, Jin scoffed. Such petty tricks are beneath me. Jin stepped on the ground, and the surrounding sand, gravel, and dirt all rose into the air, forming a thick wall of dust that firmly blocked the stomach acid launched by Lit. "You little rascal, how cunning you are!" Lit roared, his eyes flashing with anger. "Today, I will make sure you die here." Jin revealed a faint cold smile on his face, showing that he was not afraid of the other party's threats. "You aren't worthy yet," he replied indifferently. "Let me show you what a true strong person is." Jin let out a breath, then suddenly took a big step forward, his toes touching the ground as his figure charged toward the enemy like lightning, each step carrying unparalleled strength and speed. Behind him, the wind howled past, stirring up the dust on the ground. Jin An's figure quickly magnified in Lit's eyes, each step bringing an overwhelming pressure. To him, the opponent's form resembled a fierce beast, about to launch a fatal strike. Such incredible speed. The pressure bore down on him, and seeing Jin An's unstoppable momentum, Lit couldn't help but feel a wave of panic. Boom! With a loud crash, his fist collided with the opponent's massive blade, sparks flying. Moments later, the giant sword broke in half, and Jin An's fist continued its momentum, striking Lit directly. Lit's body traced a beautiful arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. As dust flew, Lit struggled to rise, barely managing to stand. However, his legs trembled uncontrollably, nearly unable to support him. Feeling the intense pain radiating from various parts of his body, especially his chest, which had caved in, leaving a deep fist imprint, Lit spat out a mouthful of blood and suddenly burst into laughter, revealing his blood-stained teeth. "Right now, your strength is greater, but my skills are still superior." As he spoke, his subordinates suddenly appeared on the scene, grabbing the father and daughter, dragging them before the protagonist. "But this is where it ends. I have captured the people I want, and I have no interest in you anymore." With a swift motion, Lit grabbed Olga's arm, his eyes suddenly gleaming with intensity. "I'm sorry, I couldn't protect my daughter." The man's hands were tied behind his back, regret showing in his eyes. The expressions of the father and daughter were filled with guilt and anxiety, firmly controlled by the pirates, unable to escape. "Let them go." Jin An's cold voice echoed throughout the arena. His words carried authority and left no room for doubt. Lit, with hostages in hand, remained unfazed, pulling Olga in front of him. "I'm not here to test strength. My goal has always been treasure." He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "No matter the means, we will achieve ultimate victory. That is the code of conduct for us pirates." Ha 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 ha. Jin An's gaze was deep and calm. He saw through everything the pirate leader was thinking. In his eyes, Ritter was merely a blustering clown trying to coerce him with shallow threats. He knew that the other party would absolutely not kill Olga and her father. If they dared to act, they wouldn't survive either. "Do you think this can threaten me?" Jin An's voice was calm and collected, revealing an unshakable confidence. Upon hearing this, Ritter's heart tightened. He sensed the other party's pride and disdain, which ignited a surge of anger within him. He was determined to prove his strength to the protagonist and would not allow anyone to look down on him. "You are too arrogant." Ritter's voice was filled with anger and struggle, and he was resolved to make the protagonist pay the price. However, Jin An's gaze remained steady, unperturbed by Ritter's provocation. "I don't know if you've heard the saying, a gun is fast at 10 paces. Within 10 paces, it is both fast and accurate." Just as Ritter was about to threaten again, Jin An swiftly and decisively took a step forward, his figure like lightning, pointing his finger at the other party. The finger gun whistled past, directly aimed at the arm Ritter was holding onto. Ritter had no time to react. His hand was pierced by the finger gun, and the dagger fell from his grip, splattering blood on the ground. A look of shock and pain appeared on Ritter's face as he stared at his hand, blood gushing from the wound, soaking through his robe. Immediately after, Jin An directed several more finger guns at the pirates. The pirates had no time to see the protagonist's actions before suddenly feeling a powerful impact. Their arms were almost simultaneously pierced, blood gushing out like a fountain. My hand! What is happening? Who attacked?" Cries of agony echoed through the valley as the pirates fell to the ground, struggling to survive. Their arms were covered in bright red blood, trembling painfully at the wounds, and most importantly, they had not seen how Jin An had moved his hand. "Now do you believe what I said?" Jin An smiled lightly. His words sounded like a devil's whisper in the ears of the pirates. The pirates twisted their faces in pain, their eyes filled with fear. They had not expected the other party to be so powerful that even their most basic self-defense ability was stripped away. So strong. Olga's eyes instantly became as clear as lake water, yet contained turbulent waves. She gazed at the scene before her, as if witnessing an unbelievable dream. The fierce faces of the pirates now seemed to have lost their vitality, their bodies weak like a beach washed by waves. So impressive. I'm glad Olga met him. A sense of indescribable shock surged within Olga's father. He never expected that the first person he encountered after 200 years would possess such terrifying strength. Even more astonishing was the fact that this powerful individual would also enter the belly of Lord Lantern. The father and daughter broke free from the pirates' control and hurried to Jin An's side. The pirates knelt on the ground, trembling, their faces showing a hint of helplessness and despair. Their previous arrogance had vanished without a trace. All that remained was a bleak posture. Jin An stood before them, tall and imposing, his expression revealing coldness and impatience. His gaze swept over the kneeling pirates, showing no hint of mercy. Those who did wrong must pay the price. And who knew how much innocent blood these people had on their hands. Lit raised his head, his eyes filled with pleading. He knew he could no longer resist, and could only hope for the protagonist's mercy. His lips trembled as he struggled to speak. "Please, let's go." The other pirates echoed in agreement, their voices tinged with sobs and frustration. "Yes, we're begging you." Jin An's heart was calm, and after a moment of silence, he seemed to weigh the pros and cons. The pirates noticed Jin An's hesitation and begged even more fervently. "We will never dare to commit crimes again. Please, spare us." Finally, Jin An spoke slowly. "I would like to ask you, when you slaughtered civilians and those innocent people, did you ever listen to their pleas for mercy?" The pirates exchanged glances, sensing the implication in Jin An's words. "It seemed you were unwilling to let us go." The pirates felt Jin An's resolve, and their expressions instantly twisted into something fierce and menacing. Those who were kneeling suddenly stood up, their eyes filled with resentment and anger. "Do you think you can easily deal with us?" Litter shouted, his voice full of rage. "We just don't want to go down with you." Litter took out a transponder snail from his pocket, looking at Jin An with a crazed expression. "With just one command from me, the explosives on the ship will detonate. Don't forget we are inside a monster. If an explosion occurs, no one can predict what the consequences will be." Other pirates also stood up, their posture straight, their eyes flashing with ferocity. They had abandoned pleas and begging. Now they had only one thought, which was to perish together with Jin An. The father and daughter listened to the pirates' words, their expressions becoming somewhat hesitant. The girl's brow furrowed slightly, her eyes filled with confusion, unsure how to face the situation before them. The father's expression also grew serious, revealing a hint of worry in his eyes. The pirate's mention of mutual destruction made him hesitate. He did not want to see his daughter caught up in this, but he also did not know how to choose. Their hearts were filled with contradictions and struggles, unsure how to make the right choice. At this critical moment, they were entangled in various emotions, unable to make a decision easily. The father and daughter looked at each other, silently communicating. However, facing the crisis before them, their hearts gradually became resolute. They knew they could not easily succumb to evil forces and must bravely face all challenges. Although uncertain about what the future would hold, they were determined to fight against fate to the end, defending their dignity even at the cost of their lives. "Our lives were saved by you. We unconditionally obey your decision," the man said with a hearty laugh. Olga also nodded without any hesitation. Jin An watched the father and daughter, feeling the nameless determination flowing within them. His brows furrowed slightly, and a sense of helplessness and sympathy surged in his heart. He could sense their hesitation and confusion, but at the same time, he also knew the firmness and courage within them. Jin An finally took out the goose-wing knife that was worn at his waist. "Have you ever seen a soaring slash?" Jin An did not give them a chance to respond. He slowly placed both hands on the hilt of his sword, his movements as smooth and natural as flowing water. Suddenly, with a speed almost impossible to catch with the naked eye, he darted forward, and the light of the blade shattered the island's silence. The heads of the pirates flew through the air, blood gushing out like a fountain. Their eyes were filled with a desperate madness for a final struggle. But under Jin An's strike, they could no longer escape the shackles of fate. In an instant, blood rained down, and debris scattered everywhere. Jin An's figure darted through the pirates like a swift wind, each swing of his blade delivering a decisive death. His movements were light and sharp, reminiscent of a dancer, yet imbued with an inescapable intent to kill. The father and daughter watched this scene, filled with shock and astonishment. They had never witnessed such a ferocious battle. Jin An's strength was beyond their belief. It felt as though they were witnessing a nightmarish scene, a surge of inexplicable fear and joy rising within them. Yet, Jin An's gaze remained calm and resolute, his actions merciless. He knew these pirates were stained with blood. In this cruel world, pirates sprouted like mushrooms after rain, and no matter what was done, they could never be completely eradicated. However, he could not prevent it all. All he could do was this. "Well done," the man exclaimed excitedly, jumping up. These scum should have long gone to hell. If it weren't for his lack of strength, he would have loved to personally take a blade to these scoundrels who harmed his daughter. "Let's go." Jin An looked at the father and daughter. "Where are we going?" Olga asked curiously. Jin An looked at Olga with some confusion, pointing in the direction of the lantern-fish lantern. "Of course, we should go out. The smell here is terrible. Now that you're here, aren't you curious about the pure gold?" Olga felt very strange. They had come all this way, yet she had no thoughts about the pure gold. After all, they were just a step away from it. "To be honest, I'm interested in pure gold, but not very much," Jin An thought for a moment and continued. "But since we're already here, we might as well take a look." "Then let's go." Olga had been eyeing the pure gold for 200 years, and now that she could finally seek it out, she was incredibly excited. "Let's go." Treasure hunting. 30 minutes later, Jin An stood in front of a building full of stairs with 2 other people. "Why does this thing look so much like a Mayan pyramid?" Jin An murmured. "Is Maya the name of an island?" Olga asked curiously. Jin An reminisced. "It's a very distant place." "All right, let's not talk about that anymore. Let's go in." Olga's father walked ahead, leading the way, as there are many traps inside, so remember to keep up with me. The laboratory that stores pure gold is at the very back of this building. As the creator of this place, the man knows it exceptionally well. Having him guide us will save a lot of effort. Not yet asking, "Uncle, what is your name?" Jin An curiously asked the man walking in front. Olga's father stopped at the entrance and pointed at the words on the stone tablet. "Miss China AC. After 200 years, I'm almost forgetting my own name." AC stroked the stone tablet, his face showing both pride and nostalgia. "Uncle AC, please take care of us." Jin An has a good impression of this uncle and definitely wants to take the opportunity to persuade him to go to the Solbei kingdom. Jin An and his daughter passed through a series of mechanisms and arrived at the room where pure gold was stored. The last door of the Peacock Harp Eagle Bridge. Each of these mechanisms was a life-and-death test for intruders. But for AC, who designed these mechanisms, they were all memories. Jin An and his daughter pushed the door open and walked into the laboratory, where a dazzling sight greeted them. Under the glass cover, pure gold sparkled with a brilliant golden light, exuding an intoxicating aura. "This is pure gold." Jin An's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. He had never seen such a magnificent sight. The glow emitted by pure gold not only represented wealth, but also meant that life could be prolonged for a long time. Olga was also stunned by the scene before her. She had never been to her father's laboratory, and even the ring on her finger was a gift from her parents. They stared at the pure gold under the glass cover, their eyes sparkling with a unique brilliance. Their emotions were unsettled for a long time, filled with anticipation and longing for the future. The golden light emitted by the pure gold made them feel a strange power. This was pure gold. As long as one was touched by its radiance, the aging process of the body would slow down significantly, and even the progression of diseases would be infinitely slowed. Axie took the pure gold out of the glass container, his eyes full of emotion. This thing had saved his daughter's life, but had also cost his wife's life. His feelings towards this thing he had created were truly complicated. "Wow, Dad, there's so many books here," Olga exclaimed. They looked around and found that the room was filled with a large number of materials and experimental equipment. These materials documented countless experiments and research results. It was obvious that this laboratory had once housed many important scientific projects. "What should we do with all this?" Jin An tilted his head to ask Axie. "These are all research materials about pure gold. There's no need to take them out." Axie sighed. "Let these materials be stored forever in the belly of the lanternfish." Olga's eyes widened as she looked at the glimmering pure gold. "Are we taking all the pure gold out?" Axie also turned his gaze to Jin An. This matter still needed Jin An to make a decision. "Pure gold represents endless wealth," Jin An said softly, "but the price of this wealth is a bit high. It's better to leave the pure gold here. We shouldn't take something that could provoke endless disputes out. Longevity is tempting to anyone. If this world were filled with the immortal, the direction of the world would already be fixed. The strong would remain strong, and the weak would never have a chance to turn things around. The father and daughter silently stood by, watching Jin An's actions, filled with admiration in their hearts. A person who can control greed and desire will surely achieve great things in the future. Ding! Axie picked up a knife from the table and gently scraped it across the pure gold, taking off a piece the size of a fingernail. You can't come here empty-handed. Axie handed the piece of pure gold to Jin An. Let this piece be a memento. It's also my gratitude for saving us. So how do we get out? The three had reached the place where Jin An had fainted, but Olga had no idea how to leave from there. Call Elizabeth over. You guys can ride on it, and I'll take you out. The water lizard can run on the water surface. Jin An wanted to catch a few more to take with him. Such a convenient mode of transportation is hard to find. Okay. Olga didn't ask why and immediately took action. Now she was completely obedient to Jin An's words. Wow, flying feels amazing. Olga flew in the air, experiencing this wonderful sensation. Get ready, we're going out. Jin An took the father and daughter, along with a few water lizards, and flew directly to the lanternfish's tongue. He smiled widely, clenched his right fist to gather strength, and then punched out. Roar! The lanternfish felt a sharp pain and let out a piercing roar, its mouth uncontrollably opening. Let's go. Controlling the flames around them, they flew directly out of the lanternfish's mouth. The Grand Line, unknown islands. The sea breeze roared, blowing sand particles everywhere, and the sky was overcast. It seemed to curse this forgotten, deserted island. At the edge of the island, a group of dark figures surrounded a woman with emerald green hair. The ship docked by the sea is yours, you human traffickers, right? The girl raised her knife towards the people in front of her, her voice echoing across the island. I was so foolish. You people are clearly not good, and I actually fell for your tricks. Despite being in a dangerous situation, her attitude was uncompromising, as if she possessed enough strength to protect herself and change the situation. The traffickers laughed at her, holding sharp blades, their eyes glinting with lewdness. You really are quite foolish. You only realized it when you saw our ship. The leader of the traffickers licked his lips, his voice tinged with a vulgar chuckle. There's no need to struggle. With your strength, you can't resist us. He lightly tapped his palm with the sword, greedily scanning the woman's body, as if she were already in their grasp. This hair, this skin, this figure, simply a beauty of the world. His eyes sparkled as if he envisioned the woman after he had trained her. Facing the traffickers' lewd laughter and filthy gazes, the woman showed no signs of retreat. If I get hurt, the price will go down, right? However, the traffickers were unconcerned. Their eyes were filled only with possessiveness and desire for the woman. Behind you is the sea. You can't escape from us. Give up. No, I still have a way to escape. The woman's voice was filled with anger and disgust. Is this the end? It seems I can only fly to the future again. The woman could only choose to use her last resort to escape from here. Suddenly, a girl's scream echoed from the sky. Whoa, Everyone looked up and saw three figures descending from the sky, landing softly on the island with the gentle sound of wind. I told you not to fly so fast. My heart is about to jump out. The girl held her chest, breathing heavily, her eyes filled with fear. And her legs went weak, sitting down on the ground. Aren't we in a hurry? Jin An scratched his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. I just thought to let you rest for a while. Rest can't withstand your kind of speed. The girl looked around at the unfamiliar island, wondering where this place was. Jin An looked at the strange scene, feeling a bit troubled. Suddenly, he saw a group of people not far away, looking joyful. I found someone to ask for directions. I'll go ask. You all stay here and continue resting. Axie leaned against a coconut tree, waving his hand weakly. He was in worse shape than his daughter and could barely speak. Don't come over. The woman surrounded by the traffickers saw the man who had landed on the island walking towards her and quickly shouted loudly. Jin An chose not to heed the words of the woman and continued walking forward, his eyes curiously observing the human traffickers in front of him. Excuse me, we want to leave this sea area. Do you know where this place is? Upon hearing Jin An's words, the traffickers showed a hint of surprise in their eyes, followed by a smirk of amusement. Oh, you want to leave this sea area? That's not easy, one of the traffickers replied mockingly. But we're kind-hearted and can help you. As long as you follow us, we guarantee to take you away. You shouldn't have come here. The woman surrounded by the traffickers sighed, realizing that in this situation, she could only lead these three people into the future. I just asked for directions, Jin An said, shrugging at the traffickers surrounding him. We know. We said we would take you out. The trafficker brandished a chain, preparing to tie the two people up and take them away. A hint of urgency flashed in the woman's eyes as she scanned the traffickers, looking for an opening to help the man break through the encirclement. Meanwhile, a glint of cunning sparkled in the protagonist's eyes. Since you don't want to give us a dignified way out, then there's no other choice. Just as the traffickers were about to make their move, Jin An's figure suddenly vanished from the spot. He deftly dodged the first chain attack, and then launched a surprise assault on the nearest trafficker with an unexpected speed. A heavy punch aimed at the trafficker's chin landed with a thud, sending the trafficker crashing to the ground. Ah! My God, there's a monster! The other traffickers were taken aback, their faces pale as they turned and ran. Now I want to run? Jin An's lips curled into a cold smile. It's too late. Jin An moved like the wind, charging at the human traffickers like a gust sweeping away the clouds, each punch and kick carrying the power of destruction. The traffickers were powerless to fight back, being knocked down one after another, leaving only chaos in their wake. I was reckless. The woman stared in shock at the scene. She had thought this man was just an ordinary person who had wandered into the area, but she never expected him to be so brave and powerful. I heard the woman cough, 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 a desperate sound of distress. A figure, swollen like a round ball and wielding twin knives, emerged from the sea, its face entangled in seaweed, looking like a monster from the ocean. The woman and Jin An stared in astonishment at this sudden creature, a hint of surprise welling up in their hearts. They had not anticipated that such a being was hidden in the sea. Who dares to act recklessly in this sea? The monster bellowed. Then, the figure crashed heavily to the ground in front of Jin An and the others. Was this monster a fool invited by a monkey? Jin An walked up to the monster and poked its body. As expected, there was no reaction at all. To be honest, the monster's body was quite elastic. The woman gently walked in front of the protagonist, her eyes filled with gratitude, and she slightly bowed to Jin An. Thank you, you saved my life. The woman's voice trembled slightly, but her words were full of sincerity and appreciation. Without you, we would probably have long become captives of those people. Jin An nodded gently, a hint of kindness flashing in his eyes. It was a small effort, and they were planning to take action against me. So, strictly speaking, I was just acting in self-defense. Olga finally calmed down, and when she passed by the trafficker, she took a cold breath. How could a simple question for directions lead to killing everyone? Jin An pursed his lips and said, they want to sell me for money, and I still have to provide them with good food and drink? Olga didn't take these human traffickers to heart. When she saw the woman beside Jin An, her eyes stared blankly at the other person. What a beautiful person. The woman smiled slightly and greeted the person in front of her. My name is Anew. Nice to meet you. Moonlight poured like water over the lonely island, casting mottled shadows. In the quiet night, a sudden downpour shattered the tranquility. Thunder roared, and lightning split the dark sky. The weather on the Grand Line is so unpredictable. One moment it's sunny, and the next it's pouring rain. In the midst of the storm, a woman stood alone by the sea, raindrops soaking her clothes through the umbrella. Her eyes reflected helplessness and confusion, as if she were a lost bird, exhausted in body and mind. Staying here is not good for your health. Jin An appeared in her line of sight. His face was faintly visible in the heavy rain, yet it exuded a gentle aura as he leaned his umbrella a bit towards the woman, just enough to shield her from the raindrops that slipped through. Anew's delicate face blushed slightly, her bright eyes fixed on Jin An, feeling a bit shy as she looked at his smiling face. Thank you, Anew said softly, her voice trembling slightly, yet filled with warmth. She had drifted alone in the river of time for far too long, and suddenly pausing like this didn't seem so bad. You seem to have something on your mind? Jin An observed the expression on Anew's face. Her eyes revealed a deep worry mixed with a hint of hope, as if she were troubled by something that was both anticipated and concerning. The woman lifted her head and looked into Jin An's warm eyes, a surge of indescribable feelings rising in her heart. Her voice was soft and captivating. I have longed to reach the land of harmony since I was a child, but unfortunately, after traveling for so long, arriving there still seems to be a distant dream. Jin An felt a bit familiar upon hearing the name of this island. As in his previous life, he often heard people mentioning wanting to go to Wano country to kill someone named Momonosuke. However, he was clear on who Momonosuke was, since after defeating Doflamingo, he had been stuck and hadn't been able to continue the story until he crossed over. Wano country, if he remembered correctly, should be in the Grand Line, right? This should be the South Sea, right? You stood by the sea, listening to Jin An say this was the South Sea, and a hint of surprise appeared on her face. Her eyes gazed into the distance as if she was contemplating something. Then she gently shook her head. This was the latter half of the Grand Line. Huh, to end up in a place like this after coming out of Lanternfish's belly. It would take a lot of time to return to the South Sea. Could it be that you are from the South Sea? Anew's beautiful eyes widened. and her jade hand covered her lips. She knew how far it was from the South Sea to here. But the other party seemed unaware that they had arrived in the Grand Line. That didn't quite add up. It couldn't be that they teleported here, right? She could time travel. Could someone also travel through space? This thought piqued Yu's interest. Looking at the man in front of her, he seemed to be wearing a Navy uniform, a type of clothing she had seen during her time travels. Yes, my home is in the South Sea, in the Solbei Kingdom. Jin An rubbed his slightly aching head. The phone bug had long been digested into nothing in the lanternfish's stomach, and he could only rely on himself to return to the South Sea. He wondered why he had flown for so long without encountering a single warship. In the second half of the Grand Line, meeting a warship was like seeing a ghost. This place was entirely a paradise for pirates, where the strongest pirates in the world occupied territory and claimed dominance, while the Navy's influence here was quite limited. If you want to go back to the South Sea, it might be a bit difficult, Yu pondered. Although she wasn't sure exactly where they were, she knew that there were only two ways to return from the second half of the Grand Line to the Four Seas. The first was to directly cross the doldrums, which was the simplest yet most challenging method. From what she knew, those who chose this method ended up in the stomachs of fish. The second was to reach the Four Seas via the Red Line, but this method required prior application to the Celestial Dragons, and she wasn't sure how reliable it was. She had only heard about it. It doesn't matter. Where there's a will, there's a way. Jin An could only comfort himself with that thought. Yu looked at the man in front of her with shining eyes. This saying was truly philosophical. Jin An snapped his fingers and returned to the original topic. Oh, right, you said you want to go to Wano country, right? Yu nodded, a glimmer of longing flashing in her eyes. Her family had lived outside of Wano for generations, but strictly speaking, they were still affiliated with the Kazuki clan. However, her family had now vanished into the river of history. She just had a strong desire to go to the place that her family had longed for. So, what are your plans once you reach Wano? Jin An asked curiously. Plans after reaching Wano? Yu looked somewhat confused. She had never thought about this matter. Her journey spanned 800 years, and now she was all alone. I don't know. After pondering for a while, Yu still couldn't come up with an answer to the question. But I must go to Wano. Her words were resolute. If she couldn't even reach Wano, then there was no point in thinking about what came after. This is my first time in the Grand Line. I don't even know where Wano is, so I really can't help you with this. Jin An looked at the corpses scattered around and felt a twinge of regret. If he had known, he would have left one alive to interrogate. Earlier, he thought they were still in the South China Sea and didn't think much of it, directly killing them all. However, it wasn't a big problem. Jin An and Yu exchanged a glance and simultaneously turned their attention to the monster lying on the beach, sound asleep. Jin An, I found something great. Olga, holding an umbrella and a piece of paper, joyfully ran over to Jin An. Before Jin An could respond, Olga thrust the paper in front of his eyes. Look, this is the bounty for the guys you just took down. We're going to make a fortune. Olga bounced around excitedly. This money was the first they had earned since returning to this world. How could she not be happy? Octopus Topaz Pirate Crew. Captain, Jimu Bounty, 40 million berries. Jin An stared at the photo on the bounty, stroking his chin in thought. This guy, why does he seem familiar? Yu looked puzzled, her beautiful eyes moving back and forth between Jin An and the bounty. What? Have you seen this guy before? Suddenly, Jin An slapped his thigh in realization. He remembered where he'd seen this guy. During the Marineford War. This guy was the captain of a pirate crew under the Whitebeard pirates participating in that war. Well, I guess I've seen him before. Anyway, this guy is definitely no good. Jin An chuckled and lightly brushed past the topic. 40 million. Olga, holding the bounty notice, was dazedly grinning, her heart blooming with joy. Yu didn't mind and redirected her gaze to the monster at her feet, giving it a kick. This guy had startled her when he first appeared, so kicking him a few times felt pretty good. Yu looked at Jin An, wanted to hear his opinion. Maybe they should just throw this guy into the sea. Hey, why are you throwing me into the sea? After a night, the monster had returned to its original form and started cursing at Jin An and the others. Jin An innocently said, You scared us when you came out of the sea yesterday. We didn't pursue the matter and even kindly let you go back from where you came. I feel we did nothing wrong. The man pointed at Jin An, so angry that his finger trembled, and after a long while managed to squeeze out one word. You. Jin An waved his hand, showing a face that seemed to say he was doing a good deed without expecting anything in return. I know you want to thank me, but there's no need to be so excited. It was just a small effort on my part. The man was even angrier. Jin An answered quickly. All right, I've already said no need to thank me. The man's face turned purple. The frustration he felt was intense. Was this person across from him out of their mind, not allowing him to finish a single complete sentence? Tion Yusher finally couldn't hold back and laughed, seeing a nearly 4-meter tall man with a green face, wanting to lose his temper but unable to retort against the other. It was truly hard not to laugh. Even you too. The man felt as if he was being pierced by 1,000 arrows. He was embarrassed in front of the beautiful woman and wished he could find a hole to bury his head in. As a man, come duel with me. The man took a step forward, towering over Jin and looking down at the man who only reached his waist. We're not familiar with each other. Why should I listen to you? Jin An lazily ignored the other's demands, yawned, and lightly walked to Tion Yusher's side. Tion Yusher restrained her smile. Her impression of the monster man had worsened a bit. Brother, let's skip the fighting. Jin An remembered he still had questions to ask. Do you know how to get to the land of harmony? Tion Yusher covered her moist lips, surprised that the person she had just met would remember what she said yesterday. The land of harmony? The man's expression became serious. He had just come from that place and did not want to return. Seeing the man's reaction, Tion Yusher instantly became excited. She knew this person in front of her knew the direction to the land of harmony. Did you come from the land of harmony? I've always wanted to go there. Can you take us to the land of harmony? The man's face was filled with resistance. His expression scrunched up. I went through a lot of hardships to get out. Tion Yusher frowned. It felt uncomfortable to have the place she had been looking forward to so dismissed by him. Do you have many enemies in the land of harmony? Jin An asked curiously. Gina believes that this person has such a strong resistance to go to Wano country. There must be some unspoken reasons. How is that possible? The man immediately retorted, I, Odin, am loved by everyone in Wano country. No one is more popular than me. He is the current daimyo of Kuri, and the entire Wano country is his territory. However, he has always wanted to go out and see the outside world, but unfortunately, he has a tendency to get lost, and it is only now that he has realized this dream. Can you point us in a direction? Since the timing is no longer favorable, we can only seek a second option. Oh well, a cold sweat trickled down Odin's forehead. He completely had no idea where this place was. It was the farthest he had ever been, and his tendency to get lost had always affected his sense of direction. He simply couldn't do it. Suddenly, loud shouts from many people came from the coast, startling the birds resting on the island. Odin, are you still alive? Who are these people? Jin An's eyes flashed, and in his perception, many extraordinary individuals had arrived on this island. He saw the pirate ships docked at the coast. Could be the Whitebeard pirates? At that moment, Olga and Ashi came running from a distance, their faces pale and their teeth trembling uncontrollably. So many pirate ships. This island is surrounded by pirate ships. Although this is the latter half of the Grand Line, there are just too many pirates. Why have these pirate ships come here? Olga stammered. She was over 200 years old, but it was her first time witnessing such a scene. Looking at the ships with pirate flags docked at the distant coast, along with the footsteps approaching from afar, Olga and her daughter, along with Tianyue, felt a huge wave rise in their hearts. They simply couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. So many pirates could easily destroy a world government member country, and the fierce pirates before them completely refreshed the trio's worldview. Most importantly, they seemed to have just shouted someone's name. Yuqian's expression was very rich, alternating between joy and disappointment, and finally, he let out a sigh. A man holding a long-handled knife slowly walked up and stood in front of Yuqian. Yuqian, come onto my ship. Yuqian's gloom was swept away. He raised his head and looked directly at the other party. But I let go, and I couldn't complete the test you gave me. The man with the pineapple head walked over, lagging behind the tall figure by a step, teasingly approaching Yuqian. To give up your ambition because of a woman's screams, I didn't expect you to be so naive. The pirates began to jeer, genuinely acknowledging the man who had persevered in the sea. Ha ha, Marco, stop teasing Yuqian, look at his expression. I have to say, it's the first time I've seen him with that look. It's really interesting. It feels like a woman was taken away by someone else. Seeing the only two women hiding behind a stranger, a thought flashed through the pirates' minds. That guy Yuqian wouldn't fail to save someone, only to be despised by them, right? Whitebeard looked at Jin An with great interest. Kid, have we met somewhere before? Hearing Whitebeard's words, Jin An looked a bit confused. It seemed he had never interacted with the other party, but the other party seemed certain he was the person from his memories. Jin An shook his head and said honestly, I don't remember having seen you. The old man with a white beard laughed heartily, and his laughter scattered the clouds in the sky far away. It seems I need to give you some hints. He paused for a moment and continued. Years ago in the Valley of the Gods. Jin An's eyes sharpened as he stared directly at Whitebeard. He had not interacted with the other party on that island at all. How did they know about him? Whitebeard plunged Song, Yin, Qian to the ground, and a wave of energy swept towards Jin An. It seems you've remembered Gula la la la. When I arrived there, I just saw you leaving. At that time, Lingling was seriously injured. I hadn't seen her so disheveled since I boarded the rock ship. Wow. The surrounding pirates looked at the short figure in front of their captain and couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. No way. That monster Charlotte Lingling could be defeated by this little guy. In a place like God Valley, how could someone this strong survive? Do you want to come on my ship? Whitebeard reached out and patted Jin An on the shoulder, his eyes fixed on him. Whitebeard's words silenced everyone present. They were all shaken to the core by what he said. Old man, we don't even know what that guy's identity is. Is it a bit unreliable to let him join us? After a moment of silence, the pirates whispered to each other, clearly uninterested in the person in front of them. They were the Whitebeard pirates, ruling the Grand Line. Not just anyone could join. If his identity was unclear, it wouldn't matter even if he defeated Lingling. Didn't they see how that big fool Yutian had to go through many trials before he was slowly accepted? Jin An looked at the hand on his shoulder and stepped back without leaving a trace. The clothes he was wearing were all stripped from pirates. Otherwise, Whitebeard probably wouldn't have suggested that he join the pirate crew upon seeing a military uniform. No, I'm quite comfortable in the Navy, Jin An said, staring directly at Whitebeard. Feeling no panic at all. The Navy? He said he was in the Navy. The pirates reined in their smiles and all drew their swords, pointing them at Jin An with a bloodthirsty gleam in their eyes. Oh, Whitebeard raised an eyebrow slightly. He didn't expect the other party to dare to speak the truth so openly. Of course, he knew Jin An's identity. This guy had been in the headlines recently, making it hard not to know. However, he genuinely appreciated him and wanted him to join his big family. With a half-smile, Whitebeard said, "You, a Navy officer, have come alone to our pirate territory looking for some excitement?" Jin An knew that at this moment, saying anything would be futile. Whether he could safely leave here today depended entirely on the other party's mood, mainly because he was not alone. However, he still explained, "Not at all. I stumbled upon this place by accident." The pirates, however, did not believe Jin An's words. The hostility in their eyes only intensified. "Old man, no need to talk to him much. Let's go kill him. The Navy dares to come here. They should be ready to die at any moment. You don't need to say much. I have my own considerations." Whitebeard stomped his foot on the ground, and an invisible aura surged from him towards Jin An suddenly. Jin An felt a tremendous pressure rushing towards him. He knew this was Whitebeard testing him. He remained unafraid. This level of pressure was something he could endure with gritted teeth. Looking at Jin An, who showed no reaction, Whitebeard revealed a satisfied expression. He had not misjudged him. The other party was indeed worth him extending an olive branch. Gwahahaha. Whitebeard's aura dissipated. "You kid is pretty good. Really? Are you not considering joining us?" Jin An let out a sigh and said slowly, "Although the Navy may not be as free as you, there's a stable place to live and a steady salary over there. I am quite satisfied with this kind of life. It seems there is nothing more to discuss." Whitebeard withdrew his gaze. Since the other party had made a decision, he would no longer force it. Whitebeard was not the kind of person to compel others to do things they were unwilling to do. Turning to another direction, Whitebeard asked Odin, "Are you still planning to go to sea with me?" "Of course," Odin replied excitedly without hesitation. "The adventure ahead will be beyond your imagination." Whitebeard looked at him and asked, "Are you ready, little brother?" "What else is there to say, Whitebeard?" Odin laughed heartily. The pirates no longer paid attention to Jin An and the others, all rushing towards Odin and lifting him high. They genuinely recognized this like-minded man. And how could they not be happy that he could join their big family? "Old man must have made things tough for you, huh? After suffering so much, you finally joined us. It's truly a cause for celebration." Looking at his crew who were arranging things on the side, Whitebeard found it both amusing and exasperating. "You guys." Odin, who was put down by everyone, saw his two old friends, Inuarashi and Kinemon. "What are you doing here?" The pirates were surprised. Someone actually stowed away. Kinemon smiled. "We knew Lord Odin would definitely make it on board, so we hid on the ship." Whitebeard looked at Aizu, who was indignant, and turned to Jin An and the others to ask, "You guys want to go to Wano, right?" Temitsushi nodded crazily. "That's right. You promised to take us there." Whitebeard shook his head in refusal, as he did not want to go to Wano again. "I won't go, but I can arrange for these stowaways to return with you." Aizu and Kinemon immediately felt displeased. "Why? We are all Lord Odin's retainers. Wherever he goes, we go." Kinemon glanced at Jin An and the others. "We don't even know them. Even if they want to go to Wano, it's none of our business." Sushi looked at Odin and the others in disbelief. She never expected that 800 years later, her colleagues in Wano would be like this, unwilling to even show them the way. We just want you to point us in the right direction. As long as they didn't let them leave Odin. Aizu and the others became much friendlier. Kinemon pounded his chest, making a thud sound. In that case, pointing the way is no problem at all. Leave it to me. To be honest, Sushi was no longer looking forward to Wano as much. However, if she didn't go there, wouldn't all her hard work be in vain? Odin, you are the daimyo of the Kazuki family in this generation? Jin An asked curiously. He heard that Kinemon and the others identified themselves as Odin's retainers. As far as he knew, the only family at the top in Wano was the Kazuki family. Odin proudly raised his head and said arrogantly, "That's right. My name is Kazuki Odin." Sushi's beautiful eyes flashed. As the daimyo of Wano, shouldn't you stay there to learn how to govern the country? My father is governing the country. The sea is the romance of a man. I just hope to sail freely on the ocean in the future. Odin spread his arms and embraced the sea before him. But you are the heir. The future of the country rests on your shoulders. Sushi could not agree with his thoughts. She couldn't understand how someone could abandon the future of an entire nation's people for their own dreams. Odin laughed heartily. With my father's health, living another 30 or 40 years is no problem. Taking over the country is too far for me. Jin An looked at Tion as if he were looking at a fool. The things the other person did seemed quite absurd to him. Although he loved to slack off, he never neglected his responsibilities, and even when he played the role of a carefree boss, he felt guilty and could not be as nonchalant as the other person. The white-bearded man waved at Jin An, leading his family towards the Moby Dick. Well then, little guy, we'll meet again next time. This is Wano country. Tion, you strolled along the street filled with drifting cherry blossoms. The houses on both sides of the street were just like the one she lived in 800 years ago, all in Japanese style. She had arrived at the place she had longed for, but her mood was not as joyful as she had expected. Jin An stood at the entrance of a shop, his hand lightly resting on the old wooden door. The dappled light from the tree shadows fell on his face, creating scattered patches of light. Since I've already taken you to your destination, we'll be leaving now. Jin An didn't really want to stay here any longer. The place didn't give him a good feeling. Moreover, after arriving in Wano country, he knew where he should head next. The frustrating part was that there were no phone bugs for sale here. Since this country practiced isolationism and almost nothing from the outside world could come in. Hadn't they just arrived in Wano country not long ago? Tion Yushur was struggling a bit. Her heart was filled with contradictions, and a forced smile barely appeared on her lips. Tion Shuryu stopped in her tracks. Looking at Jin An's back, a hint of reluctance surfacing in her eyes. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she had 1,000 words to say, but didn't know where to start. She bit her lower lip lightly, feeling as if something was blocking her throat. She reached out her hand, seemingly wanting to touch him, but ultimately couldn't take that step forward. Jin An turned around, his gaze meeting hers, and he could sense a hint of reluctance from her. After all, in this world, she had only a few friends like Jin An. He nodded slightly yes, but I have already lost contact with my subordinates and friends for too long. Tion Yu hesitated for a moment, but still stepped forward, condensing all the unspoken gratitude into a hug. Thank you. This journey has become less lonely because of you. A gust of wind swept by, lifting the petals around them, as if to add a touch of poetry to their farewell. Watching his figure gradually blur in the crowd, Tion Shuriwe felt a twinge of unease in her heart. After hesitating for a few seconds, she took a deep breath, and the anxiety about the future ignited her courage to act. The various sounds in the air seemed to fall silent in an instant, and the whole world was left with only the sound of her heartbeat. She understood that what she desired was not just the companionship on this journey, but also to face the countless landscapes that might come in the future together with him. Even though there was still some uncertainty in her heart, it was not enough to stop her steps forward. Taking a deep breath, as if to store all the floral fragrance and fresh air in her chest, she raised her head, her gaze firmly following his steps. At the moment she made her decision, all the hesitation and fear were crushed by her tightly clasped hands. Scattering along the path behind her, she began to chase after him, her steps growing faster until they turned into a run. Each step a ritual of bidding farewell to the past. She was no longer the woman standing at the crossroads, confused and watching. The thoughts of the past could no longer bind her actions, and she was no longer someone who lived for the kingdom of he. Hey, Jin An! She shouted loudly at the figure that was about to disappear. Jin An felt a bit strange, but still stopped. He didn't know what Tion Yuen meant by calling out to him. Their intersection should have ended by now. The woman stood in front of him, her hand resting on the branch of a cherry blossom tree, her fingertips slightly pale. Her breathing was more hurried than usual, revealing a sense of exhaustion, as if she had used up all her strength. Yet, there was a steadfast light burning in her eyes. I want to see the places I have never been to. Her voice was deep and powerful, expressing her inner longing. There was a determination in her words to move forward. The outside world must be vast, and she wanted to see it, to experience that unfamiliar world. Jin An looked at the other person strangely. Such words shouldn't come from her mouth. After spending some time together, he understood what kind of feelings Anew felt towards the land of harmony. Logically, she shouldn't make such a decision. You should think carefully. I might never come back to the land of harmony again. Anew nodded seriously. Of course I've thought it through. This place has already left my footprints, and I can't find a reason to stay here any longer. Anew gently released her grip on the branch and looked at the people of this country. She took a deep breath, as if to inhale all the air circulating in this area. She tightened her fist, which had already started to sweat, then slowly relaxed it, as if reaching a reconciliation with the unease in her heart. Let's go. She turned around and looked at the road leading to the coast. Each step felt so heavy yet solid, as if paving her own path. Behind her, Jin An quietly watched her. He didn't continue to stop her, just silently followed her towards the seaside, the kingdom of Solbei. Kazan was anxiously waiting for news from headquarters. Kazan, is there still no news from Jin An? Big Bear looked at the life card in his hand, filled with worry for Jin, and Kazan shook his head helplessly. Not yet. That lantern fish seems to have disappeared from this world. No one has seen it appear again. After the battle stopped, they rushed to the location of the conflict, but unfortunately, there was nothing left on the vast sea. Looking at the status of a life card, his safety is not a concern. But why hasn't he contacted us for so long? Kazan felt overwhelmed. Bulu bulu, bulu bulu. The two exchanged glances, and Kazan immediately answered the snail phone. Hello, this is Kazan. Sengoku's calm voice came from the snail phone. Kazan, we have news about Jin An. Big Bear's ears perked up, eagerly wanting to know about Jin An's situation. General Sengoku, may I ask where Jin is now? Kazan's tone was slightly urgent. He is not in danger, so don't worry. Sengoku continued, that guy is now in the new world. The new world? Kazan exclaimed. Sengoku covered his ears, quietly moving the snail phone away. This can't be possible. Big Bear was dumbfounded. They had recently joined the Navy and gained a basic understanding of the Grand Line, a place known for devouring people without a trace. The news is accurate. It came from our Navy personnel embedded in the Whitebeard Pirates, Sengoku stated firmly. The Whitebeard Pirates? Kazan and Big Bear felt their brains were not enough to comprehend. How did this matter involve that fearsome pirate crew? Sengoku also felt a headache, pressing his hand against his temple, continuing, I've already instructed the Navy at G5 to keep an eye on his news. Now it depends on his luck. If he is lucky enough to encounter someone from G5, they can bring that kid back to headquarters. If he is unlucky, then there isn't much to say. The waves rolled, and the salty sea breeze stimulated every cell in their bodies. Jin An, look quickly. Olga hurriedly ran to Jin An's side, pointing ahead at the ship they were on. Olga, you're already over 200 years old. When will you be able to calm down? Jin An was dragged to the front of the ship by Olga, and when he saw the ships ahead, he couldn't help but curse. Damn, I finally see the warship. A vague shadow appeared at the horizon where the sea met the sky. Gradually, the outline of the ship and its sails became clearer, and the Navy's emblem stood out prominently in the glow of the setting sun. Jin An's spirit was lifted, and a glimmer flashed in his eyes as he immediately realized that this was an opportunity to escape from this sea area. They had been drifting at sea for nearly a month, and the food stored on the pirate ship they had seized had long been consumed. Now, they were relying on various fish in the ocean to survive. At first, Jin An was flying quickly in the air with the three others and a few water lizards. But after flying for several days, they had not seen any new islands. In the end, they could only randomly select a lucky pirate ship as their temporary resting place. At this moment, the four of them gathered on the deck, all looking at the distant warship. Their gazes met, and without words, they could understand each other's thoughts. G5. Olga stood on her tiptoes and finally saw the words on the warship's sail. Is this your Navy's unit name? Anew was not very familiar with the Navy. Exactly. Jin An returned to the middle of the ship, diligently adjusting the sails to guide the pirate ship toward the approaching warship. We won't be mistaken for pirates and sunk by them, right? Axie watched the pirate flag fluttering in the wind, her heart trembling anxiously along with the flag. Don't be afraid. The Navy won't fire indiscriminately, Jin assured. The waves gradually rose, creating white foam. And the shadow of the warship drew closer on the surface of the sea. At the same time, Olga and the others were eagerly looking forward, their hearts racing as the distance closed, their eyes sparkling with excitement. They knew they would soon be able to eat fresh food. Boom! Countless cannonballs erupted from the G5 warship, directly shattering the ship that Jin An and the others were on. Olga and the others screamed loudly, clutching the railing as they were about to fall into the sea. Just then, a gust of wind blew, gently lifting the three who were falling, suspending them in midair. The sounds of cannon fire continued, with shells raining down like there was no cost, instantly sealing off the area where Jin An and the others were located. With one strike, Jin An split all the shells in half, causing them to fall into the sea. To the warships ahead, we mean no harm. Please stop firing. A loud shout echoed across the sea, and for that moment, the world seemed to come to a halt, engulfed in silence. But that silence lasted only a moment. Soon after, the warships continued to fire shells relentlessly. It seemed they regarded us as pirates. Anew shouted loudly amidst the sound of gunfire. Jin An also knew that it was their pirate ship that prompted the other side to attack recklessly. For now, he could only get closer to the warship and explain later. He stepped into the air, and his whole body shot towards the warship like an arrow released from a bow. He charged at the Navy. After a moment, I have already explained it very clearly, right? Jin An looked down at the Navy soldiers tied up with ropes, helplessly making his fourth explanation. You've tied us up and still want to deceive us. Just kill us if you wanna. Why say so much? If my head gets cut off, I'll have a big scar, and I won't be a man. The Navy soldiers lay on the deck, glaring at Jin An and the other three. I'm a Navy soldier. You've been pointing guns at us, so we had no choice but to tie you up for safety. Jin An held his head, realizing that he couldn't communicate with these sailors at all. No matter how many times he repeated himself, it was useless. What on earth were these sailors thinking? Clearly, they didn't believe him at all, letting his words go in one ear and out the other. Uncle, do you understand navigation? Anew walked out of the warship's control room, holding a permanent compass. Axie AI shook his head. Although he was a scientist, navigation was a blind spot for him. Oh, a permanent compass. Jin An's eyes lit up as he carefully examined the object in Anew's hands. With this thing, we won't get lost. Anew felt a bit helpless hearing Jin An's words. It seemed that none of us knew how to operate a warship. Moreover, we don't even know where this permanent compass points to. If we follow the compass, will we encounter any dangers? These concerns were not an issue for Jin An. Although he wasn't an expert on these things, he knew a little about everything. Operating a warship was just a piece of cake for him. Leave it to me. Jin An patted his chest and assured. If it really came down to it, he could use the flame cloud to carry the warship. This little matter could be easily resolved. In the latter half of the Grand Line, G5 branch, reporting to the Vice Admiral. Today is another calm day in the New World. The Navy reported to their superior, who was leaning back on the sofa during their daily briefing. Got it. Maldo waved his hand, interrupting his subordinate's report. Any updates on the matter Garp instructed us about? The Navy stood at attention, reporting to the Vice Admiral. We have not made any discoveries during our patrol. Just pay attention while patrolling. Don't forget our mission. Maldo said sternly. The G5 branch is the only base the Navy has in the New World, and they are stationed there for one purpose: to eliminate any pirates that enter the New World. This means they can only fight alone, and the support from a Navy headquarters is minimal. They live each day alongside danger, with the entrance to their base littered with the corpses of pirates that attacked them. Understood. The Navy saluted and then exited. In the dimly lit room, a weary sigh was heard. Sigh. The sea is becoming increasingly chaotic. I wonder how much longer I can hold on. Then, the room fell silent again. On the other side, naval soldiers, it's time to eat. Olga bounced over to the Navy. A cart behind her was filled with a delicious-smelling mixed rice dish that emitted an enticing aroma. The Navy's noses twitched involuntarily, the smell of food permeating their senses. Move the food away a bit. Who knows what you put in it, right? Today we'd rather starve to death than eat what you made. Olga couldn't be bothered with them. She wanted to continue eating. Placing the cart in front of them, she eagerly ran back into the kitchen. Hey, little girl, how can we eat if you don't let us go? Right in front is our base. A Navy soldier introduced to Olga while holding his rice bowl. Oh no, how shabby. Olga looked at the Navy base standing on the horizon and felt her eyes sting. Little girl, although we have a good relationship, you can't slander our magnificent Navy base. The Navy immediately retorted upon hearing Olga's words. In their eyes, the base represented safety, camaraderie in battle, and was also their place of livelihood. But I really didn't expect the Navy to stay in a place like this. Olga said weakly. The dawn's faint light had yet to pierce through the heavy sea mist, and an inexplicable silence enveloped the entire area. Jin An stood on the deck of the warship with others, gazing at the gradually revealing outline of the Navy base. A gust of sea breeze blew past, bringing with it a mingling scent of salt and decay. The gates of the Navy base were tightly shut, resembling a lifeless dead zone. The scars left on the base told the visitors of the disasters that had occurred here. The walls were crumbling, some bunkers had partially collapsed, and black smoke was still rising in a corner. What was most shocking were the bodies scattered outside the base. The corpses lay in disarray or retained the postures of their final battle, quietly informing those who came here that a fierce fight had once taken place. A seasoned sailor on the ship pointed to the silent bodies, explaining in a hoarse voice, "These are the pirates who died attacking this base. Our Navy also suffered heavy losses. Outside the base, pirates would occasionally rush in to pillage and kill. The Navy clenched his fists, letting the sea breeze tousle his hair. The ruined base and scattered bodies composed a heavy scene before them. Despite the brutal and harsh reality in front of him, Jin An knew that as a soldier, it was their duty to face danger at all times. What they could do was to strive to enhance their strength and prevent tragedies from happening again. The Navy waved his hand, signaling the team to disembark with him. Tianyu's expression was stern, and both Olga and Asher silently nodded. There was no need for words among the four, as their exchanged glances were enough to convey their message. As the sun rose and the morning mist dissipated, they took their steps toward the shattered Navy base, each step heavy as 1,000 pounds. The scene inside the base was even more tragic than imagined, filled with the lingering taste of gunpowder and a sorrowful atmosphere. Bricks, shattered glass, and bullet casings lay scattered like a dirge, narrating the fierce battle that had just passed. Although the battle was over, each surviving sailor was doing what they could, whether it was transporting supplies, repairing the damaged walls, or keeping watch around them, guarding against the potential crisis that might strike again. The arrival of Jin An and his party of four initially caused a stir of vigilance. The Navy had established one defensive line after another to protect the remaining territory. Exhausted yet still maintaining a strong fighting spirit, any unusual movement could pose a new threat. However, after confirming that there were familiar faces among the newcomers, their wary gazes gradually softened. Some Navy personnel nodded, while others even attempted to squeeze out a smile, conveying an unspoken comfort and encouragement among comrades. Though the base was in ruins, morale remained intact. As they walked along the corridor, damaged by the debris, every location they passed made their hearts heavier. Yet at the same time, it strengthened their resolve to join the Navy. The Navy personnel in the base returned to their posts, continuing their busy work. "Our general is in this office, so I'll head back to my post," explained the Navy member leading the way, before swiftly moving deeper into the corridor. "Knock, knock, knock." Jin An gently tapped on the door. An elderly voice came from inside. "Come in." The group pushed open the door and entered the office. Sitting behind a large desk was an aged Navy officer, his skin resembling aged parchment, reflecting the passage of time. His eyes, framed by silver hair, shone with wisdom through his reading glasses. Upon seeing them enter, the old man smiled, set down the materials in his hands, and raised his head, his bright eyes focusing on the four individuals in front of him. His voice was hoarse yet gentle. "Welcome to the G5 branch. I am Maldo, the head of this branch. Please have a seat. You are not Navy personnel of our branch, so there's no need to be so formal." His words were brief, but conveyed warmth towards Jin An and his companions. Jin An exchanged a tacit glance with his companions, then sat down in turn, ready to listen to what this old Navy veteran, who had weathered countless storms, would arrange for them. "You must be the little guy that Garp mentioned," Maldo said, looking directly at Jin An, his eyes revealing a hint of interest. Jin nodded. "It's me." After establishing good relations with the Navy on the warship, he heard them say that Garp had privately asked them, the vice admirals, to help find Jin An and the others. Now that he saw the vice admiral in person, Jin An felt very grateful. The old man's gaze carried a hint of barely perceptible urgency. He leaned slightly forward from his chair, placed his hands gently on the desk, and stared directly at the main characters. "I have a request." Mardo spoke up, his voice steady but full of strength. The urgency of the war seemed to condense entirely on his weathered face at that moment. Every wrinkle like a deep ravine, etched with the base's predicament and the urgency for help. "I know this is no small request, but our situation is really not optimistic. We are lacking in supplies and personnel. We are about to reach our limit. If the Navy headquarters could provide us with more support, we could continue to hold this sea area." His gaze swept over Jin An and the others, as if trying to read a glimmer of hope from their youthful faces. I believe your arrival is not a coincidence. Each of your talents and your performance during this time have proven your worth. The Marshal has always been generous in praising excellent soldiers. Mardo paused slightly, took a deep breath, and continued. If you could say a few good words for us in front of the Marshal, even just a few words, I believe you will consider it. The men, women, and children here will all be grateful for your great kindness. Jin An and the others exchanged a glance, reaching a consensus almost without the need for words. They understood that this was not just the old man's request, but also his responsibility towards those helpless lives caught in the midst of war. Jin An Station, the moment Jin An and his group left the G5 branch, everyone in the branch rushed over to watch. Their figures gradually faded away, bumping along the broken gravel road, while behind them, the Navy soldiers silently watched them depart. A warship was docked by the coast. Although it was not the latest model, it was very well maintained. Its side bore faint marks, a testament to its valiant encounters with pirates and its glory. The warship stood steadily at the pier, waiting for their arrival. Jin An stepped onto the deck, gripping the railing tightly, feeling the refreshing sea breeze. As the captain issued the command to set sail, the anchor was raised, and the ship cut through the waves. The warship slowly departed from the harbor, under the clear sky. The silhouette of the ship sailing far away created a unique scene against the azure sea. Jin An and his companions stood on the deck, their gaze sweeping over the waves, seemingly able to see the distant and solemn outline of the naval headquarters. The Solbei Kingdom. Big Bear, take care of yourself. Kazan was packing his luggage and reminded Big Bear beside him. Why did the naval headquarters suddenly summon you there? Ginny asked in confusion. They had joined the Navy for a year and had a clear understanding of the naval headquarters. Generally, ordinary people couldn't go there. Only those who had made significant contributions or had exceptional talents could be summoned by the headquarters. It seemed that the last large recruitment had led to a shortage of officers at the naval headquarters. But I should report to the training camp first. Kazan wasn't quite sure, just heard some rumors. So, are you going to get promoted? Ginny pressed. Now their little group was gradually getting on track, each making their mark. Kazan grinned and said, Maybe, but I should be transferred to the headquarters. Yay, besides Jin An, now there's another big shot to cling to. Ginny cheered, her whole being filled with joy. Kazan, congratulations. Long rushed over from the base to congratulate him upon receiving the news. Kazan slapped Long on the chest and jokingly scolded, You guy from the headquarters, stop teasing me. After a long time together, the two had become close friends who could talk about anything, and playful banter was common. Long laughed heartily, I mean it. Going to the naval headquarters will be very beneficial for your future development. The naval headquarters gathers the vast majority of naval elites in this world, which is very advantageous for personal growth, and you can meet more like-minded people. It's a pity you're the only one going. Long sighed. Not that he wanted to return to the naval headquarters, but he felt sorry for not being able to accompany his close friend. You don't need to worry about me. After I leave, the work here will fall on you guys. Kazan replied nonchalantly. The Solbei Kingdom is my second hometown, and besides, the South Sea is calm now, with nothing much to handle. Leave the matters here to us. Long was very confident in his current ability to handle affairs. He was no longer the rookie he once was. Thankfully, Shanks went out to teach today. Otherwise, if he saw you were leaving, there would probably be a commotion. Big Bear joked. Shanks has grown a lot too. He's even a teacher now, so he won't mind such small farewells. A hint of pride flashed in Kazan's eyes as he recalled the figure of the red-haired young man. Shanks was someone he had watched grow up, and, thankfully, he hadn't gone astray. That guy Jin An is probably enjoying life at the naval headquarters now. Kazan murmured. Given Jin An's personality, he's probably living it up. Long agreed. The warship plowed through the waves, crossing the boundless sea. Jin An and Tianyu stood on the deck, enjoying the warm sunshine, washing away the fatigue from their journey. Colonel Jin An, we're almost at Marin Van, the Navy informed them. It'll take about a week, quite fast. Jin An exclaimed in surprise. Their gazes turned to the distance, where the sea met the sky, and the majestic naval headquarters gradually came into view, like the entrance to a new world, opening its vast and sacred arms. The deputy captain was explaining the magnificent structure and profound history of the naval headquarters to Tianyu and the others, each word filled with immense pride and respect. The golden light reflected from the rising sun at the horizon adorned the base with a golden edge, further highlighting its solemnity and grandeur. As the warship drew closer to the naval headquarters, the enormous base appeared even more spectacular. The warship slowly docked at the naval headquarters port, its heavy hull casting a solid shadow against the shore. The sailors stood in a row, solemnly lined up on the bridge to bid farewell. We can only take you this far. There are still a lot of things waiting for us at G5. You all head back. We'll go directly to the headquarters. Jin An waved goodbye to these respected sailors. Jin An and his companions walked along the road to the naval headquarters, their eyes fixed ahead. The bustling shops on both sides of the road were like shells by the sea, each radiating its unique brilliance. Pedestrians flowed continuously, the calls of vendors, the conversations of traveling merchants, and the laughter of children blended into a vibrant symphony. At the end of the road stood the naval headquarters, like an unreachable peak, towering in the depths of their vision. The smooth stone walls reflected a soft glow in the sunlight, and the two large characters Navy appeared sacred and solemn. After passing through the vibrant streets, they stood before the towering gate of the naval headquarters, heavy with the weight of history, engraved with countless stories of glory and hardship. Their steps paused slightly in front of the gate, gazing at the lofty lintel. "Is this the sacred place of the Navy, Marineford?" Olga exclaimed. Standing beneath this massive structure, one could truly appreciate the enormity of the headquarters. A neatly uniformed naval officer approached and inquired about the purpose of their visit. "Hello, this is the naval headquarters. Do you have any business to attend to here? I am Admiral Jin An of the South China Sea, and I need to enter the headquarters to find General Warring States." Jin An replied honestly. "Ah, so you're the Admiral of the South China Sea. I have long admired your name. You're a role model for many of us in the Navy." The officer acknowledged with a hint of respect in his eyes. He slightly leaned forward, gesturing for Jin An and his companions to follow him. "Please come with me. General Warring States has already instructed us that you can enter directly." His steps were firm, as if each stride reflected the glory and responsibility of the Navy's rhythm. Jin An and his companions followed closely behind, passing through the heavy gate that weighed 1,000 pounds, as if crossing a barrier of an era and stepping onto a brand new stage. General Jin An of the Warring States has arrived. Navy Headquarters, Marineford, Admiral's Office. Jin An, is this why you appeared in the New World and encountered Whitebeard? Sengoku stared in disbelief at Jin An in front of him, his mouth agape. How could this guy's experiences during this time be so exciting, making him, someone who sits in the office every day, exceptionally envious? That's right, I didn't expect to encounter so many troubles while patrolling the seas. Fortunately, I have good luck, otherwise you wouldn't see me here, Jin An said with a look of relief. It's just that he is relatively strong. If it were anyone else encountering these situations, they would probably be buried deep by now. However, it was also fortunate that the pirate he encountered was Whitebeard. If it had been Kaido or Big Mom, the outcome might not have been so easy. Have you forgotten? I only instructed you to patrol the world government's allied countries in the South Sea. Who told you to approach the comm belt on your own? Sengoku looked at Jin An's expression and knew that he had no intention of reflecting on his actions. He suddenly slammed the table and shouted. Jin An was startled, his eyes rolling around several times without coming up with a way to get past this. "What kind of tricks are you up to again? Let me tell you, if you dare to defy my orders again, I will send you to the New World," Sengoku said, seeing that this kid showed no signs of repentance, and gave him a warning. Jin An's eyes lit up. This is such a good thing. If he goes to the New World and casually finds a small island to live in seclusion, wouldn't life be wonderful afterwards? Sengoku's forehead throbbed with veins, speechless at this guy in front of him. While other Navy members were thinking about how to get promoted, Jin An was just thinking about slacking off all day. Ha ha ha, Sengoku. Everyone has their own ambitions. Forcing him won't help. Garp, who was watching the fun, grabbed a handful of Solbei and put it in his mouth, acting as a mediator. He was enjoying the lively scene and didn't want to interrupt. But who told this kid to show him 2 fingers? For the sake of a better life ahead, he was willing to take the lead. This was their secret signal. 2 fingers represented the special delicacies from 2 warehouses. To avoid further nagging from Sengoku, Jin An had no choice but to resort to this tactic. "What does this have to do with you? Don't come here to make trouble for me," Sengoku said irritably. "Do you think I didn't see your little actions?" He paused, then continued, "Jin An, I want to share what you promised to Garp." Jin An's expression was subtle. He didn't expect you to be such a person in the Warring States period. "All right, if there's nothing else, you can leave now." Sengoku waved his hand to shoo the 2 away like flies. "Wait, I still have something to say." Jin An hurriedly spoke up, as he still had unfinished business. Sengoku frowned. "What else do you have?" He was truly at his wit's end with this kid, whose ability to get into trouble was even stronger than Garp's. "The head of the G5 branch said they have no money and no people left, and asked me to inform you." Jin An said, although those people looked like pirates. He felt immense admiration for what they were doing. "I've already received a report from Mardo about this matter. we'll give them a response. Sengoku sighed with relief upon hearing Jin An mention this. Let's go, kid. If you don't leave soon, Sengoku will have to escort you out. Garp directly grabbed Jin An's hand and dragged him out of the office. But I still want to discuss those 2 fingers with him, Jin An said reluctantly. Looking back at the office door, Garp glared at Jin An. Are you trying to back out? He was drooling over the food from the Solb Kingdom. If Jin An dared to back out, he wouldn't mind letting the other party taste his beloved iron fist. No, no. Jin An shook his head repeatedly, seeing Garp's eager stance. Garp displayed a satisfied smile. That's good. Outside the magnificent gates of the Navy headquarters, a group of people was gathered together. The sunlight shone on Kaji's face, making his eyes even brighter. Holding a delicate ring in his hands, it was a gift he had carefully selected for a long time. He took a deep breath and walked slowly toward Jin, his eyes filled with determination and eagerness. Jin, please marry me. Jin turned back at the sound, her eyes flashing with impatience. Again? Really? Her hand lightly grasped the sword at her waist as she turned to face Kaji, her pretty face maintaining a smile, but unable to hide the disdain in her beautiful eyes. Kaji, this is probably your 100th confession, right? But my answer won't change. So stop bothering me. Her voice was light, yet felt like a sharp knife, directly piercing Kaji's softest spot in his heart. Kaji's expression changed slightly, but quickly returned to a smile. He stepped closer, attempting to reduce the distance between them, his eyes filled with reluctance and pleading. Jin, I know you're tired of this, but my feelings won't change. I will wait until you agree. His voice was deep and firm. Jin was an obsession he couldn't let go of. Jin shook her head gently, stepping back to maintain distance. Her expression was calm, but her heart was in turmoil. She didn't understand why he wouldn't let go. Hadn't her rejection been clear enough? The air between them solidified, like an insurmountable chasm. Kaji's hand, tightly holding the ring, trembled slightly, reflecting the loss of unrecognized, suppressed feelings. Jin, no one in this world will love you like I do. He insisted again, his voice revealing his last struggle. Jin took a deep breath, calming her inner turmoil. Kaji, what I need is not someone stubbornly loving me, but someone who can give me freedom and happiness. I can't reciprocate your love. Her words were powerful, intending to cut off all entanglements. Kaji silently looked at her, a hint of sadness flashing in his eyes. He knew this proposal, like the previous 99, was also destined to fail. His hand trembled slightly as he gently held up the ring and finally placed it in front of Jin helplessly. This is just a simple gift. Please accept it. The road suddenly became extremely quiet. The nearby Navy personnel, watching the proposal, looked at Kaji with pity. Although they had seen each other fail too many times, they still felt sorry for Kaji. Colonel Kaji is so unfortunate. It's a pity he still can't win over the high-ranking flower of our Navy headquarters. Kaji covered his face, seemingly trying to hide his inner sadness, looking directly at Jin. I will not give up. If you refuse me 100 times, I will come 200 times, 300 times. I will definitely move you. Colonel Kaji, we support you. You are our role model. The Navy personnel were moved by Kaji's persistence, and they all spoke up to support him. Wow, it's so lively here. Garp grabbed Jin An's shoulder and squeezed into the crowd of Navy personnel to see what was happening ahead. Upon seeing the situation, he gleefully remarked, Kaji, looks like you failed again, haha. Old man Garp, why did you drag me here to join the fun? Jin An complained, pushing Garp's hand away. At such an old age, he still loved to join in the excitement. With such an elder, what could Jin An do? Jin An, before he finished speaking, a figure with a fragrant aura suddenly appeared in front of Jin, and sunlight filtered through the gaps between the towering flagpoles, casting mottled shadows, making the plaza of the Navy headquarters exceptionally peaceful. The usual noise and joy added a different vitality to this solemn space. Kaji, half kneeling on the ground, along with the helpless Jin and the Navy personnel who were enjoying the spectacle, created a peculiar scene. Just as Jin's heart stirred, a familiar yet unfamiliar figure entered her sight. It was a man of average height, dressed in a Navy uniform. Despite many years having passed, his face still bore a resolute expression. However, time had carved more calmness into his features, causing her heart to skip a beat. This person had once saved her life amidst fire and smoke, and now he reappeared in her world. Their gazes met in the vast sea of people, and Jin's excitement was beyond words. Is it really you? She murmured to herself. Jin hesitated in her steps. Her heart began to race. A feeling of indescribable excitement and long-buried nostalgia surged within her. She remembered that stormy night when this man broke into the pirate fleet and risked everything to save her. Of course, she wasn't the only one saved that time, but that person had left a significant mark on her life. And now, that unforgettable figure suddenly appeared before her. How could she not be excited? As the distance between them gradually shortened, when Jin reached Jin An, her eyes were filled with memories of their past and the joy of their current encounter. Jin extended her hand, trembling slightly, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips as she thought, "We finally meet again." Jin's eyes flickered with a hint of contemplation as he reached out and slowly grasped the hand that was offered to him. "You are Jin? Hello." He couldn't find any memories related to the other person in his mind. However, he was aware of the famous peach rabbit. The other person's reaction made Jin a bit disappointed, but she didn't show it on her face. "I am Jin, and I've always regarded you as an idol." Admiral Jin. Kaji also walked over. "Yuin's idol?" After seeing Jin's face clearly, Kaji frowned, thinking, how is this kid so handsome? He is almost catching up to me. This is a big problem. I need to keep Jin away from this guy. Jin, a nice place has opened outside the headquarters recently. Let's go try it together, Kaji invited with a smile. Jin ignored Kaji's eyes that were scanning Jin back and forth. Ahem. Garp cleared his throat. He really couldn't stand it anymore. Could it be that kid Jin has some unknown past with Jin? Hearing Garp's cough, Jin quickly came back to her senses, a blush unconsciously rising on her cheeks. "Vice Admiral Garp, hello." She greeted him to divert her embarrassment. "Don't mind me. I'm just here to join the fun. You all continue," Garp said, pinching his nose and making exaggerated expressions. Jin turned her head awkwardly. She had heard about Garp's love for joining in on the fun for a long time, and this time she finally witnessed it. "I was just greeting an acquaintance. It's not like I was doing anything." Kaji's eyes were about to pop out. He had never seen Jin like this before. What could make a gallant naval colonel turn into this? He knew it was only after Jin appeared that this happened. The envy and jealousy in his eyes were about to burst out. Kaji wanted to rush up and compete with the other person. Jin also sensed that the atmosphere was off and thought to himself, "Did I interrupt their confession? It seems I can't stay here any longer." He knew just how absurd Jiaji's feelings for Jin were. He had been confessing for decades without giving up. It's hard to say if it wasn't true love. Seeing the look in Jiaji's eyes made Jin shiver. It was just too damn terrifying. I still have some matters to settle with Vice Admiral Garp, so I'll be leaving now." Jin hugged Garp and hurriedly left this place of gossip. Watching Jin leave quickly, Jin felt a bit forlorn, her gaze lingering on the spot where he had disappeared. In the end, they still didn't recognize each other. However, it had been a long time since she was saved, so it was normal for him to forget. She comforted herself in her heart. "Hey, Jin, they've been gone for a while." Jiaji stomped his small legs and waved his hands in front of Jin's dazed eyes. "Why are you still here?" Jin asked, looking at the comical Jiaji in confusion. She thought she heard Jiaji say he was going to get something to eat, so it was a bit strange to see him still here. Jiaji felt Jin's words were like a sharp, long knife, piercing through his heart. "I've been here all along." Jin didn't take care. "I'm going back now. You should just do whatever you need to do." After saying that, without waiting for Jiaji's reply, she walked away with her long legs towards the headquarters. She wanted to ask Sister Crane why Jin came here and how long he would stay. Jiaji was left standing there alone, feeling as if he had been abandoned by the world. "It's all your fault for wanting to stir up trouble. Now, it's affecting others," Jin said as he walked. Garp, completely unconcerned, replied, "I didn't affect anything. It's that certain someone who, as soon as they appeared, completely ruined the atmosphere Jiaji had worked so hard to create. I didn't." Jin instinctively wanted to refute, but upon careful consideration of the situation at the time, it seemed to be the case. "To be honest, what is your relationship with Jin?" A glimmer of curiosity appeared in Garp's eyes. "This is the first time I've met her. I wonder if Jin has mistaken me for someone else." Jin really has no impression of her. Having seen such a beautiful woman once, he would definitely not forget. Moreover, he currently has no thoughts about women. Wouldn't it be better to spend that time training more in the training space? "Forget it. I won't talk about these things anymore. I can't understand your generation." Garp laughed heartily. He suddenly leaned his head close to Jin and said, "Why don't you open a shop in Marinvondo? That way, you can make a lot of money." Jin rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that if he wanted to eat, he should just say so instead of going around in circles. Let's talk about it later. While Jin was enjoying life in Marineford, changes were quietly happening all over the world. Somewhere in the sea of the New World, Whitebeard looked at the newspaper in his hand, his expression unchanged. That guy, the Golden Lion, hasn't shown his face yet. It seems he was seriously injured this time. Gura-la-la-la. He downed his drink in one gulp and casually set the finished newspaper aside. He had been jointly ambushed by multiple parties, so it was likely that when he next appeared, it would create a big news story. Marco said with a smile. He knew that after the Rocks pirates disbanded, his old man had continued to keep in touch with the Golden Lion, and he was well aware of what kind of personality the other party had. Gura la 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 la. He is indeed that kind of person, but what he does has nothing to do with us. Let's continue the feast. Whitebeard directly grabbed a wine jar and poured it into his mouth. Feast, feast. The pirates continued to eat meat and drink wine heartily. As long as they were happy, they couldn't care less about other matters. On the other side, in the New World on Cake Island, Charlotte Linlin, who had already established a foothold in the New World, put down the newspaper, crumbs from the dessert lingering at the corners of her lips. Kaido, have you already decided to head to Wano country? Charlotte Linlin's commanding voice echoed in the palace. I don't need to report to you about where I'm going, Linlin. Kaido said while drinking from a gourd. You better think carefully before you speak. Charlotte Linlin's eyes narrowed slightly, glinting with coldness. I have thought it through. Kaido, unfazed by her threat, continued to drink, saying, I've stayed here long enough and want to go out for some fresh air. As for you, Linlin, you should eat less sweets. Your figure is far from what it used to be. Kaido expressed a hint of regret. It's not up to you to tell me what to do. Charlotte Linlin dismissed him, asking, How's your devil fruit ability training going? A stream of yellow flames enveloped Kaido's arm. It's just a devil fruit. I mastered it quickly enough. You should cherish that ability. I put a lot of effort into getting that fruit. Charlotte Linlin shot a glance at Kaido, somewhat dissatisfied with his attitude. Linlin, the fruit ability is just one of many auxiliary powers. You can't dominate the world relying solely on that ability. This world has its own rules, just like Roger. He wasn't a devil fruit user, yet he still defeated Captain Rocks. Kaido clenched his fists. Only Haki can transcend everything. Oh, Charlotte Linlin said lightly, then added, Then you should return the bird fruit, Mythical Zoan, new form to me. Ha ha, I'll return it to you in my next life. Kaido wasn't foolish. Speaking of fruits, have you found that guy who ate the Azure Dragon fruit? Kaido asked. That was the fruit he wanted the most, as that ability could greatly enhance his physique. If he hadn't been unable to find that person, he wouldn't have chosen to eat the bird fruit. Charlotte Linlin recalled the guy who had made her taste defeat for the first time, gritting her teeth. Not yet. If I'd found him, I would have ground him to dust long ago. Kaido nodded, saying no more. At Marine Headquarters, Marineford, Douglas Bullet has been confirmed to have joined the Roger Pirates. What do you all think? Steelbone Kong sat calmly at the head of the conference room, arms crossed, and asked, Admiral Kong, I believe we should immediately organize personnel to search for their whereabouts. We cannot let the Roger Pirates continue to grow. A burly, angry-looking Rear Admiral stood up and said anxiously, Don't be so hot-headed, Rear Admiral Chris. Garp took a sip of water and spoke in a flat tone. Admiral Garp, how can we not be anxious? Roger's momentum is becoming hard to stop. Chris argued back. Although we have expanded our forces now, dividing a group of elite troops to enter the New World is still somewhat beyond our capabilities. Zifa sighed, agreeing with Garp's view. Jin An, this is your first time attending such a meeting. What are your thoughts? Steelbone Kong directly called on him to answer the question. Jin An stood up in confusion, wondering when it was his turn as a minor colonel to speak at such a meeting. I think both viewpoints are good, so let us leave it to our wise and mighty Air Marshal to decide. After saying this, he immediately sat down. He was just a small naval officer and didn't want to get involved in the discussions of the big shots. Everyone present was taken aback by Jin An's comment. He offered no suggestions, just buttered someone up and left, truly remarkable. Steelbone Kong was also momentarily stunned. He had expected Jin An to provide some advice, but it turned out to be this. Sengoku tapped the table, quieting the naval officers who were in discussion. This matter cannot be rushed. The pirates on Roger's ship are no ordinary foes. Acting rashly would only benefit other pirates. Let's observe the situation for now. He and team mentioned that the Roger pirates are much more law-abiding compared to other pirate crews, and putting in great effort to deal with such a crew would truly be a thankless task. Let us proceed according to Sengoku's wishes, Steelbone Kong decided. After he spoke, he noticed someone standing up below, looking at him with a wry smile. Zifa, what is on your mind? Zifa smiled casually and said, Air Marshal, I want to focus on training the next generation of the Navy. Aren't you already working at the school? Kong asked in confusion. I want to be a full-time recruit instructor, Zifa insisted. He was feeling somewhat exhausted, especially since a year ago his wife and child were almost killed by pirates. And fortunately, Dragon and Kazan arrived just in time. This made him desire a position that would allow him to spend more time with his family. Give me some more time to think about this matter. Steelbone Kong said, looking somewhat helpless. The Navy currently only had 2 admirals, if one more resigned. Wouldn't he be left as a figurehead? Kong adopted a delaying tactic, saying, you can set aside the matters here for now. Take more time to accompany your wife and child. You can temporarily hold onto the admiral position. Zifa understood Steelbone Kong's dilemma and could only sit back down. Jin An, Steelbone Kong shooted. Yes. What does Air Marshal want? Jin An stood up again. Being called twice in one meeting was quite something. Steelbone Kong looked at the disheveled Jin and with irritation. If I catch you slacking off in the headquarters again during this time, you'll know how I train the Navy. Huh? I wasn't slacking off. It's just that there's nothing to do. Jin An muttered softly. Oh. Steelbone Kong rubbed his fists in anticipation. Jin An saw the action of the steel-boned empty and quickly replied, I guarantee to complete the task. After a morning of intense training, Jin An finally stopped to catch his breath. Under the scorching sun, the training ground of the naval headquarters was dazzlingly bright, and the air was filled with a mix of dirt and heat. His clothes were completely soaked with sweat, sticking to his skin, and every breath allowed his muscles to fully stretch. Just as he sat down in the shade of a tree, panting, Jiwen walked over. She held a bottle of water in her hand, her steps light, as if the high temperature around her had nothing to do with her. Approaching Jin An, she smiled slightly and handed over the refreshing, thirst-quenching remedy. You've worked hard, she said, her tone carrying an unmistakable concern. Jin An took the water, his fingers brushing against the coolness that came from Ji Yuan. He looked up and nodded in thanks to her warm smile. You really don't have to do this for me. After spending the morning together, he understood why Ji Yuan had reacted so unusually yesterday. Sending a bottle of water to his lifesaver wasn't too much to ask, right? Yi Yuan smiled sweetly. Jin An looked around, realizing the situation was serious. He could see the predatory gazes of those around him. It was quite terrifying, but the main thing was he hadn't done anything wrong. Back when he hadn't joined the Navy yet, he was training alone in the South China Sea. Seeing a ship under attack, he rushed over with a knife, not expecting that there was a future rear admiral on board. Jin An, I've completed all my training tasks for today. Tian Yushur walked over from another training ground, wiping the sweat with a towel, thinking that after a quick wash, he could go eat. After the training, Tian Yushur showed a hint of fatigue and walked to the agreed-upon spot with Jin An, only to see a tall woman sitting next to him. Was she an acquaintance of Jin An from the Navy headquarters? He didn't seem to have seen her before she could clearly see the person's face. A strong smell of smoke wafted into her nose, causing her to wrinkle it. Jia Yuan, so you're here. I've been looking for you all morning. Jia Ji took a step forward and inserted herself between Jin An and Jia Yuan. Jin An let out a helpless, bitter smile. Did Jia Ji really need to be so wary of him? He had no intentions towards Ji Yuan. At that moment, Tian Yu also quietly stood behind Jin An, watching the suddenly appearing man. Ji Yuan frowned and said, Jia Ji, you really don't need to follow me all the time. Jia Ji hurriedly explained, Ji Yuan, we've always been partners. Besides, Marshal Kong has arranged for us to do something together. He wasn't lying. He had come over because of a task. He considered himself a man with a good sense of propriety and wouldn't do anything unnecessary. What could it be? Yi Yuan wondered to herself. It had been a while since they were summoned by the Marshal, and it felt like whenever they were called, they ended up being busy for a long time. As soldiers, obeying orders was their duty, and once they received a command, they naturally had to follow it. Let's go see what arrangements Marshal Kong has for us. And we can catch up next time, Ji Yuan said, getting up with an apologetic expression. Jin An also understood that the other party had things to do, and stood up as well. You all go ahead, and I hope your mission goes smoothly. Kaji and Ji Yuan were being nurtured as future generals. The more responsibilities Steelbones arranged for them, the easier their future promotions will be once they reach the threshold of general strength. Many people in the Navy envied this opportunity. Although they envied the treatment that Ji Yuan and the others received, it was merely envy, as Ji Yuan and her companions possessed extraordinary talents. As Jin An and his companion left the training ground, they leisurely walked towards their residence. During their time at the Navy headquarters, he had encountered many strong individuals who would become famous on the seas in the future. He had met Sakazuki and Borisolino, but they were not familiar with each other. Those two guys were currently in the Navy training camp and seemed to be graduating from that place soon. It is worth mentioning that Kuzan had also entered the training camp and was living a life of pain and joy. Within the Navy, those with natural abilities were given special training. In this context, Kuzan was treated like a star at headquarters, with instructors eager to impart all their knowledge to him. Jin An, on the other hand, was quite the opposite. Steelbone Kong had a strong disdain for him and always felt he was not serious about his work. As a colonel, he couldn't even rank in the headquarters and had to go out every day to catch some pirates just to report back. Steelbone Kong even assigned him training tasks. Due to the training, the two of them arrived at the restaurant right at peak dining time, and it was packed to the brim. There were many restaurants in Marineford, but there were even more Navy personnel, and the food here could only be described as edible. If one wanted to enjoy food that would excite their taste buds, they had to go to the commercial street where the families of soldiers prepared meals. You hold a seat here. I'll go get you some food. After circling the restaurant 5 times, Jin An finally found a spot, pressed Tian Yushir down her seat, and excitedly ran off to get food. Tian Yushir was already used to Jin An's arrangements. He knew what she liked to eat, and staying here to hold the spot was the best option for her. Just as Tian Yushir was waiting in her seat, a slightly lazy voice came from behind her. How terrifying. There's actually an empty seat here. Miss, may I sit here? Tian Yushir looked at the man who had walked up to the table and nodded. There was still room at the table for 4, so adding one more person was no problem at all. Receiving a response, the man wearing sunglasses placed his food on the seat furthest from Tian Yushir. Thank you, Polyasolino said with a nod, sitting down and quietly eating his food. A little while later, Jin An returned to the table with 2 servings of food and froze for a moment when he saw the person at the table. Oh, isn't this the hotshot Jin An? It's quite scary to see you in the restaurant, Polyasolino teased after swallowing the food in his mouth. Jin An placed the food on the table, smiled helplessly, feeling that he couldn't keep up with the current trend, and he only didn't come often, not that he never came. Borisolino shook his head and said, Instructor Zephyr often mentions you to us, you know, with a monster-like physique and extraordinary swordsmanship. Besides being a bit lazy, there are no flaws to pick. In short, the instructor always has you on his lips. Our ears are nearly callous from hearing it. Borisolino had a face full of grievances. Tian, you couldn't help but laugh. Initially, when hearing Zephyr praise Jin An, Tian, you had no reaction because what was said was all true. Unexpectedly, there was a twist at the end. Perhaps that last sentence was Zephyr's true feeling. These old men in the Navy must have their opinions about me, Jin An thought to himself. He was very diligent, after all. It seemed he still needed to train harder and put in more effort in the future. That afternoon, Jin An ran to the marshal's office, insisting sharply that the Navy restore his reputation. The result was obvious. Jin An ultimately couldn't win against the Thai, and his rebuttal was collectively ignored by those high-ranking officials in the Navy. Early the next morning, as the thin mist slowly dispersed, the calm gray-blue naval training camp buildings gradually revealed their majestic outlines. The flags, fluttering in the wind at the center of the camp, with their distinct emblems, appeared even more solemn and sacred under the morning light. Far away from the hustle and bustle of the prosperous world, the naval training camp seemed exceptionally tranquil. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows into the solemn classroom, with beams of light seemingly examining every corner here. Historical battle scenes hung on the walls, and a solemn sense of history was evident in the classroom. Why do I have to sit in on this? Jin An quietly complained while looking at Kuzan, sitting next to him. He had been ordered by Steelbone to join the second phase of Zifa's training camp, a command he couldn't resist. For many in the Navy, entering the naval training camp is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After all, the instructors here are at least rear admirals from the headquarters. Those who are recognized by certain individuals can be directly recruited into that person's fleet and receive priority training. But to be honest, Jin An wasn't very interested in the classes. Moreover, the instructor still hadn't arrived in the classroom, and sitting there felt completely unproductive. Most of what the training camp had to offer, he had already mastered. Kazan poked Jin An's arm and said, Today is our first official meeting with Instructor Zifa. Aren't you curious about what kind of person he is? Zifa, who has fought countless pirates in his lifetime, traversed the entire sea with his black arm but has never killed an enemy, earning him the title of the non-killing general. Actually, Zifa is quite a decent guy, Jin An said, touching his conscience. I've seen General Zifa a few times in the cafeteria, and he treats the Navy personnel he eats with quite well, Tian Yushir added her opinion. She had also been admitted to the training camp due to her talent, making this a novel experience for her. As far as I know, General Zifa is very strict when it comes to teaching, Kazan said, sharing what he had heard. Watching Kuzan and Tian Yushir passionately discuss, Jin An sat bored on the side. Although these two had not known each other for long, they surprisingly got along well. However, for them, they were still unfamiliar with their future classmates and could only slowly build connections. As long as they stayed in the Navy, everyone would gradually become familiar with one another. Those who could sit here belonged to the elite ranks, and reaching the rank of admiral would be a piece of cake. Therefore, the training camp was also a place to build relationships. The bonds established here could last a very long time. However, everyone here had a sense of pride. They were all top existences in their previous places, and leaving a mark in their hearts was not an easy task. Indeed, as Jin An thought, the classroom was filled with neatly arranged desks and chairs, and the students formed a small social circle within this orderly space. Dressed in tidy military uniforms, the stars and stripes on their epaulets indicated their ranks, with youthful faces full of vigor. They sat together in groups of 3 or 5, forming small circles to discuss what they deemed interesting or important. At this point, their familiarity with each other was still superficial. Their understanding of one another was limited to the occasional exchanged glances in the classroom and a few words overheard unintentionally. After all, to truly understand and enter each other's eyes requires not only the accumulation of time, but also the tacit understanding and trust formed through shared training and challenges. And now, all of this was just beginning. The previous batch is about to graduate, so Zifa will be putting more energy into us. Get ready, Jin An said while looking at the sunlight outside the window. With the likes of Borisolino and Sakazuki ahead, this batch will likely feel a lot of pressure. Tion Yushur sat at the back of the classroom, her arm resting on the back of the chair beside her, her blinking eyes reflecting the slanting rays of the sun outside the window. Her gaze lightly swept over her companions' faces, lingering on each person who started a discussion. This kind of life will be much more interesting, won't it? Tion Yushur said with a gentle smile, her bright and cheerful expression adding a unique atmosphere to the discussion. She looked directly at Jin An and softly said, I still remember something you once said. A strict teacher produces outstanding students. Jin An leaned back in his chair, gazing out the window with a smile, a hint of pleasure in his voice. That's right, so we must perform well and let the next cohort of students experience what pain is. Kazan nodded slightly, his expression like a fleeting shadow, complex yet with a hint of understanding. The familiar formula, the familiar flavor. Jin An is still full of mischief. His voice was deep and magnetic, revealing a barely perceptible glee. With you as a role model, the next group of students will probably remember you for a lifetime. Time flowed slowly. Half an hour later, the students sitting in the classroom were drawn by the sounds coming from the corridor. They keenly caught the rhythmic sound of leather shoes, which echoed clearly, each sound creating ripples in the air. Suddenly, the classroom door slowly opened, and all eyes turned toward the door. The doorframe formed a sharp silhouette as Zephyr stepped in from the dim light outside, calm and solemn. He wore a crisp uniform, the golden stripes on his epaulets reflecting the glory and nobility of a soldier under the classroom lights, and his brow revealed an undeniable authority. As he entered, he surveyed the room, his gaze seemingly able to perceive the thoughts of each student through his dark sunglasses. Upon seeing that everyone was present, his stern face relaxed slightly. I know everyone here has a proud heart, but this is a training camp I organized, and I advise you to put away your little thoughts. Sitting here, you must regard those around you as comrades to whom you can entrust your life. Remember, courage and wisdom are your strongest weapons. Calmness and resilience are the keys to overcoming obstacles. He walked down the classroom aisle, his gaze scanning each soldier one by one. Every soldier who met his eyes felt a heavy sense of trust and expectation, stirring their emotions. Do not forget your comrades. They're your most solid support on the battlefield. Zephyr's words were like a father's teachings, imbued with deep love and serious instruction. Glory and life coexist, but when you must make a choice, always remember that the mission outweighs everything. Of course, I hope you can balance both points. Having said that, Zephyr turned and swept his gaze across the classroom, leaving the Navy with a steady silhouette as solid as a rock. The morning sky was dim, and beams of soft orange sunlight filtered through the gaps in the mist, shining down on the corners of the naval training base. The silence was broken by a series of orderly footsteps as a group of new recruits marched in unison toward the training ground. Zephyr stood at the front of the line, his gaze sweeping over each row of faces, ensuring that everyone had entered their roles and was prepared for today's tasks. Each time his gaze swept over an area, the backs of the Navy members involuntarily straightened, their hands clenched behind them, and their faces became more serious. However, there were still a few individuals standing casually among the crowd, and he focused on them for a moment. If you don't want to participate, I won't force you. You can withdraw on your own, and I won't stop you. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Those who were already a bit lax instinctively perked up, but then seemed to remember something and hurriedly adjusted their attitudes. Zephyr understood. These people were likely not here voluntarily. possibly due to family reasons, leading them to attend this training camp. But that was not his responsibility. Since no one was leaving, they should obey orders and complete their tasks seriously. Although Zephyr was known as the one who does not kill generals, he was also famous for his strict military discipline among the Naval High Command. He would not tolerate a single bad apple affecting the safety of the group. The few individuals who had thoughts of retreating would not receive any mercy if their performance continued as it was today. Zephyr looked at the Navy members before him and said loudly, "My name is Zephyr, and I believe most of you know who I am. So I won't introduce myself further. I am your chief instructor. From now on, your previous positions, resumes, and achievements will be ignored. Here, you have only one identity, student. The only thing you need to do here is obey. You must do whatever I say, even if I tell you to eat shit. Do you hear me?" "We hear you." The entire Navy responded loudly, fearing that Zephyr would be dissatisfied. Jin An and the other two worked hard to cooperate with Zephyr, and their voices were even the loudest. If they were going to do it, they would do it the best. They wanted to be the most outstanding in the training camp. This was my second time hosting a training camp, and it has been 3 years. Of course, if you want to graduate early, that's fine too, as long as you get unanimous consent from the Naval High Command. You can graduate as early as you want. Zephyr mentioned a method for early graduation, but it's likely that not many people could achieve it. You are all already elites. Zephyr looked around at the subtly shifting expressions of the people and continued, "The first lesson I teach you is to truly experience the battlefield." Some of the naval personnel exchanged glances. These individuals had experience fighting against pirates, and Zephyr's first lesson felt somewhat trivial to them. However, some looked troubled. They had never truly been on the battlefield and were somewhat resistant to this concept. They came to the naval training camp merely to broaden their social connections and had not expected to face the challenge of going to the battlefield on their first day. Seeing the various expressions on the naval personnel's faces, Zephyr wasn't surprised. He had seen this kind of scene many times. However, all naval personnel would eventually face this issue unless they switched to a civilian position. Otherwise, it was only a matter of time. Zephyr said lightly, "I've seen students of your caliber, if not 1,000, at least 800. From now on, you need to pay attention to your safety. Don't accidentally die on the battlefield and make an old man like me collect your bodies." As soon as he finished speaking, all the naval personnel, including Jin An and the others, were left bewildered, with a few black lines appearing on their foreheads. No wonder he was a teacher. He had a way with absurd talk. This kind of thing was probably said to many people. Jin An has been immune to such unnutritious words since childhood. Without further ado, let's get to the specific arrangements for your tasks. Before the group of naval officers could react, Zephyr went straight to the point. This mission at sea is a squad task. You can form your own teams, with 3 to 5 people in each group. The headquarters will dispatch warships to escort you to the vicinity of the mission location. Your task is to rely on your own and your partner's abilities to find the target for elimination. We will not provide any assistance for your mission. You can only rely on yourselves and your companions. So please choose your partners carefully. Zephyr etched the faces of everyone into his memory. Although he spoke sternly, he valued these young people more than anyone else. They are the future of the Navy. However, he also understood that without going through trials, they would not become pillars of strength. Zephyr continued, "You must pay attention to safety. Do not let your guard down while operating outside. You cannot trust anyone except your companions. After completing your mission, return to the nearest naval base and contact us there, and we will arrange for someone to pick you up." As soon as he finished speaking, the naval officers began to discuss among themselves. Having completely forgotten that the instructor was still nearby, they had encountered team tasks before, but finding suitable teammates among newly acquainted individuals was too difficult for them. This was a matter of life and death. They couldn't make a hasty decision. Moreover, they didn't even know who the target was, which raised the difficulty of the mission to another level. The naval officers were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, unable to sort out their thoughts. Instructor Zephyr, what will happen if we fail the mission? We don't even know the specific situations of the people around us. Finding teammates under these conditions is too difficult for us. If we encounter danger, can we request your help? Zephyr did not answer their questions. These matters had already been addressed when they joined the Navy. He coldly scanned the faces of those who had asked questions and said in an icy tone, "You must be clear about your identity. You are the Navy. When you became part of the Navy, you should have been mentally prepared. Even I could die on the battlefield at any moment. If you are not mentally prepared, you should withdraw as soon as possible." Upon hearing Zephyr's words, the naval officers fell silent. Perhaps they had been too comfortable for too long, having lost the courage to move forward. But they would not forget the goal of joining the Navy. Everyone here is the backbone of the Navy's future. They could not fail to understand ZFA's deeper meaning. Moreover, the naval headquarters would not send them to their deaths for no reason. The selected mission targets must have been strictly screened to ensure they were the most suitable opponents for their strength. With that in mind, they might still have a fighting chance. Some naval officers began to fantasize, even imagining the glorious scene of their group completing the mission first. ZFA did not wish for the Navy's future to consist solely of muscle-bound brutes. There are countless ruthless individuals on these seas. Those who do not use their brains cannot survive in this environment. Furthermore, they represent not just themselves, they represent the interests of a Navy. Cultivating a group of capable naval officers requires immense human and material resources. The Navy's foundation is not rich enough to waste lives. Those who can study at headquarters are not fools, but due to their age, many have limited experience and are completely unaware of how treacherous these seas can be. They mistakenly believe that sheer passion can bring peace and stability to the people in their jurisdiction. The upcoming tasks will thoroughly shatter these naive ideas, forcing them to remain grounded. Although they may encounter danger, danger cannot be an excuse for them to retreat. They are the Navy, and with their superior rights and status, they must also pay the corresponding price. Although ZFA cares for each of his students, he does not want to suffer the loss of his students. To help them grow smoothly, he must let go at the right time. Some birds build their nests on cliffs and force their chicks to fly down when they have grown feathers. Without undergoing trials, they will never become successful. The naval officers stood quietly in the field, but their gazes searched every new face, trying to find potential partners in the crowd. They all knew that choosing teammates is a skill. It not only affects the efficiency of completing tasks, but also determines whether they can trust the people beside them in critical moments. Their hearts were turbulent, and this anxiety was inadvertently revealed in their tense shoulders and clenched fists. ZFA's words about retreating still echoed in their ears. But how could those standing here choose to run away? If they returned to their previous learning environment, they couldn't imagine the ridicule they would face. They could not give up. Looking at the crowd that had quieted down again, ZFA understood their choice, and his gaze revealed approval, with a rare smile appearing on his serious face. Very well, you can now move freely to find your companions. Gather at the port in half an hour to receive the specific mission details. I hope you all find suitable teammates. ZFA said in a deep voice. Now, disperse on the spot. 10 minutes later, Jin An and the two others arrived at the port and walked into a small room where tasks were assigned. Once a decision is made, it cannot be changed. You three, as a group, must capture this pirate within the limited time. The voice of the instructor in charge of assigning tasks echoed in their ears. I can only provide simple hints. In the silent air, he handed over a yellowed piece of paper, which depicted a pirate with a full beard and a fierce look in his eyes. He seemed to look down on everything, mocking all laws and order, disregarding anything and everything. Jin An and the others looked at each other, their eyes filled with an indescribable excitement and anticipation. For them, it was enough to know some simple information. The warship would take them to the island where that person lived, and once they activated their observation hockey, everything on the island would be under their control. Moreover, with danger comes opportunity. The stronger the enemy, the greater their rewards would be. Jin An tightened his fists, already calculating various capture strategies in his mind. Tion Yuesher pursed her dry lips and softly spoke. Is this task a bit too easy? The instructor smiled slightly, noticing Tion Yuesher's nonchalance toward the task. For the top three, this task indeed posed little challenge, but unfortunately, it was already the most difficult one among all the tasks. Pirates do not stay in one place for too long. You need to analyze the situation there yourselves. With your abilities in reconnaissance and analysis, finding the task target should not be difficult. At this moment, Kazan's thoughts had already soared over the vast sea. It seemed that every wave might hide clues. Every sea area, every rumor could be a pathway to the pirates. The task had arrived, signaling that the hunting horn had been sounded. Jin An put away the paper, took a deep breath, nodded in salute, and said with a resolute and serious attitude, "Understood, instructor. We will not fail our mission." In that instant, Jin An's heart was filled with fighting spirit. He and his companions were about to embark on an unknown journey. As night fell, the warship sailed across the boundless sea. It should have been a time for rest, yet the cabin was brightly lit. About 5 to 6 teams were aboard the warship, each heading to different destinations, but still traveling together. Under the lights, various nautical charts and documents were scattered across a rough wooden table, and every face displayed seriousness and focus. An indescribable silence filled the air, occasionally broken by the sound of pages turning or someone softly clicking their tongue, seemingly mentally reciting some strategies. I knew that old Zephyr wouldn't let us off easy. Jin An complained as he looked at the reassigned mission in his hand. There's nothing we can do about it. Your strength is no secret to Instructor Zephyr. It's quite normal to be given a different task, Kazan said with a smile. This person seemed rather difficult to deal with. Tianyue stood behind Jin An, looking at the paper in his hand, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Jin An is holding a bounty notice. Orlumbus. Bounty of 78 million berries. Admiral of the Yoda Maria fleet, known as the ruler of carnage and the cunning adventure murderer. He has over 2,000 subordinates and more than 20 pirate ships. Although he is still young, he has already made a notorious name for himself in the Grand Line. His strength may not be particularly strong, but this person kills without mercy, and the bounty clearly indicates how heinous his actions have been, provoking widespread anger. If the opponent is this kind of guy, there is no need to hold back. Kazan has naturally heard of this person's infamous reputation. There is no need to show mercy to such a person. It's better to send him to the afterlife sooner rather than later. The problem is that this guy is hard to find. News travels slowly across the sea, and they probably won't encounter anyone at the last place this guy was. This is the test that Zifa and the others have set for us. On the turbulent sea, a warship moves like a lonely beast, traversing the vast ocean. Jin An and Tianyue stood quietly on the deck, gazing at the seamless blend of sea and sky, facing the unknown fate ahead of them. The wind gently brushed past, lifting the tips of their hair. Jin An gazed at the distant island that had already disappeared from view, understanding in his heart that each small team carried different missions, and theirs was a journey destined for solitude. Everything around them reminded them that, compared to the other teams that had already landed, their task was more unpredictable and isolated. They had all reached their destination. Tianyue sighed, his voice filled with a subtle sense of loneliness. Jin An turned his head, gazing at the moon in the sky, with various thoughts intertwining in his eyes. Our path has always been one we must walk on our own. Kazan stood at the edge of the deck, leaning against the railing. The warship would take us to Water 7, where the world's finest shipwrights gather, and it's also a favorite destination for pirates. However, as far as I know, our target has never been there. Water 7 boasts experienced shipwrights, which attracts pirates in droves. Adrift on the sea, everyone wants their ship to be more sturdy, as it is also a responsibility for their lives. People from all corners converge there, making it much easier to gather information. Jin An gently patted his shoulder. They all knew the uncertainty of this mission. Every decision, every action, could affect the success of the mission and whether they could return safely. It was precisely because we didn't have accurate information that we needed to go there. The headquarters decision wouldn't be wrong. Jin An's gaze finally settled on the winding and unpredictable shipping route. Even though the future was full of uncertainties, they would persevere until the end. Time passed slowly, and after sailing for a while on the sea, Jin An and the others finally saw the outline of the city of 7 waters. In the deep blue sea, a colorful island silhouette gradually emerged into view. As the warship sailed slowly, the sailors stood on the deck, their eyes revealing joy at the imminent arrival. The city of 7 waters stood there, resembling a peculiar island that seemed to exist only in ancient nautical charts, looking exceptionally magnificent. A tall column of water erupted from the center of the island, supporting a misty cloud, appearing like a bridge between the sky and the earth from a distance. Near the entrance, there were many ports filled with ships in need of supplies. This was the city of 7 waters. Jin An sighed softly, his eyes reflecting the island's outline. Beside him, Tianyue and the others couldn't help but lean forward. Their eyes could hardly conceal their inner astonishment as 7 massive waterways extended from the island's interior, like 7 giant dragons quietly guarding the peace and tranquility of this water city. On the waterways, ships came and went, weaving through the sea with wings that were light and vibrant. What a magical way to travel. Jin An exchanged a smile with his teammates, understanding that this moment was so different from their usual days racing through the waves on warships. Here, the boats were leisurely and content. Travel was no longer a chase, but an enjoyment. They couldn't help but imagine themselves weaving between the waterways, experiencing the comfort and unique charm brought by the water city. Our mission was about to begin, and they hoped they could navigate it as effortlessly as these boats. Kazan remained silent for a long time before speaking, his voice carrying an imperceptible sense of anticipation. All right, let's disembark. Jin An leaped gracefully onto the dock. The city of 7 waters was renowned throughout the ocean. So many boats traversed here, and they could occasionally see pirate ships leaving the port. It could be said that it was a mix of fish and dragons. Disembarking here was the best choice for them. Unfortunately, the sea train had not yet begun construction, and he was quite eager to try riding it. Jin An chose not to enter the island through the huge waterways in front of him, but instead flew in another direction with the two companions. On the abandoned ship island, three shadows moved forward in a tangled manner. Jin An and Tion's footsteps sounded particularly loud in the shipyard filled with sand and stones. From the outside, this place seemed like a dumping ground for abandoned ships. However, as they moved further inside, they discovered a whole new world. It was also different from what Jin An had imagined. During this time, the island of abandoned ships was surprisingly bustling, with a continuous flow of people. However, most of them left an inconspicuous building with looks of disappointment. This was the Tom Studio, the largest shipyard in the city of Seven Waters. Tom had been exiled to this junkyard by the rulers of the city of Seven Waters for crafting the Oro Jackson. Nevertheless, people kept coming to see Tom. This was also the main investigation site for Jin An's trip. This place was unexpectedly nice, Jin An thought as they walked. The chatter of old shipbuilders in the corners, the sound of wood being planed through the air, and the rhythm of hammers striking nearby filled the place with a sense of liveliness. As they approached the shipyard, a woman with yellow hair walked towards them, looking at them with some caution. "Who are you? If you want to build a ship, please make an appointment in advance." Kokoro, who had encountered all kinds of people, noticed that although the three in front were dressed in ordinary clothes, their demeanor was different from that of regular people. "We're not here to commission a ship. We just want to see Mr. Tom," Jin An said to the woman in front of him. "He is not here," Kokoro immediately rejected. Having heard that they were looking for Tom, as Tom's assistant, it was also her job to block unknown individuals from approaching him. Jin An understood the other party's concerns and smiled as he said, "We're not here to cause trouble. We just have something we would like Mr. Tom's help with." Bad people never directly say they want to do bad things, but Kiki Luo still looked wary towards Jin An and the others. Just as Jin An was about to continue explaining, a tall figure appeared behind Kiki Luo. "What brings the three of you here?" Jin An's eyes lit up when he saw the suddenly appearing man. The man was overweight, wearing a deep blue jacket, and always had a smile on his face, giving off a friendly vibe. "Tom, why are you out here?" Coco Luo asked anxiously, as she didn't expect Tom to be here. "I am the renowned man, Tom. You can speak your mind. However, I have things to attend to, so please keep it brief if possible." Tom wiped his dusty hands on his clothes and politely extended his hand to shake Jin An's. "You are from the Navy headquarters," Tom sighed. He had a good impression of the Navy, but his current identity was somewhat sensitive. After building ships for Roger, he had not been well received by the Navy and the people of Water 7. But he was just an ordinary person who could build ships with no grand ambitions. Only wanting the ships he built to provide peace of mind to those who sailed on them. "We strictly keep the client's information confidential. So you might be disappointed coming to me," Tom said honestly. "But they are ruthless pirates." Tionyu said sincerely. "No need to say more. We shipbuilders must also follow the rules of the trade. However, I can tell you that the person you are looking for did indeed commission me to build a ship." Tom thought for a moment and still provided some hints. Jin An's eyes flickered. Having a clue is a good thing. "Thank you for telling us this news." Tom shook his head, not accepting Jin An's gratitude, and honestly said, "That pirate crew has come to Water 7 many times. Anyone you ask can give you an answer. If there's no urgent matter, you should leave this island as soon as possible." Tom noticed that the three people across from him seemed to be visiting Water 7 for the first time, so he kindly reminded them. "We want to continue searching for clues about that person on the island," Tionyu said, somewhat puzzled. They had just arrived on the island today, so leaving so soon seemed unrealistic. Kazan also found it strange and asked, "Do you have any concerns?" Tom did not answer directly, but instead asked an unexpected question. "Did you see many ships leaving when you arrived?" Jin An recalled the scene when they first arrived here and nodded. "That's right, there were many boats leaving from here when we came." "Could there be some unrest on the island?" Tianyu's expression turned dangerous. If that's the case, they definitely couldn't leave. At least they needed to quell the chaos on the island before departing. Tom looked at the three in front of him, realizing they were misunderstanding the situation. He chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Have you heard of the water gods of the city of Seven Waters?" "The water gods?" Jin An seemed to grasp something, but couldn't recall it at the moment. "From the looks on your faces, it's clear you haven't heard of them." Tom suddenly understood. The water gods refer to the annual tsunami. During this time, outsiders typically choose to leave the city of Seven Waters, while the local residents run to higher ground to avoid the tsunami. The time you arrived coincides perfectly with the arrival of the water gods. Tom patiently explained this to the three, as he didn't want them foolishly swept away by the tsunami. Tom led the three outside the room. Standing before Jin An and the others, his toes unconsciously dug into the fine sand. The sea breeze tousled his hair, and his brow furrowed slightly, his gaze heavy with an inexplicable weight. He turned around, pointing at the subtle changes in the distant horizon, where the ripples seemed to reveal the impending fury of nature. "Look at that wave," Tom spoke slowly and clearly. "That is not an ordinary wave. It is the prelude to the tsunami." Jin and the two others fell silent, as if the air had solidified. Their expressions changed slightly upon hearing the word tsunami, but no one spoke. Their heartbeats seemed to quicken in the face of the impending disaster. Their gaze was drawn to his gestures, looking toward the coast where the water level appeared to have dropped, revealing the marks left by years of seawater soaking the cliffs. When you see the sea rapidly receding, it's like the ocean taking a deep breath, and in the next moment, it will surge back with incredible force and speed. Tom's words accompanied his animated gestures, and the tremor in his palm was not due to fear, but the urgency of conveying the message. Anew swallowed nervously, wondering if such natural disasters truly existed in this world. But why did the people here seem to have adapted to this situation? They exchanged silent glances, understanding that everything Tom said was true. Tom continued to explain, each detail like a map drawn for their escape. He wanted the three to realize that every second of hesitation meant a smaller chance of leaving this place, and the impact of the tsunami would not settle quickly. The sea's wrath could destroy everything. Yet hadn't the city of Seven Waters always stood strong here? Jin An's voice was calm. He was quite curious to witness this grand tsunami with his own eyes. Tom's tension did not infect them. On the contrary, their inner passion seemed to boil even more upon hearing this. They looked up at the distant, rolling horizon where the waves continued to gently lap against the shore, as if the world had paused at that moment. "Haha, I'm also very interested in this gods of water." Kazan stepped forward lightly, his words filled with excitement. He clenched his fists, determined that one day he would not let this ocean hinder his steps. Even the towering waves could be easily frozen. The three may have different thoughts in their hearts, but they reached a tacit agreement on not leaving the city of Seven Waters. Within a day or two, the gods of water would surge forth from afar. Tom's steady voice spread through the silent air. He was accustomed to tsunamis, which occurred once a year, and had long learned to take them in stride. However, he was quite interested in these three Navy personnel who had come from the naval headquarters. He hadn't seen such spirited Navy members in a long time. "The tsunami is coming, yet I see you have no plans to move," Jin An said, looking at the still busy shipyard. People remained focused on their work, completely unfazed by the impending tsunami. If these ordinary people were not afraid, then they certainly had nothing to fear. "Uncle Tom, we'll follow you from now on." Tom looked at them, first puzzled, then appreciative. "I am someone rejected by the city of Seven Waters. The tsunami still has some time before it arrives. We'll go up last." Tom sighed as he looked toward the main urban area in the distance. On the rocks by the sea, the three stood side by side, facing the surging ocean, all believing that even the most violent waves would eventually calm down. The sea breeze seemed more urgent than usual at this dusk, filled with urgency and moisture, as if the ocean itself was breathing heavily. The clouds in the sky gathered, taking on a deep gray hue, gradually merging with the horizon, making it difficult to distinguish where the sky ended and the sea began. Jin An gazed at the gathering sea of clouds, but inside, it felt like an invisible hand was gripping tightly. In the face of nature, no matter how strong one's power, one cannot help but feel small. Unspoken, they knew that this calm was merely the tranquility before the storm, a portent, a prelude to the accumulation of natural forces. The sky gradually lost its originally brilliant colors, becoming gray and hazy. The waves at the seaside erupted with their immense power, and the entire sea area became increasingly turbulent. The sea breeze blew wildly, lifting up grains of sand, leaving only the oppressive dusk and an ever more desolate horizon. The once bustling port was now deserted, and all tranquil routines would be interrupted. On the eve of the tsunami, the whole world seemed to be holding its breath. Birds no longer skimmed low over the water. Even the usually mischievous seagulls sensed the ominous atmosphere and hurried back to their nests. The evening breeze carried a faint hint of moisture and an imperceptible strange smell. Nature's most genuine warning. Jin An stood on the corridor, leaning against the railing, his gaze piercing through the swaying lights, staring at the ever-rolling waves. He tightened his coat against the chill brought by the night. The tense atmosphere of the water city felt like a rope on the shore. gradually tightening as it was soaked by the tide. The air was filled with a sense of oppressive anticipation, making each person's breath a bit labored. They knew they were at the forefront of this severe weather, and the damp, briny air was telling them that a tsunami was imminent. The waves on the sea began rhythmically crashing against the reef, like a massive orchestra playing the prelude to fate. Through the hazy night, Jin An can feel every tremor on the water's surface. Every wave seems to be telling them about the impending alarm of the turbulent current. At this moment, the entire natural world is preparing for the spectacular scene about to unfold. The sea breeze, the waves, and the darkened sky all become the silent melody before the coming tsunami. The annual tsunami. Jin An leans against the door, marveling at the grandeur of the weather. Tom stands beside him, arms crossed, sighing as he says, "Our economic situation was already not great, and the annual tsunami only adds to the hardships of the people here." He recalls the helpless eyes and trembling figures every time he speaks of the tragedy. The corners of his mouth involuntarily twitch. Fishermen lose their boats. Merchants lose their shops. On this island, the tourism industry develops very slowly, and, at this time of year, there are hardly any tourists left. Jin An listened quietly, his expression shifting from following the elder's emotions to gradually becoming serious. The light in his eyes reflected his recognition of the elder's experiences and his determination for the future. He understood that the tsunami brought not only economic losses, but also the collapse of the entire island's ecology and its economic pillars. Many would lose their livelihoods due to the tsunami and might even starve on the streets. "But we will not be crushed by these things," Tom said, his tone firm and powerful. Standing up, he became a solid pillar, his gaze unwavering and resolute. He gently patted Jin An's shoulder. "I believe that through our joint efforts, we can not only revitalize this island but also develop it even better." Jin An pondered for a moment, realizing that the other party had already begun researching maritime trains. For Tom, the world's #1 shipbuilder, merely building ships could no longer satisfy his creative desires. He wanted to create something that would change the island. Tom looked at the sky, then turned to Jin An and the others, saying, "It's about time. Follow me to the city of Chishui." He continued, "We have a dedicated resting place up there where no one will disturb us." In the shipbuilding square, the people from Tom's studio were already prepared, carrying only basic supplies for living. They were very familiar with the evacuation process and understood why they were setting off so late to the top of the island. But none of them complained. They were all too clear about what kind of person Mr. Tom was. "Then let's set off." Tom led everyone down an inconspicuous path that wound its way to their refuge. Jin An and the other two followed along, and the path was filled with rugged stones and overgrown weeds, indicating it hadn't been maintained for a long time. After winding for half an hour, they arrived at the top level of the island. At the highest peak of the island, the air seemed to solidify into a heavy, stagnant wave. Jin An stood here, in the open expanse, where he saw the clouds on the horizon gathering into a dark blue domain, swirling low and violently above the sea. It was the calm before the tsunami, an uneasy silence, heralding the impending storm. He could feel an invisible sense of oppression in his body, as if the entire island was trembling in fear. Jin An tightly closed his eyes, taking a deep breath to let his breathing resonate with the surging energy of the world around him, seeking a transcendent state amidst the raging atmosphere. When he opened his eyes, his pupils reflected the rising waves accumulating on the distant horizon. Lightning slithered like a serpent through the dark clouds, accompanied by the rolling thunder, heralding the uncontrollable power of nature. The signs of an impending tsunami became increasingly evident, and the trees on the island seemed to sense the threat, wildly swaying in the wind and issuing a rustling warning. Boom! The tsunami surged like a colossal beast, with towering waves reaching hundreds of meters high, carrying the power to devour everything, mercilessly crashing against the buildings on the island's outskirts. In that moment, it seemed as if heaven and earth had lost their color, leaving only the tumultuous white of the waves and the darkness of the night. The buildings appeared so fragile in the face of such unpredictable natural forces. Houses were swept away as if brushed aside by a giant, easily engulfed by the waves, their wooden structures peeling away like paper under the impact of the seawater, vanishing into the roaring tide. Even those concrete structures that seemed sturdy emitted heartbreaking creaks, as if they would collapse at any moment. The sounds of shattering windows, twisting metal, and breaking wood all blended into the roar of the giant waves. The streets transformed into rivers, with uncontrolled boats drifting aimlessly, blindly navigating the dark night. Not good. A cry of alarm erupted from the crowd. This tsunami was larger than any before. The people of the Seven Water City had already reached the highest point of the island, but the tsunami was about to reach this platform. Those hiding here panicked, sensing the cold and damp breath of the tsunami, and higher screams erupted from the crowd as they clutched onto anything they could find for support. Deep down, however, they all knew that such efforts might be of little help. The howling wind and the roaring waves nearly drowned out every breath, but the rhythm of people's heartbeats quickened. However, clang! A glimmer of cold light flickered in the dim world, a green flash cutting through the air. The colossal tsunami was split in two, and this was a wave hundreds of meters high. Witnessing the tsunami, which could easily take the lives of tens of thousands, being effortlessly neutralized, everyone present stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Behind the square, tens of thousands of citizens gaped, astonished to the point of being unable to make a sound, watching the massive scar that split the ocean slowly fade away. You really are hiding your talents well. Tom looked at Jin An, who was still not even shoulder height to him, and clicked his tongue in amazement. The studio members around them were equally curious about Jin An's earlier actions. It was astonishing to have someone with such strength right beside them. It's nothing, it's nothing. Jin An waved his hand humbly. Taking down a tsunami seemed like something any swordsman could do. He hadn't originally been confident in accomplishing such a feat, but it turned out to be so easy. His powerful flying slash could easily deal with a mountain like Pika. Now it seemed that handling a tsunami was also no problem. To the people in the studio, Jin An was being overly modest. Achieving something like this was already beyond their imagination. Meanwhile, a hidden inspector from the Navy headquarters among the crowd reported everything about the Seven Water City back to headquarters. Zephyr, at Navy headquarters, put down the phone bug. His expression complex. He hadn't expected that kid to pull off something so significant so soon after starting his mission. It really is a talent-rich generation among the new recruits. Sitting on the sofa in Zephyr's office was a man with a red flower pin to his chest, holding a cigar between his fingers, who became very interested in the person being reported on the phone. I had a brief encounter with Jin An before. That guy's pretty good. Pagliasolino sat on another sofa, still looking nonchalant, though Pagliasolino seemed indifferent to everything. Those who knew him understood that he was extremely powerful and held a certain influence within the Navy. You guys should handle your own matters first, Zephyr said to his two outstanding students in front of him. The personalities of these two guys are in team much better than Jin and S. Now that they've completed their graduation procedures, they will officially serve as high-ranking officers in the Navy headquarters. What will happen in the Navy in the future is anyone's guess. The difficulty of this year's training camp has increased significantly compared to our time. They've even tasked those new recruits with clearing out pirates, Pagliasolino said, trimming his nails, the corner of his mouth curling slightly, leaving others unable to guess his thoughts. Sakazuki took a puff of his cigar, saying that the headquarters wouldn't send them to their deaths. There would be people accompanying them. Otherwise, if half of them returned safely, it would be pure luck. Pirates do not engage in fair fights with the Navy when their lives are at stake. They will resort to any means necessary, and those newbies might not be able to withstand those treacherous tactics. Among the Navy recruits who entered the training camp at the same time as Sakazuki, fewer than half were still fighting on the front lines compared to when they first started. The Navy is not a comfortable profession. One could be accompanied by death at any moment. It's normal to have a bit of protection for newcomers. Pagliasolino said lightly, if all the fresh blood is lost, Zephyr-sensei will have quite a headache. Exactly, that is why the training camp is designed to select the best of the best. That is why such a task was assigned from the very beginning. Zephyr's requirements for student graduation were simple. As long as they could safely complete tasks while leading a team in the future, that was enough. If they didn't have that capability, it would be better to choose to withdraw from the start and do clerical work. That way, at least their lives wouldn't be at risk. At the same time as the tsunami occurred, on an unnamed small island in the first half of the Grand Line, the night was dark. Accompanied by the dim light of the moon, the interior of the desolate island was occupied by a terrifying red light. The flames of the bonfire danced, reflecting not a warm gathering, but a scene of hell on earth. The pirates took wood from the bonfire and set fire to the houses on the island. The flames quickly spread, and the houses crackled as they burned. Before long, the surrounding buildings were reduced to charred remains. The island was littered with the bodies of civilians, the blood staining the ground dark red. A pirate spat on a corpse, just a bunch of poor folks. This entire island doesn't even have 1,000,000 berries. What a waste. He turned to the pirate next to him and asked, is everything on this island right here? Admiral Olympus, these guys are too poor. Everything's just sitting here. The pirates were also very dissatisfied. They had raided here with over 20 ships and had only obtained this little, with the effort not matching the reward at all. The sounds of wailing pierced the silent night sky. There were still people on the island suffering at the hands of the pirates. Vengeful curses echoed, but more were the sounds of pain and despair. We can't let these damned lowlifes off easy. Kill all the men to save food. And we can take the women and sell them to slave traders for some quick cash. Olongbus issued orders to his subordinates. He wanted to squeeze out all the value from these people. Beautiful women could enjoy themselves first before being sold, although they would fetch a lower price. It wouldn't be a loss. Soon, the laughter of the pirates mingled with teasing remarks, creating a stark contrast to the cries of anguish and curses. In their laughter, there was not a trace of sympathy or compassion, but rather cruelty and mockery. Their faces, illuminated by the firelight, twisted with wicked delight. Suddenly, a smiling pirate ran over from the pirate ship. "Captain, good news!" The brothers stationed on the outer islands of Water 7 sent word that they have observed a tsunami hitting there. Olongbus grinned. He had been waiting for this moment for some time. It had been over a year since he increased the number of ships. The current ships could no longer accommodate more crew members, and he urgently needed to replenish the fleet. After a tsunami, the defenses of Water 7 were at their lowest for the year, and those pesky Navy wouldn't be stationed there. Although he wasn't afraid of the Navy, any interference with the shipbuilding progress would mean spending more time before setting sail again, and he didn't want that hassle. The expenses for feeding a crew were enormous, especially since he had over 20 ships to support. "You lot, keep the revelry going and dance," Olongbus shouted. "If you're not satisfied on this island, we'll keep searching for the next one. This sea is ruled by us pirates. The fat pigs must be harvested by someone. Stick with me, and you'll be well fed and well treated." After a brief moment of silence, the pirates erupted into wild cheers, the clash of their swords and knives ringing out to the heavens. "Long live the captain! To the next island. Let us keep doing this. For freedom." The cheers on the island grew more fervent. The soaring flames cast the pirates as if they were demons crawling out of hell. On the streets of Water 7, after the tsunami, the once incredibly sturdy ship hulls lay in ruins scattered across the island. Broken bridges and debris from somewhere, along with disordered tools, created an extremely chaotic scene. The group from Jin An walked along the streets that had been drastically altered by the tsunami. Many residents stood by the roadside, their eyes filled with joy as they repeatedly surveyed their homes and checked their losses. Due to frequent tsunamis, the houses here were built extremely solidly, and the tsunami had been eliminated midway. Therefore, the locals found that compared to previous years, their losses this time had been minimized to an infinite extent. Moreover, the resources brought by the tsunami were even greater than in previous years. The tsunami not only brought disaster and destruction, but also carried some supplies that were usually hard to obtain, such as the salt used by the people of the Seven-Water City. As they joyfully stepped over the damp ground, their footsteps became increasingly light, enjoying the calm after the tsunami. The waves crashing against the shore slowly receded, but could not carry away the mud and chaos on the ground. The wooden boards eroded by red tide, once the hard hulls of boats, now lay broken on the beach, quietly telling the story of what had happened here. People would need to spend some effort to restore their lives to what they were before the tsunami. When Jin An and the others returned to the location of Tom's studio, they were met with a scene that was hard to bear. The wreckage of broken boats was intertwined, and the once busy production line was in tatters, filled with mud everywhere. When they first arrived, the laughter and shouts of the workers mingled in the air. Although it was a bit chaotic, it was full of life. Now, however, only the gradually drying mud and the intermittent sound of the sea breeze hitting the metal remained. "Ha! Here's again, looking like this." Tom had grown accustomed to this scene, scratching his head and laughing up at the sky. The others in the studio also shrugged and laughed, clearly unbothered by the sight. "We're really grateful for your help this time. Otherwise, it would take us a while longer to get back home," Tom said, putting his arm around Jin An's shoulder with a cheerful expression. Jin An pointed to himself and continued, "I am in the Navy, so it is natural for me to step in when I see someone in danger. However, you still need to find a way to get through this tough situation, as I believe circumstances like this will continue in the future." Jin An didn't want Tom's actions to slow down the construction of the sea train because of this variable. After hearing Jin An's words, not only Tom, but everyone present burst into laughter. Tom patted his chest and said, "I already have a way to deal with the impact of the tsunami. The city of Seven Waters will definitely get better in the future." He was not affected by what happened today. He believed his dreams would come true. Just as their conversation was still lingering in the air, Kazan rushed over with a phone bug in hand. His arrival was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, breaking the previous tranquility. The news made the Navy Kuzan gasp for breath, and his words came out in a stuttering manner from his throat. Jin An asked his friends in the Navy to help keep an eye on the situation in the waters near the seven-water capital. Today, they finally received news from there. But unfortunately, Jin An furrowed his brows, sensing an ominous atmosphere from Kazan's fragmented words, a sense of foreboding quietly rising in his chest. He took a few steps closer to Kazan, lowered his voice, and asked what happened. Kazan looked up, his eyes filled with sorrow. Although he knew that what had occurred was the norm in this world, he still could not accept such events. The nearby town had been massacred by pirates. The sudden news struck everyone like a heavy blow. The air seemed to freeze instantly, followed by a silence and a stifling atmosphere. Jin An's face turned pale in an instant, and a complex mix of emotions surged within him: anger, sorrow, and sympathy for the innocent victims. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms. Although his body remained still, his heart was as turbulent as raging waves. At that moment, Tom also sensed the urgent atmosphere. Worry etched on his face as he murmured, "Ah, this world." Jin An suddenly raised his head, a decisive light flashing in his eyes. "Pack up. Prepare to set off." "Received." Kazan responded and hurried to find Tion Yushur. In the sky, Jin An looked down at the sea, his eyes quickly scanning the surroundings. Affected by the tsunami, there were significantly fewer ships nearby. Only some driftwood floated on the surface of the sea, and no ships were in sight. Not far ahead was Judicial Island, one of the three major institutions under the world government. A distinct official ship was cutting through the waves, its insignia shimmering with dazzling light in the morning sun. The ship was steady and imposing, just like the power and order it represented, beyond doubt and challenge. Light and shadow intertwined, painting the disciplined soldiers on board. At the bow of the ship stood a tall figure, Spandam, the chief of the Special Department CP9. His expression was stern, dressed in a fitted black suit. His slightly curly long hair, gently blown by the wind, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. The black and blue coat fluttered lightly in the breeze, and his sharp eyes, like those of a hawk, fixed sharply on the sea ahead. Spandam's expression was calm to the point of indifference, making it difficult to discern his inner thoughts from his impassive appearance. He was still as water, yet his heart was like a whirlpool at the bottom of the sea, concealing unfathomable plans and intentions. Jin An and the others hovered above the clouds, quietly observing Spandam's every move. With their observation hockey, they could easily see everything within a certain range, and with Spandam's strength, he would have no way of discovering their presence. "Where has that group of pirates we were supposed to meet gone?" Spandam asked, staring ahead. The CP9 member holding the transponder snail replied, "According to the information from the other side, they're 3 days away from Water 7. Those useless fools haven't kept their promise to us." Spandam said displeasedly, "Pirates really are a bunch of untrustworthy trash. They said the delay is because they haven't gathered all the goods we wanted." The CP9 member repeated the words from the pirates. "Just excuses. If I'm not mistaken, those guys will try to extort us when the time comes," Spandam said indifferently. They needed a batch of high-quality slaves, and if they were trained from a young age, those slaves would completely obey his orders as the commander. The CP organization is rife with factions, and the people around him were all remnants left by the previous leader. He wasn't at ease entrusting important matters to these people. "In the sky, we don't need to follow that disgusting guy down there, do we?" Tion Yushur expressed her disdain for the trafficker, feeling nauseated just seeing such a person. "Why don't we just kill him?" Tion Yushur proposed. "Such people are a menace to the world." "It's not the right time yet," Jin An said, squinting at the man below. One day later, in the sky, three figures seemed to merge with the clouds at the horizon, quietly floating with the wind, silently following the government ship churning in the waves below. "Are all the people in CP like this?" Tion Yushur asked. Having flown with those people for a day, she clearly understood what kind of people they were. In simple terms, these people do nothing good. There's nothing they haven't done. Spandam really would do anything for a promotion. Jin An's eyes narrowed slightly. He had severely overestimated the lower limits of the CP departments working for the world government. Assassination, robbery, framing, and silencing were merely the simplest tools in the CP, casually wielded by these people without any regard for the lives of those targeted by them. It truly exemplified the lengths they would go to in order to achieve their objectives. The three in the air maintained a consistent speed and a certain distance from the ship below. They were about to stop at the small island ahead. Kazan saw Spandam ordering the crew to dock at the island. It seemed this was the place where they had agreed to meet the pirates. Tion Yusher looked at the island ahead and said, "This island is quite large. Are they not worried about being discovered trading in such a place?" She noticed signs of habitation on the island and wondered what those CP9 guys were thinking. Suddenly, Tion Yusher pointed in another direction on the island and said, "Gina, look over there." At the edge of the island, Jin An and the others stood on a high cliff, gazing into the distance. The sky shifted from blue to gray, and an uneasy restlessness spread across the sea. In the distance, a mass of dark clouds approached. But it was not a sign of storm. Rather, it was dozens of pirate ships charging fiercely, their sinister skull flags snapping in the sea breeze. The shadow of the pirate fleet gradually formed a dense black barrier on the horizon, as if an unavoidable storm was closing in on this once peaceful harbor. Each pirate ship was slightly larger than the Navy's warships, and when they moved together, they stirred up towering waves. Jin An stood at the forefront, his gaze sharp and cold like a sword, piercing through the distant gloom. What pirate crew is this, to have so many ships acting together? Every muscle in his body was tense, ready to face the impending battle. Kazan was also somewhat excited. It had been a long time since he had seen a pirate crew of this scale, and he was eager to try. In moments like this, psychological unease had to be cast aside. So he took a deep breath, trying to calm the turbulent waves in his heart. Tianyue was in a state of extreme excitement, rubbing the long sword in his hands. No one among them spoke, but they were all adjusting their mindset in their own way, gathering their battle intent. Their eyes revealed a sense of excitement. Even when facing enemies hundreds of times their number, they felt no fear. What they possessed was absolute confidence in their own strength. Whatever pirate crew it is, will kill as many as they send. Kazan licked his lips, a glint of bloodthirst flashing in his eyes. Amid the surging waves, the pirate ships cut through the water. As the fleet of pirate ships drew closer, the details of the crew began to become clear. The merciless sunlight cast silver arrows, illuminating the high-flying flags. In an instant, Jin An's brow twitched and his heart leapt with joy. This was not the mark of ordinary pirates. We are in luck. The ships before them were the targets they had been pursuing for some time, the infamous Yodomaria pirate crew. In an instant, their hearts began to pound wildly, each beat echoing in their chests. This came without effort. Kazan was even more excited. At that moment, he also recognized the emblem on the flag, and the muscles on his face tightened. Perhaps they would be the first team to complete the mission this time. Their enemies, their target, were right in front of them, inside the island. The air was thick with the fear and trepidation of the islanders. Sharp warnings pierced the calm of the island. Accompanied by the roar of the waves and sea breeze, the slowly approaching black sails struck terror into the hearts of the islanders like a surging undercurrent. The men, women, and children on the island were stunned by the appearance of these uninvited guests, staring in disbelief at the sea that turned nightmares into reality. The pirates are coming. Quickly find a place to hide. Women hurriedly led their children, scrambling to find hiding spots, their wide eyes reflecting the approaching dark silhouettes. The children sensed the panic of the adults, their cries rising and falling, small hands tightly clutching their mother's skirts, their little faces filled with confusion and fear. Great sea god, please show your mercy and save us, your devout followers. People trembled, murmuring ancient prayers, their sorrowful gazes fixed on the vast sea, as if seeking the protection of the sea god. Brothers, pick up your weapons and fight those pirates. The able-bodied men, tasked with protecting peace, were preparing their means of defense, exchanging pale, bloodless glances. Though no words were spoken, their eyes revealed a shared determination. Resistance meant death, and not resisting also meant death. They would rather die with some blood on their hands. The emotions ignited like a spark, rapidly spreading throughout the island. Amid the chaos, people began to organize quickly. Though their hearts trembled, they were willing to make every effort to survive. The islanders' gazes sometimes fixed on a distant, fierce sea, sometimes scanning the faces of their fellow citizens. Despite fear, there was more determination not to lose everything. A heavy atmosphere enveloped everyone's hearts. The sea breeze seemed to grow colder, and the air was filled with tension and uncertainty. Suddenly, the previously clear sky was covered by an oncoming mass of dark clouds, instantly dyeing the blue sky black. Lightning flickered within the clouds, jumping and twisting. The thunder that followed ripped through the air, each roar like the wrath of a god, instilling unprecedented panic in the people of the island. Their faces turned as gray and unclear as the sky. They ceased their hurried actions, each looking up at the sky. Could their prayers have worked? Had the sea god truly shown his power? What's going on? Olympus pushed open the cabin door, gazing at the suddenly changing weather. Is this island so cursed? The weather changes faster than in the New World. Olympus looked around. It didn't matter. It was just a change in weather. You lot, bring the cargo up. Those people should be getting impatient. Captain, we are ready and can set off at any time. Then let's go. Where do you want to go? A voice came from the sails. You just stay here. Who is it? Olympus looked up directly at the source of the voice. When he saw someone approaching, the smile on his face suddenly froze, a glint of fear flashing in his eyes. It wasn't until the person stood before him that he realized he was breaking out in a cold sweat. What terrified him even more was that he hadn't sensed this person with his observation hockey. Olympus shouted loudly, "This friend, more friends means more paths. How about we get to know each other? I have some connections in the second half of the Grand Line." Olympus patted his chest and assured, "Once I finish this deal, I'll definitely drink with you. You're a friend I want to make." He made a choice that other pirates would consider humiliating. His tone mixed with pleading and flattery, tried to use words to seek a way out. His voice carried an unnatural tone, the roar he usually used to intimidate his subordinates, now sounding more like an aging sea wolf. The authority in his voice vanished without a trace. Making friends with pirates? Jin An lightly landed on the deck, his muscles bulging, and his domineering aura enveloped the entire area where the pirates were located. Under his gaze, it seemed that the pirates on the deck had no secrets. Every breath they took, every tremor, and every glance exchanged was captured by Jin An's eyes. "It seems we haven't provoked you, have we?" Even without knowing Jin An's identity. They didn't want to unnecessarily provoke an enemy. "You all are pirates. Do you still care about whether you've offended someone else?" Jin An looked at the pirate who was speaking, a hint of mockery appearing at the corner of his mouth. Pirates are generally only concerned with enjoying life, uninterested in the new happenings in the world, and naturally unaware of Jin An, the rising star within the Navy. In the next moment, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Jin An's eyes. The previously restrained, surging aura instantly spread rapidly in all directions, an invisible momentum rushing towards the pirates. Accompanied by a sharp sound of a blade, the Yin-Chi knife had already been gripped in his hand. The first thing that caught the pirate's eyes was the terrifying gleam of the blade. It seemed that negotiation was no longer an option. "Now, I want to see how you alone can handle the fight against us." Amidst Olympus's roar, the pirates raised their knives and surrounded the thin figure among them. Jin An seemed isolated and helpless, yet he was as tranquil as a deep pool, standing firm and having already anticipated this outcome. His expression did not change. He remained indifferent and calm. The pirates roared, their blades slicing through the wind, surrounding Jin An like shadows. But what puzzled them was that Jin An seemed to foresee the trajectory of every strike, effortlessly neutralizing their attacks. Boom! In an instant, they unleashed their full power in a flurry of attacks, only to be abruptly repelled, a fierce gale sweeping through and raising a cloud of dust. The sudden turn of events made everyone instinctively raise their arms to shield their eyes. Clang! In a flash, Olympus, guided by his sixth sense, raised his whip and barely blocked Jin An's attack. "What a pity! I had hoped to let you have an easier time on your way." Jin An smiled and stepped back. Olympus instinctively searched for the figure that had just attacked him, feeling a mix of fear and a hint of relief. As the dust settled, the pirates regained their vision and realized that if they didn't deal with their opponent quickly, they would find themselves in an even worse situation. Don't worry about being injured. Give it your all to kill him. If they hesitated any longer, they wouldn't be able to leave here today. Amidst the raging wind of blades, Jin An's gaze remained calm, like the unruffled ice on a winter lake. He accurately tracked every enemy's movement, his muscles exploding at the necessary moments to execute one precise spinning kick and elbow strike after another. He drew his blade from below, a flash of light slicing through, and a group of pirates lost their heads in an instant. He lowered his gaze to the reckless pirates before him and continued to wield his sword with composure. He leisurely reaped the lives of one pirate after another. Jin An's legs pressed down like springs, then suddenly jumped, cutting through space like a streak of light, leaping over the heads of the enemies and skillfully landing behind them. When the pirates turned back, they could only see the moment Jin An swung his blade like the Grim Reaper, and then they felt themselves soaring high into the air. Olympus gritted his teeth and stared ahead, his hand gripping the knife, no longer trembling. His eyes were bloodshot, barely regaining his fighting spirit. He shouted at Jin An in the distance, "Now I can overlook your past actions. If you do not surrender, I will pay any price to keep you here." The pirates sensed a hint of panic in Olympus's words. Their captain had built a great reputation on this sea, never showing such an expression in battle. The pirates understood their captain's intent and quietly took action, using their bodies to shield the captain's movements. Jin An dodged to the side, avoiding Olympus's embrace. He slightly flipped his hand and grabbed the opponent's arm, which had not yet been retracted. Beads of sweat appeared on Olympus's forehead, and his previously indifferent face showed signs of disbelief. The immense force from the arm twisted it into an exaggerated arc, and he could even hear the sound of his arm muscles tearing. The strong arm barely held on for less than a second before it was directly twisted off. He clutched the wound, which was gushing blood, and as he opened his mouth to scream, he felt his collar being grabbed and was violently thrown backward. He barely managed to stop after crashing through several pirate ships, blood continuously pouring from his mouth, almost sending him to hell. He leaned against the ship, trying to support himself to stand up. Just as he was about to rise, he was kicked back to the ground. In terror, he used all his strength to lift his head. He saw that demon looking down at him, with eyes devoid of human emotion, only endless coldness. Olympus forced a smile, spitting out a mouthful of blood. I admit defeat. You came for me, didn't you? To die in this sea, I am satisfied, and I enjoyed it for so long, with so many people dying in my hands. How delightful. Jin An glanced at him and casually struck a knife at the opponent's neck. People like this, who don't know repentance even before death, are completely devoid of humanity. Jin An wiped the blood off the knife, kicked Olympus's body into the sea, and turned to fly towards the shore. The pirates stared at the ship gradually sinking into the ocean, momentarily unable to comprehend what had happened. They didn't even see how it was all done. And where had their large captain gone? Suddenly, there was a loud rumbling, and their ship changed appearance. Their ship had been crafted by highly skilled shipbuilders using high-strength alloys. The remaining pirates swallowed hard. Everything you wanted is here. Kazan handed over the snail phone in his hand, observing the aftermath created by Jin An. Thanks. Jin An tucked the snail phone into his pocket. The contents saved inside might not be of much use, but it was rare to encounter Spandane. So keeping a piece of evidence against him wasn't a bad idea. You didn't leave a single survivor? Kazan scanned the area and found only a pool of blood on the beach, with not a single pirate in sight. Jin An nodded. A bunch of trash. What are they doing left in this world? There were still some people in the cabin. Arrangements would be made later. He looked at the pirate ship not far away. Human trafficking really was very profitable, and most pirate crews would capture a group of people and lock them in the cabin. Anew walked out of the cabin and stood on the deck, asking, "Are we preparing to return?" She felt indescribably uncomfortable after seeing those who had been kidnapped by pirates in the cabin. She glanced at Jin An, who had saved her from the hands of human traffickers. She was very grateful to have met Jin An, who had led her down this path. They could depart at any time. The mission was completed, so they also had to prepare to return to the naval headquarters. However, the headquarters asked us to go to Water 7 again, where someone would meet us. The message from the headquarters further confirmed that someone had been following these new recruits from the training camp. It was both to supervise their task completion and to protect their safety. However, the person responsible for following Jin and the other two lost track of them after they flew into the sky and ultimately had to give up following them. If we return to Water 7, I want to try the water meat there. I've heard it's very delicious. Since Kuzan started following Jin An, in addition to his love for drinking, he also developed a taste for gourmet food. Don't even think about it. We don't have that much time for you to wander around. Tion, you said frankly. Bad woman. Kazan complained. Jin An, you need to take care of her. Even my hobbies are being taken away. I think Tianyu is right. Jin An paused and continued from now on. No drinking during work hours. If I smell it again, you can go sober up in the sea. You. Kazan pointed at the two people opposite him. What? Jin An glanced at him. Kazan decisively conceded, nodding and bowing. I guarantee to complete the task. At the edge of the island, coconut trees swayed, creating a unique silhouette as people quietly gathered. Their gazes were firmly fixed on the pirate ship not far away, and they saw several agile youths pulling fine lines back from the pirate ship to a location far away. Suddenly, they brought the torches close to the fine lines, and the next moment, time seemed to freeze. As the fuse continued to shorten, flames erupted from where the pirate ship was located, and the orange-red glow brilliantly illuminated the night sky, reddening every face. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, a black mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and the scorching flames boiled the seawater. The massive shockwave made the island tremble, and the pirate ship was engulfed by the fierce flames. The threat that hung overhead instantly turned into charred wreckage. The whole world turned red in that moment. People exchanged smiles. They had originally prepared to fight to the death with the pirates, but unexpectedly, Jin An and the others had saved their lives. "I thought you would keep those pirate ships," Jin An said, looking at the massive fire before him. Selling the pirate ships would be a considerable income. Moreover, the materials used for these pirate ships were quite valuable, and dismantling them for building houses was also a good option. The people on the island shook their heads. "These things are of no use to us. We just want to live peacefully. And burning the pirate ships on the coast can also give future pirates approaching this island a misleading message. With so many pirate ships burned outside the island, it can serve as a deterrent to small pirate crews. They, as an island without the ability to join the world government, can only use this simple method to prevent pirate invasions, although it may not be very effective. But keeping the pirate ships would only attract trouble. Amidst the mountain of lumber, wood chips flew as the newly recruited shipbuilding assistants anxiously tried to keep up with the pace of the trade. "Icebegu, you should learn well with me from now on," a man said. "A true man should face challenges boldly. I will train you to become a capable shipbuilder." Tom stood beside the inexperienced boy, patting the boy's shoulder with his rough hand, his eyes filled with encouragement. "Don't be nervous, kid," Tom said, his voice like a summer breeze brushing over the sea. "Every master learns from the mistakes they made. Just remember, shipbuilding requires not just hands but also heart." After hearing Tom's words, the boy's eyes reignited with a spark of hope. He gripped his tools tightly. A smile appeared on his determined face, and he threw himself back into the shipbuilding work. Jin An and the two others stood at the door of the workshop, witnessing this warm scene. They exchanged glances, a hint of confusion flashing in their eyes. Oh, the boisterous man saw a familiar face returning. Tom, noticing the figure at the door, put down what he was doing, smiled, opened his arms, and gave Jin An a hug. Jin An took a step forward, raising his dusty face. "Huh, we're here to disturb you again. You really haven't changed at all, always so energetic. Is this kid your new recruit?" Jin An looked at the hardworking young man and felt a sense of familiarity. Tom smiled broadly as he watched the boy studying diligently. "That's right, but he is not just an apprentice. I am training him to be my successor. His talent is not any less than mine as an old man." "Well, congratulations to you then." Jin An pulled Tom to a deserted place and whispered, "The world government has set its sights on the city of Seven Waters. You need to be careful and pay attention to unfamiliar faces around you." Jin An placed the phone bug in his palm, playing back the recorded voices. He had heard the conversations in the phone bug on his way here and was surprised that the world government had set its sights on Water 7 so early. This was inevitable. After all, 800 years ago, the battleship known as Pluto was manufactured here. "Why are you telling me such important things?" Tom asked, looking at him with a complex expression. "Because I admire you," Jin An replied. "This is very important to you, but it holds no value for me." After a moment of contemplation, Tom asked, "Do you know why they are so interested in this place?" The phone bug did not mention that thing. He brought up the topic to share his biggest secret with the other. "Because of Pluto," Jin An answered. Tom realized he seemed to understand the other less and less. Jin An appeared to know everything. "You know about Pluto?" "How I know is not important. What matters is that you're already being targeted by CP," Jin An said, patting Tom's shoulder as he watched his expression grow serious. "True, that really is not important," Tom sighed. "It seems I can't escape it. In that case, I need to make the most of my time," Tom said, regaining his spirits. He needed to complete the construction of the sea train within the limited time he had. In the shipyard, Icebegu, who had been busy with his own tasks, also showed a serious expression. He understood well that if the world government was ready to act here, they would be completely unable to resist. He had known since he arrived that Tom had done something in the past, believing it was because he built a ship for Roger that the world government was now targeting him. With a flicker of his gaze, he slowly spoke. "Why should we bear the pressure of the mistakes made by the ship's owner after completing the ship? Also, what exactly is Pluto? No matter what kind of ship is made, there is no distinction between good and evil. It doesn't matter what kind of ship you create in the future." Tom gently comforted Icebegu upon seeing his expression. "No matter who it hurts, even if it destroys the world, the owner who created it must take care of it. Only the creator cannot deny it or blame it. A man must face the ship he built with pride." Icebegu's eyes widened. I understand everything, but I don't want to." Hey, that's not what I mean. It's not that serious yet." Jin An hurriedly interrupted the two lost in their thoughts. Tom glanced at Jin An puzzled. "Didn't you say we've already been targeted?" "Of course, I want to use my limited time to fulfill my dream. What's wrong with that? They are only suspicious. As long as you dispel their doubts, all difficulties will be easily resolved," Jin An continued. "Or you could also choose to run away. As long as you get to a place where no one knows you and start life anew, maybe you won't be threatened by the world government anymore." Jin An walked over to a workstation and sat down. He spoke the truth, based on his understanding of the world. As long as he did a little bit of disguise and maintained a low profile, the probability of being recognized in the future would still be very low. The premise was that Tom could suppress his desire to build ships. There were very few people in the world with his level of skill. After all, the world government had just begun to focus on the city of Seven Waters, and nothing had been finalized yet. Everyone present shook their heads at Jin An's suggestion, as they all relied on shipbuilding for their livelihood. After hiding their identities, they would have no way to survive. It was easy to dismiss doubts in theory, but very difficult in practice. Tom also didn't believe that these two methods could be realized. Planting the seed of doubt was simple, but eliminating it was wishful thinking. The allure of the underworld king was too great. The world government would rather wrong a good person than let someone worth their attention slip away. Tom expressed his thoughts directly, with no sense of luck. The underworld king. Jin An didn't need blueprints. He knew where the actual item was stored. He just didn't want Tom to be wrongfully accused and killed like in the original story. Tom knew that Jin An had other ways to help them through this difficult time. I just want to continue building ships. I can agree to everything else. I want to cooperate with you. My naval base still lacks some excellent shipbuilders. If possible, you can communicate more with the Navy in the future. As for the Underworld King matter, let me block it for you. Blocking the world government's prying eyes was still quite easy. Spreading a little rumor could divert their attention. For example, drawing a fake blueprint, aging it a bit, and placing it in a small auction house or a secret treasure location, then arranging for some people to luckily obtain this blueprint. This would allow true and false information to spread in the world, greatly affecting the accuracy of the world government's intelligence gathering. Collaborating with the Navy might be a good choice. Tom changed his tone, but the Navy was also an agency under the world government. Wouldn't he cooperating with them make it easier for them to be discovered? He was unclear about Jin An's next arrangements, so it was normal to have concerns. However, if I refuse, I would probably end up being targeted by those from the world government anyway. Tom looked at Jin An. I trust you, so I will choose to cooperate with you. As for the other navies, I won't participate. No problem. I never intended for the entire Navy to cooperate with you. After all, you, the world's #1 shipwright, have more important things to accomplish. Jin An reached out and shook hands with Tom. Mr. Tom, are you really ready to cooperate with the Navy? Ispago asked. Of course. Do you not trust Jin An? You might even be grateful for collaborating with him in the future. He is a man of his word. Tom grinned, confident in his judgment. Jin An looked at the laughing Tom and nodded slightly, saying, if you want to accomplish your idea, I suggest you integrate the entire shipyard of Water 7. Only by mastering absolute authority will it be easier to achieve your goal. After a pause, he continued, I hope you can make Tom's workshop the best shipyard in Water 7, or even the whole world, and connect your idea to more places. In the original timeline, Iceberg also accomplished everything Jin An mentioned through his own efforts. In his view, unifying the shipbuilding industry in Water 7 was just a matter of time. After hearing Jin An's plan, Tom couldn't help but nod in agreement. He also recognized the other suggestion. He already had ideas for manufacturing water trains. And the next step was to invest a lot of manpower and resources into research and development. He was absolutely confident in his ideas, thinking, I will definitely accomplish all of this. I will first pay you a research and development fee, and once the prototype is made, I hope you can also build a batch for me in the South Sea. Jin An had long been envious of the sea train. With that, the economy and other aspects of the South Sea would undergo unprecedented development, considering that the sea train was much faster than a warship. Upon hearing about the money, both Tom and Iceberg's eyes lit up. Tom's workshop was in dire need of funds. With money, they could do anything. No problem. Tom patted his chest and promised. Just as Jin An had finished discussing how to quickly integrate Water 7 with Tom, the Navy team that followed Jin An had also arrived at the port of Water 7. The Navy soldiers disembarked from their warship, exhausted. They had been on overtime for several days, facing many hardships in their quest to find those 3 people. This trip has really been exhausting. Yeah, I thought it was just a simple task to protect the new recruits, but it turned out to be tiring as hell. It's not just the exhaustion. We also witnessed that tragic scene. Those pirates truly deserve to die. Who says otherwise? The entire island's residents are gone. It's a mercy that they died so easily. The Navy soldiers gathered around a restaurant, discussing what they had seen and heard during this voyage. They didn't expect that the pirate crew that wiped out the island was the target of Colonel Jin An's mission this time. One Navy soldier, propping himself up on the table, almost jumped out of his chair, exclaiming, over 1,000 pirates, all defeated by Colonel Jin An alone. The surrounding residents turned their gazes, shocked and incredulous. The cafeteria was filled with noisy discussions, as everyone seemed eager to uncover the truth. Another Navy soldier stepped forward, gesturing with his rugged arms to illustrate the brutality of the battlefield. Look at the wreckage of the pirate ships left on that island. There are over 20 ships. I can't even imagine that scene. Moreover, I heard Colonel Jin and didn't even have a scratch on him. He's truly like a god of war. A young Navy soldier leaned against the doorframe, his tone filled with admiration for Jin An. The residents, some sitting and some standing, leaned in slightly, trying to catch fragments of heroic anecdotes that occasionally broke through the chaos. A few children paused with their sauce-covered spoons, their eyes vacant, as if they could picture Jin An's unparalleled bravery in their minds. An elderly woman with a forehead full of wrinkles sighed softly to her old friend. There are indeed such people in this world who can accomplish such things by their own strength. The restaurant owner leaned against the counter, reminiscing about the adventurous life he dreamed of in his youth, his eyes reflecting a pensive look. Though he had never met the person the Navy spoke of, the heroic deeds they described felt like giant waves in the deep sea, crashing against his soul. Every person's lips unconsciously lifted into a smile of admiration. Even those chefs who dealt with pots and pans all day had to admit that even in the most ordinary life, they yearned for such deeds. Outside the abandoned ship island, a figure moved with moonwalk steps, finally arriving outside Tom's workshop. Colonel Jin An, Colonel Kazan, and Lieutenant Commander Tianhue. We are ordered to take you back to the Navy headquarters. Have they come? Jin An looked at the man in military uniform outside. Judging from the shoulder insignia, the other party held a rank several levels higher than him, a major general from the headquarters. It seems the headquarters is quite supportive of these rookies if the person being secretly protected is at least a major general. We have already counted all your achievements. The major general said with shock, a total of 22 pirate ships, all burned at the coast of Barg Island. There is a pyramid of heads on the beach, totaling 254. We rescued 234 civilians from a ship's cabin, and they have all been sent back to their hometowns. There's treasure piled on the beach, with an initial estimated total value exceeding 190 million berries. Tianhue and her companion were much calmer at this point. They had stacked those heads themselves and collected the treasure to place it on the beach. The people from Tom's workshop had slightly contracted pupils. This data had all been meticulously calculated by the Navy, with no exaggeration at all. They hadn't expected that the other party could achieve such a feat in such a short time after leaving. It is known that the number of people working at their studio each year does not exceed 2,000. Just in this period, Jin had killed more people than that. Moreover, those pirates had 190 million berries. How could a pirate crew with so much money be simple? They build ships and earn less than 60 million berries a year, and that's without deducting costs. It's unclear how that pirate crew acquired such a massive fortune. Since you have no objections, we will head back directly, the major said, barely suppressing his surprise as he looked at Jin An. He knew that the person in front of him was a rising star in the Navy and might be promoted to brigadier general upon returning to headquarters. Such a talent deserved his careful treatment. Tom, we will head back to the Navy headquarters first. The matters in Water 7 will be left to you, Jin An said, turning back to Tom behind him. Tom snapped back to reality from his shock and nodded, saying, "No problem, I will handle it." The major's gaze shifted back and forth between the two. He felt that Jin An had stirred up trouble during his time in Water 7. But he didn't mind. His task was simply to bring Jin An back. The sea breeze fluttered the flag of the warship, making it snap loudly in the evening glow. With the rising waves, the ship seemed to appear even more majestic and dignified with the rising morale. The warship was slowly sailing towards the Navy headquarters, and on the deck, a group of naval officers stood at attention, their eyes piercing through the swirling sea mist, focusing on a dashing figure. He is the soul of this unit, a warrior who has made a name for himself amidst the smoke of battle. His silhouette was reflected on the boundless sea, illuminated by the sunlight, standing tall like a flagpole, defending honor. The sunlight gently fell on the shoulder insignia of his uniform, reflecting dazzling light, a brilliance accumulated with countless honors and responsibilities. The respect in the hearts of the officers surged like the tides of the sea, one wave higher than the last. Of course, this was how the Navy saw Jin An. Fans always viewed their idols through a filter, their gaze towards him always different. Next to Jin An, a battle-hardened veteran broke the silence. He stepped forward, saluted solemnly, and spoke in a steady, powerful voice. "You have won glory for our Navy. We will remember this honor in our hearts." Once someone took the lead, the Navy officers no longer suppressed their admiration. "Colonel Jin An is awesome. I want to apply to join your team." I want to have your babies." Hearing the bold words of his subordinate, the major turned green with anger. It was the first time he realized how unserious his subordinates could be, even saying something like having babies. Kazan, noticing the lively atmosphere, also wanted to join in. "Don't go over there and make a fuss." Tianyue grabbed Kazan by the collar and said. She was feeling a bit off, watching Jin and surrounded by people, and felt somewhat awkward. They had agreed to follow in his footsteps, but why did it feel like they were getting further away from that man? Navy headquarters. The Navy personnel were busy with their tasks, as usual. Fewer than 100 naval soldiers were lined up on the playground. "Yo, good morning, rookies." Zephyr appeared on the playground with a friendly smile. However, the Navy personnel present felt uncomfortable all over. They had just completed their mission not long ago. Yet, before they could rest for long, they were all called to the playground. Moreover, they noticed that many fewer people were present today, and many were wondering if something had happened to those absent. "I didn't call you all here for a reunion. You are among the better performers in this mission. You should consider yourselves fortunate. As for the others, they have already packed their things and gone home," Zephyr said in the calmest voice while delivering the harshest words. "Now, everyone stand at attention. Right turn, you are to run 200 laps around the playground, and after finishing, proceed to the next training." The Navy personnel earnestly complied. They had witnessed the darkness of the sea and understood that their current hard work was to protect themselves and their comrades' lives on the battlefield in the future. "Jin An, step forward," Zephyr called out specifically to Jin, and hearing Zephyr's call, the Navy personnel showed no special reaction. They all knew the specifics of Jin An's mission this time. If they could have completed this mission as perfectly as he did, surely, among those named by Zephyr, there would also be their names. Received. Jin An stepped out of the line and followed ZFA into the office. As they entered the office, Jin An gently closed the door after seeing ZFA's gesture. ZFA sat on the sofa, his sharp eyes fixed on Jin and across from him. "Do you know why I called you here?" ZFA asked softly. Jin An shook his head, then nodded again. "If I'm not mistaken, you are planning to promote me?" ZFA supported himself on the table with both hands and nodded, saying, "We are indeed planning to promote you, but you need to wait patiently here for a while." Jin An was somewhat confused. Why was getting promoted such a serious matter? Was there something else he needed to be told? ZFA looked at him and said with a faint smile, "Don't worry. It's a good thing for you." Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks came from the door, and then it was opened from the outside. A group of people, very familiar to Jin An, walked in. "Good job. You did well on this mission. It's worth encouraging." Garp entered the office and enthusiastically patted Jin An on the shoulder. "You really made us proud in the Navy this time. Over 2000 pirates. You killed them without hesitation, just the way I like it." Jin An rolled his eyes. Kapu was as laid back as ever. Didn't he see Sengoku staring at the two of them? Although Sengoku felt helpless about Kapu's behavior, he was also quite pleased this time. After all, Jin An had cleared out a tumor for them. "All right, let's get down to business." Sengoku cleared his throat and looked at Jin An normally. "With what you've done during this period, you could have already been promoted. However, we have some concerns and hope you won't mind. Promotions are not something that can just happen because they want Jin An to rise. For appointments at the rank of officer, it requires approval from the world government. Surprisingly, this time the application was actually approved." Jin An looked at the opposite side with some anticipation. "It's better to have more promotions. After our discussion, we have decided to grant you the rank of Lieutenant General." "Lieutenant General?" Jin An opened his mouth wide. In his imagination, being promoted to Major General was already satisfactory. But unexpectedly, he received a pleasant surprise. "That's right, Lieutenant General. Je fais repeated. Do you have any thoughts?" "You can bring them up now," Zhangguo asked. Jin An stood at attention and, without making any demands, said with a serious expression, "I will take on the responsibilities of being promoted to Lieutenant General." Hearing Jin An's words, Zhangguo nodded in satisfaction. "Then we congratulate you, Lieutenant General Jin An. The rank of Lieutenant General is already a senior position in the Navy. Enjoying excellent, but of course, it also comes with corresponding responsibilities." Jin An rubbed his hands and asked, "Now that I've been promoted to Lieutenant General, what about the South China Sea?" Zhangguo replied with irritation, "Of course, the South China Sea is still under your responsibility. We know you treat that place as your own backyard, and we want to take away what you cherish. It doesn't matter who holds the South China Sea. Its impact on the global situation is always very limited." Zhangguo and the others were also unclear why Jin An valued the South China Sea so much. "That's good. That's good." Jin An sighed in relief. With a stable rear, he felt confident to establish a foothold in this world. "In that case, we will announce this appointment to the entire world," Zhangguo said. Jin An, with a determined nod, replied, "I will not let you down." After leaving ZFA's office, the corners of Jin An's mouth uncontrollably curved slightly. The greater the power he held, the easier it was for him to do certain things. This twisted world was truly detestable. Perhaps it was time to make some changes. On the day Jin An exited ZFA's office, news of his promotion to Vice Admiral spread like wildfire. Within a short time, it reached Marineford, causing a significant stir within the Navy. The reason was simple. The sailors who had entered the naval training camp with him were still busy training, while Jin An, who had entered at the same time, had already become a Vice Admiral. How could that not shock people? However, once they learned about everything Jin An had done, it seemed entirely reasonable for him to be promoted. At the Navy headquarters, the inauguration ceremony for Jin An was held quite simply. Only high-ranking officials from the Navy headquarters and a few of Jin An's friends attended. This was requested by Jin An himself. He did not want to steal the spotlight. Nevertheless, the inauguration ceremony for the Vice Admiral attracted many reporters. With countless journalists taking photos and recording, reports about Jin An flew far and wide through the news channels. Many who had benefited from Jin An's kindness took to the streets, enthusiastically cheering with newspapers in hand. In the newspaper, Jin An, dressed in military uniform, stood amidst a group of naval bigwigs, smiling and engaging eagerly in conversation. Behind them, the massive word justice shone brightly in the sunlight. "Raise your hands. I can spare you." Jin An stepped on the incapacitated pirate, his gaze sweeping over the remaining pirates. "Isn't this a bit too much?" Anew sure tugged at Jin An's sleeve and said, "What's wrong with that? Aren't we responsible for capturing pirates?" Jin An quickly used the rope at his hand to tie up the remaining pirates. Moreover, thanks to them, the merchant ships had vanished without a trace. "Oh, I almost forgot. I also went up to beat the pirates with you." Anew sure nodded cutely, straightening her body and looking seriously at the pirates. Although they had trained in the camp, it was not so easy to shake off the habit of avoiding trouble developed from long periods of drifting. Originally, Jin An and his crew were happily sailing in paradise. They just happened to board a ship, but this group of pirates had set their sights on them. As a result, it turned into the current situation where the pirate crew was completely wiped out, all lying on the deck. "You pirates really know how to pick your targets, huh? You picked on me." This was the second time he had been robbed by pirates, and his mood was somewhat complicated. "We didn't expect it either. We just randomly picked a ship and ended up hitting a steel plate." The pirate captain was almost regretting his decision. "I'm in a good mood today, so I won't kill you for now." Jin An dusted off his hands and directly walked into the pirate's cabin. How unlucky. Even merchant ships have such powerful guards. "We haven't made a profit in over 6 months. This broken world would be better off just giving us a quick end." The pirate captain's haggard face was almost in tears. "We really can't go on like this," the other pirates began to lament. "Don't worry, you'll have food soon, and you won't have to live in fear like this anymore." Anew sure comforted them. "Really?" The pirate captain wiped the sad expression off his face. He thought the woman opposite him was soft-hearted and was ready to let them go. Unfortunately, he was too early to be happy. "Of course it's true." Anew sure nodded. "Once this pirate ship reaches the next island, we can send you to the naval base. And then you won't have to worry for the rest of your lives. You were so vicious." The pirate captain's teeth almost ground together. First, they gave them hope, then made a complete 180-degree turn. What a wicked woman. So beautiful yet so cruel. "I didn't say anything wrong," Anew sure said innocently. As Jin An walked out of the cabin, he punched the pirate captain on the head. This guy was surprisingly honest. Such a big ship, yet they had nothing at all. Jin An didn't want to pay too much attention to these pirates, contemplating where to send these burdens. He couldn't return to the South Sea. He had just been promoted and was assigned by Steelbone to the first half of the Grand Line, becoming a miserable worker. "It seemed we were about to reach Gaia," Anew said, looking at the pointer in his hand. "All right, let's continue our journey. It doesn't matter where we go." After tying the pirates together, Jin An nodded in satisfaction. Jin An picked up a cup of cola and comfortably laid back on a rocking chair. While traveling, he also caught some pirates, which could be considered as completing the task that the old man Steelbone Kong had given him. It was relaxing and enjoyable, and Anew beside him smiled as well. This kind of life was indeed quite good for her. After everything was ready, they directly set sail from there. If Jin An guessed correctly, the Thunderfruit was currently located in the Sky Island above Gaia Island, 10,000 meters high. The islands where the fruit was stored were not very large, and as long as he was willing to spend some time, he was likely to find it. As of now, aside from lacking the Conqueror's Haki, he had already mastered the other 2 types of Haki, and Flowing Sakura could be controlled as if it were an extension of his body. His mastery of the 6 styles was also among the best in the Navy, except for Iron Block, which was practically useless. In terms of physical strength, he would tee-back down from anyone in this world and could contend with those led by Kaido. At the Navy base, he received long-term guidance from Zephyr, Garp, and Sengoku, but unfortunately, he always struggled to make any progress in terms of physical strength. At that time, Garp and the others were still marveling, saying, "Your body is truly enviable." Jin An knew that his physique was strong, but not strong enough. He hoped to become a unique person in this world, leaving all threats behind. Gaia Island. The ship docked at the island's port, and Jin An and his companions lowered the ladder, taking the tightly bound pirates to the local naval base. The town on the island was not large, but it was unusually lively. When the Navy escorted the pirates through, the vendors would always stop their work, turning their backs to the sea breeze and listening intently. The pirates often came to this island because of a vague legend of a land of gold, but it was the first time they had seen such a scene of being escorted. This place does not welcome outsiders. As Jin An and the others just entered the base, the Navy suddenly appeared out of nowhere, impatiently driving these people away. However, before he could finish his sentence, he stared in surprise at what was behind Jin An and the others. "We're not going in, just leaving a few pirates with you," Anew sure explained. The Navy glanced at the number of pirates, hesitatingly said, "We might not be able to hold so many people here. As you can see, our base is really too small. It's fine, you can handle it as you see fit." Jin An waved his hand, even if they had to kill them. It wouldn't matter. He was currently gazing at the sky, thousands of meters above. Due to the distance, his observation haki did not sense the location of the Sky Island. "You guys aren't here for the legend of the Golden Country, are you?" The Navy looked at the clothes worn by these people, clearly dressed for adventure. "Golden Country?" Anew sure asked in confusion. They had only come to this island to drop off the pirates and had not learned about the specifics of the island. The Navy saw the puzzled expressions on Anew sure and the others and realized they weren't faking it, responding, a lie woven by a fraudster. "I thought you were here for that thing." The Navy's ancestors had survived on this island and scoffed at that legend, leading them to dislike it as well. "Do you believe in that legend?" Anew sure asked. From her experience, any legend that has been passed down must have some reason behind it. Strange things happen in this world. A place filled with gold is worth a look. Jin An said with a smile. He looked at the other party and asked, "Interested? I can take you to see it. Do you know where the Golden Country is?" She lowered her voice, knowing the people on this island were resistant to the Golden Country. Of course. Watching the flames surrounding her slowly dissipate, Anew sure reached out to grasp a wisp of cloud. This world really can have anything happen. She never expected to arrive at this mysterious place in such a manner. Clearly above the clouds, but the feeling underfoot was exceptionally solid, no different from stepping on regular land. Suddenly, a corner of the cloud began to ripple, as if being gently lifted by an invisible force. The layers of white mist were dispersing, slowly revealing the secrets hidden behind them. Piercing through the clouds, the scene before them changed in an instant. Light shone through the gaps, casting mottled golden light spots, scattering over a small island floating in the air. This small island was worlds apart from the 1,000s of meters below. Clusters of white clouds swirled together like smoke, adding a touch of mystery to the place. "This is the Sky Island." Anew sure turned around in place, glancing around. She was surprised to find that there were living creatures among the clouds. It seemed better to treat the clouds here as the sea. Various creatures like fish and octopuses drifted in the cloud sea, dazzling the eyes. The two of them groped their way forward. "Are you from the Blue Sea?" A strange voice came from the cloud sea. "What does Blue Sea person mean?" Anew sure asked in confusion. "You don't need to care what this title means. You just need to know that when you come here, you must pay first. Only after paying can you proceed." A strange woman walked in front of Jin An and the others. Ahead was the gate of heaven. To enter, everyone had to pay. The woman had a pair of wings on her back, resembling a true angel. "It's real. There's a waterfall ahead, and it says Gate of Heaven." Anew sure pointed ahead. She was shocked by the sight before her and didn't even hear what the angelic woman said. "Are you listening to what people are saying?" The angel took a picture of the two with a camera. "We're listening," Jin An nodded, "but we don't have the money here. Can we exchange something else for the toll? Other things are useless to us. You can choose not to pay the toll and go up directly. But if anything happens later, you will be responsible for it. By the way, I am the inspector of the Gate of Heaven, Amazon." The woman said lightly. "What do you mean by you will be responsible?" Anew sure asked in confusion. Her implication was that if they went up without paying the toll, they would be treated as illegal immigrants. Jin An looked at the tall gate before him. "This rule is truly ridiculous. Just a toll. and they only accept their own currency. Tion sure complained. This completely shattered her imagination of the Sky Island. Wherever there are people, there are various different rules. Isn't that normal? Amazon replied calmly. So what do we do now? Tion sure asked Jin and beside her. If we don't have money, we can only act as illegal immigrants. Jin An shrugged and walked forward. Hearing his words, Tion sure silently followed, curious about what would happen next. After Jin An and the others left, the woman quietly took out a snail phone. Inspector of the Gate of Heaven, Amazon reporting, to the Almighty God and all responsible parties. 2 illegal immigrants have passed through the Gate of Heaven and are heading to the Holy Land of the Gods. Please implement heaven's punishment. Jin An and the others followed the clouds, forming a waterfall upstream, the curved waterfall connecting 2 areas. As time passed, a glowing white void gradually appeared before them. In the next moment, they passed through the void and arrived at a brand new area. The White Sea God's country, Holy Land in the sky. Slowly landing on the Sky Island, the 2 steadied themselves and gazed into the distance. Not far from here, there were beaches scattered around, with buildings interspersed among the clouds. The scenery here was completely different from below. Tion sure sighed. Jin An curiously looked around. The scenery here completely surpassed that of the anime. However, this place wasn't exactly safe for them. He hadn't forgotten that they were currently illegal immigrants. The locals might not welcome them. If he guessed correctly, the god of the Sky Island was still gone fur. The guy should be relatively easy to talk to, right? Do you want to stay here and rest for a bit? Jin An asked Tion. I'll go wherever you go. Tion replied without hesitation. Then let's wander around for a while. It's rare to come to the Sky Island. Jin An headed towards the town. As for the thunder fruit, he wasn't in a hurry to find it. Enel was still just a little brat. The fruit was in the temple on the island, and it didn't matter when he went to get it. Jin An and his companion quietly entered the town, which was filled with houses of various shapes. The 2 of them stood out in the town, as everyone here had wings on their backs. It had been a long time since people from Qinghai had come here. This time, there were only 2 of them, and no one knew what they were here for. Hopefully, they weren't here to cause trouble. Many pirates had come before. But fortunately, we had the protection of the god. With just 2 people, they probably wouldn't dare to do anything strange. The people of the Sky Island whispered among themselves, but they didn't pay much attention to Jin An and his companion. Hello, fellow townsfolk. May I ask if you accept fish caught in Qinghai? Jin An asked in front of a shop. They had no choice but to smuggle, but if they could exchange some money here to pay off their previous debts, it would ease their minds a bit. Oh, fish from Qinghai is quite popular here. If you have some, I can buy it all, the shopkeeper said excitedly, rubbing his hands together with a smile. Tion quietly tugged at Jin An's clothes and said, it seems we haven't caught any fish, right? Jin An patted the other person's small hand and comforted, since I've said it, I definitely have it, so don't worry. After exchanging the money, Jin An took Tion for a stroll on the island. The 2 people ahead stopped and said, you have violated our laws here, please come with us. A group of soldiers surrounded Jin An and his companion, their attitude relatively polite. However, if the other party did not cooperate, they would not hesitate to use force. You are all stowaways, aren't you? The leader asked. We didn't have money before, but now we can pay you back. Jin An replied. Sorry to interrupt you 2. We'll take our leave now. The squad leader saluted the 2, not expecting it to go so smoothly. The money had been collected, and they had no reason to stay, turning to leave with their subordinates. Moreover, they had received a bit extra. It had been a long time since they encountered such friendly people from Qinghai. Stretching lazily, Jin An put the remaining money into his bag, feeling unburdened. As a good young man of the new era, he naturally would do everything he could. Under a giant tree in the forest, a small figure hid in the bushes, glancing nervously at the lush woods behind him. The figure looked a bit disheveled, with bits of tree bark stuck in his hair and numerous small wounds on his body. Although his appearance was not great, his eyes exuded a fierce aura. In those calm eyes, there seemed to be a current of hatred flowing, making him look like a bloodthirsty young beast. You don't need to hide anymore. We know you're right there. If you come out obediently, you won't suffer as much, said several small figures as they pushed aside the bushes, looking around as if searching for something. The boy hiding behind the tree looked panicked. He was confused as to how he had been caught up so quickly. He curled up his body, trying to hide deeper. Enel, are you still hiding? Several hands pushed through the grass and found the boy hiding behind. Enel's eyes showed some fear upon realizing he had been discovered. Every time these people caught him, he would get beaten. He would rather go to a place where he would never be found than suffer like this. Why aren't you talking, Enel? Don't you like it? They kicked him hard, laughing loudly. Hey, Don't pretend to be deaf and mute. We're talking to you. The leader picked up a stone from the ground and smashed it down on Enel. Blood flowed from Enel's wound onto the ground, but he still dared not speak. He knew that if he resisted or complied with them, the outcome would be even worse. As long as he endured the beating, they would lose interest in him, and then he could be temporarily relieved. As Jin An wandered through the vast forest, he felt a bit of a headache. The surrounding environment looked the same, and he didn't know where Tion Yushur had gone, at least not within the range of his observation hockey. He had been walking in there for a long time without even seeing a shadow of anyone. Entering this forest, he originally wanted to casually find someone to ask for directions, but there was completely no one inside. As his observation hockey spread, Jin An's expression changed slightly, and he looked towards the northwest. After being in the forest for so long, it was the first time he sensed so many people. However, it seemed that something bad was happening there. He scanned the nearby area and saw a group of children gathered together. When he saw what was happening inside, he couldn't help but feel strange. One of the children looked somewhat familiar. Enel's expression was filled with fear, but he still held back from making a sound. As a person from the White Sea, you don't even have a pair of wings. You're really embarrassing us. Don't tell me you're an undercover agent sent by those inferior humans? Yeah, when we see your body, we feel disgusted. Why don't you go to Qinghai and find your relatives instead, huh? Although these children were not very old, their malice was significant. Faced with their attacks, a fierce red glimmer surged in Enel's eyes. He could no longer endure. They were beating him to death this time, and if he didn't resist, he would be seriously injured. Enel slightly curled his palm and grabbed a handful of dirt. Then, he rolled forward to dodge their attacks and threw the dirt at their eyes. This time you've got some guts, but unfortunately, it's useless. The few children easily dodged the dirt. Then, without hesitation, one slapped Enel hard. Smack! Although it was just a child's hand, it still held considerable power. The slap made Enel's eyes sparkle with stars, and he fell to the ground, a trickle of blood leaking from the corner of his mouth. So ruthless? Seeing all this, Jin An twitched his mouth. These children were fighting so recklessly. Hey, you guys, that's enough. If you keep this up, you might not be able to hold on. Jin An stood in front of Enel and advised. Who are you? Really minding other people's business. The leading boy did not lift his head and continued to kick Enel hard. Jin An's steady voice was like thunder in the evening breeze. Enough. His voice startled those bullies. Jin An's gaze was sharp as a knife, and his serious face was filled with undeniable authority. Faced with Jin An, the children were stunned, and then they hurriedly ran away. When they disappeared into the darkness, Jin An turned to check on the frightened child. He spoke in as gentle a tone as possible, saying, "It's okay, they're gone." The child looked up, their eyes exceptionally clear from tears, and they stared at Jin An in confusion, as if trying to determine whether this unfamiliar person could be trusted. Jin An gently squatted down and extended his hand. "My name is Jin An, please get up first." The child hesitated for a moment, then held Jin An's outstretched hand with his small hand and replied softly, "Why are you helping me?" Jin An smiled and helped others without needing a reason. Enel didn't understand his thoughts. In his mind, this empty island was more of a prison that held him rather than a place to live. Therefore, his dream was to reach the endless land, where no one could harm him. Of course, that was his previous thought. Enel had a very good impression of Jin An, considering him to have saved his life, which led to his initial trust in him. "Are you a pirate? I heard from adults that most of the people from the Blue Sea who come to the empty island are pirates." Jin An hadn't spoken yet when Enel directly asked, "I still don't know what the pirate style of action is like. I'm not a pirate, but my purpose here is the same as theirs." "Purpose?" Enel asked in confusion. "I heard that the resources on Sky Island are incomparable to those in the Blue Sea." Maybe Jin An just smiled. Although his memory was a bit hazy, he knew that there was a lot of gold on Sky Island, and the Thunder Fruit was also in the island's temple. God of Thunder Enel was still a bullied little brat, so the fruit must still be hidden there. "As a thank you for helping me, I can act as your tour guide. No one is more familiar with this environment than I am." Enel felt he should do something to repay this kind person, and, after thinking it over, he could only come up with this simple gesture. Jin An felt there was nothing wrong with being here. He just needed to find Tion Yushur quickly. The sun was gradually setting, and the light and shadows in the forest became mottled. "How did you end up here?" Jin An sighed as he looked at the graceful woman standing in the forest. Tion Yushur's fair face flushed slightly. "The scenery here is very attractive. I didn't even realize I walked this far. Now that I found you, let's head to the next stop. After all, it's getting late." "Goo!" At that moment, a crisp sound broke the tranquility among the trees. Enel felt a sense of indescribable embarrassment. Catching the barely suppressed laughter in Jin and Tian Yusher's eyes, his cheeks involuntarily flushed. He hadn't eaten anything for more than half a day. To cover up his sudden embarrassment, he scratched his head and said casually, we're not far from Apaya. Let's push on. Tian Yusher's voice was as clear as a mountain spring, and she hid her smile in her words. Let's find a place to rest for a bit. The three exchanged smiles, leaving the embarrassment behind, and began discussing where they could find food. Coincidentally, I haven't tried the food from the Sky Islands yet. Thud. As Jin An's words fell, he saw something falling from the sky, branches cracking under the impact. What is that? Tianyue instantly became alert, placing her hands on her long knife. Just as the object was about to hit the ground, Jin An reacted almost instinctively, springing forward like a coiled spring, extending his hand to catch it, lifting it directly into his grasp. The moment he caught it, Jin An felt that the weight of the object was somewhat off, and it looked a bit like armor. Thank you. A voice of gratitude echoed in Jin An's ear as hands emerged from the armor, flailing wildly in the air. It really is a person. It was a man dressed in heavy armor, with a robust build, the armor intricately engraved, shimmering with a mottled metallic sheen, resembling a knight from ancient legends. Despite the chaotic descent, his armor was covered in leaves and dirt. That outfit, along with the distinctive beard, Gonfuer? Jin An said uncertainly. He had a vague impression of this face, mainly because his beard was so recognizable. The god of the Sky Island now, a god who loved his people. You know me? Under the armor, Gonfuer's old face flushed. It was quite embarrassing to be seen in such a humiliating situation by someone who recognized him. You can let me go now. Being held up like this was quite painful for him. All right. Jin An let go of his palm as he landed on the ground, and Gonfuer landed steadily, lightly coughing to disguise his embarrassment at that moment. After seeing the few people in front of him, Gonfuer said, You all look like you're from Qinghai. Welcome to my kingdom. Anew also reacted, quietly hiding behind Tianyue, feeling complex emotions towards Gonfuer, both respectful and resentful. To thank you for what you've done, I would like to invite you to my residence to rest for a while, and it's just in time for dinner, Gonfuer invited. Jin An was eager, yet unable to find what he sought. After exchanging a glance with Tian Yusher, he gently nodded. Pierre, Gonfuer shouted toward the sky. Whoosh. Accompanied by his call, an unusual figure sliced through the sky. A gigantic bird spread its wings and soared, its pink feathers shimmering in the sunlight, adorned with black spots. In an instant, the mysterious bird circled once before gracefully landing in front of everyone. Its gaze was exceptionally intelligent, scrutinizing the unfamiliar faces before it. What a strange bird, Jin An muttered. Tian Yusher looked at this extraordinary creature, having never heard of such a being before. And now, this peculiar creature appeared right before them. Let's ride Pierre and leave this place. Gonfuer patted the giant bird, hoping not to repeat the earlier mistake. If he fell from the sky, it would all be Pierre's fault. Otherwise, how could he make such a rookie error? Pierre nodded, feeling a bit embarrassed for having made such a mistake in its eagerness to return home. Can I not go? Enel whispered to Jin An, seeing so many people. One bird can't possibly fit everyone. Bang! Gonfuer lightly tapped the giant bird's body, and with a muffled sound, the giant bird instantly transformed into a winged horse. Now to sit down, Pierre is very strong, Gonfuer proudly said. My goodness, the horse actually transformed. But it seems even uglier. Tian Yusher expressed her disdain, remarking how rare it was to find such an ugly horse in the world. Jin An and Gonfuer walked towards the temple together. What caught their eyes was a vast expanse of towering trees, making them marvel at the wonders of this world. In such a high place, the plants and animals growing here were not much different from those on the ground. It was truly incredible. Everything on the Sky Island was fascinating. Tian Yusher sighed. Behind Jin and ahead, Anew sat on Peel, and upon hearing Tian Yusher's exclamation, he turned around and smiled, saying, Actually, it becomes like this once you get used to it. I also want to see the different scenery in Qinghai. Everyone present knew that Gonfuer was just speaking casually. If he really wanted to go to the surface of the sea, he could stay down for a short while, if not for a long time. Before long, a magnificent and spectacular building came into their view, causing everyone to involuntarily stop in their tracks. This building was entirely snow-white, as if constructed from countless clouds, soaring into the sky, its top almost merging with the blue sky. When they reached the entrance, Gonfuer instructed the guard, Go prepare some food for the guests. This is my residence, friends. Let us go inside. He led a few people into the interior of the building. Inside the grand hall, After everyone took their seats, Gonfuer picked up a cup of tea, blew on it, and took a sip. We're short on supplies here, so we can only let you have a little to eat and drink. Most of our people are warm and hospitable. Occasionally, we fish out some supplies washed up by the currents. If you have BAS with you, we can exchange for some things. A question mark appeared over Tian Yushi's head. What is BAS? BAS should be called soil in Qinghai, Gonfuer explained. Along the way, we saw many islands here. You should need soil, right? In Tian Yushi's understanding, the towns here floated on clouds, and with such solid clouds, it didn't make much difference whether there was soil or not. If it were 400 years ago, living like this would still be fine. Gonfuer sighed and slowly spoke of the troubles of Sky Island. It's all the misfortune caused by our ancestors. Otherwise, our lives wouldn't be like this. Over 300 years ago, the island where the Sandia people lived was swept up to the Sky Island by an upwelling current. That scene is still passed down by the people of the Sky Island. But because of that accident, we have been living in a nightmare for almost 400 years. At that time, people believed that BAS was a gift from heaven and wanted to possess all of it, but many residents lived on top of the BAS. From that moment on, the war between the Sky Islanders and the Sandia people has continued to this day. After listening, Jin An felt that what Gonfuer said was not much different from his memory. You must be thinking of ways to reconcile the contradictions on both sides now. Gonfuer found it a bit strange that someone who had just arrived on the Sky Island knew this information, but he still nodded and said, "That's right. I don't want future generations to repeat the path we have taken today. Peaceful coexistence can clearly lead to a win-win situation, but the grudges have been too deep, making it difficult to achieve easily." With a determined gaze, Gonfuer continued. There has always been a legend on the Sky Island. When the beautiful song that heralds the beginning of war spreads across the Sky Island, the war will come to an end, and I want to rely on the power of the people to accomplish what can only be achieved through the prophecy. Jin An strongly agrees with the other party's thoughts, stating that the ongoing conflict for hundreds of years can never be completely resolved. So, after so many years of effort, I am clear that relying solely on my abilities, I cannot accomplish this task in a short time. Gonfuer blushed and continued. So I want to ask you all from Qinghai to enter the place where the Shandia people live and deliver my desire for peace. Upon leaving the temple, Jin An and the three looked at the forest outside. They wondered how much blood had been shed in this forest and how many people had died with resentment here. Are we really heading to the place where the Shandia people live? I truly hope they can resolve this long-standing grudge, Tian Yu said with some concern. Just moments ago in the temple, they had promised Gonfuer to go there and convey the message. But to be honest, she had no hope for such matters. Although her wish was for the objective to be successfully achieved, this was a deep-seated blood feud, and it surely wouldn't be that smooth. A grudge that has lasted for hundreds of years cannot be resolved just by saying a few words together. Jin An looked at the soil beneath his feet, and besides, the Sky Island people still occupy the homeland of others. If I were a Shandia person, I wouldn't choose reconciliation. Even if the leader wanted to agree, his subordinates wouldn't. What if the Sky Island people shared the island with the Shandia people? Would the situation be better? Tian Yu proposed her idea. Sister, that's too naive. From my standpoint, I would never agree to share an island that has been built for so many years with a group of enemies who have fought each other for hundreds of years. Enel retorted. Tian Yu clapped her hands. It does seem that way. No rush. We can start with the legends here. Jin An utilized his observation haki to the fullest, searching for the location of Xiangwala while answering Tian Yu's questions. Inside Xiangwala City, there's a golden bell made of gold, and whenever it tolls, its sound echoes through the sky. The sound of the bell is the legendary song that Gonfuer just mentioned. In the Sky Island, gold has no value for the people living here. This can be seen from the gold that Luffy and the others took when leaving the Sky Island. The Sky Island people value land. From this, a solution can also be derived. So it was right here. I found it so easily. I'm not ready yet. While Tian Yu was still pondering the legends of Sky Island, she suddenly found herself flying. Could you please tell me in advance next time? In advance next time. The voice echoed in the area, but the three had already vanished without a trace. Where exactly are we going? Tian Yu looked at the increasingly remote forest, feeling that the surroundings were becoming more and more eerie. Jin An led the way ahead, saying, "We're almost there." They passed through a strange beast-head archway, and a cliff appeared before them. This is the cliff. We need to go down to the bottom of it. Looking at the cliff face filled with a sea of clouds, Jin An smiled with satisfaction. The sea of clouds had concealed it for so long, allowing Xiangwala to remain perfectly preserved in this place. Although the clouds are beautiful, I won't jump. I'll just accompany you to this spot. Enel felt that the two people in front were courting death. This was a cliff, and he didn't want to die for nothing. Bang! Jin An no longer stayed, directly grabbing Enel by the collar and leaping into the clouds, disappearing into the sea of clouds. Anew followed suit, her curiosity piqued. A place chosen by Jin and must surely hold secrets. After the three left, the clouds automatically filled the void they left behind, as if no one had ever been there. Chirp, chirp. Crossing the sea of clouds, their feet touched the ground again. The first thing that caught their eyes was a dazzling golden expanse. Before them stood a city constructed entirely of gold. Within the city gates, a magnificent altar loomed, standing tall as if it were a passageway between the clouds and the heavens. In front of this altar leading to the mysterious immortal realm, a massive vine rose up. The vine twisted and coiled like a rope of fate, stretching towards the sky, its top disappearing above the floating clouds. It towered high, resembling a bridge between heaven and earth, connecting the city with the clouds. A gust of wind blew, causing the vine to sway gently, producing deep and pleasant sounds. This attracted the three to move forward, and as they approached the vine, they felt a transmission of vitality and power when their palms touched it. In front of this solemn vine, there was a huge gap, as if something had once been stored there. Aren't we here to find something? Is this it? Anew looked around. Aside from the gold, this stone tablet seemed to be the only unusual thing. Jin An looked at a huge vine. The thing we're looking for is in the sky. On the vine? Anew raised his head to look at the giant vine piercing through the clouds. Enel felt startled, not only because Jin An had taken him for a flight, but also because, for him, coming to this golden city was completely meaningless. So what is the purpose of our descent here? Jin An pondered for a moment, looking at the city made of gold. Is the gold not shiny enough? These yellow stones, aside from their strange color, have no other use. Enel couldn't understand Jin An and their perspective. In the area of the Sky Island, it was clear that BAS was more precious, and stones couldn't be eaten. Jin An saw the ground covered in gold and was almost about to forget that the people of the Sky Island and Ashandians had no interest in gold. It seems that discussing gold with the Sky Islanders is completely meaningless. Anew had a faint premonition. So what should we do now? That's right, just as you think. Jin An lightly stepped forward, and his entire body instantly shot up into the sky, flying straight towards the top of the vine. At the top of the vine, above the clouds, is where the Golden Bell resides. Island of the Gods, Temple. Gonfuer sat solemnly in the temple. God, are you really going to do this? The guard's expression was complicated. He did not understand why the god would engage in such a thankless task. Just as I told the people of Qinghai, whether they are from the Sky Island or the Sandia, we can only live better here by cooperating with each other. Gonfuer was somewhat lost in thought. He genuinely hoped that people could coexist harmoniously. The guard had been by Gonfuer's side for a long time and understood him well. You will face a lot of pressure when the time comes. Haha, pressure is just an illusion. Gonfuer waved his hand, still unaware of the reaction from the Sandia people. It was too early to discuss these matters. Whatever decision you make, we will continue to follow you as always. The guards' gazes were resolute, and their admiration for Gonfuer was deeply engraved in their hearts. Haha, let's place our hopes on those few people from Qinghai, Gonfuer said while stroking his beard. He stood up from his seat, walked out of the temple, and looked at the sun in the sky, hoping that the dawn of hope would shine brightly when the people of Qinghai agreed to help. From then on, it would be left to fate and the cooperation of everyone on the Sky Island. On the Island of the Gods, above the clouds, the Pander lamp, passed down through generations by the Sky Islanders, quietly stood in this place. The golden giant bell hung between two massive pillars, its body engraved with intricate and ancient runes. Delicate vines wrapped around this golden platform, giving it a trace of age. Beneath the Pander lamp was a stone tablet, covered with complex and ancient runes, each rune seemingly containing an unknown past. This is the source of the song the Sky Islanders heard over 300 years ago, the legendary golden land of Gaia Island, which originated from this golden bell. Jin An and the others stood in front of the altar, gazing at the stone tablet that had been passed down for who knows how many years. I really regret not leaving Baika earlier today. If this goes on, I might throw up. Enel felt an immense sense of regret in his heart. After leaving Baika, he ran into 3 people who had always bullied him. Just when he finally encountered a kind-hearted person, he was taken to many places he had never been before. As if that wasn't enough, he jumped off a cliff and then shot up into the sky. His little heart had endured too many things beyond his age. If this continued, he might ascend right there. After finally calming down, he lifted his head, revealing his pale little face. Are these words up here? Enel reached out and gently brushed his fingers over the characters on the stone tablet, curiosity flashing in his eyes. Jin An also gazed at the text side, and though he knew the content above, he still could not understand these words. Anew was staring blankly at the stone tablet. She had only seen this carving technique on items related to the Guanyue family. This is the historical text, recording some secrets about this world. History only documents the lives of the losers. Even if the blank 100 years were revealed, it would at most expose the darkness of this world. For those living in the present, it is not of much use and may even provoke a deadly disaster. Following the golden staircase up to beneath the golden bell, the three figures appeared extraordinarily small in this environment. Is this the golden bell from which the song is said to emanate? Can ringing it really stop the conflict between the Sky Island people and Shandians? Anew reached out to touch the lower edge of the golden bell. It should be possible. Enel had also heard of that legend. However, he was still very young and not quite sure about the thoughts of the adults. Moreover, he was an unpopular Sky Islander, and those people wouldn't open their hearts to him. Human thoughts are diverse. And Jin An was also uncertain what consequences ringing the golden bell would bring. According to the legend, for the Sky Islanders, the sound of the golden bell was both a signal to start a war and a signal to end the nearly 400-year-long conflict. The Shandians also yearned to fulfill the wish of the great warrior Calgera before his death. The descendants of Rolando hoped that their ancestor could shed the reputation of being a fraud. Jin An looked at the somewhat bewildered Enel beside him. In the original story, the Sky Island people and the Shandians reluctantly set aside their centuries-old grievances and reached a fragile cooperation due to Enel's threat. However, now that there was no external enemy, both sides would need to make greater efforts to achieve reconciliation. There's actually a quick way to resolve the war caused by soil. But this matter was not instigated by Jin An. If the Sky Island people do not resolve it themselves, war will definitely break out again in the future. In my opinion, it will be better to first go to the Shandians to convey Gonfer's thoughts. Anew also shared similar concerns. Conflicts prevented by external forces might lead the Sky Island people to start wars for other reasons in the future. In the face of military power, sometimes even a small bottle of laundry detergent can push the weaker side into an irretrievable situation. If that happens, everything will return to square one. Enel felt disillusioned. He knew he would have to return to the White Sea from this vine again. Can we slow down a bit this time? This was his only request. Sky Island, the Shandian residence, Unying Village. After walking and asking along the way, Enel, who called himself a tour guide, was of no help at all in this process. Don't look at me like that. How dare I, a Sky Island person, come over here? Enel lowered his head, quietly defending himself. He then quickly changed the subject. Gonfer really was something, sending us to this unfamiliar place without even giving us directions. They traversed winding mountain paths and crossed the gently flowing sea of clouds. After a series of inquiries and guidance, Jin An and the others finally stepped into the territory of the Shandians. Night had already fallen, and the remaining twilight hung faintly on the horizon, casting a layer of mysterious dark blue over the land. The Shandian residence was hidden among the towering mountains, resembling a naturally formed fortress. Its appearance was not grand, but quietly displayed a simple and solid demeanor. Flickering firelight could be seen between the houses, exuding a warm atmosphere of human activity. However, as Jin An and the others passed through the low bamboo fences and ventured deeper, they could clearly sense the subtle tension in the air. The Shandians in the village seemed to maintain a natural wariness towards the arrival of strangers. Their sharp gazes were scrutinizing, and subtle movements indicated silent communication among them. Children hurried away at their parents' calls, leaving only a few fleeting figures and puzzled looks behind, from the Shandians' attitude towards them and the gradually increasing figures around. The three felt a clear sense of distance. They slightly slowed their pace, trying to reduce the sense of alienation in this foreign land in a discreet manner. Jin An gestured to Anew and the others, indicating that they must not act rashly and should maintain a posture of peace and friendliness. At that moment, an elderly elder slowly walked out from the dwelling, his steps very steady, and his eyes sharp like those of a bird of prey. He held a staff, symbolizing his tribe in one hand, and stroked his graying beard with the other. He stopped not far from Jin An and the others, breaking the silence with a voice that was both aged and powerful. "Outsiders, what brings you here?" Jin An and the others quickly exchanged a glance. Suddenly, Jin An stepped forward calmly under the astonished gaze of the Sandia people, making a respectful gesture in front of his chest, and said, "Respected elders, we are explorers from Qinghai." hearing of the wisdom and bravery of the Sandia people. We have come to visit and learn from your noble demeanor. There was no hint of arrogance in his words, but rather a sense of sincerity and respect for the other party. A subtle change flashed across the face of the Sandia leader, like a fleeting ripple on hard stone. He paused for a moment, glanced around at the three of them, and finally lightly tapped his staff, saying, "Since that is the case, shouldn't you be going to the place where the people of the empty island reside? There is nothing here that would attract you." As he finished speaking, the other villagers seemed to relax a bit, lowering their guard and gradually approaching the three new faces. The firelight danced in their eyes, reflecting a kind of contradictory emotion, both a wariness of the unknown and a curiosity about the newcomers from Qinghai. Under the tense gaze of the Sandia people, Jin An and his companions continued to walk forward. Meanwhile, the Sandia people quietly tightened their grip on their weapons, remaining on guard against the three approaching individuals. "We mean no harm. You don't need to be so defensive," Jin An said in a steady voice as he entered the village of Yanin, placing his hands in plain sight to indicate that the three of them were unarmed. Seeing that the three were not carrying weapons, the Sandia people's hearts eased a little, noticing that the vigilance of those around them had weakened somewhat. Jin An directly answered their question. "We have already been to the empty island." "What?" The Sandia leader's tone rose slightly. "Are you sent by the people of the empty island?" Jin An nodded and then quickly shook his head. "We do not belong to the Sky Island, and no one can assign us to do anything. It's just that Gon Fu Air wants to change the lives that have remained unchanged for hundreds of years. We came here just to help out." Wappa, who was standing beside the leader, moved slightly but was stopped by the leader's hand. The leader of the Sandia people stood before the crowd, his face etched with the lines of time and the marks of hardship. Although his stature was no longer as imposing as before, his eyes still sparkled with unwavering determination. He gently raised his hand, signaling Jin and the others to pay attention to their surroundings. You can look at the expressions of the people around. The Sandia people stood in their respective positions, each with different expressions. However, most of their faces showed disdain or indignation. In their hearts, the conflict with the Sky Island people was an epic tale woven with blood and tears, a deep-rooted racial grievance that was ingrained and indelible. This hostility had lasted for nearly 400 years, with generations of Sandia people remembering every conflict with the Sky Island people in tears and blood, every scar etched into their hearts. Countless times on dark, windy nights, village children fell asleep to their mothers' lullabies, filled with unforgotten hatred and sorrow. As the three from Jin An acted as mediators, they naturally hoped to resolve the long-standing grievances. However, the hatred of the Sandia people had brewed for as long as the time they lost their homeland. During this time, it had settled deeper than mountains and rivers. The leader fell silent for a moment, closed his eyes, as if recalling those painful pasts, and then spoke. "Your intentions are good, but some wounds are too deep to be healed by words." In the eyes of the villagers, one could read a profound resentment. They did not yearn for peace. Yet when land and dignity are taken away, when the traces of life are eroded by the other, the insurmountable chasm in their hearts cannot be crossed by mere persuasion. At this moment, the village soldiers moved among the crowd, holding weapons made from rough iron ore, unambiguously showcasing their resolute attitude. Even in the face of external mediators, their demeanor was one of defense and unyieldingness. The Sky Island people occupied not only their territory, but also the memories of time and ancestors, a pain that the Sandia people could not endure. Tianyue stood at this crossroads of fate, feeling powerless, yet understanding that such profound hatred could not be reconciled by individual efforts. Everyone knew that the cycle of vengeance would never end, yet at the same time, they could not easily overcome the scars left by time on this nation. We can understand the hatred that has lasted nearly 400 years. We cannot interfere with your choices. We did not come here to change your minds. I just want to tell you that the lamp of Xiangula is at the top of the massive vine that runs through Appiato. The path lies beneath everyone's feet. Jin An has already conveyed the best solution to them, and now it depends on their choices. The next day, the morning light penetrated the cracks of the night, quietly creeping into the wooden houses provided by the Sandia people for Jin An. Outside, the village life had already begun a new day of busyness. The men rolled up their sleeves, preparing for daily labor. The women washed clothes by the clear stream, and the children chased and played, their laughter bouncing in the morning air, appearing particularly pure. However, all of this, like a moving picture, could not completely erase the heavy clouds of last night. Jin An's gaze involuntarily turned towards the village chief's residence, a slightly old wooden house located in the center. Even with the arrival of a new day, That heavy expectation still hung in everyone's heart, all waiting for the village chief, waiting for a decision that might change their fate. However, the suggestions they left for the village last night still received no response that morning. Jin An read hesitation and confusion from the exchanged glances of the villagers, indicating that the Shandian people, after a night of contemplation, were still caught between painful memories and deep-seated grievances. When everything has become a memory etched in their very bones. Even if their hearts are willing to embrace the dawn of reconciliation, making a final release is as difficult for them as climbing a high mountain. Nevertheless, life in the village continues, just like each sunrise on the earth brings new hope. Jin and Anew exchanged a glance. They knew that despite not receiving a definite response, the seeds of hope for peace had already been sown, and perhaps it just needed more time to nurture and grow. It's all my fault for being too young. Otherwise, I wouldn't care what these people think and would directly unify the Sky Island. Putting an end to it all, Enel yawned. He had no interest in these grievances. After living on the Sky Island for so long, he was already tired of the scheming and intrigues. He understood that only by surpassing everyone with strength could he attain a peaceful life. Jin An glanced at the magnified Enel and couldn't help but think that he truly deserved to be the ruthless character who replaced Gonfur and took the throne in the original work. Let's go. There's no need to stay here any longer. If they truly care about Karlgra's last wish, they will communicate with the people of the Sky Island. Moreover, there is still a place in the Sky Island that hasn't been visited. Enel, as a guide, you should play your role as a local. Enel retorted, I already helped you find your way when you got lost before. I'm a man of my word. Tion Yuesher's fair face turned slightly red. She indeed owed him at that time. I didn't mean it that way, beautiful sister. I'm also very happy to guide you. Enel looked at Tion Yuesher, scratching his head a bit shyly. Jin An swiftly moved through the sea of clouds with the two people flying forward. Not every place on the vast Sky Island is suitable for human habitation, and they didn't encounter anyone along the way. After 30 minutes of traveling, a small island appeared before them. Enel excitedly waved his hands as they were about to reach the place he had always lived. Ahead was Baika Island. Jin An observed the environment of the Sky Island, and at this moment, he began to ponder. Building a base in this place has unique advantages compared to other locations. There are only two ways to reach this place, and for 99 of the people in this world, those two methods are unattainable. As long as he relies on the capabilities of the Great Bear, traveling back and forth between the Sky Island and the ground is incredibly easy. This also sparked the idea of relocating the headquarters from the Solbei Kingdom to here. That guy, the Golden Lion, managed to put his pirate crew in the sky, which made it difficult for the Navy to respond effectively. On Baika Island, Jin An and the others only took a brief tour. This island is no different from Angel Island, and the inhabitants are also winged people of the Sky Island. Jin An focused on investigating the temple on the island based on the information he gathered before crossing over. After leaving the temple, Jin An held in his hand a fruit with lightning patterns. Excluding the one given as a reward, this was the second devil fruit he obtained, and there was no doubt that this one was the rumble fruit. It lay quietly in the palm of Jin An's hand. To be honest, Jin An had long coveted this fruit. If it weren't for the fact that a person could only eat one devil fruit, he would have wanted to swallow it right away. One ugly fruit. Enel commented on the devil fruit in Jin An's hand, saying it looked nowhere near as tasty as an apple. Tion Yue, unlike Enel who had never seen what Jin An held, was also someone who had eaten the time fruit and understood very well what the fruit in Jin An's hand signified. What kind of devil fruit is this? Jin An handed the devil fruit in his hand to Tion Yuesher, probably the rumble fruit. The action was so casual, yet it silently showcased an immense depth of trust. No one in our era had seen this fruit, and I didn't expect to find it here. Tion Yuesher's hand trembled slightly as she received this heavy trust. Her heart stirred. She lowered her head to observe the devil fruit in her palm, gently stroking its pockmarked surface, feeling the recognition from Jin An. In that moment, a profound sense of belonging surged within her, incomparable to any success or honor she had ever experienced before. But soon, Tion Yuesher realized that after arriving at the Sky Island, she had specifically come to this place for this fruit. That's right, Jin An nodded directly in acknowledgement. He had taken this fruit directly from the staff of the statue, and he didn't know why the person who created the statue had chosen to keep this natural-type fruit sealed in this place for hundreds or thousands of years. Is it really that miraculous? While Jin An and the others were chatting, Enel took a bite of the rumble fruit. Crunch! As he bit into the rumble fruit, an indescribable taste instantly spread in his mouth. Ugh! The taste made Enel gag. Since he had eaten it, You shouldn't spit it out. Jin An covered Enelu's mouth, forcing him to swallow everything he had put in his mouth. Woo-woo-woo. Enelu's body twisted as he desperately flailed his limbs. But under Jin An's control, he couldn't break free at all. Since you chose to eat this, you must swallow everything else as well. Jin An's words were calm, but his actions were anything but slow as he directly stuffed the entire fruit into Enel's mouth. Watching the thunder fruit slowly shrink, a hint of regret flashed in Jin An's eyes. He had originally intended to keep it for Shanks or Ginny. Unexpectedly, through a twist of fate, it ended up being eaten by Enel. His eyes turned dangerous, causing Enel to unconsciously swallow. As a result, the entire fruit was swallowed down his throat. Zizizizi. Blue arcs of electricity surrounded Enel's body. At the same time, an inexplicable instinct merged into his mind, making him aware of how to control the power within his body. Yaha! I feel my body is filled with power. I am a god of thunder. I can control all lightning. I will be invincible in this world. Enel's face broke into a wild laugh. The sound of electric arcs crackling as blue arcs shot up from his hands, creating a series of popping noises. God of thunder, my foot. Jin An punched Enel on the head, urging him to quickly control the lightning coursing through him. Jin An, looking displeased, threw Enel to the ground. The lightning made him feel a bit itchy and uncomfortable. Huh? Enel had just unleashed a burst of lightning and excitement, which, according to the extra knowledge in his head, reached several thousand volts. He had been too excited to notice that Jin An was still holding on to him. As a result, Jin An disdainfully tossed him to the ground, seemingly unaffected. Enel, somewhat unconvinced, decided to use all his power and summoned all the energy within him. In the sky above the Sky Island, a violent storm of lightning spread out, intertwining in the air. Ganfuer was sitting in the temple, eagerly conversing with the representatives sent by the Shandians when he suddenly felt a thunderous roar. The group hurriedly left their seats and went to the door, staring in shock at the densely packed lightning in the distant sky. Wasn't it clear just a moment ago? Ganfuer azili askit. The representative from the Shandians was also dumbfounded. The weather on the Sky Island had never been this outrageous before. How could it change so suddenly? Jin An looked at the thunderclouds above, nodding. Your abilities are quite impressive. Enew replied weakly, Brother Jin An, I didn't want your praise. I just want you all to know that I can stand on my own now. With this power, I won't be bullied anymore. Boom! The turbulent dark clouds obscured the sky. Enew stood at the peak of the clouds, arms outstretched, with sparks of electricity swirling around him, resembling a deity descending to earth. His power not to be underestimated. The air trembled with his will, and bolts of lightning gathered in the clouds, striving to showcase his control over thunder. The lightning seemed like the wrath of an ancient god, ferocious beyond measure, with each flash accompanied by a deafening roar, striking down towards the earth, intending to prove his strength. However, Jin An faced this raging force of nature with a calm smile, his heart tranquil as water, unshaken by the scene before him. He gently patted the glass-like bright scabbard at his waist, countering chaos with serenity. Then, he slowly drew out the long sword, pure, white like moonlight, its blade tracing an elegant and brilliant curve in the heavy air. He cast a gentle and inclusive smile at Enew, who was creating the lightning, as if silently saying, true strength does not lie in roaring and showing off. With the sound of the blade slicing through the air, Jin An lightly waved. The long sword, carrying unmatched sharpness and silent majesty, swept out a perfect arc. Under the trajectory of the sword, it struck the thunder with a force that seemed to embody both rigidity and softness, that tranquil cut acting like an invisible realm, reaching the source of the thunder. This cut, with a transcendent power, split the sky, dividing the originally rampaging thunder as if it were silk being expertly sliced by a craftsman. In an instant, all the lightning seemed to encounter a natural nemesis, its brilliance shifting in an instant, and then it vanished. The surrounding air suddenly quieted down, as if the fierce thunder just now was merely a dream. Everyone's gaze was focused on Jin An, who simply sheathed the long sword, a calm smile containing absolute confidence in his own power. This bit of thunderous strength was not even 1/50th of what he could unleash after transforming into a Qinglong. Delivering this cut was barely even a warm-up. Truly boring. The sky split open. What caused all this? On the Sky Island, the world seemed to freeze. All eyes were tightly locked on a Jin An's cut that ended the thunderstorm. In an instant, it was impossible to distinguish whether it was the sword edge that split the sky or the sky that swallowed the sword edge. That cut seemed to possess the power to tear through time and space, causing the very air of the island to tremble. Seeing the thunder split in two, it was like a deity descending from mythology, the sword severing the firmament. Where the blade passed, the silver serpentine arcs of electricity instantly shattered, like illusions dispersed by divine power, shaking the depths of every living being's soul. The island's residents, warriors, and even the birds with wings tightly drawn all held their breath at that moment, their hearts surging with waves, unable to articulate the shock within. Countless pairs of eyes reflected the split sky and the silently vanishing lightning. This scene would forever be etched in their memories. In the air, fragments of sunlight streamed down from the cracked clouds, like a divine miracle, casting a long shadow of Jin An. It was as if he himself was a legend. After the silence, the air was filled with surging cheers and praises. Amidst the astonished gazes of all, the clouds dispersed, leaving only the tranquil sky. At this moment, on the Sky Island, no words could describe the miracle that had just occurred. Jin An's feat of splitting the sky with his sword has surpassed all their understanding of power, becoming an immortal legend passed down on the island. Enel looked at the clear sky and murmured to himself, "Is this something humans can do? Isn't this something that can be done casually?" Jin unsheathed his yen-chi sword. He still remembers two freaks who could split the sky using only haki, a scene that shocked him throughout his childhood. One of the people responsible for that scene was his brother. Well, that's nothing. The sky I see is still too small. Enelu realized he now had a new goal. "Brother Jin An, can I follow you in the future?" Enelu blinked his eyes and stared intently at Jin An. "You want to follow me?" Jin An glanced at the little guy in front of him. "You're a bit too weak." Enelu flexed his biceps. "I'll work hard to get stronger. Then I'll give you a task. If you can complete it perfectly, I might consider it," Jin An said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Enelu's eyes lit up. "What is it?" "I will definitely complete it." Jin An looked at the vast, empty island before him. "If you can help the people of the Sky Island and the Shandia people reach a reconciliation, and make the people here genuinely recognize you, then I can allow you to join my team in the future." 2 years later, on the Sky Island, the god Island Appiato. In the sky, a thunderstorm roared like a furious beast, ready to tear apart the peaceful air at any moment. Lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled between the clouds, like thousands of silver snakes dancing wildly. It was a scene that instilled fear, yet it was also the stage for Jin An and Enel sparring. The battle had already come to an end. Jin An stood atop the shattered clouds, holding the defeated god Enel in his hand. His figure appeared incredibly sacred against the backdrop of the dense thunderstorm, like a war god surveying his territory from above the Sky Island. The people of the Sky Island gathered at the edge of the island, looking up. Among them, some children widened their curious eyes. Some elders tightened their grip on their canes with trembling hands, and the soldiers' eyes sparkled with light. Their expressions were complex, filled with both concern for Enel and admiration for Jin An high above in the sky. Jin An firmly held onto Enel as they slowly descended. He needed to come to the Sky Island to train this guy for time, but since he had already made a promise, he naturally had to fulfill it. As he stepped along the path in the sky, slowly flying down, the surrounding thunder and lightning seemed to lose their power, merely making symbolic noises. The breathing of everyone on the Sky Island fluctuated with Jin An's movements. As Enel, possessing the power of the Thunder God, was firmly held by Jin An and his powerful arms hung limply, every living being on the Sky Island couldn't hide their shock. At the moment when Enel was carried through the dark clouds, soaring past the thunderstorm, and landed on the island, the suppressed excitement in the hearts of all the residents of the Sky Island finally erupted into enthusiastic cheers. "Lord Thunder God, Lord Jin An." After 2 years of interaction, they all knew what kind of person Jin An was. The person he held in his hand was their respected new god. The new god promoted the idea of peaceful governance, managing the Sky Island in an orderly manner. The people of the Sky Island felt genuinely happy to have such a god. They all knew that the new god was Jin An's disciple. And with these two powerful guardians, they were incredibly excited. Their eyes followed Jin An's every step. He was not only the master of the guardian god of the Sky Island, but also a hero in their hearts. The Sky Island thrived again because of these two people. The sky was still rumbling with thunder, but Jin An's steps were as solid as a rock. Each step he took was steady and powerful, and then he placed Enel on the ground. Enel brushed off the dust from his clothes and adjusted his appearance. "Master, I am still the Thunder God of the Sky Island. Can't you give me some face? Don't worry about it. They've seen worse situations. Just be at ease." Jin An walked ahead, and Enel's words went in one ear and out the other. Over the past 2 years, The people of the Sky Island and the Shandya people had seen different states of Enel. Such situations had occurred before, so there was no need for any special pretense. Lord Jin and Lord Thunder God Gonfu were long time no see. Jin An greeted the elderly man who approached him warmly. Enel had settled the disputes on the Sky Island a year ago, and Gonfu, admiring Enel's philosophy, had voluntarily stepped aside. During the past time, he had been assisting Enel in handling affairs on the Sky Island. Ha ha, indeed it has been a long time. You only come to the Sky Island every few months, but the Thunder God has been constantly mentioning you in our ears. Not that exaggerated. Enel argued with a flushed face. The Sky Island is managed by you all. So as a person from Qinghai, of course, I focus on the matters below. Jin and now even somewhat disliked the Sky Island. Coming up here every once in a while was quite troublesome. Thanks to both of you, our lives here can keep getting better, Gonfu said with a smile. The sky above the Sky Island was clear and bright, with sunlight filtering through the soft clouds and spilling onto the vast square. Jin and the residents of the Sky Island were sitting together, exchanging their experiences and stories. The people of the Sky Island were full of curiosity about Jin An's experiences and kept asking about what had happened in Qinghai. Just in this harmonious atmosphere, a sudden tremor broke the calm, as if a howling from the horizon pierced through the earth, shaking everyone's soul. The intensity of the tremor was so strong that everyone involuntarily stopped talking, and the birds on the Sky Island were startled, scattering in all directions. Almost at the same moment, everyone's gaze turned toward the boundless skyline. There was the place where the surging sea current collided with the Sky Island. The residents of the Sky Island showed joy on their faces, and for a moment, the atmosphere in the square shifted from shock to exuberance. The sea current is coming. Such a strong tremor. This time the scale of the sea current must be huge. On this island suspended in the sky. The surging sea current was not just a natural phenomenon. It was also a symbol of life and hope. Every time the sea current arrived, it would bring supplies and food from Qinghai to this isolated world, providing the residents of the island with a guarantee of survival and an update of resources. Jin An couldn't help but be infected by the joy and anticipation of the Sky Island people at the sight. He saw that, whether old or young, everyone's face was brimming with expectation and excitement. Parents led their children, and warriors held hands with beauties, as if it were a grand festival. People rushed towards the direction of the ocean current, eager to witness this moment for themselves. As the crowd moved, Jin An was also drawn to the edge of the island. There, the view of the sea and sky merging into one was breathtaking, and the spectacular sight of the soaring ocean current stirred the soul. The current resembled a massive blue waterfall flowing upstream, reaching for the clouds, ultimately connecting with the Sky Island, as if it were the most magnificent bridge between heaven and earth. Where the current flowed, the Sky Islanders were gathered on the outskirts, collecting precious resources that came with it. Excitedly, the Sky Islanders danced with joy at the gifts brought by the current. In this leisurely atmosphere, a keen-eyed Sky Island resident suddenly stood up, sharply gazing into the surging current. His exclamation pierced the air. Something was riding the rising current. The voice was filled with confusion and disbelief. In an instant, all the noise ceased, and the crowd's attention was firmly captured by that abrupt sound. Their gazes quickly turned towards the huge rising current indicated by the man. Everyone widened their eyes, initially seeing just a small red dot. But as time passed, the red dot grew larger and clearer, until it became unmistakably large enough for everyone to realize that it was neither an illusion nor some strange phenomenon on the sea surface. Amidst the rolling waves, a ship with a bright red sail was rapidly ascending against the turbulent current, cutting through the wind and waves. Like a koi fish swimming in the blue sky, it seemed ready to leap over the Dragon Gate. The Sky Islanders were utterly shocked because, in their memories, no one had ever dared to boldly ride the rising current directly to the Sky Island. This scene resembled the heroic feats of legends, and undoubtedly, the person on that ship would become a topic of conversation for the Sky Islanders in their leisure time. Curiosity, surprise, and even awe filled the eyes of the crowd, each person guessing what kind of figure the ship would bring. Just as everyone held their breath in anticipation with a loud rumble, the ship finally broke free from the confines of the current and smoothly docked at the shore of the Sky Island. This ship was, Jin An focused his gaze, the Ower Jackson. At the edge of the White Sea, the sea breeze gradually calmed, with only the occasional gentle wind bringing a hint of coolness. People stared intently at the exceptionally magnificent pirate ship. It quietly docked at the island's edge. The enormous red sail stood like a splendid banner, shimmering in the afterglow of the sunset, fully displaying the demeanor of a sea overlord. The sail was embroidered with a skull with a beautiful beard, unmistakably belonging to the now famous Roger pirates. Although this pirate ship had just endured the ravages of the rising current, with huge waves constantly battering its sturdy hull, it still stood tall as ever, without even a hint of damage. The paint on the hull remained bright and fresh, as if it had just been applied, leaving no traces of seawater or storm. The islanders gathered to observe this foreign ship, speculating about its origin. Pirate ships rarely arrived directly via ocean currents to the Sky Island, making this scene a worthy topic for their discussions over tea and meals. After being washed by the rising current, maintaining its original appearance, this ship was indeed remarkable. The master who crafted such a ship must be quite renowned in the shipbuilding world. They marveled that this ship surely came from the hands of a famous shipwright, for only top-notch shipbuilding skills could create such a perfect vessel that remained unscathed even after experiencing fierce storms and towering waves. Don't run around. The excited children dashed here and there, pointing and chattering, while their parents hurriedly caught hold of these little rascals. The guards stood ready, as pirate ships usually meant trouble, and they had to ensure they were fully prepared in case of unfriendly visitors. In the gentle breeze of the Sky Island, the sails swayed lightly, and the sunlight grew increasingly intense, casting a golden veil over the mysterious visitor. After a while, the originally silent atmosphere on the pirate ship was broken by the sound of footsteps, figures appearing on the deck in an orderly manner. They craned their necks, trying to glimpse this legendary land amidst their excitement. The sea breeze brushed against their cheeks, carrying a touch of coolness and the unique scent of flowers and moist earth from the Sky Island. Roger stood at the bow of the ship, his gaze sharp, seemingly deep in thought. In a gentle wind, the sound of his coat flapped, echoing with the distant Sky Island. A burly pirate looked up at the dreamlike island before him and exclaimed, "The Sky Island really exists." With his voice, the surrounding pirates turned their attention to him. Many of them had previously regarded the Sky Island as merely a legend of the sea, and now witnessing it firsthand left them in awe. Roger ran his hand along the ship's railing, as if communicating with the vessel, his eyes sparkling as he peered into this unknown land. Is what we seek really here? Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, looking towards the Sky Island shrouded in clouds. Roger smiled confidently. "I've already heard its voice. It is calling out to me. This is truly good news." Rayleigh took a swig of liquor, revealing a faint smile. "Captain, there's a door ahead. Should we proceed directly?" Spark Jabba reminded. They were in the White Sea, in the same area where Jin An and the others had just arrived at the Sky Island. Roger listened to the sound around him, paused for a moment, and slowly spoke. "Go through that door, ascend the waterfall, and ignore the people by the door." After arranging everything, Roger turned to face all the crew members. "Partners, our goal is just ahead. Now, let us begin our adventure. Oh, let us go treasure hunting." After the Edward naval battle, they could finally enjoy a bit of rest. "First come, first served. You're not allowed to compete with me." "Nonsense. What you grab is yours. It's all about skill later." The pirates rubbed their hands in excitement. Their goals were not merely the historical texts, but the treasure was what truly attracted them. At this moment, although there was still no direct interaction between the pirates and the Sky Islanders, both sides were observing each other's actions. The arrival of the pirates would undoubtedly bring some changes to the Sky Island. Meanwhile, the existence of the Sky Island would become an indelible memory in the pirates' adventurous lives. To the islanders, this sudden group of pirates seemed somewhat out of place. "Let us keep our distance from this place. It's been a long time since I've seen pirates. With Lord Thundergod's protection, there is no need to worry too much." In their eyes, there was a quest for the unknown and excitement at seeing the pirates their ancestors had spoken of. As the ship slowly approached, the pirates followed a path shrouded in mist and gradually set foot on Angel Island. They were surrounded by a dreamlike landscape, with a massive cloud crown covering the sky above, casting dappled shadows that danced on the ground. The pirates' eyes widened involuntarily at the beautiful scenery. The guards on Angel Island, vigilant as they watched the unexpected guests from the tattered sailboats, quickly moved between the trees, calling for their companions to gather. As the pirates stepped onto the island and strode forward, the guards swiftly formed a defensive line. The captain among them pushed through the crowd and stepped to the front, loudly addressing the pirates. "Who are you?" "This is Angel Island. Please state your purpose immediately." Roger and the others paused, curiously gazing at the wings behind the guards. The attentive guards noticed this detail, and their grip on their weapons tightened. A gentle breeze blew again, bringing a faint scent of flowers. But the tense atmosphere did not ease at all. Roger took a step forward, chest out and head held high. We have come on the rising sea current, drawn by the legend of the Sky Island. We wish to visit Angel Island to collect information, with no ill intent, seeking only a brief stay. Just as the guard captain was in a dilemma, two figures slowly emerged from the depths of Angel Island, their steps steady. Their arrival immediately attracted everyone's attention. When Enel's figure appeared in their sight, a low murmur spread through the crowd, gathering into enthusiastic cheers. The god has come. God Enel is here. Enel, the god of the Sky Island, remained calm even in the face of Roger. Although he sensed through his observation hockey that the strength of this group of pirates was unfathomable, it did not shake his resolve. The people of the Sky Island had gathered there, their faces filled with anticipation and their eyes sparkling with reverence. The pirates were taken aback, exchanging confused glances. Who dared to call themselves a god in this sky city shrouded in mist? A burly pirate pushed through his densely packed companions, scratched his chin, and scoffed. Calling oneself a god? They must be tough, then. Pirates are known for their fearlessness, and they were all drawn to the one referred to as a god. Perhaps. Roger's voice echoed in his companions' ears. In their eyes, he indeed resembled a god, much like the seekers of freedom at sea, where every place has its own beliefs and reverence. Jin An, a man with two swords slung at his side, stepped forward, looking at a somewhat familiar figure. Uncertain if he had mistaken the person, Jin An also saw the warrior he had a fleeting encounter with, Odin. Odin, I remember you joined the Whitebeard pirates. So how come you're here? Odin cheerfully stepped forward and threw an arm around Jin An's shoulder. It really is you. I temporarily left Brother Whitebeard to fulfill Roger's wishes. Roger looked curiously at the two of them hugging. Odin understands the Poneglyphs, so I asked him to join us for a while. You know each other? You can actually understand that scribble? To Jin An, the Poneglyphs were like a foreign language, and he couldn't even ask the Navy about them. He had read the Sky Island arc and knew that Roger and his crew had been to Sky Island. And he also knew that Roger left a message next to the Poneglyph written in that same script. But he had always thought it was just an application of Roger's ability to hear the voice of all things, not realizing it was because Odin could understand the Poneglyphs. Jin An's words caught Roger's attention. Have you seen the historical text? That's right, the historical text is something that our islanders have been searching for and guarding throughout generations. Enel took over Roger's conversation. We only found that thing 2 years ago. So, can we go see it? Roger asked for Enel's consent. Although he was a pirate, he had his own principles and thought it best to consult the locals on such matters. No problem. Follow me. I'll take you there. Enel then waved to the guards. You stay here and maintain order. Roger understood Enel's concerns and turned to his crew. You stay here. Rayleigh, Odin, you guys come with me. Those left behind were instructed not to disturb the locals. Oh, the pirates let out disappointed cries, wanting to see the legendary city of gold. However, since it was the captain's order, they chose to comply. There's a lack of things from the sea here. If you have any, I believe the locals would be willing to trade valuable items for them. Gonfuer also arrived in this area. He knew that pirates were no pushovers, and expecting them to stay quietly was unrealistic. It would be better to hold a trading event, exchanging common or unused items for something valuable. This method was taught to him by Jin An, and the timing was just right. The sky of the Sky Island was clear and deep, with clouds spread out like the softest wool, carrying a hint of cool moisture. Led by a group of colorful dressed islanders, Roger and his companions embarked on their journey to the Island of the Gods. Roger and his crew boarded the Weiba, and the vessel leaped into the air with the operator's skilled hands, like a kite lifted by the wind, floating away from the ground. For them, who were used to the rocking of the sea, this smooth flying sensation was both fresh and thrilling, unable to suppress their exclamations. They stood on the Weiba, curiously observing the brilliant picture below made up of clouds and islands. Even Roger, with his rich experiences, couldn't help but marvel at this peculiar vehicle. Roger drove the Weiba at the forefront, the sea breeze tousling his hair. He looked into the distance, laughing loudly all the way, his laughter echoing through the sky, as if even the sky trembled at his joy. The Weiba seemed like a giant bird, soaring high under the sunlight. Roger and his companions successfully crossed the territory of the Sky Island and finally reached the edge of the Island of the Gods, Appiato, as mentioned by Jin An. Roger led his companions to land on the edge of the Island of the Gods. The excitement from flying in the clouds had not yet subsided, and new expectations surged in their hearts. Around them was tranquility, with only the occasional chirping of birds and the rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze. Look over there. Rayleigh pointed ahead, their gaze piercing through the mist and landing on a towering structure. It was a temple surrounded by white clouds and forests, with a golden giant bell standing solemnly and mysteriously in the sunlight. Roger looked up, his gaze fixed ahead. "Ready, mates?" Roger asked, his voice exceptionally clear in the quiet. "Always ready, Captain," everyone replied, their voices without a trace of hesitation. The group stepped forward, treading the path to the center of the island of the gods, their shadows stretching in the sunlight, overlapping with the shadows of the ancient island. As Roger and his companions delved deeper into the heart of Appiato, the golden giant bell began to dominate their view. At first glance, it was just a glimmering point in the sunlight. But as they approached, that point gradually revealed its true grandeur and majesty. The light reflecting off the giant bell emitted echoes of history, and the ancient chimes resonated in his heart, guiding him closer. Unable to contain the surging curiosity and desire within him, Roger stepped onto the steps leading to the giant bell. At this moment, he seemed like a traveler of time and space, crossing centuries, facing the traces of time and the whispers of the historical text. Roger reached out his hand, his fingers gently touching the silent historical text. He closed his eyes, as if he could feel the stories submerged by time flowing through his fingertips. He stood expressionless before the giant bell, while his companions quietly observed from the side. "Odin, what is recorded on this historical text?" Odin had already seen the words on the historical text and spoke directly. It records information related to the ancient weapon Sea King. Sea King Poseidon is one of the 3 ancient weapons, possessing the power to easily destroy a nation. After listening to Odin's account, Roger sighed. "Is it unrelated to the final destination? Ha. I don't even know if this body of mine can hold out until the day we find the answer." The sands of life slipped silently through the hourglass, but he remained indifferent to the passage of time. Although the given time was ruthlessly passing, it did not diminish his charisma. His gaze bore no trace of fear, instead radiating a unique boldness. In his world, the remnants of life were not dimming glimmers, but rather the final fireworks, dazzling enough to blind the eyes and shocking enough to make the soul tremble. His steps were still wide and powerful, as if each stride left a mark of his existence on the earth. He smiled challengingly, his laughter echoing through the surrounding air, as if he intended to swallow all the despair and helplessness around him. The frost etched on his face was merely the mark of time, unable to diminish his heroic spirit. Watching Roger's back, Jin An felt a sense of admiration rise within him. No wonder he is the hero who opened the age of exploration. Although he admired him, Jin An would not agree with his actions. Breaking the world's order through chaos may seem like a good choice, but at the border between chaos and order, there is always an invisible boundary, a compromise between ideals and reality, a common discussion place for idealists and realists. Standing at the forefront of this chaotic edge, it seemed that he could reach out and touch the free stars and the vast sea. Breaking the order was just the beginning. Reshaping a new order was the real challenge. However, the decision to break the order would not only affect Roger alone, but would also impact countless lives. This was a burden that could not be taken lightly. In his view, this path was not one that must be taken. Perhaps it was better if the age of exploration never arrived. Roger held the heavy scroll containing the imprint of the historical text and left a note next to it. "I came to this place to guide this text to the final destination." Rayleigh looked at the spirited Roger and sighed. "The day we gather all the historical texts is getting closer. You're not far from achieving your wish, but unfortunately, the information here is of little use for reaching the final destination." Ha. Think of it this way. We're just one piece away from the historical text. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Roger was completely unconcerned. He wouldn't fall before reaching the final island. A satisfied smile returned to his face, and he was very pleased with this successful exploration. The Sky Island was beautiful. Roger looked at the distant scenery and said, "Don't you think so?" Ha. Rayleigh and the others were also very satisfied with the exploration, even they hadn't seen many fantastical islands like this one. "Thank you for your help. If it weren't for you, we would have spent much more time." Roger dusted off his clothes and said to Jin An and the others with a smile, "This thing will stay here in the future, so as a thank you, please don't spread the word about it," Enel reminded. He understood the allure of the historical text to pirates and didn't want to expose the Sky Island to the Blue Sea people, especially pirates. Roger and the others nodded in agreement. No problem. When Roger and his crew returned near the pirate ship, his companions were already busy setting up on the deck, preparing for a grand feast. The pirates' enthusiasm for hosting the banquet erupted at that moment. Barrels of rum were brought out, and tables were filled with fresh seafood and fruits, just waiting for the captain to return and start the celebration. Wow, the The captain is back. Music is playing. Hurry up and bring out the meat. I've been smelling it for so long, I'm starving. Following Roger's call, even some residents from the Sky Island were invited to join in the noisy and joyful celebration. The birds in the sky seemed to add color to the scene, circling around the sailboat and chirping happily, as if they too could feel the joy. Jin An and Enel were also invited by Roger to attend the banquet. Enel enjoyed such lively occasions and immediately agreed. Jin An originally didn't want to join in on the fun, but he couldn't resist the enthusiasm of Roger and the others. In the end, he participated as an observer and blended into the occasion. He quietly sat near the mast, enjoying the pirates' cheerful songs and raucous laughter, while sharing adventure stories with his friend from Sky Island. Amidst the laughter, the pirates took turns showcasing their skills. Some performed difficult tricks with swords, while others grilled fish and cooked a fragrant seafood soup. The unique dishes brought by the Sky Island residents added to the banquet's offerings, and the warm exchanges brought everyone closer together. Music and laughter intertwined in the sea breeze, and the afterglow of the sunset cast a warm golden hue over the vibrant scene. The night had already enveloped the entire sea, with starlight dotting the vast darkness, adding a touch of mystery and tranquility to the area. Roger stood at the bow of the ship, his gaze deep and profound. Rayleigh, Kazuki Odin, Spark Jabba, Sakar, Kurokas, and Buggy the Clown, these prominent figures in the eyes of future generations, gathered together, enjoying their drinks in high spirits. A pirate crew of dozens, capable of making a name for themselves, clearly demonstrated the exceptional nature of these individuals. While Jin An was lost in thought, Roger approached him with a wine cup in hand. Jin An, you a Navy officer, actually leading the way for me? For that alone, I must toast you a drink. Jin An waved his hand, rejecting Roger's kind offer, and shook the vegetable juice in his hand in front of Roger. Sorry, I don't drink alcohol, so let's just toast with this. Roger was taken aback, not expecting a naval officer to not drink. He shook his head and smiled, raising his cup to clink with Jin An's. After finishing the drink, Jin An smacked his lips and said, now that you're here, I can't stop you, so I might as well take you directly to the historical text to avoid any trouble. Huh, no wonder you could become a vice admiral. Roger agreed with this young man he was meeting for the first time. Actually, if it weren't for the pressures of life, probably half of the people on this ship wouldn't choose to go out to sea as pirates. Roger swirled his wine glass, his carefree expression reflected in the drink. Who can say for sure about such things? What has already happened is simply inevitable. Jin An remained non-committal, acknowledging that everyone encounters difficulties at some point. However, the path one ultimately chooses is a personal decision. Ah, indeed. The starry sky is truly beautiful. Roger broke the silence, his voice deep and magnetic, as if it could directly touch the heart. He was moved by this unexpected tranquility and friendliness. Yes, such a night can allow one to temporarily forget disputes. The two sat together, not diving immediately into deep topics, but choosing to enjoy each other's company in this moment of calm. The wind gently blew, and the waves lapped against the ship's hull, creating a series of sounds. Roger and Jin An continued to sit there, their figures casting long shadows in the soft moonlight. Roger turned to face the protagonist, his tone becoming resolute and filled with determination. In the time to come, I intend to use all my strength to search for the historical texts scattered throughout the world. Jin An quietly looked at Roger, knowing that Roger's body had reached its limit. Time was more precious to him than to anyone else. Why are you telling me this? Jin An retorted. I know this might be my last adventure. Roger smiled, a smile without regret. His gaze was deep, as if he could see through the secrets behind this sea. After I get the answer, I will choose to surrender to the Navy. Rayleigh had been paying attention to Roger, and upon hearing his words, his heart was filled with sorrow. A friend who had traveled together for most of their lives ultimately chose this way to die, leaving him with an uneasy feeling. But Roger had a terminal illness. Even if they hired the best doctors in the world, they could not save him from fading away.